Chapter 81 High spell resistance is also relative. Boom! Boom! The huge noise was heard far away in the middle of the night. The chaos quickly spread from the wounded camp to the entire camp. Many soldiers were awakened from their sleep and hurriedly put on their armor. As soon as they walked out of the tent, they were hit by the oncoming huge fist, and their bodies were torn into pieces in midair before they could see what was happening. No one in the entire camp, from the generals to the ordinary soldiers, expected the enemy to appear in the center of the camp. They were caught off guard and could not organize a decent counterattack for a while. The brutal massacre spread at an alarming speed. Damn it! Stop those monsters! The older general was the first to react and immediately drew his weapon and rushed towards the stone golem. Everyone woke up as if from a dream. Some rushed forward to stop the monsters, while others ordered the soldiers to calm down and try to suppress the situation and reorganize the manpower. But at this moment, a deafening shout of killing suddenly came from the direction of the camp gate. Earlstorm almost blacked out. He knew without thinking that it must be Key who led the army to attack. In normal times, he would have liked Key to do so. But the camp was in chaos, and it was the most vulnerable time. If Firefly City attacked at this time, it would undoubtedly be a stab in their waist, and the consequences would be disastrous. Damn it! Damn it! Earlstorm was shocked and frightened, and he jumped up and cursed. He couldn't figure out how the enemy sneaked into the camp. These rock monsters are so big that even a blind person can't see them. A bunch of trash. Earlstorm wanted to hang all the guards and patrol soldiers. But fortunately, he was not stupid enough to know that he must not lose his composure at this time. Taking a deep breath, Earlstorm forced himself to calm down and retreated under the protection of his personal guards, away from those rock monsters, and then took out a gray-black tooth from his arms. The teeth were extremely sharp and looked like the fangs of some kind of beast. The surface was covered with strange blood-colored lines, revealing an evil and strange aura. Earlstorm took out a knife and cut a hole on his left thumb, then pressed the wound on the fang. The blood that flowed out spread along the blood-colored lines, and a layer of strange blood light flashed across the surface of the fang. The next moment, the tent next to the command camp suddenly broke into pieces, and more than a dozen figures rushed out from it, and instantly rushed to Earlstorm. Under the flickering firelight, it can be clearly seen that these figures are all wearing thick cloaks, covering their tall figures, and heavy breathing sounds like beasts can be heard from under the brim of their hats. "Kill these monsters," Earlstorm said sternly. More than a dozen cloaked people rushed towards the surrounding rock monsters without saying a word, and their cloaks were lifted up during the gallop, revealing two arms covered with thick hair and sharp claws. Like beasts. Crack! The sharp claws hit the rock monster, instantly scraping off a large piece of rubble. Then more claw shadows came like a storm, tearing the rock monster into pieces in an instant. In just one encounter, more than a dozen rock monsters were torn into pieces by the cloaked people and turned into rubble. Not far away, Sunan, who had just arrived, saw this scene and was surprised. Beastmen. The primitive and savage aura of these cloaked people could hardly be concealed, not to mention the very obvious beast characteristics, which were undoubtedly beastmen. Sure enough, the beast disaster in Ranchuang province is related to Marquis Jean Yin. Sunan looked at the bloody bone tooth in the hand of Earlstorm, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was not surprised that Earlstorm had a trump card. After Owen's incident, it would be too stupid for Marquis Jean Yin and others not to guard against his decapitation. Now it seems that these beastmen are mostly used to guard against his trump card. What makes Sunan a little confused is that these beastmen seem to have the strength level of junior knights. A few of them can reach the level of intermediate knights. They may be enough to deal with others, but they are not enough to deal with him. Marquis Jean Yin cannot fail to understand this. Or is there something else abnormal about these beastmen? In the chaotic camp, Sunan's motionless appearance is too conspicuous, and Earlstorm and others soon noticed his presence. A general immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Which team are you from?" Sunan sneered, no longer hiding his figure, and lifted the spell to restore his original appearance. Seeing the soldier in front of them turned into a young man in the blink of an eye, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Earlstorm immediately understood and blurted out, "Sunan." Because of being too shocked, the tone of voice became a little sharp. However, no one cared about this at this time. Everyone stared at the young man in front of them with horror. Is this man the wizard from the Flash territory? At this point, they finally understood how those monsters appeared in the center of the heavily guarded camp. The legendary wizard could actually do such a thing. Kill him! After coming to his senses, the Storm Lord immediately gave orders with a distorted face, and the beast's fangs in his hand shone with blood. In an instant, the beast men around him gave up their opponents without hesitation and turned to kill Sunan. Sunan's face was calm, and the magic missiles he had prepared long ago flew out of his hand. As his mental power grew, the number of his magic missiles increased to 5. The 5 missiles penetrated the void like lightning and accurately hit a beast man who was rushing towards him. But what surprised Sunan was that after the missiles hit the beast man, only an egg-sized wound was left on his body. The latter just shook slightly, and then continued to rush forward as if nothing had happened. Magic resistance. Sunan's expression suddenly became serious, and he finally understood what the other party relied on. Generally speaking, after a knight is infected with beast disease, he will lose the skill of using fighting spirit, and instead his physical strength will be greatly improved, and his combat effectiveness will increase instead of decrease. And these beast men in front of him, in addition to being extremely strong, seem to have undergone some kind of transformation, which greatly improves their resistance to spells, which is clearly used to target him. A wizard apprentice. Does Marquis Jean Yin, who has undergone physical transformation, also have a wizard apprentice behind him? Sunan was in doubt. Judging from his past performance, Marquis Jean Yin did not seem to have a wizard apprentice behind him. Otherwise the other party would not have underestimated him again and again. But the beast men in front of him overturned his guess. But now is not the time to think about this. Seeing that the beast men have rushed to the front, Sunan decisively activated the ice necklace. High spell resistance is also relative. When the power of the spell is strong enough, high spell resistance will naturally become low spell resistance. Under the shocked gazes of the Earl of Storm and others, an extremely cold air mixed with visible frost suddenly erupted in all directions with Sunan as the center. Crack! Crack! More than a dozen beastmen who were rushing towards Sunan didn't even have time to react. They were instantly frozen into ice sculptures and fell to the ground with a bang. Looking down from the sky, the area with a radius of 100 meters with Sunan, as the center has turned into a world of ice and snow. And even the ground has condensed into a thick layer of ice. A dazzling white frost appeared out of nowhere in the wide camp. Chapter 82 Unknown Wizard Apprentice. Earl Storm stared at the scene in front of him with a dulled look. His mind went blank, and he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. Why did it become like this? Didn't the Marquis say that these beast men were very restrained against wizards, and could easily suppress Sunan? But what was going on in front of him? These beast men that he had high hopes for couldn't even survive a single encounter with Sunan. This was too absurd. He couldn't figure it out. The air was filled with a biting chill. Looking at the more than a dozen motionless beastmen ice sculptures, a satisfied smile flashed in Sunan's eyes. If he had faced these beastmen when he killed Hodge, he would have definitely fled. Marquis Jean Yin used his time as a benchmark and regarded these beastmen as his trump cards to deal with him, which was not wrong. But now is different from the past. Now he has more trump cards. And Marquis Jean Yin's understanding of his strength has long been behind the version. Taking his eyes off the ice sculpture, Sunan turned to look at the Count of Storm. Meeting Sunan in different gaze, the Count of Storm suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. And he woke up with a start. Stop him! The Count of Storm shouted in horror, ordered his guards to stop Sunan, and fled back in panic. Although the guards were extremely terrified, they did not dare to disobey the order, so they had to bite the bullet and rush towards Sunan. What greeted them was a raging and hot flame. Burning hand, the hot flame was released from Sunan's palm, sweeping forward in a cone, turning into a flame wave that swept the area of hundreds of square meters in front. The soldiers who rushed over turned into torches in an instant, howling and falling to the ground, rolling and struggling, and soon they gradually lost their voices. However, just as they killed all the guards, 2 more generals heard the Count of Storm's cry for help and rushed over. The 2 knights were clearly great knights, judging by the fighting spirit that covered their bodies. What a trouble! Sunan threw 2 rune gems directly. Boom! The lightning suddenly tore through the night. The 2 great knights who rushed over to protect their master could not even get 5 meters away from Sunan, and they turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Sunan did not even look at the 2 charred corpses, and his figure flashed, and he chased after the Count of Storm as fast as the wind. Looking back at the scene, the Count of Storm was so scared that he wished he had 2 more legs to run away. However, he was just a junior knight, and his speed was far inferior to that of Sunan, who was comparable to the peak knight. And he was caught up in a blink of an eye. Swish! A grey light pierced through the void like an arrow from a string, and hit the fleeing Count of Storm. Weakening ray. The Count of Storm felt a strong sense of weakness in his body in an instant. His legs softened, and the whole person fell to the ground in a mess, falling like a dog eating shit. But he didn't care about the pain. Struggling to get up from the ground, turned around and looked at Sunan in horror. Don't kill me. Please let me go. Sunan raised his eyebrows, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He had seen the previous Earl of Storm, a great knight with a majestic demeanor and a strong will. In comparison, the guy in front of him was simply a typical example of a tiger father and a dog son. No nonsense. Sunan directly used a coma spell to shut the other party up. How to deal with the Earl of Storm? Let Key decide. Sunan looked around, and under the slaughter of the stone golem, the soldiers of the Storm territory suffered heavy casualties. The few soldiers who were still stubbornly resisting completely lost their fighting will after seeing the Earl of Storm being captured, and they all threw down their weapons and fled. Not long after, he came in with his men. To prevent accidents, Sunan had previously arranged Yinlong by Key's side. With the help of Hidden Dragon, they rushed in very smoothly and encountered almost no resistance. Seeing that Sunan was safe and sound, Key was relieved. Although he knew that Sunan was very strong, he was deep in the enemy camp after all, which made people worried. Seeing that Sunan was unharmed at this time, he was completely relieved. While he was relieved, Key couldn't help but sigh secretly that only Sunan could break into the depths of the enemy camp alone and defeat the enemy without any damage. Brad and others who followed behind quickly noticed the ice layer on the ground and were all shocked. What is this? Look over there. There are so many ice sculptures. Did Your Excellency Sunan make this? Looking at the frozen area covering a radius of 100 meters. Everyone swallowed subconsciously. Only Lord Sunan can pull off such an amazing move. This guy is the new Earl of Storm. I leave it to you to deal with. Sunan pointed at the Earl of Storm lying on the ground. Thank you for your hard work. Key's face was full of excitement. After this battle tonight, the Storm army is no longer a threat. And next they can attack the army of the Winterfrost territory and relieve the siege of Qilin City. As long as they defeat the Earl of Winterfrost, the Flash territory will have a chance to catch its breath. If they act quickly, they can quickly annex the Storm territory and Winterfrost territory before the enemy reacts, greatly improving their own strength. The situation has been reversed. Take this guy away and lock him up. Key ordered the soldiers to drag the unconscious Earl of Storm away, and then looked at the ice sculpture not far away. What is that? Beastmen, Sunan said concisely. Key was surprised. How could the Beastmen appear here? But he quickly realized that this was probably used to guard against Sunan. It seems that Marquis Jinian greatly underestimated Sunan's strength, and the Beastmen he prepared were not used at all. He thought to himself that this was also normal. After all, even he, the eldest brother, could not see Sunan's true strength. The latter has too many trump cards. Now it can be confirmed that the spread of beast disease is the work of Marquis Jinian behind the scenes. Key frowned. That old guy is really cruel. He is willing to kill tens of thousands of lives for his own selfishness. Sunan said in a deep voice, Marquis Jinian alone can't make such a big scene. I suspect that there may be a wizard apprentice behind him. Wizard apprentice? Key was shocked. With a vivid example of Sunan in front of him, he can say that he has a deep understanding of the power of wizard apprentices. If Marquis Jinian also has wizard apprentices behind him, then things will be very tricky. It's just a suspicion at the moment. I have to wait until I study these things to know the details. Sunan glanced at the blood-patterned bone teeth in his hand, and then looked at the ice sculpture not far away. He planned to dissect these beasts overnight to see if it was really the work of other wizard apprentices. I still need those ice sculptures. Send someone to help me transport them back to Firefly City. Okay. I sent someone to do it right away. Kuyi nodded worriedly, and turned around to tell someone to go. Chapter 83. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 84. Divide the land and rule. Temporary puppet factory. On the wide workbench, there is a dissected beastman. Because of the residual cold, the blood is frozen and does not flow everywhere. Sunan puts down the tools, removes the magician's hand, and shows a thoughtful look on his face. Sure enough, just as I guessed, the beast bloodline factors of these people have awakened. and an irreversible atavism has occurred. It is indeed beast disease. And there are traces of physical transformation on their bodies, which is indeed the work of wizard apprentices. Su Nan looked at the dozen beast men standing quietly in the corner. He studied the blood-marked beast tooth he got from the Count of Storm, and determined that it was a magic item used to control beast men. It is similar to the necklace he gave to the cavalry regiment to control the Black Rock Leopard. This kind of magic item that matches specific puppets and slaves is not difficult to make. But because it is not difficult, the manufacturer usually adds some exclusive enchanted runes to play a similar encryption role. If someone other than the maker wants to crack and use these magic items, the magic item manufacturing skill must be at least 2 or 3 levels higher than the maker. Judging from the craftsmanship of the blood-veined beast Fang, Su Nan estimated that the maker's magic item manufacturing level was not high. Probably only level 1. However, his skill level was only level 2. And he still couldn't crack it. He could only use the blood-veined beast Fang to suppress the beast men, so that they would not be hostile to him. It's a pity that the objects controlled by this kind of magic item are specific and cannot be used to suppress other beast men. Su Nan shook his head. This blood-veined beast Fang can only be used to suppress the more than 10 beast men in front of him, which is basically useless to him. Sighing, Su Nan casually dealt with these beast men, and then destroyed the blood-veined beast Fang. These beast men can no longer be saved, and for them, death is a relief. Anyway, it is now certain that there is indeed a wizard apprentice standing behind Marquis Jean Yin, and the beast disaster is very likely related to that wizard apprentice. Unlike Amy's time, Su Nan can be sure that this time it is a real wizard apprentice who is still alive. It is also the first wizard apprentice he has met in this world. The reason why he is sure that he is not a wizard is that if he is a formal wizard, it would not be so troublesome to deal with him. I just don't know if it is a second-level wizard apprentice or a third-level wizard apprentice. Su Nan's expression is a little solemn, compared to Marquis Jean Yin, who has a huge army and a huge power. A wizard apprentice makes him more afraid. After all, unless the former sends out 4 or 5 legendary knights to surround and kill him at the same time, don't expect to kill him at all. In comparison, the threat of wizard apprentices to him is much greater, especially the third-level wizard apprentice, who can already skillfully control energy particles, can release energy runes without borrowing rune gems, and has mastered second-level spells and super magic skills. Even though Su Nan had many trump cards in hand, he didn't dare to guarantee that he could deal with a third-level wizard apprentice. Even with the ice necklace and the ring of extreme protection, it's not safe to deal with a third-level wizard apprentice. You still have to prepare more trump cards. Although he might not necessarily face that wizard apprentice, Su Nan felt that it was safer to prepare early. It's always right to be cautious. After thinking for a while, Su Nan quickly made a plan. The first is to create a new glimmer-level magic item. Unlike the ice necklace, it is a magic item that focuses entirely on attack. The second is to prepare new trump cards. It just so happens that I had an idea before, so I can try it next. Su Nan spread out his palm and looked at the rune gem in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. On the night of the attack on the camp, the Flash leader defeated the Storm army with almost no effort. The army suffered minimal casualties, so Qi made a prompt decision, leaving part of the army to guard the prisoners, and then led the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the rest of the army to Qilin City overnight. Su Nan also accompanied the Golem Legion. Count Winterfrost had never expected that Count Storm would be defeated so quickly. When he received the news of the defeat of the Storm army, he had already blocked his retreat with his army. In this way, facing the fierce offensive of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Stone Golem Legion, the Winterfrost army, which was attacked from both sides, was defeated as expected. Count Winterfrost was captured, and the next day, he was pushed to the gallows with Count Storm. As soon as the battle report came out, the entire Golden Rock province and even the entire Star Principality were shocked. No one expected that the combined strength of the two earldoms could not take down a small baronial territory, and was even defeated in turn. And even the two earls were defeated and killed. And this series of twists and turns took place in less than a month. Marquis Jean Yin, who was stationed in Mingguang City, didn't even have time to react before the Shining Territory wiped out the remaining guards of the Storm Territory and the Winterfrost Territory with lightning speed, taking the two territories into its possession, and then continued to attack other territories without stopping. Shocked, Marquis Jean Yin had to lead his army back and personally lead the coalition to resist the attack of the Flash Territory. A fierce war broke out between the two sides. After seeing the powerful fighting power of the stone golems, he did not hesitate to invest all the gold coins looted from the Storm territory and the Winter Frost territory into the construction of the golem army. One after another, the stone golems walked out of the puppet factory and then rushed to the battlefield without stopping. Originally, Sudan wanted to sneak in again, but with the precedent of the Earl of Storm, Marquis Jinyan had already taken precautions against this, and all people entering and leaving the camp had to be strictly checked. Sudan even found a magical item that detects magic power. As a last resort, he had to give up this plan. Although the infiltration failed, the stone golem still showed good fighting power on the front battlefield. With the two major legions of the Golem Legion and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, the Flash territory also had the strength to fight the Jinyan coalition on the front battlefield. The war lasted until the month of Frost. It was not until the first snow fell that the two sides tacitly stopped fighting. The heavy snow covered the land, even for the Shining territory with its clay golem baggage troop. The logistical pressure was very heavy, and they had to stop fighting. So far, the Jinyan province has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to 5 months ago. In addition to the Shining territory, the other two baronies and viscounties had long been destroyed by the Jinyan coalition. The huge Jinyan province now only has two major forces: the Shining territory and the Jinyan coalition. The territory of the Shining territory, from the initial Shining territory, has expanded to include the Shining territory, the Storm territory, and the Winter Frost territory, which almost occupies half of the area of the Jinyan province. It seems that the world is divided into two parts, with the Marquis of Jinyan. Such a development really surprised many nobles. No one expected that Marquis Jinyan, who raised the banner of rebellion with great momentum, would be beaten to a pulp before he even left his own province, and lost nearly half of his territory. And it was only a barony that caused all this. The name of the Shining territory resounded throughout the Principality of Stars, and soon a name gradually spread in some secret circles. Starlight Calendar 1252. Winter Qin month, January. Today's snow is particularly heavy, and by the end of the month, there is no sign of thawing. But this is a good thing for the Shining territory, as it has more time to recuperate. The expansion of territory means an increase in tax revenue and population, and also provides a broader basis for expanding armaments. As soon as the war ended, Qi began to integrate the territory's political affairs and launched a massive recruitment campaign in the territory, intending to expand military power during the winter and prepare for the war after the spring. At the same time, a new round of wizard qualification tests began. As the territory expanded and the population soared, the scale of this test also increased a lot. But with it, it is foreseeable that the number of children who eventually have wizard qualifications will also increase a lot. Throughout the month of Winter Qin, the entire Flash territory was operating at high speed. Sudan was no exception, and was involved in various tedious manufacturing work. After integrating the new territory, Flash territory suddenly had a large number of knights, and the demand for magic weapons increased sharply. Sudan had to spend more time on manufacturing magic weapons. In addition, the scale of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment was also expanding rapidly. With sufficient knights, he decided to build the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment into a complete knight army, and ordered that only knights could join the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment in the future. As for the original trainee knight members in the regiment, they would be given priority to supply dragon blood fruit, and strive to break through and be promoted to knights as soon as possible. According to Qi, before the snow melts, he wants to build a real knight corps and flatten the territory of Marquis Jinyan in one fell swoop. Thanks to this, Sudan has another job of refining Black Rock Leopard. Now the output of the Black Rock mine is not enough to meet the growing demand for Black Rock Leopards, and he has to find other suitable steel to replace it. I feel like I'm about to become a tool man. Sudan sighed slightly, and could only comfort himself that the expansion of the territory would also be good for him, and he would have more gold coins to buy materials in the future, especially after being promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. There are more places to spend money, and now this situation is only temporary. When Sherman and others grow up and take over the work of making potions and refining Black Rock Leopards, he will be much more relaxed. Although he is busy, Sudan has never relaxed in his cultivation. By the month of recovery, February, his mental power has increased to 27.45. At the same time, the last material of the evil hallucination potion was finally collected. Without delay, Sudan started to make the evil hallucination potion that day. Level 4 potion making is enough to make a second level potion. Having said that, Sunan still failed twice, and only succeeded in making the evil hallucination potion on the third time. Success? Looking at the finished potion in his hand, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. The bloody mandala obtained from Stone Bell City was only enough to make 3 copies of the evil hallucination potion. If the third time failed, he would lose a lot. Fortunately, his luck was not that bad. It was indeed the right decision to upgrade the potion making skill to level 4 before making the evil hallucination potion. The difficulty of the second level potion is much higher than that of the first level potion. After calming down, Sunan put his attention back on the potion. The transparent narrow-neck potion bottle contained a violet liquid, which contained a star-studded shining light spot, shining with an intoxicating beautiful color under the light of the magic stone lamp. From the appearance alone, it is hard to guess that such a beautiful potion would have the 2 malicious words evil hallucination in its name. What a pity! If I could make 2 bottles of evil hallucination potion and then synthesize them, maybe I could directly break through 30 points of mental power. Now I only have 1 bottle, which is probably not enough. Sunan felt a little regretful, but soon returned to normal. Even if my mental power cannot break through 30 points after taking the evil hallucination potion this time, it will not be much different. If I meditate for another month or 2 at most, I will definitely be promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice. Taking out the magic stone and silver from the space ring, Sunan drew an energy gathering array in the meditation room, and then activated the array to fill the room with a large amount of energy particles. After doing all this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took a deep breath to gather his distracting thoughts, gently opened the cork, raised his head, and drank the potion in 1 gulp. The slightly cool liquid medicine poured into his stomach, turning into a cold breath that quickly flowed through his limbs. Sunan leaned back and lay on the ground, relaxing his mind and limbs. After about 10 seconds, his body suddenly tensed up, and then twitched violently, visible to the naked eye. His exposed hands and feet were bulging with veins, twisting and twitching like earthworms. His skin was abnormally flushed, and large patches of sweat oozed out, soaking his clothes in an instant. If there was a wizard present at this time, using mental power to scan, he would be able to see dense energy particles pouring in from all sides, almost completely wrapping up Sunan, looking like a colorful human cocoon. Every second, countless energy particles penetrated through the pores of his skin and entered his body. Sunan gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain that surged in his body. Faintly, he seemed to feel a cold breath slowly spreading in the room. Click! There seemed to be a subtle sound of footsteps in his ears. Sunan tried to turn his head, and was shocked to find that a group of hideous and terrifying monsters had appeared in the room at some point. They looked like humanoid creatures made of rotten flesh and blood. The sticky mud and water slid down the surface of their skin, dripping on the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding tiny holes on the floor. What was even more frightening was the big mouth full of sharp teeth in the middle of the rotten body, with the remaining flesh strands vaguely visible between the teeth. These monsters roared and squirmed, slowly approaching Sunan with resentful malice. Sunan lay on the ground, his whole body stiff and unable to move, and could only watch these monsters slowly approach, and then bite his flesh and blood with sharp teeth. The strong pain continued to hit his nerves like a tide, one after another as if there was no end, so that in the end, he was numb from the pain all over his body, without any perception. In this way, Sunan watched himself being bitten, slowly turning into mincemeat and bones, entering the mouths of the monsters, and finally leaving only a head to witness the whole process of his dismemberment. Swish! After a slight sound, everything disappeared. The monsters, flesh and mucus, all disappeared. The room returned to calm again. Sunan lay on the ground, sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Damn! The side effects are too strong. Sunan couldn't help but swear. He finally understood where the word evil illusion and the evil hallucination potion came from. Even if the subconscious mind clearly understood that it was just an illusion, it was still very uncomfortable to watch the process of being dismembered with one's own eyes. The severe pain during the process was even more real. People with a slightly weaker willpower would probably collapse directly. Evil illusion. Evil illusion. This name is worthy of its name. Chapter 85 Magic Pattern Core. After a long while, Sunan recovered some of his energy and sat up. He immediately felt a significant difference when he moved. although his spirit was a little sluggish. His activity was obviously much stronger than before. The connection with the free energy particles in the surrounding air seemed to be closer. Surprised, Sunan quickly opened the panel. Not bad. The spirit increased by 2.06. Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. It was worth his hard work. The evil hallucination potion is indeed a second-level potion. Although the side effects are a bit uncomfortable, the effect is indeed very significant. If he practiced step by step, it would take at least 7 or 8 months to achieve such an increase. In this way, as long as the mental power increases by 0.49, I can be promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. It will take about 2 months. Thinking that he can become a third-level wizard apprentice in 2 months, Sunan can't help but feel excited. Physique has also broken through 20 points, almost reaching the limit of the peak knight. The peak knight physique is between 17 and 20. Sunan is now only inferior to the peak knight in fighting spirit and combat skills. However, he is confident that even without using spells and magic items, he can easily deal with any knight with his physical fitness and energy particle control skills. As for the big knight, the physique is usually above 30 points, and it is difficult to kill without the help of spells and magic items. After controlling the energy particles to clean his body and clothes, Sunan stretched and walked out of the meditation room. As soon as he came outside, Sunan's expression moved and looked at the courtyard in front. The void twisted, and the huge body of the hidden dragon emerged out of thin air. Hiss! The hidden dragon hissed in a low voice. It's just in time. It's been 5 days since the last blood transfusion. It's time to do it again. Sunan led the hidden dragon to the laboratory. The concentration of dragon lizard blood in the hidden dragon's body has now exceeded 80%. As the concentration of blood increased, its appearance gradually gained some dragon characteristics. For example, 2 bulges grew on its head. A bar grew at the end of its tail. The breath it exhaled also carried a distinct sense of heat, and sometimes even sparks flashed. It's obviously just the blood of a dragon lizard, but the dragon characteristics it shows are more obvious than some sub-dragon species. Is it an inherent talent? Or is it because it has been transformed into a magic pet? This doubt hovered in Sunan's mind for a long time. If Yin Long was not his magic pet, and his ability was reliable, and he was reluctant to give up, he would have wanted to dissect Yin Long to study, and see what the reason was. The current Yin Long has the power close to that of a legendary knight. When the blood is advanced, it is estimated that it can at least reach the level of a second-ring legendary knight. A second-ring legendary knight is enough to compete head-on with a third-level wizard apprentice. After changing the blood in the laboratory, Sunan cast a coma on Yin Long to help it sleep and rest better, and then turned and left. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. It is the most difficult to improve the blood concentration of the hidden dragon, which is less than 20%. Not to mention the most critical step of qualitative change from quantitative change, relying only on blood transfusion. Sunan estimated that it would take at least a year to upgrade the blood of the hidden dragon to the blood of a sub-dragon. Of course, there are ways to quickly improve the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. The best way is naturally to fuse higher-level blood. For example, the blood of a sub-dragon. Sunan dare not think about dragon blood, let alone whether there are still dragons in the Starlight Continent now. Even if there are, Sunan does not have the strength to draw blood from them. That is no different from seeking death. Dragons are famous for their natural high magic resistance. Adult dragons are immune to all spells below the 3rd ring. Informal wizards are not even qualified to tickle them. Even adolescent dragons are not something that Sunan can fight now. The ring of extreme protection may not be able to withstand 2 or 3 dragon breaths. So don't count on dragon blood. We can try to find the blood of sub-dragons. As far as I can remember, there seem to be quite a few sub-dragons on the Starlight Continent. For example, various land dragons, storm dragon beasts, dragon antelopes, fairy dragons, thornback pterosaurs, etc. Among them, dragon antelopes were often captured and trained as mounts by hiring legendary knights during the heyday of wizards. Perhaps there are still dragon antelopes somewhere on the Starlight Continent now. Ask the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to help keep an eye out for information on this matter someday. While thinking, Sunan had already arrived at the workshop. Concentrating his thoughts, he walked to the workbench, waved his hand, and more than 20 magic items suddenly appeared on the large desktop. After realizing that he might face a 3rd-level wizard apprentice in the future, Sunan decided to create a completely offensive glimmer-level magic item. After repeated consideration, he finally chose a negative energy magic item. These days, he has successively created more than 20 alchemical-level magic items. According to previous experience, as long as 1 or 2 more pieces are made, the synthesis limit will be reached. As expected, after making a new magic item and putting it into the magic cube, a magic weapon immediately appeared on the synthesis interface. Seeing this, Sunan took out the extra magic items and synthesized them without hesitation. The Ring of Disaster, Glimmer/Low magic item. After activation, can release the Claw of Disaster, causing negative energy damage to the designated target, and needs to be recharged after each use before it can be used again. For the magic items made this time, Sunan chose the most convenient ring style to carry around as always. Looking at the Ring of Disaster on his hand, he hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea of using the Iron Golem to test its power. Unlike the Frozen Necklace, the Frozen Necklace is a large-scale attack, and with a sufficient distance, the Iron Golem was not hurt much. But the Ring of Disaster is a single attack, and it is close-range damage. Sunan estimated that the Iron Golem might not be able to withstand the power of the Claw of Disaster, and he didn't want to destroy the only Iron Golem because of the test. This thing consumed his only soul crystal. We can only test its specific power in actual combat. Thinking of the Iron Golem, Sunan couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Although he had the idea of synthesizing a castrated version of the Iron Golem before, he had never been able to put it into action because of the shortage of steel due to the expansion of armaments. It is still the same now. The production capacity of the Blackstone Iron Mine District is not enough to support the expansion of the armaments of the Flash territory, and it has to purchase a lot from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to barely make up for the gap. The plan to mass-produce castrated versions of Iron Golems is obviously impossible to implement in a short period of time. The synthesis of the Gem Soul Core has also failed. As expected, we still have to find a way to get the technology to make soul crystals. Sunan thought secretly. The Fox Chamber of Commerce has been helping him collect various wizard books over the past 2 years. But unfortunately, there are very few books that can be used immediately, and they only enrich his knowledge base. The Fox Chamber of Commerce's sphere of influence only covers the Principality of Jinghua and the Principality of Fanqing, and other countries are almost blank. Perhaps we should find a second partner in other countries to expand the search range. Coming out of the workshop, Sunan went straight to the library. This is the place he specially set aside to store wizard books, with an area of more than 1,000 square meters. However, there are only 4 or 5 bookshelves full of books, which seems a bit empty. But Sunan believes that sooner or later, the entire library will be filled with books. Entering the library, Sunan came to one of the bookshelves and reached out to take a book. On the violet hardcover, there are 4 big words written, Magic Pattern Core. This book was left by Master Amy. When he first got it, Sunan thought it was a type of knowledge related to magic items. But after reading it later, I found out that it was actually a branch of knowledge related to magic tattoos. Like energy runes, magic tattoos are also a branch of enchantment. It can draw specific spells on the surface of the human body in the shape of tattoos. When fighting, you only need to inject a little mental power to activate it instantly. It is equivalent to storing a spell that can be cast instantly without chanting on the human body. For wizard apprentices who have not yet mastered the instantaneous casting of spells, it is a very practical skill. Drawing a few more magic tattoos of defensive spells on the body will give you more security during the battle. However, magic tattoos are not without flaws. One is that the area of magic tattoos is not small, and they cannot be covered by hair. Even if you shave all the hair on your body, you can only draw 5 to 6 magic tattoos at most. It's okay for places covered by clothes, but if it's exposed places such as arms, head and neck, the magic tattoos drawn can be easily seen by the opponent, so that the opponent can take precautions in advance. The other is that magic tattoos are extremely difficult to draw, and the prerequisite is to make magic items at level 3. Most wizard apprentices cannot meet this requirement. Sunan actually thought about drawing magic tattoos before, but unfortunately his skill level was not up to standard, so he had to give up. As for now, there is no need. After being promoted to level 3 wizard apprentice, he can train super magic skills. As long as he masters the instant casting of spells, the effect of magic tattoos will be infinitely reduced. Moreover, There are rune engravings and alchemical engravings above magic tattoos. Compared with magic tattoos, he prefers rune engravings and alchemical engravings with stronger effects. Concentrating his thoughts, Sudan looked at the book in his hand. The author of the book is Lepater Bevan, a formal wizard. The magic pattern core is what he researched, and it is the comprehensive application of magic tattoos. The principle is simply to combine the magic tattoos corresponding to multiple spells, use magic tattoos as a medium, and combine the effects of multiple spells to form a new and more powerful spell effect. The first half of the book tells how Lepater Bevan developed the magic pattern core, as well as the principle and structure of the magic pattern core. The second half explains the magic pattern core he developed, called liquid silver. According to the description in the book, liquid silver can release metal fluid after being activated, which has ever-changing characteristics. Depending on the different forms of change, it can be used for both defense and offense. It is an extremely practical magic pattern core that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Its power is not inferior to the innate abilities of formal wizards. However, Sudan has reservations about this statement. The innate abilities of formal wizards are often the killer moves and trump cards of each wizard, and they are powerful. Sudan does not believe that the magic pattern core can reach this level. However, judging from the content of the book, even if there are exaggerations, they will not be too much. This magic pattern core called liquid silver, even if it has only half the power of the wizard's innate abilities, is also an incredible powerful ability for wizard apprentices. When Sudan saw this at first, he was very excited. It was not until I saw the method of refining the magic pattern core that I suppressed my eagerness to try. The magic pattern core is essentially a special magic item, and the refiner must have certain magic item manufacturing skills. Although the book does not clearly state the specific skill level, it is clear that it must be higher than the prerequisite requirements of magic tattoos. That is, magic item manufacturing must reach at least level 4. And Sudan magic item manufacturing is only level 2 now, and he is still halfway away from level 3. Secondly, refining liquid silver requires a lot of materials. The main materials include 89 kinds of metals, more than 2/3 of which are rare magic metals, such as mithril, meteorite iron, etc. Sudan estimates that many metals can no longer be found on the current Starlight continent, and can only try to synthesize substitutes through the magic cube. This is undoubtedly a time-consuming and long project. Finally, fusing the magic pattern core will put a great burden on the body of the fuser. So the fuser must have both the mental level of a third-level wizard apprentice and the physical level of a junior knight. That is to say, both the spirit and the physique must reach more than 30 points. The requirements are not harsh. My spirit power is just a little short of the standard now, and the rest of the skills, materials and physique are still far from it. Sudan felt a little regretful. If he could refine the magic pattern core and integrate it into his body, he would not be afraid even if he faced a third-level wizard apprentice. However, although he cannot refine it now, he can start the preparation work. For example, the 89 kinds of metal materials can be collected now, or research substitutes, putting the books back to their original place. Sudan found a few books that he had not read yet and put them in the space ring, and then left the library. After a busy time, it was already a little late. The sunset in the sky radiated through half of the sky, and the wispy cirrostratus cloud seemed to be burning, transitioning from a line of bright gold on the horizon to the purple above the head, and then gradually turning into dark blue, all the way to the east to become a gloomy gloom. It looks like there will be good weather next. Sunan stretched his body, feeling that the discomfort left by the evil illusion just now had dissipated a lot. So he walked towards the meditation room and prepared to continue his daily homework. Now he still uses superpower potions and divine blood amber to assist meditation. However, with the growth of mental power, the effects of these two are gradually decreasing. Superpower potions are easy to deal with. After being promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice, he will be able to handle third-level potions, and then synthesize higher-level potions. But the divine blood amber is a bit troublesome. If you want to continue to upgrade the divine blood amber, you have to get more raw materials. However, this thing is the treasure of the Spark cult, and the other party will obviously not be so kind to give it to him. Sunan guessed that the people of the Spark cult should have discovered that he was the one who did the Shenzhong City thing, and they are probably planning how to get the divine blood amber back. But even if they don't come to me, I will settle accounts with them sooner or later. Chapter 86 Invaders. The base was quiet. Athur walked lightly on the cobblestone path, and the corners of her lips could not help but rise. Just now, she finally succeeded in performing the repair spell. This was also the second zero-ring spell she mastered, after completing the next task of caring for the magic plants. The contribution points in my hand will be enough to exchange for another zero-ring spell model book. What should I learn for the third spell? Athur thought while walking towards the magic plant garden. Before she reached the door, she heard cheerful and relaxed singing coming from inside, occasionally accompanied by silver bell-like sweet laughter. Athur was involuntarily infected by the joy in the laughter, and her smile deepened. Walking into the magic plant garden, she saw a group of little people sitting on the flowers and singing happily. Each of them is less than 10 centimeters tall, wearing clothes made of leaves, with petal-like wings, and skin color similar to the colors of various flowers, ranging from gray to bright red or yellow. There is no hair on the head. Instead, there are various petals. They look like little fairies in fairy tales. In fact, these little people are also super small fairies. They are flower fairies. They are strange creatures summoned by Lord Sunan from another world. They are very good at taking care of plants, and can promote the growth of magic plants. The only bad thing is that they are a little naughty. Shimon and Cole were often teased by these little guys when they worked in the magic plant garden. But Otto still likes these little guys. After all, they are really cute. Seeing Otto, the flower fairies immediately flew over with joy. Otto smiled and played with the flower fairies for a while before saying goodbye to them and walking inside. On the way, she met another humanoid creature who looked like a female elf, but with skin like bark and hair like leaves. "Good morning, Ms. Madeline." Otto stopped and greeted her. The man in front of him was also summoned by Lord Sunan from another world. He was said to be the son of the forest and was responsible for guarding the magic plantation. Madeline nodded to Otto and continued patrolling. Otto didn't care. She knew that Ms. Madeline was a bit taciturn. In the past 2 years at the base, Otto had become accustomed to discovering new alien creatures in the base every once in a while. When he came to the Silver Moon flower planting area, Otto saw Shimon watering the plants at a glance. "Shimon," the girl called out. Shimon turned around and saw that it was Otto. He smiled and quickly put down the kettle and ran over. "Otto, why are you here?" Otto rolled his eyes at him helplessly and said, "Are you too busy? Forgot what the teacher told us?" Shimon slapped his forehead, quickly recalled it, and smiled awkwardly. "I remember. It's today, right? The Grand Wizard qualification test ended 5 days ago. Unlike their time, the base is now complete, and newcomers who pass the test no longer need to study in the Lord's Mansion, and can move into the base directly. It's just that the teacher is too busy to spare time. So he asked the 3 of them to familiarize the newcomers with the base and explain the precautions. Shimon has been busy with tasks these days, and almost forgot about it for a while. Where's Cole? He has passed the base gate. Then let's go quickly." The 2 walked out of the magic plant garden side by side, and talked about this test on the way. "I wonder how many people can pass the test this time. It must be more than our last time." That's right. Compared to 2 years ago, the territory of Flash Territory has expanded by more than 4 or 5 times. And the population has also skyrocketed. With a large population base, the number of qualified children of school age will naturally increase. And this is the first test, so the number of participants must be particularly large. This year, the base may have more than 10 apprentices. Thinking that he would soon become a senior, Shimon's mood was inexplicably high. The current base was too deserted, and he wished that there would be more people to liven it up, so that more people could exchange and learn from each other in the future. He was not worried that the resources would be diluted if there were too many apprentices. According to Ms. Gurley, the resources in the warehouse were more than enough to supply dozens of apprentices. "I heard that you started making potions recently. How do you feel?" Otto suddenly asked. Shimon scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "It feels so difficult. 10 times of brute force potions failed, and the materials I saved up this month were wasted." In order to reduce the difficulty, Shimon deliberately chose brute force potions, which are relatively suitable for novices, instead of secondary active potions or secondary dragon blood potions, which are difficult. But the results of the first attempt were still very bad. "It doesn't matter. The teacher said that it will be difficult at the beginning, and it will be much better once you get the hang of it." Otto comforted. Shimon nodded, but sighed in his heart. It's not that easy. Unlike Corey and Otto, he was from a wealthy family. Even if he didn't use contribution points, he could get money from his family to buy materials. He gave all the gold coins he had to old Roger, and the materials he used on weekdays were exchanged with contribution points. This time, the failure to make the potion made him feel so distressed that the wasted materials made him bleed. By the way, what is Corey doing recently? Shimon asked. He hasn't seen Corey for a long time, although the three of them lived in the base. They were busy meditating and studying, so they didn't have much time to meet each other. Otto said, Corey is learning to refine the black rock leopard recently, but the progress doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Refining puppets is indeed difficult. Shimon nodded in agreement. He also tried to refine the black rock leopard, but unfortunately he failed without exception. His talent in puppets is not as good as potion making. Thinking of refining puppets, Siaman also felt a little emotional. The black rock leopard is a knight-level puppet. 2 years ago, the knight was a great man to him, and he never thought that one day he would refine a puppet equal to the knight. The changes that have taken place in him in the past 2 years are really huge, and all of this is given by the teacher. Thinking of the teacher, Siaman couldn't help but feel grateful in his heart. During the conversation, the two had already arrived at the gate of the base, and looked at Corey waiting there from a distance. Compared with 2 years ago, the 15-year-old Corey has grown a lot taller, with a slender figure and handsome appearance. He is the type of noble young man that girls like very much. As if he noticed someone coming, Corey turned his head and looked over. When he swept his eyes over Otto, his eyes lit up slightly, and when he saw Shimon, he quickly returned to his expressionless state. Shimon couldn't help but roll his eyes secretly. This guy Corey really regarded him as a competitor, since he fell behind him in the introduction of the star ring meditation method and the construction of the first star ring. Cole's self-esteem seemed to be stimulated. He worked harder and harder, pretending to be determined to surpass him. Although Shimon didn't like to compete with others, he had to say that Cole's actions brought him a lot of pressure, which made him work harder, and his progress in meditation and learning was rapid. Not long ago, the teacher praised him and Cole. Perhaps this is the benefit of having a competitor. The three of them just chatted for a few words at the gate, and a group of figures appeared in the distance. 12 boys and girls rode on black rock leopards and walked towards the base escorted by a team of black rock cavalry. The leader was still Lord Brad. I heard that Lord Brad has been promoted to Grand Knight, the second Grand Knight in the Flash territory besides the Lord, Otto said in a low voice. With the dragon blood fruit, there will be more and more Grand Knights in the territory in the future, Shimon responded in a low voice, but his eyes were looking at the 12 boys and girls. Judging from their clothes, among these people there are children of nobles and children from middle-class families. But there is no child like him who is from a poor or farmer family. After all, literacy is a huge limitation, which blocks the path for poor farmers to become wizard apprentices. Sherman actually had the idea of changing this, but universal education involves all aspects, and even if the Lord wants to change it, it is difficult to do it, let alone him. Good morning, my lords. Coming closer, Brad jumped off the Black Rock Panther and saluted Sherman and the other two. Although he is old enough to be the father of the three, and he is also a great knight and lord, he still maintains enough respect for Sunan 3 students. Lord Brad, long time no see. Sherman and the other two hurriedly returned the salute. Now that I have sent the people, my mission is completed. I will trouble you three next. Brad left the people behind, and then left in a hurry with the soldiers. Watching Brad go away, Sherman and the other two then looked at the 12 newcomers. Hello, seniors. The 12 newcomers hurriedly saluted and greeted each other, with visible nervousness and restraint in their demeanor. After 2 years of meditation and study, Shimon, Corey and Otto all had a mysterious and profound temperament, which seemed unfathomable to ordinary people. Even Shimon, who was born in a poor family, has now been reborn, and his every move is capable and decisive. Anyone who saw him for the first time would never have thought that he was still an inferior and cowardly child 2 years ago. Standing in front of these three people, even the boys and girls of noble families felt an inexplicable pressure. Don't be nervous. We are classmates from today, Otto said gently. The kind and gentle smile made the newcomers relax a little. Let's go. It's getting late, Corey said lightly. Hurry up and finish the work. I'm in a hurry to go back to refine the puppet. The somewhat impatient tone made the atmosphere, which had finally relaxed, become restrained again. Otto glared at Corey and led the newcomers into the base. The base is very large and divided into many areas, but they are all easy to identify. Most areas are free to enter and exit, but places like the prison area and the energy center room are forbidden for apprentices to enter. Magic alarms have also been set up. You must be careful not to touch them. Ah, those are clay golems, which are responsible for doing some odd jobs. In addition, there are stone golems, which are mainly responsible for guarding and patrolling the base. In addition to us apprentices, there are also Ms. Glee, who is responsible for guarding the warehouse, Ms. Madeline, who is responsible for guarding the magic plant garden, and flower spirits, who cultivate magic plants. They are all helpers summoned by the teacher from another world. Along the way, Otto enthusiastically introduced the base to the newcomers and explained some precautions. Sherman occasionally interrupted to add a sentence or two. Corey looked indifferent and said nothing throughout the whole process. Fortunately, the newcomers didn't care. Everyone looked at the scenery along the way with shining eyes, and felt that everything was so new. Looking at the appearance of the newcomers, Sherman couldn't help but feel deeply touched, as if he saw himself 2 years ago. His performance, when he first visited the base, at that time was probably similar to that of the newcomers now. There are also Yinlong and Lady Amy. Yinlong is the teacher's magic pet, a powerful dragon lizard that can be invisible. Lady Amy is the teacher's friend, and his origin is very mysterious. But it is not in the base today. Otherwise it would probably come to see you. After visiting most areas, Otto led people to the warehouse. Glee was sitting in front of the warehouse door playing the violin, and the melodious sound of the violin made people feel calm and peaceful. Otto signaled the newcomers to stop, and waited patiently for Glee to finish a song. After putting down the violin, he walked up and said, "Ms. Glee, I brought the newcomers here. There are quite a lot of newcomers this year." Glee smiled and looked at the newcomers, pointing to the books on the table beside them. "This is what Lord Sunan asked me to give to the newcomers, including the Star Ring Meditation Method and some basic books. You can take it." Atur thanked him and took the things and distributed them to the newcomers. "By the way, there is a guy who is not easy to get along with in the prison area recently. Lord Sunan asked me to tell you to try to stay away from the prison area in the future." Gray reminded again. "A guy who is not easy to get along with." Shemin, Atur and Cole looked at each other. Obviously, the guy who is not easy to get along with in Gree's mouth is another helper summoned by the teacher from another world. It's just that I don't know what the other party is like, which makes the kind-hearted Gree say that he is not easy to get along with. Curious, the three of them always listened to the teacher's words, and they quickly agreed to it after hearing it. Leaving the warehouse, the group turned to the residential area and let the newcomers choose a room. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Shemin, Atur and Cole's faces changed at the same time. Someone has triggered the magic alarm. It came from the direction of the gate. "Go and take a look. You stay here. Don't walk around." After instructing the newcomers, Sherman and the other two hurried towards the base gate. From a distance, they saw a group of stone golems surrounding the base gate. When they got closer, they found that the stone golems had surrounded the intruders. Unexpectedly, there was only one person on the other side. The man was wrapped in a tight rope, revealing only a pale, stiff-featured male face. He looked about 30 years old and exuded a gloomy aura. Looking at that face, Sherman and the other two got goosebumps for some reason and felt a chill on their backs. The man glanced at Sherman and the other two. 3 young first-level wizard apprentices. Interesting. There aren't many people who take students these days. The man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like frosted. But what surprised Siaman and the other two was that the sound came from under the man's robe, and his mouth did not move from beginning to end. A breeze blew past. Siaman and the other two felt something in their hearts, turned their heads, and found that Su Nen had come to their side without knowing when. "Teacher." The 3 young apprentices saluted quickly. Su Nen waved his hand and said, "You go back. Leave this to me." Chapter 87. Secular family affection is meaningless. Although Siaman and the other two were very curious about the man's purpose, they did not dare to disobey their teacher's words. They responded in unison and turned to walk into the base. After the 3 figures disappeared at the entrance of the base, Su Nen looked them up and down and said lightly, "Since you are here, don't hide your head and show your tail." A strange chuckle came from under the man's robe. Following that, he lifted his robe, revealing his skinny body wearing only a pair of ragged trousers underneath. His upper body was completely exposed. His skin was pale and bloodless, and his ribs were clearly visible, just like a patient who had been tortured by illness for many years. But what was even more terrifying was that there was a clearly visible human face on the surface of his abdomen. The eyes, nose and mouth were perfectly integrated with the belly, as if they were originally there. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sunan." The face slowly opened, and the facial features looked a little creepy. "My name is Herb Gilman. I'm sorry to meet you in this way, but as a fellow wizard apprentice, I think you should understand me. This is also necessary caution, isn't it?" Sunan did not deny it. The moment he saw the man in front of him, he sensed the strong breath of the dead on him. Obviously, this man is dead, and what is still standing here is just a puppet controlled by someone. The wizard apprentice behind him obviously knew the risk of running alone to the base camp of another wizard apprentice, so he adopted this way of meeting. Seeing that Sunan was unmoved, Herb didn't care either, and a faint smile appeared on his face. But in this situation, the smile seemed particularly weird and terrifying. "I'm here on behalf of Marquis Jin Yin to discuss something with you. I hope you won't interfere in the war between the Jin Yin coalition and the Flash territory again." Sunan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, at this point in time, the wizard apprentice, who had come to the door specially, was the wizard apprentice behind Marquis Jin Yin. "You want me to let go of my father's murderer?" Sunan narrowed his eyes slightly. "The murderer of my father?" A sneer seemed to flash across Heb's face. "Sir Sunan, people like us have long surpassed ordinary people in life level, even above knights. The normal lifespan of a third-level wizard apprentice is more than 150 years. If they undergo physical transformation or take life-extending potions, they can live for more than 200 years without any problem. For people like us who live long, worldly family affection has no meaning. I personally think you shouldn't be too entangled in this. Besides, I am here with sincerity. As long as you withdraw from this war, Marquis Jin Yin is willing to pay a price that satisfies you to make up for his previous disrespect to you." Facing Heb's words full of bewitching tone, Sunan behaved very calmly from beginning to end. "I am more curious why you want to help Marquis Jin Yin. In order to use his power to collect resources?" "Yes. This practice is very common among wizard apprentices, isn't it?" Sunan's eyes flickered slightly. Habu's words undoubtedly revealed two pieces of information. One is that he knows more wizard apprentices. The other is that there are many wizard apprentices like him who cooperate with great nobles. "Did you also spread the beast disease in Ranchuang province?" Habu looked at Sunan in surprise, as if he didn't expect that he knew about beast disease. "That's right. You have a primitive beast man?" Habu frowned. "You have too many questions, Mr. Sunan. Are you going to get information from me?" Sunan smiled. "I'm just curious." Habu snorted coldly and said, "Anyway, I have shown my sincerity. Now it's time for you to show your sincerity. You say a lot of empty words, and say you are sincere. Your sincerity is too cheap." Sunan sneered. "Go back and tell Marquis Jin Yin to clean his neck and wait for me. I will settle all the previous accounts with him one by one." Heb's face was completely gloomy, and he said in a cold tone, "So? You are going to go against me to the end? I will return this sentence to you." Sunan did not retreat, and sneered. "This is a matter between Marquis Jin Yin and me. You'd better not interfere." Heb stared at Sunan with a cold look for a moment, and sneered, "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't been promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice yet. You are a second-level wizard apprentice. Are you sure you want to go against me? A third-level wizard apprentice? As a wizard apprentice, you should understand the gap between the second and third levels. I advise you to recognize the situation and don't go all the way." Sunan smiled slightly and said, "You talk too much nonsense. You will regret it." Heb almost squeezed out this sentence from his teeth. The next second, the man's body suddenly swelled up rapidly and exploded like an inflated balloon. Countless flesh and blood splattered everywhere and fell on the surrounding stone golems like a bloody rain. Zizizizi. The place where the stone golem was splashed with blood and flesh immediately emitted green smoke, and pits were corroded quickly. The blood and flesh splashing towards Sunan were blocked by an invisible force field. He released his mental power to sense it, and found that there was no breath fluctuation around him. Just like that? Sunan was slightly puzzled. This wizard apprentice named Herb Gilman came here today just to meet him? There is no backup after the negotiation failed. Or? Sunan looked in the direction of the flashing city. thought about it, and took out the communication crystal. This thing is an alchemical magic item made in imitation of the zero-ring spell communication technique. It can be used for remote communication within a straight line distance of no more than 100 kilometers. And this thing can be activated without mental power, which is very convenient to use. Sunan specially made several, in addition to Shimon and the other two. He also gave one to Key, so that he could contact him in case of emergency. After activating the communication crystal, Key's voice soon came from it. Sunan? Did anything happen to you? Key was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little confused. And then he said, no. You asked this. He seemed to be interrupted by something in the middle of his words. And the voice came back after a long time. Someone has invaded. Sure enough. Sunan's eyes turned cold. And he said in a deep voice, I go over now. You be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up. And when he fell, Yinlong appeared out of thin air below, just in time to catch him. Sunan cast a feather fall spell on Yinlong to reduce the latter's weight. And then the man and the beast ran towards the flashing city, lurking near the Lord's mansion. Once the negotiations fail, they will immediately launch an attack. And by the way, they can also lure me out of the base. And they have a good plan. Sunan sneered, his eyes filled with coldness. Lord's mansion. The mansion that used to be quiet has now become a mess. The shouts and shouts of killing are endless. At the entrance of the meeting hall, under the heavy guard of more than a dozen knights, he looked at the fighting in the courtyard with a solemn expression. The enemies were 3 half-human, half-beast men, or more appropriately, beastmen. The 3 beastmen had the combat power of the peak Great Knight level, and they were fearless. Facing the siege of hundreds of black rock leopards and stone golems, they still could not lose the upper hand. However, what made Key more afraid was not the 3 beastmen, but the gray-robed man standing not far away. The opponent did not look strong, but he killed 3 knights who approached and wanted to attack in seconds. The key method he used was exactly the same as Sunan, all of which were controlled lightning and fire. It was undoubtedly a wizard apprentice. Is this man the wizard apprentice behind Marquis Jin Yin? Key's face was heavy. Except for the wizard apprentice behind Marquis Jin Yin, no one would come to assassinate him at this time. No. It should be said that the wizard apprentice's target was not him, because apart from killing 3 knights, the opponent had not made any more moves from beginning to end, but stood there leisurely, as if waiting for someone. The opponent obviously disdained to attack him, and the real target was undoubtedly Sunan. At this moment, he saw the gray-robed man's expression change, and then looked at the courtyard door. A figure flashed, and Sunan had appeared in the courtyard. He glanced and instantly took in the situation in the courtyard, and finally looked at the gray-robed man, Herb Gilman. Seeing Sunan, a trace of pride flashed in Herb's eyes, and then a cold murderous intent appeared on his face. I said, you will regret it. Today I will let you taste the taste of death. As soon as the voice fell, Herb opened his 5 fingers and grabbed the air, and heard a crackling sound. And countless electric snakes appeared out of thin air, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into a blue-green spear in his palm. The next second, the spear shot out, piercing through the void like lightning and shooting towards Sunan. Boom! The lightning spear hit the invisible shield in front of Sunan, and both were destroyed. Energy rune. Sunan's pupils shrank slightly. This is the power of the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. The 3rd-level wizard apprentice, who has already mastered energy particles, can have the powerful power of rune gems with a casual attack, as strong as the Great Knight. For the 3rd-level wizard apprentice, it is just a backhand to destroy. Although the shield spell is a 1st-level spell, it can only barely block the opponent's attack. And just after throwing the lightning spear, Habu quickly uttered a spell and pointed his finger at Sunan. Swish! A dazzling red light appeared from the tip of his finger and shot out at a high speed like a sharp arrow. Where the ray passed, the air shrank back as if it was burned, forming a visible distortion, which shows how amazing the heat it contains is. After releasing the spell, Heb showed a smug smile on his face. The power of the scorching ray is among the most powerful 2nd-level spells, and the shield spell is simply not able to resist it. But what happened next made Habu's smile freeze. The red ray seemed to hit something invisible less than 10 centimeters away from Sunan, and suddenly disappeared like a drop in the ocean. How could it be possible? A trace of surprise flashed across Habu's eyes, but he quickly reacted. Protective magic props? And it's a glimmer-level magic item. It's impossible for an alchemical level magic item to block a second level spell silently. This guy actually has a glimmer level magic item. Habu's eyes lit up, and greed appeared on his face. It is difficult to find intact glimmer level magic items in the Starlight continent today. Most of them are damaged items left over from hundreds or thousands of years ago. Even if they can be repaired, their power will be weakened to the alchemical level. As for making it yourself, it is even more impossible. Not to mention whether there is the technology. Even if there is, you have to find the materials. Therefore, he, a third-level wizard apprentice, still does not have a glimmer-level magic item. Kill you, and this thing will be mine. The killing intent in Habu's eyes became stronger and stronger. Sunan saw it, his face unchanged, and released the prepared spell missile. But it was blocked by the invisible protection on Habu's body. Seeing this, Sunan was not panicked. He had long known that the first ring spell had little effect on the third-level wizard apprentice, throwing a few rune gems to curb Habu's offensive. Sunan then shouted, "You retreat and leave the courtyard." The battle between wizard apprentices is not something that knights and great knights can intervene in. Kay obviously understood this and gave an order without hesitation. Everyone evacuate the courtyard. The guards responded loudly and escorted the lord out of the courtyard. The Black Rock Leopard and the Stone Golem also left the enemy and evacuated without hesitation. The three beast men were still waiting to chase. And suddenly a huge monster appeared in front of them. The huge body made of metal shone with a cold luster in the sunlight, which was extremely oppressive, as early as when he noticed the intruders in the base. Sunan put the iron golem into the magic cube just in case, and it was just in time to use it. Iron golem. Heb was surprised. He didn't expect that Sunan had such a puppet in his hand. I don't know if it was made by himself or obtained from a wizard's inheritance. Facing the legendary knight-level iron golem, the three beast men were no longer as majestic and fierce as before. In a blink of an eye, they were beaten and fled with their heads in their hands. They were suppressed and couldn't raise their heads at all. Heb's face darkened when he saw this scene. He snorted coldly and took out a scroll and tore it on the spot. In the flash of light, a giant bear more than 5 meters tall appeared out of thin air. This beast has long limbs, sharp claws and teeth, and skin that looks like a mixture of strong and bulky muscles and metal armor. Roar! As soon as it appeared, the giant bear immediately pounced on Sunan. A pet? Sunan recognized the scroll that Habu had torn off. It was a pet scroll, a disposable consumable item used to place pets. You can put pets into the scroll and carry them with you, and then release them in battle. It can only be used to carry pets. Looking at the appearance of the giant bear pet in front of him, it has obviously undergone physical transformation. Judging from its momentum, it has at least the combat power level of a high-level knight. However, when it comes to pets, Sunan is not afraid at all. Without his order, the hidden dragon has already launched an attack. The giant bear pet that was running wildly was like hitting something invisible head-on. It flew backwards with a bang and smashed a wall to pieces. The roars of wild beasts came one after another in the billowing smoke and dust, and the two giant beasts fought fiercely inside. Habu was in doubt. He had learned from the intelligence channel of Marquis Jean Yin in advance that Sunan had a pet that could become invisible. But he didn't take it seriously at that time. The invisibility ability may be rare for ordinary people and difficult to deal with, but it has little effect on wizard apprentices, and there are too many ways to crack it. However, when he really saw Sunan magic pet, Heb was shocked to find that it was not ordinary invisibility at all. There is no invisibility ability that can eliminate sound, smell, and even the body is erased. And it is almost impossible to detect when moving. Even as a third-level wizard apprentice, he can only barely capture the movement trajectory of the magic pet. Glimmer-level magic items, steel golems, and weird magic pets. This kid is really weird. How many tricks does he have? Chapter 88 High-Level Rune Gemstone. If Habu still had a sense of superiority when facing Sunan before, as if a third-level wizard apprentice faced a second-level wizard apprentice, now he has completely suppressed his contempt in his heart. He vaguely realized that Sunan was not an ordinary second-level wizard apprentice. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he expected. Restraining his greed, Habu began to concentrate on dealing with Sunan, accompanied by a strange chant, and one second-level spell after another. The dazzling magic light filled the entire courtyard in an instant. Although Habu has not yet mastered the silent casting of spells and instant casting of spells, he has mastered the spell casting of sentences. This is a spellcasting technique similar to using magic items, which can release the prepared spells in a short and fast way. You only need to recite a little fragment of the spell. It is equivalent to a castrated version of the silent casting of spells. It is also a necessary prerequisite skill for mastering the silent casting of spells. Sentence casting requires very high mental strength, and basically only third-level wizard apprentices can master it. And wizard apprentices who have mastered sentence casting will cast spells 2 to 3 times faster than before. Sudan now has the illusion of facing a spell storm. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection, he would have been beaten into a honeycomb by now. A second-level spell knocked down nearly 100 points of defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection. 1,000 points of defense can only withstand 11 second-level spells at most. We have to fight quickly. Sure enough, I can only rely on that. Sunan took a deep breath, turned his wrist, and there was a sparkling rune gem between his index finger and middle finger. The next second, he threw the rune gem. Heb saw it, but didn't take it to heart. Sudan had thrown out several rune gems before, and the power was almost the same as that of energy runes. He didn't even need to activate the protective magic items, and he could resist it with just the energy runes. Seeing Sunan repeating his old trick, Habu didn't care. He took a look and continued to cast spells. But the next moment, he was shocked to see that the gem suddenly exploded in the air, turning into thunder as thick as a bucket and hitting down. The terrifying power instantly enveloped Habu's whole body, and a chill ran up his spine. In fear, Habu had to interrupt the spell, endure the severe pain brought by the backlash of the spirit, and immediately release the energy rune. Boom! In the blinding lightning, the necklace around Habu's neck and the ring on the index finger of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then quickly dimmed. The protection of the two magic items was almost torn apart in an instant. Then, the 3-layer earth energy rune only lasted for a blink of an eye before it was torn apart. The lightning then swept all over his body, running around on Heb like an electric snake, and the intense pain made the latter scream miserably. Fortunately, after all, he was a third-level wizard apprentice with an extremely strong spirit. Heb endured the pain and mobilized energy particles, dispelling the lightning on his body in an instant. Then the green light lit up and spread all over his body. Plant energy particles rushed in frantically, quickly healing the wounds on his body. While treating, Heb stared at Sunan in horror. What exactly was that gem just now? Why was it so powerful? At this time, Sunan had taken out the second rune gem and threw it out. When he learned that there was a wizard apprentice behind Marquis Jin Yin, he had the idea of synthesizing rune gems as a trump card. And these high-level rune gems are the result of his action. Each one is synthesized from 18 rune gems, and its power is 20 to 30 times that of ordinary rune gems. It's not that Sunan doesn't want to use more rune gems for synthesis, but 18 is already the limit. If there are more, the synthesized high-level rune gems will not be controlled by him, and he may accidentally hurt himself when using them. It's like a 3-year-old child shooting a pistol, and he can't bear the recoil of the gun at all. Wow! The rune gems turned into blazing flames in midair, crushing towards Habu like a tidal wave. Habu's face changed, and his body retreated repeatedly, mobilizing energy particles to block while casting spells. Elemental protection. A layer of faint light emerged from his palm, and spread to his whole body in the next second. As soon as he finished casting the spell, Habu was submerged by the surging flames. As the name suggests, elemental protection can reduce the various elemental damages suffered by the caster. But even so, Habu, who rushed out of the flames, was still seriously injured, with many more burnt wounds on his body. He looked extremely embarrassed, and completely lost his previous calm demeanor. Damn it! Habu was so angry that his face was distorted. He was a third-level wizard apprentice, but he was beaten so badly by a second-level wizard apprentice. If the news spread, he would be laughed at to death. The key point was that he had just made a harsh statement not long ago that he would let Sunan taste the taste of death. But now, he was beaten so badly that he was in a mess. It was really ironic. I must kill you! With a sharp shout, Heb's skinny body swelled up rapidly, as if it was inflated. In the blink of an eye, Heb's height swelled to more than 3 meters, and thick black hair grew all over his body. His limbs became extremely strong and sturdy, and his exaggerated muscles were full of explosive power, making people feel a little weak at a glance. In addition to retaining human-like facial features and being able to walk upright, Heb now looks like a huge bear. Transfiguration? No, that's not right. Transfiguration is a 4th ring spell, and a 3rd level wizard apprentice cannot master it. It should be physical transformation. This guy has integrated the blood of the beastman into his body. Sunan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that Heb has done a lot of research on the blood of the beastman. At this time, Heb's eyeballs have turned into a strange dark red, and his bloody mouth exudes a fishy smell. He roared, took heavy steps, and rushed toward Sunan like a tank charge. Boom! The rune gem turned into thunder and fell in midair. This time, Heb did not dodge, but chose to withstand the thunder. With the enhancement of the beastman blood, his physical fitness has reached a very amazing level. Even with the electric snakes rotting around on his body, he can still maintain the momentum of sprinting and approach within 5 meters in front of Sunan in a blink of an eye. Looking at Sunan's thin body, Heb showed a ferocious smile on his face. At this distance, even the protective magic items of the faint light level can't resist him. This kid is dead. Heb's murderous intent surged in his heart, and strong excitement filled his entire chest. But when he got closer, he was shocked to find that there was no panic on Sunan's face, but a smile that seemed to be a smile. For some reason, Heb felt a little uneasy deep in his heart. The next second, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from Sunan, sweeping in all directions like a storm. Crack! Crack! A large number of ice crystals quickly condensed in the air, and a thick layer of ice spread rapidly along the ground. Heb didn't even have time to react, and a thick layer of frost instantly condensed on his body. His huge body seemed to have pressed the slow-motion button, and his movements were visibly slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sunan had already retreated quickly to distance himself, and at the same time, the ring on his right middle finger flashed dimly. In an instant, countless black mists emerged in the void, quickly condensed into a huge claw, and attacked fiercely with a strong breath of death. Claw of disaster. Facing the fierce claw, Heb, who was covered with frost and slow in movement, had no way to dodge, and could only watch the giant claw hit his body fiercely. Swish! As if the sound of cloth being torn was heard, Habu instantly had several bloody wounds on his body. The strong breath of death penetrated through the wounds, constantly corroding his flesh, and blood flowed down like a spring. Ah! Habu let out a shrill howl, although it could not be seen from the outside. The strong negative energy attached to the claws of disaster had already violently invaded his internal organs, flesh and bones. The intense pain made Habu's eyes become more and more red, and the whole person seemed to fall into a state of frenzy. Both eyes turned a faint blood red, as if the pupils had melted in the eyeballs, and the eyes emitted a faint blood-red light. Swish! 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 A large amount of blood mist suddenly escaped from Habu's skin and steamed up. The extreme high temperature made the frost on his body melt quickly. Is it similar to the ability of beast transformation and rage? Sunan curled his lips. This state can greatly improve combat effectiveness, but rationality will inevitably be affected. For a wizard, it is most important to keep a clear mind at all times. As expected, after regaining his mobility, Heb immediately roared and rushed towards Sunan, and his whole body had turned into a ferocious beast. Sunan looked calm, and with a flip of his palm, 3 rune gems appeared between his fingers. The next moment, the 3 rune gems flew out of his hand, turned into lightning in midair, and fell on Heb's head. Boom! The deafening thunder sounded over the courtyard. The dazzling lightning was like a giant ball, submerging Heb. The dense arc spread around, almost sweeping the entire courtyard. The beastmen, giant bears and hidden dragons who were fighting were swept by the arcs, and their bodies were paralyzed and stiffened for a moment. Only the steel golem was immune to the paralysis effect, and took the opportunity to punch a beastman into a meat paste. When the lightning dissipated, a huge pit about 4 or 5 meters deep appeared in the center of the courtyard. Habu was lying in the center of the pit. His huge body had returned to its original appearance, all charred black, with almost no intact skin or flesh. There were 5 long bloody wounds on his chest and abdomen, with the skin and flesh rolled outwards, which was shocking. After leaving the beast state, he seemed to regain consciousness. With horror in his eyes, he struggled to raise his head, and made a strange hoarse sound, as if he wanted to say something. But Sunan, who knew the danger of wizard apprentices, did not intend to give him this opportunity. He shot lightning directly through his eyebrows, throat and heart to ensure that this guy died. with eyes full of reluctance and despair. Habu died. Sensing that Habu's soul breath gradually dissipated, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was almost not injured after a battle, he had actually played all his cards. If he still couldn't kill Habu, he would have to consider escaping next. The high-level rune gems are all used up. Sunan felt a little painful. The cost of a high-level rune gem is as high as more than 300 gold coins. During this period, he used up all the gold coins on hand and only synthesized 6. The 3 just now were the last high-level rune gems in his hand. Fortunately, the last blow finally solved Heb. At the same time, with the death of Heb, his giant bear magic pet also wailed, and its body disintegrated piece by piece, turning into ashes and dissipating in the air. Without the controller, the 2 beastmen also fell into chaos, and were killed by the hidden dragon and the steel golem not long after. Seeing that the enemies had been dealt with, Sunan was relieved and squatted in front of Heb's body. I spent almost 2,000 gold coins in a battle. I hope you have something that can make up for my loss. Sunan stretched out his hand and began to touch the corpse. Because of the thunder bombardment, most of Heb's things had been damaged, including 2 alchemical magic items that were suspected to be offensive. Only the protective and space magic items with relatively stable properties were preserved and not damaged. The 2 protective magic items were alchemical grade, which were not very useful to Sunan, so he put them away and prepared to leave them for students to exchange. However, the last space ring contained a lot of things: gold coins, gems, books, various materials and sundries. There were more than 100 gems alone, which was more than enough to make up for Sunan consumption in this battle. And his mood suddenly improved. However, this was not the place to count the spoils. Sunan put away the things and prepared to go back to the base to count them slowly. Standing up, Sunan saw a few guards peeking out of the courtyard door. It was the people outside who heard the sound in the courtyard disappear, so they sent people to inquire about the movement. Seeing Sunan standing leisurely in the middle of the courtyard, several guards showed joy on their faces, turned around and shouted excitedly, "Sir Sunan won!" Not long after, a group of people rushed into the courtyard. The leader, Ki, took a few quick steps and saw that Sunan was unharmed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he swept his eyes across the courtyard, which was full of potholes and potholes, as if it had been swept by a storm, and couldn't help but secretly shocked. The battle between wizard apprentices was indeed terrifying. Even if dozens of great knights fought together, they would not have such great destructive power. "Where is that wizard apprentice?" Kay came back to his senses and asked. "It has been dealt with." Sunan pointed to the charred corpse lying in the pit. Kay's expression suddenly brightened. He had been worried about the existence of hostile wizard apprentices during this period, but he did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to the door and give away heads. Now he can be said to have no worries at all. In the war after the spring, we have lost the biggest threat all of a sudden. Kay grinned. Sunan smiled without saying anything. Under normal circumstances, Heb's approach was not wrong. Generally speaking, it would be a piece of cake for him. A third-level wizard apprentice. To deal with a second-level wizard apprentice, there would be no accidents at all. It was a pity that he ran into this outlier like himself and was smashed to death by equipment and props that were 1 level higher. It can only be said that he was unlucky. Shaking his head secretly, Sunan did not explain to Ki, but just told him to burn Habu's body as soon as possible. After all, judging from Habu's appearance, he was probably fused with the blood of the original beast man. Who knows if his body is contagious? If it is not handled properly, someone might be infected with beast disease. Kay soon figured out the connection, agreed immediately, and arranged for someone to deal with the body. Sunan put away the steel golem and left the Lord's mansion. He couldn't wait to see what was in Habu's space ring. Chapter 89, Extraordinary Times. Extraordinary Things. At the entrance of the base, Shemin and the other 2 looked a little uneasy, and looked outside from time to time. Beside the 3, Madeline and Glee held weapons and looked calm. There were dense stone golems around. When leaving the base, in order to prevent Heb from attacking the base, Sunan specially used the communication technique to let Madeline and Glee protect the base and apprentices. A few meters away, more than a dozen newcomers gathered together, looking a little confused. They didn't know what happened at all, and they were suddenly called here. As a result, they were not particularly worried, and they had time to secretly look at Madeline. Many people were very curious about this son of the forest, who looked very different from humans. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the base. Madeline and Glee subconsciously raised their weapons, and only breathed a sigh of relief and put down their weapons after seeing the face of the person who came clearly. Teacher, seeing Sunan return safely. Shemin, Otto and Corey all breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to greet him. The newcomers were shocked to hear that the person in front of them was the legendary wizard, their future teacher, and they bowed and saluted. Sir Sunan, is the newcomer here? Sunan smiled slightly, encouraged him a few words, waved his hand and said, okay. It's all right. You can do your own things. Yes, teacher. Although they were very curious, the three young apprentices still retreated obediently. The newcomer also left with the three seniors. Sunan turned to look at Madeline and Glee, nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. Madeline shook her head, turned away silently, and returned to the magic plant garden. I'm glad you're okay. Glee smiled and turned away. Meow. Sunan suddenly felt his shoulders sink, and Amy appeared out of nowhere, wide-eyed, and asked, what happened? I just felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from the Flash City. Nothing. Just an enemy came to the door. But I have solved it. Sunan smiled and comforted. Enemy? Is it a wizard apprentice? Amy's eyes widened. Such a strong energy fluctuation just now could only be caused by two wizard apprentices fighting. When the master students were still there, it had felt similar energy fluctuations in the training ground. Yeah. Sunan nodded. A third-level wizard apprentice. Third-level wizard apprentice. Amy was startled, but she was a little confused when she reacted. Meow? Are you a second-level wizard apprentice? How did you defeat a third-level wizard apprentice? Sunan rubbed the kitten's head and said meaningfully, I relied on money. Money? Amy's little eyes were full of confusion. What is the money ability? A kind of magic? Sunan smiled, without explanation, patted Amy and let her play by herself, then walked towards the meditation room. After the battle, it was a pleasant moment to count the spoils. Meditation room. Under the bright and soft light, Sunan looked at the space ring in his hand. Perhaps because he had never thought that the space ring would fall into the hands of others. There was no secret lock attached to it, and Sunan easily opened the internal space. The space was not large, less than 1 cubic meter, but there were a lot of things filling all the space. Sunan took out the things one by one and counted them one by one. First, the money. There were only more than 100 gold coins in total, and there were also many scattered silver and copper coins. There were a total of 112 gems, most of which were low and medium-grade gems such as tourmaline, jade, zircon, spinel, and topaz. But there were also more than a dozen high-grade gems such as ruby, sapphire, and diamond. There was even a rare green stone. Greenstone, also known as shield stone, is a delicate, green-white, or very dark green shining gemstone that can usually only be found in extremely dangerous dark areas. Greenstone is used to make magic items, which can greatly enhance the enchantment properties such as strong acid, cold, electric shock, fire, or sonic energy. It can also be used to arrange magic arrays and make soul cores. Of course, it can also be used to make rune gems, but it is a bit wasteful. Good stuff. Sunan smiled. The best gemstones are extremely valuable. For example, this greenstone is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. The total value of the remaining gemstones is estimated to be more than 4,000 gold coins. Just for the gemstones, Sunan has made up for all the consumption this time, and it is several times more. It can be said that he made a lot of money. In addition, there are many jewelry such as rings, necklaces, and bracelets in the space ring. Sunan estimated that these things should be used by Heb to make magic items. After counting the money, Sunan looked at the book. There are not many books, only more than 10, and without exception, they are all second ring spell model books, including elemental protection, scorching rays, flash dust, second level summoning monsters, see-through invisibility, darkness, invisibility, mirror image, mass panic, tenacity, brute force, lightness, levitation. Sunan guessed that Habu should have put other books in his residence and only carried more important spell books with him. After all, this thing takes up a lot of space. If we can find where Habu lives, maybe we can get more wizard books. I just don't know where this guy lives. Maybe Marquis Jean Yin has clues? After thinking for a moment, Sunan temporarily put aside his doubts and put the books away. Before today, he only had 2 second ring spell books. Ma Yofu's strong acid arrow and crushing sound wave. Originally, he was worried about where to find more second ring spell books after being promoted to a 3rd level wizard apprentice. Now, someone took the initiative to deliver things to his door, which saved him a lot of effort. More than a dozen second ring spells are enough for him to study for several years. In addition to money and books, there are many rare materials in the space ring. Many of them were unrecognizable to Sunan, and he only got detailed information after putting them into the magic cube. What surprised him was that these materials happened to contain the rare metals needed to refine the magic pattern core. And there were as many as 5 kinds. There are so many rare materials, and I don't know how many years and efforts Abu spent to collect them. But now they are all cheap to me. Sunan was full of joy. The total value of all the things in the space ring is at least 10,000 or 20,000 gold coins. This time, he can be said to have made a lot of money. Sure enough, the rewards for killing elite monsters are still generous. After a long time of joy, Sunan came back to his senses and recalled what Abu had said before. According to what Abu said, he should have seen or known the existence of many wizard apprentices. I wonder if these wizard apprentices are connected to each other. Sunan frowned and thought. In the era when wizards return 1,000 years later, he knows a lot of information about wizard forces. But he didn't know much about which wizard apprentice organizations there were in the 1.0 version of Starlight Continent. After all, he hadn't experienced that version. It shouldn't work to entrust the Firefox Chamber of Commerce to investigate, even if there really is a wizard apprentice organization. It's not something that ordinary people can know about. After thinking for a while without any results, Sunan shook his head and stopped worrying. If there really is a wizard apprentice organization, he will be able to contact it sooner or later. With a sigh of relief, Sunan gathered his thoughts and continued his daily meditation. In the final analysis, strengthening oneself is the most important thing. As long as he is strong enough, he doesn't have to worry about any external threats. Promote to the 3rd level wizard apprentice as soon as possible, so that many things can be put on the agenda. After the wizard apprentice attack, he blocked the relevant news as soon as possible. Therefore, this incident did not cause any chaos in Flash City, and everything was as calm as usual. The Genian Alliance also did not make any movement, as calm as if nothing had happened. Only a very few people know the turbulent undercurrent under this calm. Time entered the spring dawn moon. The snow gradually showed signs of melting. The Flash territory became more and more lively. The army set out, and various supplies gradually gathered to the front line. The entire Flash territory was sharpening its swords, preparing for the upcoming war. On the other hand, with the large number of gems obtained from Heb, Sunan suddenly had a lot more money on hand. He took out all the medium and low-end gems, plus the gems purchased from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce, and used them all to make stone golems. The battle with Earl Winterfrost has proved the powerful offensive ability of stone golems on the front battlefield. The stone golems that are fearless of death and pain, once they reach a certain scale, can even play a role far beyond the same number of knights on the battlefield. The reputation of the Golem Corps is not covered. Therefore, in the matter of forming the Golem Corps, he burst out with great enthusiasm, gave all support, and responded to all requests. By the Thunder Moon, the Golem Corps of Flash territory had begun to take shape. A total of 300 stone golems were transported to the front line, ready to fight at any time. In the past month, the spread of the disaster in Ranchuang province has slowed down significantly, and the infected people who attacked Hongya province, Baida province and Holland province have been eliminated. Now the 3 provinces are preparing to allocate troops to counterattack Ranchuang province and completely solve the disaster. In the study, he shook the battle report in his hand and handed it to Sunan, who was sitting opposite. Sunan opened it and read it for a few times, and nodded in understanding. Obviously, with the death of Abu, the mastermind behind the scenes, the army of infected people has lost control, and the momentum of expansion has gradually stagnated. The army of infected people today is like a group of headless flies, and it is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Of course, since the disaster in the early stage was too severe, it will take a long time to completely suppress it. Unless we can find the weaknesses of those infected, it will be possible to end the disaster in a short time. What did the royal family say to Marquis Jean Yin? Sunan asked, putting down the battle report. What else can I say? The royal family probably didn't expect us to be on par with Marquis Jean Yin. so they may be relieved now. He smiled, opened the drawer, took out a roll of beautifully decorated parchment, and put it on the table. This is the enthronement letter sent by the royal family, enthroning me as the Earl of Flash. The royal envoy also hinted to me that after the rebels are completely defeated, the royal family will enthronize me as a marquis and give me the Jianyan province as a fiefdom. At that time, the Grand Guild will make up a real enthronement ceremony. Sunan raised his eyebrows. It's really a generous reward, looking at the history of the Principality of Stars. Except for the founding period, no noble has been promoted from Baron to Earl, or even Marquis in just 1 year. And he is a powerful Marquis who controls a province. It must be said that the reward promised by the royal family this time is unusually generous. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. The royal family still has the courage, he said with a half-smile. The 3 provinces of Hengya, Baida and Hulan are now busy dealing with the infected. And the 2 provinces of Zizhu and Suman are not strong enough, and may not be able to deal with Marquis Jianyan. The royal family must be afraid that Marquis Jianyan will really become powerful. And they promise me these things to make me work hard to deal with Marquis Jianyan. Sunan smiled without denying. He knew that he had another reason that he didn't say. That is, the royal family was also afraid that Marquis Jianyan's rebellion would make other marquises have ideas. So Marquis Jianyan must be wiped out. Kill 1 to warn the 100. Even if it costs a marquis for this, it is worth it. Furthermore, if Marquis Jianyan is really wiped out, then someone must replace him. At that time, except for Qi, who actually controls the Jianyan province, there is no other suitable candidate. It is better to go with the flow and appease the new marquis. Anyway, with this Earl title, many things that I couldn't do before can now be started. At this point, Qi's face has a few more happy smiles from the heart. Before, he was just a baron, and even if his subordinates made military achievements, they could only be conferred the title of lord at most. But with the Earl title, the operability of granting vassal titles has been greatly improved. Like the Baron or Viscount title, as long as he has enough territory to be granted, then the title can be conferred as long as he reports to the royal family in name. When are you going to start the war? Everything is ready, and it will start at the end of the month. I won't participate in the war, and I will be in seclusion for a while. Sunan's mental power has now reached the critical point of breakthrough. Next, he will be in seclusion for a few days to prepare for the promotion to the 3rd-level wizard apprentice. As for the war during this period, he is not too worried. Heb is dead, and Marquis Jianyan has lost his biggest trump card. On the other hand, the Flash territory still has the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Stone Golem Legion. In terms of military strength, the Flash territory has now gained the upper hand. The next war can be said to be no suspense. I know. You can retreat with peace of mind. He nodded seriously. He knew what was important, and what was not. The end of the Thunder Month. The long winter is finally over, and the snow has completely melted. With the arrival of spring, the war between the Flash territory and the Golden Rock Coalition, which had been shelved for nearly half a year, broke out again. This highly anticipated war has attracted the attention of almost all the nobles of the Star Principality as expected. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that this battle will determine the ownership of the Golden Rock province. The final winner will undoubtedly gain actual control of the entire Golden Rock province. Chapter 90 promoted to level 3 wizard apprentice. Just when the war in Jianyan province was heating up, Sunan stayed alone in the meditation room of the base, oblivious to what was happening outside. Under the soft light, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed, and took a long breath. After 2 months of meditation, his mental power had grown to 29.99. Now he was only 1 step away from a breakthrough in promotion. At this time, the meditation room was peaceful. Only Sunan's slight breathing could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, the energy particles in the room suddenly fluctuated violently, as if they were attracted by an invisible force and rushed to Sunan, quickly sinking into his body. In just a moment, the rich energy particles that Sunan had gathered in advance using the energy gathering array were absorbed. More energy particles rushed in frantically from outside the meditation room, with Sunan as the center. An invisible vortex of energy particles seemed to have formed within a radius of hundreds of meters, and Sunan was the eye of the vortex. Not long after, a wave that seemed to originate from the soul level suddenly erupted from Sunan. He slowly opened his eyes, and a faint light seemed to flash in his eyes. A familiar feeling of clarity and sublimation surged into his mind. Sunan had also experienced similar feelings when he was promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. But this time the feeling was particularly obvious. His perception seemed to have become much sharper all of a sudden. The whole world seemed to become vivid in an instant. And countless information rushed into his mind. Although he could not see the situation outside the room, Sunan could clearly sense that Amy, who was 50 or 60 meters away, was lying on the tree, sipping ice mint with relish. Not far away, two newcomers hid in the corner of the corridor, secretly looking at Amy on the tree with curiosity, hesitating whether to go up and talk to her. In the distance, the cheerful singing of the flower spirits and the melodious violin of glee could be vaguely heard. This state of seeming to control everything around made people particularly intoxicated. It was a pity that it lasted for a short time. Not long after, Sunan woke up from this strange state. He heaved a long sigh of relief. And with a thought, he summoned the panel. Looking at the panel, Sunan showed a happy smile from the bottom of his heart. It has been almost 4 years since he came to this world, and he has finally been promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice. Counting the days, he will be 20 years old in 2 months. A 20-year-old third-level wizard apprentice, even in the wizard heyday 1,000 years ago, can be regarded as an excellent qualification. After being happy for a while, Sunan calmed down and put his attention back on the panel. Judging from the data alone, his strength has not increased significantly compared to before the promotion. But in fact, compared with the second-level wizard apprentice, the combat effectiveness of the third-level wizard apprentice can be said to be a leap forward. The first is that the ability to control energy particles has been greatly improved. Sunan stretched out his palm, and his mind moved slightly, and instantly saw a mysterious and strange yellow rune appearing above the open palm. The next second, the yellow rune suddenly broke apart, turning into a layer of light yellow halo that enveloped his whole body. Now, even if I don't use rune gems, I can easily condense energy runes. Sunan smiled slightly. In the future, when facing enemies like the Great Knight, there is no need to always use rune gems. Energy runes alone can kill, and at most spells can be used. The second change is the significant increase in casting speed. The third-level wizard apprentice can already try to master the spell casting of sentences. Just like Heb before, each spell casting only needs to recite 1 or 2 syllables, and the spell casting is extremely fast. The most inconvenient part of spells in battle is that the casting time is too long, and it is easy to be interrupted by the enemy at close range. However, after mastering the spell casting of sentences, this weakness has been greatly improved. This is also the main reason why the combat effectiveness of the third-level wizard apprentice has been greatly improved. And the spell casting of sentences goes a step further. That is, the spell is silently cast. Silent spell, as the name implies, does not require you to recite the spell when casting a spell. You only need to recite it in your mind. The length of the spell is equivalent to spell casting in a sentence. Although silent spell cannot shorten the preparation time for casting, it can prepare the next spell while casting, thereby greatly improving the efficiency of casting, which is an extremely practical skill. Above silent spell is instant spell. A wizard apprentice who has mastered instant spell can complete the casting in an instant, without any preparation for casting, and can be called a human turret. Both silent spell and instant spell belong to super magic skills. Also belonging to super magic skills are spell extension, which increases the casting distance, spell delay, which extends the duration of spell effects, spell extension, which increases the range of spell influence, compound casting, which casts multiple spells at the same time, spell structure that improves the control of spells and allows each spell to play the maximum effect. After being promoted to the third-level wizard apprentice, you can master super magic skills through training. Every super magic skill can significantly enhance one's combat effectiveness. Therefore, super magic skills are also the skills that every third-level wizard apprentice strives to master. It's just that super magic skills are extremely difficult. Without sufficient talent, it's difficult to even touch the edge. Most wizard apprentices have never been able to master even one super magic skill in their entire lives. Just like Heb, who only mastered the most common sentence casting. Fortunately, I have a player panel. As long as I turn on the training progress of super magic skills, I can work hard to master it. Sunan pondered for a moment, then opened his lips slightly and uttered a syllable quickly. The surrounding energy particles fluctuated violently, but returned to calm the next second. The sentence casting failed. But Sunan didn't care. The information prompt he wanted has emerged. Complete a sentence casting exercise. Sentence casting training progress plus 0.05%. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Next. As long as you keep practicing, you can master the sentence casting. After mastering the spell casting, you can start training in silent spell casting. Then comes instant spell casting. Sunan must master the 2 super magic skills of silent spell casting and instant spell casting first. The rest of the super magic skills can be trained slowly later. Now I can fight against the first ring legendary knight. Once I master enough second ring spells, it will be no problem to easily kill the first ring legendary knight. If you had magic items, you don't have to be afraid of the second ring legendary knight. Sunan mouth raised. And he also has the trump card of high-level rune gems. As long as you are willing to spend money, the second ring legendary knight can be easily killed. The strength range of the 3rd level wizard apprentice is extremely large. The weaker 3rd level wizard apprentice can only bully the first ring legendary knight. But the powerful 3rd level wizard apprentice can be easily crushed by the 3rd ring legendary knight. Shaking his head, Sunan gathered his distracting thoughts and began to think about the next arrangement. First is the second ring spell. He now has more than 10 second ring spell books in his hand. Considering that the difficulty of second ring spells is much higher than that of first ring spells, he may not have to worry about not having spells to learn in the next 2 or 3 years. There is also a magic pattern core, which can also be prepared. The 2 major conditions for integrating the magic pattern core: the mental power of a 3rd level wizard apprentice and the physique of a junior knight. Sunan has already met one of them. And the 3rd level wizard apprentice can already begin to store a small amount of energy particles in the body, while the body's resistance to spells and physical attacks becomes stronger. The speed of physical strengthening will also become faster than before. If combined with taking dragon blood fruit, Sunan estimates that it will not take long to strengthen the physique to the level of a junior knight. It's a bit difficult to find materials. So far, only 48 of the 89 metals have been collected, and there are some clues for 12 more. The rest should have to study the corresponding substitutes. Sunan sighed. This is another time-consuming project. In addition, there is the skill level of magic item manufacturing. According to Sunan estimation, in order to refine the magic pattern core, the magic item manufacturing must reach at least level 4. And he is still a little short of level 3. It seems that I have to make more magic items to upgrade my skills in the future. It just so happens that there are more than a dozen new people in the base. So prepare more alchemical magic items, and put them in the warehouse for their convenience in future exchange. And I also need to synthesize a few more glimmer level magic items. In the previous battle, Sunan was able to defeat Heb, who was higher in level than him. In addition to the high-level rune gems, he relied largely on the 3 glimmer-level magic items: the Ring of Extreme Protection, the Ice Necklace, and the Ring of Disaster. The great improvement of glimmer-level magic items in combat power does not need to be proved again. In order to strengthen their own strength and have the power to protect themselves when encountering stronger enemies in the future, it is imperative to make more glimmer-level magic items. The only thing to note is that even if you carry multiple magic items with you, you can only use one of the same magic item at the same time. For example, for protective magic items, any wizard apprentice can only activate one at the same time. Activating multiple protective magic items at the same time will only cause the energy of each other to conflict with each other, making all protections invalid at the same time. Even if they are the same kind of magic items, the protective effects cannot be superimposed. Of course, even with this defect, the more magic items, the better. If you want to make more magic items, material consumption is also a problem. Sunan thought about it and didn't take it too seriously. At worst, after he conquers Jinyan province, he can take advantage of the territory. Although the second level spells and magic pattern cores are also important, the most important thing is meditation. From the 3rd level wizard apprentice to the wizard realm that countless people dream of. If you want to be promoted to a formal wizard, the first condition is to build 18 star rings. Yes, 18. In other words, you have to upgrade the star ring meditation to level 19. Considering that the 10th level star ring meditation method already requires 300,000 proficiency points, Sunan estimates that the next 9 levels will require at least 30 to 40 million proficiency points. Based on 1,000 proficiency points per day, it will take 80 to 90 years, or even hundreds of years. This is when he has the divine blood amber and super potion to assist meditation. For other wizard apprentices without resources, it is almost impossible to achieve this condition before the end of their lifespan. Secondly, the mental power must reach 60 points. Needless to say, this is more difficult than building 18 star rings. After achieving the two conditions of star rings and mental power, wizard apprentices can begin to try to build a talent model, crystallization. This is also an extremely difficult step. Only by successfully building their own talent model, crystallization, can wizard apprentices truly break through the boundaries and be promoted to formal wizards. 18 star rings, 60 points of mental power, and talent models, each of which cannot be achieved in a short period of time. There is a long way to go. Su Nan couldn't help but sigh. Although he successfully promoted to the third-level wizard apprentice and took another important step forward on the road to becoming a wizard, the road ahead is still long, and he has to continue to work hard. Super magic skills and second ring spells are both slow and steady. Just learn step by step. But you can find a way to improve the efficiency of meditation. It's time to synthesize higher-level potions. Su Nan estimated that there was exactly half a month left before the next batch of silver moon flowers would mature. And then, he could try to synthesize higher-level potions. Now let's choose the spells to learn. Su Nan took out all the second ring spell books from the space ring and placed them on the floor in front of him. A total of 17 second ring spells. Most of them are auxiliary spells such as mirror image and levitation, or buff spells such as lightness and brute force. There are very few offensive spells. However, Su Nan now has high-level rune gems, disaster rings and ice necklaces, so the demand for offensive spells is not urgent. After thinking for a while, Su Nan decided to master elemental protection first, and then levitation and mirror image. Levitation has the effect of the name, which can give the caster a short-term flying ability. The effect of mirror image is that it can create a clone that is exactly the same as the caster. The stronger the caster's mental power, the more clones there are, with an upper limit of 8. The clone has no ability to cast spells and cannot fight, but can make any action according to the caster's mind. And when moving, it can also merge with the clone and separate at will, so that the enemy cannot figure out the actual location of the caster. Once it is hit or the caster cancels it actively, the clone will disappear. This is undoubtedly a very practical spell, especially for the caster. If used well in battle, it is enough to buy enough casting time for oneself. It is worth mentioning that there is also a second-level summoning monster spell among these second-level spells. From the name, it can be seen that this is an advanced spell of the first-level summoning monster spell. But to be honest, the second-level summoning monster spell is at the bottom of Su Nan priority. After all, he summoned alien creatures to find helpers for the base, and he valued whether it was suitable and whether there were any abilities that could be used together. As for strength, it was secondary. Therefore, the characteristic of the second-level summoning monster spell that can summon stronger alien creatures is not an advantage, and it even consumes more mental power, which has become a disadvantage. Reading Elemental Protection Spell Model. Elemental Protection Learning Progress plus 0.08%. Looking at the text prompt that appeared in front of him, Su Nan sighed with emotion. Next, I will be busy again. Chapter 91. The End of the Hero. In the month of the first flower, spring seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. The plants planted in the base began to show a breathtaking green, and the flowers in the flower beds were in full bloom, ushering in the midsummer. In the potion room, in front of the large workbench, Su Nan picked up the potion he had just made, staring at the lavender liquid in the bottle, and a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. Transcendental Potion, 3rd level / low quality. After taking it, you can enter a transcendent state. The body will slowly absorb the surrounding energy particles at all times, and at the same time greatly increase the mental activity and the absorption speed of energy particles. The duration is 53 days and 9 hours. There is no effect of superposition, and the mental strength of the user must reach 30 or above. Compared with the superpower potion, the 3rd level transcendent potion is undoubtedly more powerful. It directly gives a transcendent state that can passively meditate for 24 hours. Even if the efficiency of passive meditation is very low, far less than active meditation, it is better in terms of time. And it is also very impressive when a little accumulates into a lot. It also retains the effect of increasing mental activity and the speed of absorbing energy particles. In other words, the efficiency of active meditation is not low. Try the specific effect. Su Nan uncorked the bottle, raised his head, and drank the medicine in one gulp. then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. In order to obtain the detailed effect of the medicine, he tested it for 5 consecutive days, and finally had a general understanding of the effect of the transcendental medicine. The star ring meditation method can increase proficiency by about 1,500 points a day, which is about half the efficiency when taking the super potion. At this rate, the 10th star ring should be built in about a month. Sunan nodded secretly. Improving efficiency by half is already very good. And this is only a 3rd level lower grade transcendental potion. If it is replaced with a 3rd level upper grade one, the effect can be further improved. The key is material consumption. To synthesize a bottle of 3rd level lower grade transcendental potion, a quarter of the latest batch of silver moon flowers is used. This is because the effect of the improved silver moon flower has been greatly improved. Otherwise, if it is replaced with the silver moon flower before the improvement, it is likely that all of them will be consumed to synthesize a bottle of 3rd level inferior transcendental potion. The growth cycle of the silver moon flower is about 100 days, and the duration of the transcendental potion is 53 days. In one growth cycle, almost 2 bottles of transcendental potion are used, which is half of the output. The remaining half of the output must be used to make secondary active potions and active potions for exchange by apprentices in the base. After some estimation, Sunan suddenly found that the silver moon flower was not enough. Every time the quality of the 3rd level potion is improved by 1 level, the demand for materials will rise by 1 level. He has tested that in order to synthesize a 3rd level superior transcendental potion, it takes nearly 2/3 of the output of a batch of silver moon flowers. Although the duration of the superior transcendental potion will also increase to more than 70 days, it is still not enough in the end, unless the supply of secondary active potions and active potions is reduced. But it's okay to do this in the short term. If it lasts for a long time, it will inevitably slow down the speed of the apprentice's strength improvement, which is not conducive to the development and growth of the base. He hopes that the apprentices can grow up as soon as possible so that they can share the pressure of making low-level potions and refining low-level puppets for him. So the best way is to open a new magic plant garden. But the key is that due to the concentration of energy particles, the newly opened magic plant garden must be far enough away from the base. In this way, personnel must be arranged for garrison and cultivation. Garrison is easy to solve. Just send a team of stone golems, or simply let Key dispatch a team of soldiers to be stationed there. What really needs to be considered is the cultivation personnel. The base's magic plant garden has flower spirits stationed there. Just issue tasks regularly, and let the apprentices help. If you want to open a new magic plant garden, you have to recruit another batch of flower spirits, or similar alien creatures. However, this is not something you can do immediately if you want to. Whether you can summon the right helpers depends on luck. It will cost a lot of gold coins to open up a magic plant garden. It won't be too late to consider this matter after the war in Jinian province is over. It will also take a long time to open up a magic plant garden. During this period, you can continue to summon alien creatures to see if there are any suitable candidates. It just so happens that the 3rd level upper middle grade transcendental potion has a mental power limit. During this period, I will use the 3rd level lower grade transcendental potion first. When the new magic plant garden is opened, the mental power should be almost up to standard. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan temporarily put this matter aside and took out the spell book to read it. With the blessing of the transcendental potion, he has also accelerated the speed of learning the 2nd level spells. At the current speed, it will take about 50 days to master a 2nd level spell. The training progress of sentence segment casting is also steadily improving. Sunan expects to master this skill this year, and then start training in super magic skills. Just as Sunan was improving himself in an orderly manner, the war in Jinian province was also in full swing. The Shining Army, which holds the 2 trump cards of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Golem Legion, is unstoppable on the front battlefield, suppressing the Jinian coalition and forcing it to retreat step by step. In just 1 month, all the noble territories, except the Marquis of Jinian, were declared to have fallen without exception. The Jinian coalition, which was still powerful more than half a year ago, now only has the Marquis of Jinian left alone. This made many people who followed this war dumbfounded. Although it was expected that the Shining Territory might win the war, no one expected the situation to be one-sided. Anyone can see that the Marquis of Jinian is now doomed to fail. This war that everyone is watching has no suspense. In the month of Xiaolong, the sun is strong and the hot weather makes people irritable. But in the Lord's mansion of Jianyan City, the atmosphere is stagnant and cold, especially in the study room in the backyard. The servants who passed by were trembling and light-footed, fearing that they would offend the Marquis and end up like the unfortunate people who were hanged a few days ago. In the study room, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. Casper stood by the window, looking at the haggard face of Marquis Jianyan, with mixed feelings. When he met Marquis Jianyan 2 years ago, he was still energetic and had black hair. But now there are many more wrinkles on his face. His hair is also gray, and the whole person is visibly depressed. The legendary knight has fallen into this state, which shows how much pressure he has been under recently. Come to think of it, if it were 2 years ago, who would have expected that Marquis Jianyan, as a hegemon, would eventually be defeated by a mere baron? Especially 4 years ago. Because of Marquis Jianyan, the baron was indirectly exiled to the border and was in danger of losing his life. As a result, in just 4 years, the situation of both sides has changed. Thinking about it now, the development of the whole thing is so bizarre that it makes people wonder if it is a dream. But Casper knows very well that this is not a dream. It is all because of the wizard named Sunan. It is because of his existence that Blackstone City has grown at an astonishing speed and become the behemoth it is today. The High Priest is right. Wizards are indeed a group of monsters that cannot be measured by common sense. Thinking of this, Casper suddenly became a little depressed. The more powerful Sunan is, the slimmer his hope of taking back the God Blood Amber from the other party. It is precisely because of the loss of the God Blood Amber that he was deprived of his position as the head of the Stone Bell City stronghold. And now he can only run errands for the High Priest Yoris. Just as Casper's thoughts diverged, Marquis Jianyan finally spoke to break the silence. His voice seemed a little hoarse. What is the matter with Priest Yoris coming here this time? Yoris, who was sitting opposite, took a sip of red tea leisurely and smiled. I am here on behalf of the sect to ask the Marquis, are you sure you can resist the army of the Flash Territory? Casper curled his lips slightly. He noticed that Priest Yoris used the word resist instead of defeat. Obviously, Priest Yoris also knew very well that with Marquis Jianyan's current situation, it was a complete pipe dream to defeat the Flash army. It was already very good to be able to maintain undefeated. Marquis Jianyan looked at Yoris deeply and said expressionlessly, if I say I am sure, will your church believe it? Yoris was silent for a while and shook his head. Even if the Marquis can really stop the army of the Flash Territory, once Sunan takes action, you will definitely die. Marquis Jianyan's eyes twitched, and he was silent. Since the news of losing Habu and learning that the beast disaster in Ranchuan province has stopped spreading, he knew that Habu was in danger. What he couldn't understand was why even Heb was no match for Sunan. That boy had only been a wizard for 4 or 5 years at most, while Heb was an old wizard who had lived for hundreds of years. Faced with such a mysterious opponent like Sunan, even the battle-hardened Marquis Jianyan couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. Naturally, there was no way to refute Yori's words. You didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Yori said faintly. Our sect cooperated with the Marquis because we valued his future and hoped that you could take advantage of the situation and control the entire Principality of Stars. Our sect can also grow with your power. But now this plan has failed. But fortunately, we have other ways. Marquis Jianyan had a bad premonition in his heart and frowned and asked, what way? We have found Herb Gilman's laboratory in the Frost Province and found the weakness of the beast infected there. As long as we present this method to the Grand Duke of Stars and help the Principality quickly pacify the disaster, I think we should be able to get enough rewards. What do you think? Marquis? Marquis Jianyan's pupils shrank and his face became completely gloomy. After realizing that Heb was dead, he immediately sent people to Ranchuan province to find Heb's laboratory in order to find a way to control the beast infected. Once successful, he would have the capital to make a comeback. But he didn't expect that the Spark cult was so fast and found Heb's laboratory before him. Now he has no way out. Of course, this alone may not be enough. So I came here to borrow something from the Marquis, Yori said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, the Marquis Jianyan, who was sitting opposite, suddenly moved, and the whole person bounced up instantly, and hit the wall on the side of the window like a cannonball. But the next second, he hit something invisible with a bang, and the whole person flew back, rolling on the ground for several rounds before stopping. Ignoring the pain, Marquis Jianyan looked up and was shocked to find that the familiar study had disappeared, replaced by a vast starry sky. Thousands of stars were scattered around, and a brilliant Milky Way stretched across the sky above his head. Magnificent and incomparable. He seemed to be in the boundless starry sky. What happened? Marquis Jean Yin showed a look of doubt. My lord Marquis, you are a little too impatient. I haven't finished what I said yet. More than 10 meters away, Yoris held a book in his hand and looked at Marquis Jean Yin with a smile. The follower named Casper had also disappeared. Don't pretend. You just want to use my life to flatter the Grand Duke of Stars. Apart from this, I don't think I have anything worth your attention. Marquis Jean Yin sneered repeatedly, but his eyes swept over the book that appeared out of thin air in Yuri's hand without any expression. Is it because of the book? It's good that the Marquis can understand. Yoris didn't seem to notice Marquis Jean Yin's little move, and said to himself, speaking of which, we are actually the same as Marquis. We have made 2 preparations. Just like you secretly cooperated with another wizard to cause the beast disaster. But you never told us from beginning to end. Marquis Jean Yin snorted coldly, and was about to speak, but suddenly found that something was wrong. His physical strength and fighting spirit were constantly draining away. This starry sky actually has the function of absorbing physical strength and fighting spirit. After realizing this, Marquis Jean Yin stopped talking nonsense, jumped forward, and rushed towards Yoris like a cheetah. Following this, he passed through his body. It's useless, Yoris said slowly. You can't hurt me here at all. Marquis Jean Yin, who didn't believe in evil, tried a few more times, but he couldn't touch Yoris. As time went by, the weakness in his body became more and more obvious, and finally he collapsed to the ground powerlessly. For the sake of our previous cooperation, I will leave you an intact body. Yoris came over and looked down at Marquis Jean Yin with a trace of pity in his eyes. Marquis Jean Yin took a weak breath and said in a hoarse voice, Don't pretend. I'm waiting for you to come down to accompany me. Don't forget that you are also one of the murderers who killed Sunan's father. He will not let you go. Don't bother with this. Yoris smiled indifferently. As long as the great ideals of the sect are realized, Amir Sunan is not a concern. Marquis Jean Yin squeezed out a sneer on his face, panting, and said nothing. The Spark sect is too conceited, just like him at the beginning. If he had paid more attention to Sunan at the beginning, and did not give the other party the opportunity to grow up, and strangled him in the cradle in advance, he would not have fallen to this point today. Sooner or later, the Spark cult will follow in his footsteps. Seeing the change in Marquis Jean Yin's demeanor, Yoris felt slightly unhappy, snorted coldly, and pressed his palm lightly on the page. Buzz! Endless stars rushed in, drowning Marquis Jean Yin like a tide. Chapter 92, The Hunt in the Jungle. The war once again developed in an unexpected direction. Before the half of the Xiaolong month, the news of the disappearance of Marquis Jean Yin came from Jinyan City. Thanks to this, the morale of the Jinyan army on the front line plummeted, and the already shaky defense line collapsed in an instant. The army led by Flash advanced all the way, and soon reached the bottom of Jinyan City. It took only 2 days to successfully capture Jinyan City. As soon as the news spread, the whole country of Fanqing Principality was shocked. No one expected that the war would end so quickly. However, more shocking news was yet to come. 3 days after the fall of Jinyan City, news came from Fanqing City that a sect called Xingshan Cult presented the body of Marquis Jean Yin and the weaknesses of the beast infected to the royal family. Grand Duke Fanqing was very happy, and made Xingshan Cult the state religion, and allowed Xingshan Cult to send envoys to various provinces to spread the faith. As expected, this news caused an uproar among the nobles of the principality. There were supporters and opponents, and more nobles kept a wait-and-see attitude, wanting to see what this so-called Star God cult wanted to do. Jinan Province, Flashing City, Council Chamber. After reading the battle report in his hand, Sunan showed an extremely strange expression on his face. Obviously, this so-called Star God cult was the Starfire cult, but with a different skin. I didn't expect that the Starfire cult would kill Marquis Jean Yin, which helped us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture Jinyan City so quickly. He stroked his chin, with a sigh in his expression. The Starfire cult is also cruel and ruthless. They turned their faces, and saw that Marquis Jean Yin was no longer useful. So they killed him, and used him as a stepping stone for advancement. With the intelligence of Qi and Sunan, they understood the connection behind this series of events after a little thought. They also had a deeper understanding of the cold and cruel nature of the Starfire cult. But does Grand Duke Fanqing believe in the Spark cult so much? I don't believe he doesn't know what the Spark cult has done in Jinan province. Isn't it too ridiculous to make this evil cult the state religion? Qi frowned and said. Sunan said calmly, maybe they have reached some kind of cooperation behind the scenes. No matter what kind of cooperation they have, I will not allow the Spark cult to enter Jinan province. They want to spread their faith here? It's a pipe dream. Qi sneered. After suppressing the rebellion, the royal family kept their promise and conferred Qi as the Marquis of Flash. And his fiefdom was Jinan province. Unlike other provinces, the original noble lords of Jinan province either died at the hands of the Jinan coalition forces, or were destroyed after the rebellion with the Marquis of Jinan, and were almost completely wiped out. Now, in the entire Jinan province, except for Qi, all the nobles are newly conferred by him. Therefore, as a lord, Qi control over these military nobles is so strong that other marquises can't compare to it. It can be said that the entire Jinan province is now under Qi control and obeys his orders. Therefore, as one of the few powerful marquises among the 6 marquises, who can completely control the entire province, Hongye province is under the control of the royal family, and does not have a separate marquisate. If he wants to find an excuse to stop the Star God Church from spreading its faith in Jinan province, even the royal family can't do anything about it. Sunan naturally agrees with Qi's decision. In fact, he estimates that except for Hongye province, the marquises of other provinces will not so easily allow the Starfire Church to enter their territory to spread their faith. There will definitely be a contest between the two sides. Just wait and see. Turning his attention back to the battle report, Sunan's eyes fell on the words the Star God Church offers the weaknesses of the beast infection and thought about it. According to his analysis, the Starfire Church should be unaware of the beast disaster. Otherwise, the Spark cult could not have not participated in the war between Marquis Jinyan and the Flash territory from beginning to end. Then they would know the weakness of the beast infected, either from Marquis Jinyan or by finding Habu's laboratory. Sunan guessed that it was most likely the latter. As long as Habu had no problem with his brain, he would not have told Marquis Jinyan such important information about the weakness of the beast infected. It seems that the things left by Habu may have fallen into the hands of the Spark cult. Sunan felt a little sorry, but he returned to normal in a moment. After all, he didn't expect to find the things left by Habu. The Gai residence was most likely in Ranchuang province. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to go to an unfamiliar province alone and look for the residence of a wizard apprentice without any information. Moreover, he had just been promoted to a 3rd-level wizard apprentice, and his strength was rapidly improving. It was even more impossible for him to waste a lot of time and energy to find a slim hope. Putting down the war report, Sunan looked at Qi and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Qi had already prepared a plan, and said without thinking, although this war did not last long, Jinan province also suffered a lot of damage. Next, I plan to rest and recuperate for a while, vigorously develop the economy, and accumulate strength by the way. Indeed, Sunan nodded in agreement. Although they didn't say it explicitly, both of them knew that the matter was not over yet. The revenge of the Spark Church must be avenged. What they have to do now is to quietly accumulate strength. And when they are strong enough, they will uproot the Spark Church. I have arranged the qualification test. All towns that have not held qualification tests will hold them in the next few days. And the children who pass the test will be sent to your base. In addition, the materials you entrusted the Fox Chamber of Commerce to purchase have arrived, and I have arranged for people to send them to the base. The so-called materials include some rare metals needed to refine the magic pattern core, as well as the consumables that Sunan needs to mass-produce magic items. It cost a lot of money to buy this batch of materials. However, Qi had just made a fortune from the war and had plenty of money, so he was very generous in purchasing. I plan to open up 1 or 2 more magic plantations next, and you may need to send troops to garrison them, Sunan said. No problem. Qi agreed without hesitation. He was trying to persuade Sunan to expand the scale of dragon blood fruit cultivation. After all, as the territory and the army expanded, the demand for dragon blood fruit also increased day by day. He wished that Sunan would open up a few more magic gardens. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Sunan went straight back to the base. The war was over, and he could practice, study and grow crops with peace of mind. During this period of time, Sunan had successfully mastered the first second ring spell Elemental Protection. The second ring spell Levitation also started to learn. In addition, the training progress of sentence-breaking spellcasting has been completed by half, and the progress is faster than expected. Sunan estimated that in 2 months at most, he would be able to master sentence-breaking spellcasting. Next, concentrate on making magic items, and strive to upgrade the magic item manufacturing to level 4 as soon as possible. The magic pattern core is still short of 29 rare metals, and substitutes must be researched one by one. While thinking, Sunan arrived at the base. At this time, his eyes suddenly paused and looked at an owl on a tree not far away. It has a terrifying face. 6 pairs of eyes densely spread on its head, tiny sharp teeth in its beak, and sharp claws that are dark red. After meeting Sunan's gaze, the owl suddenly spoke, and a deep male voice came out of it. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sunan. My name is Night Owl. It's an honor to meet you." Sunan's mouth twitched slightly. Another wizard apprentice. Seeing that Sunan had no reaction and just looked at him calmly, the owl coughed humanely and continued, "Sir Sunan, don't be too alert. I have no ill intentions this time. I just want to invite you to join our jungle hut." "Jungle hut?" Sunan's expression moved. "Yes, the Jungle Lodge is a secret organization, and all its members are third-level wizard apprentices." Sunan suddenly interrupted Night Owl. "Heb Gilman is also a member of your Jungle Lodge?" "Yes, but please don't misunderstand me." Seeing Sunan narrowing his eyes unkindly, Owl spread his wings humanely and explained, "The Jungle Lodge is a loose organization, mainly established to facilitate members to trade intelligence and resources with each other. In addition to the trading relationship, there is no other closer connection between members, and they will not interfere with each other's actions. So you don't need to worry that anyone among us will want to avenge Heb. It's better to say that many people in the Jungle Lodge don't like Heb's behavior." Sunan did not deny it, but in fact he already believed it. After all, according to Night Owl, there are many wizard apprentices in the Jungle Lodge. If you really want to avenge Heb, you don't have to pretend to be friendly with him. Isn't it easier to just come and kill him? Of course, this guess is not 100% accurate. Sunan did not relax his vigilance. In addition to the extreme protection ring that had been activated, a high-level rune gem also fell into his palm silently. "I am more curious. Why do you want to invite me to join the jungle hut?" The Night Owl seemed to smile, and then said, "In fact, we noticed you a long time ago. After the Battle of Flash City, your reputation has spread throughout the Principality of Stars, and we naturally heard about it. It's just that you were only a second-level wizard apprentice at that time, and according to the rules of the jungle hut, we only accept third-level wizard apprentices to join. So we have never contacted you until you killed Heb and showed the power comparable to that of a third-level wizard apprentice. We discussed and decided to make an exception and invite you to join the jungle hut. Of course, it seems that there is no need to make an exception now." The Night Owl looked at Sunan. His eyes seemed meaningful. The body of a third-level wizard apprentice can store a small amount of energy particles. As a third-level wizard apprentice, it is easy to distinguish them under close observation. "How about it, Mr. Sunan? Would you consider joining our jungle hut? Please believe me, this will be very beneficial to your future development." Sunan pretended to be in deep thought, but he had actually agreed in his heart. He has been looking for traces of wizard apprentice organizations all along. Now that he has finally found one, he will certainly not miss it. Especially, the jungle hut is a loose organization established with trading as the bond. Joining it will not be subject to too many restrictions. And you can also trade resources and intelligence with other wizard apprentices, which is indeed a lot of benefits. As his strength increases, the resources that Sunan needs are becoming more and more rare and precious. It is difficult to collect them all by relying on the Firefox Chamber of Commerce alone. Even if there is a synthetic magic cube, he can't get many materials. So he can only spend time and energy to study substitutes, which takes a long time. However, if it is this secret organization that has gathered many third-level wizard apprentices, it may bring him some surprises. "Okay, I join you." Pretending to think for a moment, Sunan agreed. "Then, welcome to join us, Lord Sunan. From today on, you will be a member of the jungle hut." The Night Owl touched its wings lightly a few times, as if applauding. It then flapped its wings and flew down from the tree. After landing, its body leaned forward slightly. Its belly suddenly bulged, and quickly spread towards its mouth, and finally vomited something with a wow. It was a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted and lifelike wooden toy hut. The hut had no roof, and the internal structure could be clearly seen. There was only a long table and more than 10 chairs inside. Nothing else. Whether it was the floor, the wall, or the long table and chairs. The surface was engraved with dense enchanted runes. "Trading house," Sunan said in a low voice, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The night owl was even more surprised than him. "Lord Sunan, do you recognize this thing?" "I guess so." Sunan nodded slightly. "The trading house is a very special glimmer-level magic item. Although it looks like a toy house, it is actually a key that connects to an alternate dimension called the trading house. In this alternate dimension, all entrants are deemed to have signed a vow contract and are restricted by the vow contract. They are not allowed to do anything that disrupts the transaction, including but not limited to harming other traders, robbing other people's items, etc. Otherwise, their souls will be annihilated. In short, this is a magical item specifically used for guaranteed transactions, whether in the wizard's heyday thousands of years ago, or in the wizard's era in the future. Trading houses are very common. Many wizards, apprentices, like to use trading houses for remote transactions, which is both safe and convenient. Seeing that Sunan didn't seem to be lying and seemed to really recognize the trading house, Yi Xiao couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He accidentally found the trading house from a wizard apprentice inheritance. Since using it, he has never met anyone who recognizes it. At the beginning, he also spent a lot of effort to let other wizard apprentices realize that this thing guarantees safe transactions, so as to successfully form the organization of the Jungle House. But he didn't expect that Sunan, a newly promoted third-level wizard apprentice with very little experience, could recognize the trading house at a glance. "Did you see it in a wizard book?" The night owl was secretly puzzled, but didn't ask much, and pointed to the trading house on the ground with his wings. "Since Lord Sunan recognizes this thing, it will be easy. The Jungle Lodge meets every 3 months to trade resources and intelligence with each other. The next meeting will be on the night of 16 days later. You can prepare the items to be traded first, and then go directly to the trading house." Sunan nodded, controlled the energy particles to clean the trading house, washed off the mucus on it, and then took it in his hand. The trading house can separate multiple keys, and the one in his hand is just one of them, which only has the authority to enter and exit the trading house. By the way, every member of the Jungle Lodge calls each other by code names and keeps their identity information confidential. Lord Sunan can decide on a code name in advance. After reminding Sunan again, the night owl flapped his wings and left. After watching the other person go away, Sunan withdrew his gaze, played with the keys in his hand, smiled playfully, and turned to walk into the base. Chapter 93. Today I won't let you trade anything. In the workshop, the magic crystal forging furnace that had just been closed was emitting hot air. In front of the workbench, Sunan carefully put the last protective ring into the magic cube and then chose to synthesize. The next second, the synthesis interface flashed, and a new ring of extreme protection came out. Sunan took out the ring of extreme protection and put it on the little finger of his right hand. Looking at the 5 rings of extreme protection on his right hand, Sunan smiled with satisfaction and felt a great sense of security. As long as there is no attack with instant damage exceeding 1000 defense, the 5 rings of extreme protection can be used in turn. 5000 points of defense is enough to withstand more than 50-second ring spells. The weaker third-level wizard apprentices may not have enough mental strength to cast more than 50-second ring spells in succession, which shows the strong defense of the 5 rings of extreme protection. After calming down, Sunan looked at his left hand. Only the index finger and middle finger were wearing the disaster ring and the space ring respectively, and the remaining 3 fingers were still empty. He planned to make 3 more disaster rings and use the remaining fingers. The materials have been used up, and new materials must be purchased. Sunan palm touched the ring, and a ring of magic camouflage aura was cast, and the 7 rings disappeared instantly. In this way, it would not be exposed that he had many magic items. It could also avoid being discovered by the enemy in battle. So as to prepare in advance, Sunan then opened the panel to look at it. These days, the magic item manufacturing has unexpectedly broken through to level 3, and the proficiency has increased by more than 1000 points. Now it is nearly 5000 points of proficiency away from level 4. Sunan estimated that if he wanted to upgrade the magic item manufacturing to level 4, he would have to invest at least tens of thousands of gold coins worth of materials. As expected, Every wizard, apprentice, is built up with a huge amount of resources. After leaving the workshop, Sunan went straight to the meditation room to do his daily homework. Just 2 days ago, he had successfully constructed the 10th star ring. The proficiency required to upgrade the 11th level star ring meditation method has also soared to 500,000. According to the current progress, it will take about 11 months to upgrade and construct the 11th star ring. After meditation, Sunan continued to study spells and practice spellcasting as usual. It was already night when he was done. Sunan returned to the meditation room and took out the key to the trading house. He had checked this thing with a magic cube to make sure it had not been tampered with. However, the key is still unusable, which means that the trading house has not been opened and the party has not started. Sunan was not in a hurry and sat patiently waiting. In the past half-month, he has thought about the jungle cabin in detail. In order to trade for the resources that suit his heart from other wizard apprentices, he must first have something to show for himself. Sunan has full confidence in this. He believes that 99% of wizard apprentices in the world do not have such abundant resources as himself. The first one is potion. Other wizard apprentices do not have synthetic magic cubes, so it is not easy to collect materials that can be used to make potions. 0 level and 1st level potions are easy to say, but the materials for 2nd level and 3rd level potions are hard to come by. Moreover, without enough materials to practice, it is not certain whether their potion-making ability can reach the level of making 2nd and 3rd level potions. The same is true for magic items. While Sunan has nothing else, he has a lot of potions and magic items. These two things are exactly what any wizard apprentice needs. However, Sunan does not intend to exchange potions and magic items. He has more suitable items. Magic stones. Compared with potions and magic items with high costs, magic stones with a manufacturing cost of less than 2 gold coins are undoubtedly more suitable for trading. While thinking, time has come to late at night, and the silver moon is high in the starry sky. At this moment, Sunan suddenly felt that the key in his palm had changed. He looked carefully and found that the key was already usable. He took a deep breath, took out the mask and put it on, then injected mental power into the key to activate the item. The next second, a sense of weightlessness swept over his body. When he came to his senses, Sunan found that he was sitting in front of a long table. Looking around, it was a simple wooden house. The walls and floors around were painted with dense runes. There was no other furniture in the whole wooden house, except a long table and more than 10 chairs. It was exactly the same as the internal structure of the trading house I saw before. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting around the long table like Sunan. All 4 of them wore masks and robes without exception, and their faces and figures could not be seen clearly. Sitting at the top was a person wearing an owl mask, and the words Night Owl were engraved on the table in front of him. The person on his right was wearing a scarlet dragon head mask, and on the table in front of him were engraved the words Red Heart. To the right, 2 seats away, sat a man wearing a bone mask, exuding a gloomy aura. Even though he was several meters away, Sunan could feel the strong negative energy on the other person. The word dead body was engraved on the table in front of the man. Sunan sat on the left of Yexiao, and the man 3 seats away from him wore a rose mask, and the word rose was engraved on the table in front of him. The moonlight shone in from the window, covering the entire wooden house like a veil. Sunan turned his head and looked through the window to see the night sky outside. But he knew that it was just an illusion. Now he was in another dimension, and no longer in the material world. Only 5 people are attending the party today? It seems that everyone is very busy. Yeshu looked around and teased in a relaxed tone. Not much gossip. I believe everyone knows that from today, our jungle cabin has welcomed a new member. Let us welcome. Yeshu paused and looked at Sunan. Player. Sunan said the code name he had already thought of. As his voice fell, scratches appeared on the table in front of him, as if an invisible chisel had carved the word player stroke by stroke. Yishao pondered for a few seconds, as if he was chewing on the meaning of this code name. But unfortunately, he was destined to not figure it out. Then let us welcome the new member. Mr. Player. Yishao led the applause. Red Heart and Rose also raised their hands and clapped a few times. Only Wang Hai did not move, as if he did not hear what Yishao said. Yishao did not care, and said to Sunan, including you, there are currently a total of 8 people in the jungle cabin, but most of the time the people are not all there. After all, everyone has their own things to do. Su Nan nodded in understanding. He was also busy every day. Then let's start today's transaction without delay. Wait! Wang Hai suddenly interrupted Yi Xiao. The latter looked at him and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Hai glanced at Su Nan and said, "According to the rules, newcomers who have just joined must show their strength and prove that they are qualified to participate in the party. After all, no one wants to waste time trading with a guy who doesn't have many resources." Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "No. I can guarantee for the players that the resources he has are definitely not less than ours." Joke. Others may not know, but he has personally investigated Su Nan and knows the latter's strength very well. The person who can create the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment and the Stone Golem Legion will lack resources for trading? He is the first one who doesn't believe it. Hearing what Yi Xiao said, Hong Xian and Chan Wei looked at Su Nan in surprise, and seemed to be a little puzzled as to why this person could get such a firm guarantee from Yi Xiao. In the jungle hut, everyone does not know each other's true identity. Only Yi Xiao, the founder of the jungle hut, knows the identity information of each member. All members who joined the jungle hut were also invited by him personally. Wang Hai didn't buy it, and said coldly, "That can't break the rules." The eyes under the mask of Night Owl narrowed slightly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little stagnant. "Sorry, Mr. Sunan. Wang Hai and Habu have a good relationship. In order to convince others to make an exception and let you join, I had to tell the truth about you killing Habu. Maybe it's because of this that Wang Hai made things difficult for you." Sunan heard the subtle voice of Night Owl, looking at the indifferent look of others. It was obvious that only he could hear these words. Although Night Owl is the organizer, he has little control over other members of the jungle cabin. He didn't lie. This is indeed a very loose organization. Sunan thought silently. This is good news for him. Nodding to Night Owl calmly, Sunan then said, "Then let's follow the rules." He stretched out his hand and brushed across the table, and 10 gray crystals appeared on the table out of thin air. "Is this enough to prove my strength?" Wang Hai sneered and looked at it, but froze in place the next second. At the same time, a low cry came from under the rose mask sitting next to him. The female voice was a bit magnetic, but it was a female wizard apprentice. Magic stone. The 10 gray crystals that Sunan took out were undoubtedly magic stones. Yi Xiao sat up subconsciously, stared at the magic stone in front of Sunan and asked, "Can I take a look?" Sunan made a gesture of please. The trading house is restricted by the oath contract law, and even the owner of the trading house cannot change it. So there is no need to worry that your things will be taken away by others. Yi Xiao stretched out his hand, and a magic stone suddenly floated up and fell into his palm. Sunan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Spell silently cast? Or the ability attached to the magic item? If it is the former, then Yi Xiao's strength is not low. After examining it for a while, Yi Xiao handed the magic stone back to Su Nan and nodded slightly. It is indeed a magic stone. Although it is only a low-grade magic stone, the quality is very good. Everyone present seemed to trust Night Owl's vision. Hearing what he said, Rose and Red Heart looked at the magic stone with a burning look in their eyes. The dead body also fell into silence and stopped talking. There are no natural magic stone mines in the Starlight continent today. The existing magic stones are basically left over from thousands of years ago, and the number is very small. And the use of magic stone is extremely wide. Whether it is to arrange magic arrays, make magic items, or refine puppets, it is even needed when making some special potions. It can be said that without magic stone, many things cannot be implemented. In today's Starlight continent, magic stone is undoubtedly a very valuable material for any wizard apprentice. These 10 magic stones alone are more than enough to serve as trading items for a party. Even if the dead body wants to find fault, he can't find an excuse. Seeing that the dead body was silent, Night Owl chuckled, clapped his hands and said, "Since everyone has no objection, let's start the transaction tonight. Who wants to go first?" As soon as Night Owl finished speaking, Rose on the right side of the long table said, "I go first." Under the gaze of everyone, Rose's palm passed over, and 2 palm-sized exquisite wooden boxes appeared on the table out of thin air. She opened one of them, and it was filled with dense green seeds. This is the seed of datura grass. You should all know the characteristics of datura grass. I won't say much. There are a total of 121 datura grass seeds. Does anyone want it? Datura grass is a magical plant with hallucinogenic effects. It is a material used in many potions. In the Evil Spirit Manor in Shizhong City, Sunan had encountered many datura grasses, but those datura grasses had been eroded by negative energy and could not be used to make potions. In the end, they could only be burned. What do you want to trade? Sunan said. He was just about to open up a new magic plantation, so he could plant some mandrake grass. Jiangwei looked at the magic stone on the table in front of Sunan, hesitated, and said, "How about a magic stone?" Sunan nodded. "Deal. Thank you." Jiangwei breathed a sigh of relief. The value of more than 100 mandrake grass seeds is still a little less than that of a magic stone, so she got a bargain in this deal. Sunan put the mandrake grass into the magic cube, checked it, and made sure it was okay. Then threw the magic stone to Jiangwei. After getting a magic stone, Jiangwei seemed to be in a much happier mood, and her voice was a little more cheerful. She opened another wooden box, pointed to the potion inside and said, "This is the Flame Heart Potion. A first-level potion. After taking it, it can strengthen the physique and slightly enhance the resistance to the fire element." Hearing the words first-level potion, the three people present except Sunan were a little moved. Sunan saw it and nodded secretly. As he guessed, first-level potions are quite precious to these wizard apprentices. Night Owl and Red Heart pondered for a moment, as if they were thinking about whether to trade the Flame Heart Potion, but finally shook their heads and remained silent. Dead Skeleton took out an irregular gray crystal and said in a deep voice, "1 microsoul crystal in exchange for your bottle of Flame Heart Potion." Rose was immediately tempted when she heard this, and was about to agree when she heard Sunan's voice. 3 magic stones in exchange for your Flame Heart Potion. Rose was refreshed and agreed without saying a word. Deal. Dead Skeleton's face darkened, and he glared at Sunan. Sunan didn't care, and gave the magic stone to Rose in exchange for the Flame Heart Potion. As first-level potions, the cost of the active potion is about 120 gold coins. Of course, this was before the use of the improved Silver Moon Flower, and the current active potion cost is lower. Other wizard apprentices don't have magic cubes, so the cost of making potions is higher. The cost of a first-level potion is at least 200 gold coins. The value of a magic stone is about 50 or 60 gold coins. Considering the premium of scarcity, it is reasonable to exchange 3 magic stones for a bottle of first-level potion. However, this is only reasonable for other people. For Sunan, it is almost the same as getting it for free. After all, the cost of synthesizing a magic stone is less than 2 gold coins, and 3 magic stones are more than 5 gold coins. This price in exchange for a bottle of first-level potion is really too cost-effective. This bottle of potion can be used to strengthen the physique. Sunan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he put the Flame Heart Potion into the space ring. Seeing that Jiangwei did not continue to take out items for trading, Yeshu looked at others. "Who is next?" "Let me do it," Hongqin said. The voice was a little low and vague, obviously disguised, and the gender could not be distinguished. What he took out was a huge skeleton. When unfolded, it is about 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. Judging from its appearance, it should have been a sub-dragon, dragon lizard or other similar creatures. "This is the skeleton of a pterosaur," Hong Xian introduced. As soon as the voice fell, the dead body couldn't wait to say, "I want this thing." He took out another soul crystal and put it on the table. Although the pterosaur is a legendary sub-dragon, the value of the skeleton is relatively low, not as high as blood and heart. 2 micro-soul crystals in exchange for your skeleton is very reasonable. Hong Xian nodded, confirming the statement of the dead body. He was about to agree, but suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Sunan. Sure enough, the latter smiled and said, 5 magic stones. "Do you want it?" "Deal," Hong Xian said without thinking. Although the soul crystal is precious, it is not as versatile as the magic stone. She needs the latter more. Seeing this scene, Wang Hai was so angry that he almost bit his teeth and stared at Sunan, wishing he could cast a spell on his face. Sunan glanced at Wang Hai with a smile. "You little brat. You dare to pick a fight with me. Today I will make sure you can't trade anything." Chapter 94. The water behind is really deep. Although he is not 100% sure, Sunan guessed that the code names taken by the people in the jungle cabin should be more or less related to their own abilities. For example, Night Owl. The last time he came to see Sunan, the substitute he controlled was an owl. The items that Jiangwei took out for trading were either magic plant seeds or potions, and he should be very good at cultivating magic plants and making potions. As for the dead skeleton, His ability is likely related to the undead system. The eagerness for the skeleton of the pterosaur also confirmed this from the side. For this guy who deliberately picked trouble with him from the beginning of the party, Sunan must give him a taste of his own color. With him here, the dead skeleton will not be able to trade anything at this party. Sunan is confident that he has this confidence. In terms of rich resources, he believes that none of these people present can compare with him. Of course, his trading of the skeleton of the pterosaur is not entirely out of impulse. The pterosaur belongs to the subdragon species. Its skeleton is beneficial to the hidden dragon. After being refined, it can be used to strengthen the bone strength of the hidden dragon and promote the increase of blood concentration. After putting away the skeleton, Sunan suddenly asked Hong Xian, "Do you have dragon blood? Or subdragon blood?" Hong Xian was stunned and nodded, "Yes, I do." He turned his wrist, and a transparent glass bottle appeared in his palm, which was full of red blood. This is the blood of the pterosaur. Sunan's eyes lit up. The current blood concentration of the hidden dragon is close to 90%. If this bottle of subdragon blood can be obtained, it can be refined together with the skeleton of the pterosaur and fused with the hidden dragon. And perhaps its blood can be advanced to the subdragon blood in one fell swoop. This thing must be obtained. Sunan asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to trade?" Unexpectedly, Hong Xian shook his head and said, "I don't plan to trade with this bottle of blood." Hong Xian spread out his other palm, and there was a yellow-brown eyeball in the palm. "This is something I got accidentally. It seems to be a magical item. It contains rich energy particles. But no matter how I try, I can't activate the energy inside. As long as anyone can help me identify this thing, I will give him this bottle of subdragon blood." Hearing Hong Xian say this, everyone present immediately showed curious eyes. Yi Xiao said, "Can you show it to me?" Hong Xian directly sent the thing to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao picked up the eyeball and looked at it back and forth for a long time, and tried to inject mental power. But the eyeball still had no reaction. After a moment, he sighed, shook his head, and handed the thing back. "Sorry." Seeing that even the well-informed Night Owl didn't recognize the eyeball, Rose and Dead Sea immediately gave up the idea of trying. At this time, Sunan said, "I try." Hongxin glanced at him and handed the thing over. Dead Sea sneered, "Even Night Owl can't do it. Why are you pretending?" Sunan ignored him and concentrated on looking at the thing in his hand. Although Night Owl, Hongxin and Rose didn't say anything. They didn't think Sunan could see it. But to everyone's surprise, Sunan quickly put the thing down and smiled. "Unfortunately, I just happened to recognize this thing." Everyone was stunned. Hongxin quickly reacted and said happily, "Really?" Sunan returned the thing to him and said slowly, "This thing is called the Rainbow Eye, which is the eye of the rainbow monster. It can release light similar to the rainbow aura. If you say it is a magic item, it is not wrong. This thing is a natural magic item to some extent." Everyone was stunned. They had never heard of either the Rainbow Eye or the Rainbow Monster. The Rainbow Aura, on the other hand, was a second-level spell that could make the target illuminated by the light fall into an illusion. Although the people present had not mastered it, they had also seen it in books. "Who knows if what you said is true or false?" The dead body sneered. Sunan glanced at the dead body, and the look in his eyes was like looking at a jumping clown, which made the dead body particularly annoyed. Before he could speak, Sunan had already looked at Hongxin and said lightly, "You can try to soak the rainbow eye with a mixture of dream flowers and animal blood. 5 minutes will be enough." Night Owl said at the right time, "I have owl blood here." Rose then took out a lavender flower. "I also have a dream flower here." Seeing this, Hongxin no longer hesitated and tried it immediately. Anyway, he couldn't use this thing now, so he might as well try it according to what Sunan said. The owl blood mixed with the dream flower quickly submerged the eyeball. Everyone waited patiently for 5 minutes. When Hong Xian took the eyeball out of the blood, the eyeball had changed drastically. The original yellow-brown color had disappeared, replaced by a rainbow-like colorful light. Looking at the beautiful colorful light, several wizard apprentices present were in a trance for a moment. And then, they quickly came to their senses and looked at Sunan with a look of surprise. "It's actually true. It's exactly the same as what he said." Wang Hai was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the player really knew this thing, and even knew how to activate it. "It's weird. Is this guy more knowledgeable than Yi Xiao?" Hong Xian looked at the rainbow eye in his hand with joy, and immediately handed the blood of the pteranodon to Sunan. "Thank you." According to the agreement, This bottle of sub-dragon blood is yours. Sunan happily accepted it. Your Excellency, the player is really knowledgeable. Rose smiled. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. When he saw Sunan recognize the trading house at a glance, he thought that Sunan had just seen it in a book by chance. But now it seems that Sunan is clearly knowledgeable. It's hard to imagine that a person who has just become a wizard apprentice for a short time can know so many things. Thinking of the many resources that Sunan has, Yi Xiao couldn't help but start to wonder if there are other wizard apprentice organizations behind Sunan. Wang Hai sat there in silence, saying nothing. A powerful wizard may not be knowledgeable, but a knowledgeable wizard is usually not weak. Knowledge is power. This sentence is not a joke. Originally thought that the player was just a newly promoted third-level wizard apprentice. Even if he had the record of killing Heb, Wang Hai actually didn't take him seriously. But now he found that he couldn't see through the player. After identifying the rainbow eye, Hong Xian indicated that his transaction was over. Yi Xiao glanced at Wang Hai, and seeing that he was silent, he smiled and said, "Then let me do it next." What surprised Sunan was that Yi Xiao took out a batch of fist-sized eggs. This is a red-eyed crow egg. Red-eyed crows are swift, have great endurance, and have super long distance and wide-range vision, making them very suitable for patrolling and guarding. I have a total of 45 red-eyed crow eggs here, and also a red-eyed crow breeding manual I wrote myself. Does anyone want it? Red-eyed crow. Sunan's expression moved. He knew this kind of magical creature was indeed very suitable for patrolling and guarding the base. Although there are stone golems in his base now, the number is too small after all, and the movement is a bit cumbersome, so it is difficult to take care of the entire base. If there is a group of red-eyed crows and stone golems to cooperate, the security of the base will be more complete. Thinking quickly, Sunan said immediately, "I want it." "What do you want to trade?" "Magic stone," Yeshu said without thinking. 45 red-eyed crow eggs plus a cultivation manual, in exchange for 10 magic stones. Sunan shook his head. 6. It's just eggs, not adult red-eyed crows. He has to hatch and cultivate them himself when he takes them back. These dozens of eggs are not worth 10 magic stones. 8. 7. Yeshio hesitated, and finally nodded. Deal. Another deal was reached. Now only Sunan and Wang Hai had not taken out the items to exchange. Seeing everyone eyes on him, Wang Hai pulled the corner of his mouth, pointed to the 2 miniature soul crystals on the table and said, "This is what I want to trade." Yeshia, Hongxin and Qiangwei looked at each other in silence. The things they brought had already been traded with Sunan, and the value of what they could still take out was not as good as these 2 miniature soul crystals. Seeing that the 3 night owls did not move, the face of the dead body turned black, and he glanced at Sunan, who seemed to be smiling, and took back the 2 micro soul crystals with hatred. Night Owl coughed lightly and said to Sunan, "Player, do you have anything to trade?" "Of course." Sunan smiled, stretched out his hand and brushed it, and more than 10 magic stones appeared on the table in an instant. This scene made the night owls and others secretly shocked. More than 10 had been exchanged just now, and now more than 10 were taken out. How many magic stones did the player have? If it was not impossible, they would have thought that the player had a magic stone mine. "I need wizard books, gems, and various rare metals. If you have them, you can trade them with me." Night Owl, Red Heart and Rose were refreshed. If Sunan wanted something else, they might not have it yet. But wizard books and gems, as long as they were wizard apprentices, they had them. The key is that wizard books can be copied multiple times, and gems can be bought with gold coins. Neither of these 2 things is particularly rare, so exchanging them for magic stones is a great bargain. So the 3 of them took out various wizard books and gems. Sunan carefully selected them, discarded those wizard books he already had, and took all the rest. As for gems, he accepted all of them. What surprised Sunan was that Qiangwei actually took out more than 300 gems at once. Although they were all low and medium-grade gems, she was still very rich. You have to know that Heb only had more than 100 gems on him. This guy is either from a noble family or has cooperation with the royal family of a certain country. Sunan looked at Qiangwei deeply. In addition, Hongxin and Yeshu also took out nearly 100 gems respectively. What made Sunan happy was that Hongxin happened to have 3 rare metals that were the materials for the core of the magic pattern, which was also what he lacked. So he took them all without saying a word. In the end, Sunan got more than 300 wizard books, more than 500 gems, and 3 rare metals at once. And he paid less than 200 magic stones. Yeshio and the other two thought it was very cost-effective to exchange wizard books and gems for precious magic stones. Sudan thought it was also very cost-effective to exchange wizard books and gems with low-cost magic stones. Both parties felt that the deal was worth it. It was a win-win situation. The only unhappy one was the dead body, sitting alone in the corner. From the beginning of the party to now, he didn't trade anything. And all of them were intercepted by Sunan. He couldn't bring himself to go to Sunan to surrender. He seemed to be an outsider in the whole party. Looking at the magic stones in the hands of Night Owl and the other two, Wandering Skeleton felt a little regretful. He should have known better than to provoke the players. After the transaction, Red Heart and Rose became much more enthusiastic towards Sunan. After all, Sunan has proved how strong he is. Even the scepter, which is recognized as the most profound in the jungle hut, cannot take out more than 200 magic stones in a party. They are naturally very happy that the jungle hut has such a profound member. This means that they can trade more resources in the future. The transaction is over. And the party is over. Before leaving, Sudan made a list of rare metals, indicating that as long as he can take out the rare metals on the list, no matter how much, he will take them all at the next party. Red Heart and Rose agreed, and began to think about how to collect more rare metals after returning. In a blink of an eye, only Night Owl and Wandering Skeleton were left in the wooden house. Looking at the gloomy corpse, Night Owl sighed and said, "Heb's death is his own fault, not the players. You shouldn't make things difficult for the player. You just saw that the player's background is much deeper than we expected. His joining is a good thing for the jungle cabin. I advise you that if you want to trade more resources, you should try to get along well with the player in the future." The corpse was silent for a while, and said in a deep voice, "Don't you want to know where the player's magic stone comes from? How many hundreds of magic stones can an ordinary wizard apprentice get? What if you know? Do you still want to take it from the player?" Night Owl said meaningfully, "Don't forget that when the player was a second-level wizard apprentice, he could already kill Heb. Now that he has been promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice, his strength will only be stronger. Do you think you are sure to beat the player?" The corpse's words stagnated and could not refute. "Let's take a step back. Even if you can kill the player, how can you guarantee that you can get those magic stones? Who knows whether those resources belong to the player or he traded them from others? If it's the latter, we will cut off a channel to trade magic stones. Since we can trade magic stones from players safely, why do we have to take risks and do something thankless?" Wang Hai fell silent again. After a long time, he stood up and said, "I know. I didn't mention this matter." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Hai disappeared instantly. Yi Xiao shook his head and looked at the place where Su Nan had sat before, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. After the previous investigation, he thought he had enough understanding of Su Nan. But after 2 contacts, Su Nan's image became more mysterious and confusing. Now even he couldn't figure out Su Nan's depth. A 20-year-old third-level wizard apprentice. The water behind him is really deep. Chapter 95 Bloodline Evolution. Rainbow Sea and Underground World. When he came to his senses, Sunan had returned to the meditation room, still holding the key in his palm. But the key had become unusable. Putting away the key, Sunan took out all the things that were traded at the party. More than 300 wizard books. More than 500 gems. 3 rare metals. Flame Heart Potion. More than 100 mandrake seeds. The skeleton of the pterosaur. A bottle of sub-dragon blood. And more than 40 red-eye crow eggs. This trip to the trading house was undoubtedly a great harvest. Although other wizard apprentices do not have magic cubes to synthesize resources, they all have their own resource channels. Trading with them can get many rare resources. Joining the jungle hut is indeed the right decision. After calming down, Sudan began to sort out the harvest. Among them more than 300 wizard books. There are a total of 21 spell books. Among them, there are 5 zero-ring spells, 11 first-ring spells, and 5 second-ring spells, which greatly enrich Sunan's spell library. With a player panel, as long as there is enough time, Sunan can master all spells, and does not need to specialize in only a few spells like other wizard apprentices. The more spells you master, the stronger your ability to adapt to unexpected situations. But now it is still priority to master second-ring spells, and other spells will be learned when there is enough time. As for the more than 500 gems, Sunan plans to use them to make stone golems and synthesize high-level rune gems. The stone golems made are mainly used to garrison the new magic plantation that will be opened. As for the high-level rune gems, there are also changes compared to before. After being promoted to the 3rd level wizard apprentice, Sunan energy control ability has been greatly enhanced. So he tried to increase the number of rune gems synthesized. From the original 18 to 23, the power of the high-level rune gems has also skyrocketed. Sunan had tested it with the Ring of Extreme Protection, and a Thunder High rune gemstone knocked down more than 700 defenses. The power was almost equivalent to 8 second-level spells hitting at the same time. With such amazing power, except for the Glimmer-level protective magic items, there was no defensive second-level spell or alchemical-level protective magic item that could completely resist it. The key is that as his mental power grows, the power of the high-level rune gemstone can gradually increase. It can be said that for a long time in the future, the high-level rune gemstone can be used as his trump card. At least before being promoted to a wizard, the high-level rune gemstone can be used as a killer move. This trump card cannot be lost. Make 5 high-level rune gemstones first, and keep the rest for backup. Sunan then looked at the Flame Heart potion, thought about it, picked up the potion, and drank it directly. The boiling liquid burst out in his body, turning into a heat stream that surged all over his body. For a moment, he was like being immersed in boiling water, and his skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Having taken the evil potion before, the pain caused by the Flame Heart potion was not worth mentioning, and Sunan endured it easily. When his body returned to normal, he immediately opened the panel and found that his physical fitness had increased by 1.82. Not bad. Sunan was already very satisfied. After all, the Flame Heart potion was only a 1st level potion, and it also had the effect of slightly strengthening the resistance to the fire element. It was already very good to have such an increase in physical fitness. As a 1st level potion, the effect of the Flame Heart potion was better than that of the Dragon Blood potion. It's a pity that the main material of the Flame Heart potion seems to be the Flame Heart bamboo, which is only available in the Jinghua Principality, and it is much harder to find than the blood of the black-scaled lizardman. Sunan shook his head, and it was still easier to synthesize the Dragon Blood fruit to strengthen the physical fitness. In the future, a part of each batch of Dragon Blood fruit harvest will be used to strengthen his own physical fitness, including these 3 rare metals and the 2 substitutes that have been recently developed. There are already 65 kinds of metals for refining the magic pattern core, and there are still 24 kinds of metals to be used to refine the magic pattern core. After the new magic plantation is completed, an area will be set aside for planting the mandragora grass seeds. As for the red-eyed crows, they must be hatched as soon as possible. Sunan is ready to hatch the red-eyed crows himself. After all, this batch of red-eyed crows will be responsible for the safety of the base and must be controlled in his hands. He is not confident to hand them over to Shimon and others. Needless to say, the remaining bones and blood of the pterosaurs are naturally used to enhance the bloodline of the hidden dragon. In general, this trip to the jungle cabin made Sunan very satisfied. He even began to look forward to the next party. With this experience, I believe that the next time the Night Owl and others will definitely bring more things he wants. In the future, Sunan began to study how to extract the bones and blood of the pterosaurs to strengthen the hidden dragon. After a lot of effort, he finally integrated all the extracted essence into the hidden dragon's body. The result did not disappoint Sunan. After 3 days of deep sleep, the blood of the hidden dragon finally advanced to the sub-dragon blood. Boom! In the magic training field, the hidden dragon rushed forward, constantly knocking down the stone pillars made by Sunan, excitedly testing the physical strength that had skyrocketed after the evolution. Sunan stood at the edge of the field, watching the hidden dragon move his body with a smile on his face. After advancing to the sub-dragon species, the most obvious change of the hidden dragon was that the physical strength had increased several times. Now, it can compete with the first-ring legendary knight with its physical strength alone. This kind of strength has exceeded many sub-dragon species. In addition, the hidden dragon has also awakened the ability to spit flames similar to dragon breath. Although the power is not as powerful as the real dragon breath, it is also close to the power of the second ring spell. With a strong body, invisibility, virtual and real conversion, and flame spitting, the real combat power of the hidden dragon has undoubtedly reached the level of the second ring legendary knight. If he were to face Heb's giant bear pet again, Yin Long would probably crush the other party in one encounter. While he was thinking, Yinlong had already finished his activities, and he stopped in front of Su Nian and called out in a flattering way. After the bloodline evolved, it also had more dragon characteristics. Not only did it grow 2 curved horns on its head, but it also had a row of sharp protrusions, like blades on its back. The only pity was that it did not evolve wings. Otherwise, a sub-dragon species that mastered the ability to fly, invisibility, virtual real conversion, and flame breathing would be a headache for even a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Hiss! Yinlong hissed again, and the intimate and flattering movements combined with the majestic and ferocious appearance seemed particularly contrasting. Su Nian's mind suddenly became dazed, and the next second his vision suddenly split into 2. One was still the original vision. In the other vision, a familiar figure appeared. It was his appearance, but much smaller. He lowered his head, and what came into view were black and red scales and sharp claws. Vision sharing. This is a new ability awakened after the evolution of the hidden dragon bloodline. This is not a spell-like ability, but an ability that will awaken after the magic pet is cultivated to a certain level. It's just that the awakening time varies depending on the qualifications and races. With this ability, Su Nian will be able to connect with the hidden dragon's vision at any time in the future, and can share vision even if they are hundreds or thousands of kilometers apart. Similar magic pet abilities include spell sharing. For magic pets that have awakened this ability, within a certain distance, the owner can choose to let the spell effect acting on himself also act on the magic pet until the spell duration ends, or the 2 parties are separated by more than a certain distance. For example, when Su Nian casts the light spirit spell on himself, the effect of the light spirit spell can also be added to the magic pet at the same time. Looking at this trend, spell sharing should not be awakened until the next bloodline evolves. Su Nian stroked the head of the hidden dragon. Now the blood of the black-scaled lizard man has basically no effect on the hidden dragon. There are only 2 ways to continue to increase the blood concentration of the hidden dragon. One is still to exchange blood. Extract your own blood to synthesize dragon blood, and then integrate it into the body. The other is to collect real dragon blood and integrate it into the body. The former is the simplest, but the progress is slow. The latter is faster. The only problem is that it is difficult to find real dragon blood. Forget it. At worst, I will take my time. Anyway, the lifespan of the sub-dragon species is very long, and the hidden dragon will definitely evolve into a dragon species in my lifetime. Su Nian thought silently. Meow! Amy suddenly appeared on the back of the hidden dragon, and sniffed a few times with her nose twitching. The smell of the sub-dragon species. The big guy blood has evolved. Perhaps because of the master teachings, Amy's understanding of the wizard world is no worse than many 3rd-level wizard apprentices. She saw the changes in the hidden dragon at a glance, and cried out in surprise. Seeing Amy, Su Nian's expression changed, and he asked, Amy, do you know where there are dragons? Although the Starlight Continent is very different from 1,000 years ago, it is the same continent after all. If you know where the dragons appeared 1,000 years ago, you can use it as a reference. Dragon? Amy tilted her head, a little hesitant. Those big guys often fly all over the continent, and no one knows where they built their nests. After a pause, it seemed to think of something, and said, but there must be dragons in the Rainbow Sea and the Underground World. Rainbow Sea and Underground World. Su Nian's heart moved. He knew these 2 places. After the elements revived in the last life, the Rainbow Sea and the Underground World became the first choice for many wizards, apprentices, to explore and adventure because of their extremely rich resources. Among them, the Rainbow Sea is a very famous sea area. It is famous for its many colorful corals and various colorful plants and animals on the seabed. But this sea area is also quite dangerous, with many poisonous and ferocious marine creatures, plus a large number of sirens. If they were not wizards, apprentices, ordinary people would at most move around in the shallow sea. Su Nian remembered that the Rainbow Sea was at the other end of the continent, 108,000 miles away from the Flash City. Unless you can tame a flying beast, it would take more than half a year to ride a hidden dragon to get there. The area of the Starlight Continent is very vast. As for the Underground World, as the name suggests, it is a vast space located underground. In addition to the ubiquitous darkness, there are countless ferocious monsters, including various ferocious beasts, monsters, insects, heartbreaking demons, mutant spiders, undead, mushroom people, worms, minotaurs and slime monsters, etc. Of course, It also includes the dragons mentioned by Amy. Many dragons like to build nests in the underground world. The main reason is that the underground world is rich in minerals. As long as you find a silver or gold mine, capture a group of slaves to mine the veins, and then you can lie down and wait for the treasures to come in continuously. This is the life of lying flat that many dragons dream of. However, after thousands of years of elemental desert, Sudan estimated that the resource abundance of the Rainbow Sea and the underground world must be far less than before. In that case, whether there are still dragons living there is a question. Going deeper, the current Starlight continent is no longer a place suitable for dragons to live. Whether there are dragons on the continent is questionable. Forget it. If you can't find dragon blood, sub-dragon blood will do. At worst, you can use the magic cube to synthesize dragon blood. I can't go to the Rainbow Sea for the time being, but I can consider the underground world. But the entrance to the underground world is mostly very secret, and it's not easy to find it. Ask others when we get together in the jungle hut next time. With a plan in mind, Sudan temporarily put the matter aside. Let Amy and Elon go out to play, and he continued to stay in the magic training field. His eyes fell on the human-shaped target in the distance. Sudan opened his lips slightly, and uttered a syllable quickly. 6 magic missiles appeared instantly, piercing through the void like lightning, and blew the human-shaped target to pieces with a bang. The casting speed is about 3 times faster than before. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Just 2 days ago, he successfully mastered the spell casting in segments. Now, casting spells only requires reciting a short 1 or 2 syllables, and the actual combat ability has improved by leaps and bounds. The next step is to train the silent casting of spells. Sunan's mind moved, and a line of text suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Spell silent casting training progress, 0.16%. The training progress has only increased by 0.16% in 2 days. At this rate, it should take 2 to 3 years to master it. Sunan had expected this situation. The real super magic skills must be much more difficult to train than spellcasting in segments. In fact, it is very fast to master the silent casting of spells in just 2 or 3 years. Many wizard apprentices cannot master a spell silent casting in their entire lives. Most of them are promoted to wizards, and their mental control ability is greatly enhanced. So they gradually learn super magic skills. Everyone who can master super magic skills at the wizard apprentice stage can be called a genius. If other wizard apprentices knew that Sunan could learn to cast spells silently in just 2 or 3 years, their eyes would probably pop out. Once my mental strength is improved, the training progress should be faster, and I might be able to master it in less than 2 years. Sunan was very calm. Unlike potion making and magic item manufacturing, which can be upgraded in a short time with resources, super magic skills can only be practiced step by step. There are 7 super magic skills, and it is almost impossible to master them all without 20 or 30 years. This is a long process. With a player panel, I just have to work hard. Sunan took a deep breath, restrained his distracting thoughts, and continued to practice casting spells silently. Chapter 96 Wedding. Time flies, and we enter the month of flowing fire, July. This is the day when the sun walks on the earth. In the Songjin Empire, this is also the day when the annual fire festival is held. In the Principality of Stars, although there are still 2 months before the harvest festival, the people have gradually become a little bit cheerful. Jinan Province is no exception, and it is even shrouded in a cheerful and lively atmosphere earlier than other provinces. Just because the Marquis of Jinan Province is about to get married. As soon as this happy news came out from the Lord's mansion, it spread quickly throughout the entire Jinan Province like a hurricane. Sunan, who was immersed in learning and practicing, became one of the last people to know about this. That is to say, my brother's wedding is scheduled on the day of the harvest festival. In the meeting room, Sunan, who had just learned the news, showed a look of surprise. That's right. He was beaming. How do you feel about sharing happiness with the people? Very good. It was awkward to hear the phrase sharing happiness with the people from a noble. Who is the bride? The youngest daughter of the Marquis of the White Tower. Marriage? It seems Qi is also gradually expanding his network of relationships. I will be there on time on the wedding day, Sunan said. He was about to leave when Qi stopped him with a smile. Don't worry. I have something else to talk to you about. Sunan had to sit down again. What is it? You are 20 years old this year. Is it time to consider starting a family? Sunan was stunned for a long time. then shook his head with a dumb smile. For a wizard apprentice who aspires to become a wizard, getting married is such a distant thing. I don't have such plans for the time being. Will you consider it again? Many nobles have come to me and want to marry their daughters and nieces to you. And there are many beauties among them. No need. Sunan refused without hesitation. Compared with wizard apprentices, the lifespan of ordinary people is too short. Even the lifespan of legendary knights is only half of that of third-level wizard apprentices at most. If he marries an ordinary person as his wife, the final outcome may be to watch the other person die of old age. It is not a good thing for him or the woman who becomes his wife. Besides, he has no intention of starting a family now. Practicing, studying and farming occupy almost all of his energy, and he has no extra thoughts for other aspects. By the way, I have already chosen the location of the new magic plantation, and the construction matters are left to you. Sunan waved his hand and walked out of the hall without looking back. Watching him leave, Kui shook his head helplessly. It seems that the responsibility of expanding the family can only be undertaken by me. The construction of a single magic plant garden is much simpler than the base. In the month of the book, August, the basic construction of the magic plant garden has been completed. Sunan named it the number 2 magic plant garden. As for the one in the base, it is naturally called the number 1 magic plant garden. In addition to dragon blood fruit and silver moon flower, number 2 magic plant garden, Sunan also specially set aside 1/3 of the area to plant mandrake grass, golden thorn grass, tranquilizing flower, and other magic plants. These are all materials commonly used to make low-level potions. Standing at the entrance of the magic plant garden, watching the flower fields compete for beauty, smelling the sweet flower fragrance in the air, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. When the silver moon flower here matures, he can synthesize the 3rd-level medium-quality transcendental potion. Then the meditation efficiency can be further improved. As for the 3rd-level high-quality transcendental potion, there is a restriction that the mental power must reach 34 points, and the physical fitness must reach 25 points before it can be taken. Before the 11-star ring is built, he probably can't take it. There are also dragon blood fruits, which can also be used to strengthen the physique and reach the level of a junior knight as soon as possible. Sunan! At this time, a warm and soft female voice came from the sea of flowers, and more than a dozen beautiful little beauties, only 1 foot tall, flapped their colorful wings and flew out of the flowers. These little people are only about 30 centimeters tall, wearing exquisite long skirts of various colors, with bows on their chests and colorful wings on their backs. They are slender and graceful, and wear long boots on their small and white legs, which makes them look very beautiful. I want to drink rose water. I want honey. Yesterday's honey is so delicious. Hurry up. 7 or 8 little people flew up and down around Sunan, and their laughter was endless. The leader was wearing a crown on his head. The beauty of his appearance was particularly outstanding even among a group of beautiful little people. These little people are alien creatures that Sunan has just summoned recently. They are fairy creatures called flower fairies. Like flower fairies, they have little combat power, but are very good at taking care of magic plants. In fact, most fairy creatures are very good at taking care of magic plants. Some fairy creatures that have mastered spell-like abilities similar to plant auras are the magic plant managers that many wizards, apprentices dream of. It is worth mentioning that flower fairies do not like to play tricks on people like flower spirits. On the contrary, they are very close to people they like. The one wearing the crown is the queen of flower fairies, named Dia. In fact, Sunan summoned Dia at the beginning. After tasting the flower dew and honey synthesized by Sunan, the flower fairy queen immediately agreed to Sunan recruitment and helped him manage the magic plant garden. And later, she took the initiative to summon more flower fairies. As a reward for guarding the magic plant garden, Sunan only needs to provide them with enough flower dew and honey every month, which can be called a cheap and useful helper. Dia, how are you today? Sunan took out the flower dew and honey and gave them to the flower fairies, then stretched out his palm and let Dia fall into his palm. Everything is fine. Taya smiled sweetly. It's just that the mandrakes are a little noisy, always screaming. I just need to teach them a lesson. Oh! 2 apprentices came this morning, and I played hide-and-seek with them. Hee. They couldn't find me. Nature has endowed the flower fairies with magical self-protection abilities. As long as they hide in the sea of flowers, even formal wizards can't easily find them. Taya naggingly told Sunan what happened today, And from time to time, she laughed a series of silver bell-like crisp laughter. Sunan listened patiently and interjected from time to time. If nothing unexpected happens, the managers of the magic plantation in the future will mainly be the flower fairies. The queen of the flower fairies has the ability to summon her tribesmen. In the future, whenever there is a need, she can ask Taya to summon new tribesmen. From now on, Sunan will no longer have to worry about the shortage of manpower in the magic plantation. However, most things can be handed over to the flower fairies, and some work still needs to be done by apprentices. The third round of qualification tests held by Jinan province ended as early as last month. Compared with the first and second rounds, the third round was larger in scale. Therefore, as many as 18 boys and girls finally passed the qualification test. Now there are as many as 33 students in the entire base. Nearly half of them have already entered the star ring meditation method. Like Shimon, Corey and Otto, they have already built the second star ring and successfully mastered 3 to 4 zero-ring spells. In addition, Shimon and Otto have successfully made zero-level potions. To describe it with data, the potion-making skills of both of them have reached level 1. Corey has already mastered the puppet refining skills. Thanks to this, Sunan no longer has to waste energy on making low-level potions and refining black rock leopards. Both tasks have been handed over to 3 students. Shimon and the other 2 now basically only accept tasks of making potions and refining puppets. Tasks like taking care of magic plants, cleaning the laboratory and maintaining the golems were given to other newcomers. When more people learn to make potions, we can expand the scale of potion sales. The profitable business must continue, and the scale must be gradually expanded. After all, as Sunan's strength increases, there are more and more places where money needs to be spent. Apart from other things, just for searching substitutes for the core materials of the magic pattern during this period of time has cost more than 3,000 gold coins. Fortunately, the money was not wasted, and 3 substitutes were successfully synthesized in the end. Now only 21 rare metals are needed to make up the materials for refining the core of the magic pattern. The forest was particularly silent in the middle of the night. A group of men in leather armor walked through the forest under the dim starlight. The sound of insects vibrating their wings came to my ears, like a nocturne intertwined. The group walked in silence, and the rustling footsteps passed through one bush after another. The cold air and dead silence in the middle of the night made people nervous. After walking for a while, someone finally couldn't hold back and whispered to the person leading the way, "Fredray, how far do we have to go?" "Almost," Fredray said without turning his head. "You said so half an hour ago. How far do we have to go?" The person who spoke was anxious. "You are not lying to us, are you?" Fredray looked back at him and said coldly, "If you don't believe me, you can turn around and leave now." "You? Okay. Stop arguing." An older man interrupted the two. "Be careful not to attract wild animals with too much noise. Black wolves often appear here at night." The man had a high prestige among these people. As soon as he opened his mouth, the person who had just complained immediately shut up. Fredray glanced at the man and whispered, "I've seen the mark left before. If we walk another 700 or 800 meters, we will reach the cave I found." Everyone was immediately refreshed after hearing this, and hurriedly quickened their pace. Not long after, the view suddenly opened up, and a clearing appeared in my vision, with a steep mountain wall at the end. At the bottom of the mountain wall, there is a dark cave entrance. In the dark night, the cave entrance is like a bloody mouth waiting for uninvited guests to break in, which looks a bit creepy. However, everyone is not afraid at all. Instead, they look at the cave entrance with extremely hot eyes and excitement on their faces. "Fredray, did you find those silver ingots in this cave?" the big man asked in a deep voice. Fredray nodded heavily. "Yes. I saw with my own eyes that there is a silver vein deep in the cave." Everyone's expression became more and more excited. A silver vein. Even if it is only a super small shallow silver vein, the silver ingots dug out are enough to make them rich overnight. If the reserves are larger, maybe they will have no worries about food and drink in this life. "Let's go in." The big man suppressed his excitement and led everyone into the cave. Some people in front and behind the team lit torches consciously, and the bright firelight illuminated the scene in the cave. The big man observed the cave wall and frowned in confusion. This cave is full of traces of artificial excavation, and the traces are quite new. Combined with the silver veins inside, it should be a mine cave that has been excavated not long ago. But if that is the case, why is there no one here? And he asked in the city. No one has ever mined in this forest. The big man was inexplicably uneasy and began to consider whether to retreat and come back after exploring clearly. At this moment, a low cry suddenly came from his ear. It's a silver vein! The big man subconsciously looked up and saw a dull silver-gray color on the cave wall suddenly jumped into his eyes. His heart suddenly beat rapidly. The desire for silver ingots instantly overwhelmed the uneasiness deep in his heart. Without hesitation, the big man immediately took off the iron pickaxe at his waist and said excitedly, "Mining?" Everyone had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and they couldn't wait to get started after hearing it. I'm rich. After this, I can rest for several years. This cave seems to be quite deep. There may be other mineral veins inside. That's right. Let's go check it out later. A group of people were discussing excitedly. Just then, some strange noises suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Although he was in excitement, his rich adventure experience over the years still made the big man notice something wrong at the first time. Quiet! There seems to be something in the cave. Everyone, be alert. Everyone immediately put down the pickaxe, drew their weapons, and stared at the darkness deep in the cave with vigilance. Squeak! In their horrified eyes, a group of rats as big as cats rushed out of the darkness. What is this? Rats? How can there be such big rats? Damn! These monsters are so fast. I got bit. The eyes of these rats that suddenly appeared were slightly red, like crazy beasts, attacking everyone with sharp fangs and sharp claws. What's more terrifying is that they move very quickly, and there are many of them. In the limited space of the cave, it is difficult for everyone to dodge, and they are soon injured. Calm down. Defend back to back. The big man swung his sword and split a giant rat in half, shouting loudly. The next second, a dull whistle suddenly sounded from behind. Before the big man could turn around, he was knocked to the ground by the huge figure rushing from behind. Captain! Someone screamed. With the flickering firelight, everyone quickly saw that it was a fat and sturdy monster that knocked the big man down. It had a toad-like head, dark red skin, no eyes, and extremely sturdy limbs. Gurgle gurgle. The toad monster opened its bloody mouth, bit off the big man's head fiercely, chewed it a few times and swallowed it into its stomach, and then jumped towards the others. Ah! The death of the big man made the team completely panic. Everyone lost their will to fight and rushed to the cave entrance. Unfortunately, he didn't run far before he was pounced on by the toad monsters and rats that chased him from behind. Fredley, who rushed the fastest, arrived at the cave entrance first. Seeing that he was about to escape, he couldn't help but show an ecstatic expression on his face. But the next moment, a sticky tongue suddenly shot out from behind, wrapped around his waist, and pulled him back with force. Ah! The short scream stopped abruptly, followed by a numbing chewing sound. Crunch! Crunch! Not long after, the sound disappeared, and the dark cave returned to the silence of death. Chapter 97. Whose Face? Shining City. The city is extremely lively today. The streets are decorated with lights and people are bustling. Both sides of the street are hung with curtains with golden flame emblems, which are the marks of the Shining family. In the square in the distance, there are tables for beer barrels and food for people to eat. The whole city is now filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In the carriage, Mujwa opened the curtains and looked at the scenery and people on the street with interest. Shining City is much more prosperous than before. Oda, who was sitting opposite, nodded and said, after all, Shining City is now the center of Jinan province. After defeating Marquis Jinan, Marquis Qi designated Shining City as the central town of the province. And the Lord's Mansion still used the original Baron's Mansion, but it was expanded. Today, Shining City is already the political and economic center of the entire Jinan province, and it is naturally becoming more and more prosperous. President, I heard that Grand Duke Fanqing and the other 5 marquises have sent envoys to congratulate. Is that true? Oda asked curiously. Mujwa smiled and said, Of course it's true. As the dignified Marquis of Flash, he still has some face. That's really a big deal. As they spoke, the carriage had arrived at the Lord's Mansion. The open space in front of the mansion was full of luxurious carriages of various colors, and the outer walls of the carriages were covered with a dazzling array of noble emblems. There were at least 200 or 300 types. Oda even saw a few very familiar noble emblems. which were clearly the nobles of the Principality of Jinghua. Even the nobles of our principality have come here. The Marquis of Flash has too much face. Musha was intriguing. It's true that he has a lot of face. But it may not be the face of the Marquis of Flash. Oda was slightly startled, and then showed a thoughtful expression. After handing the gifts to the servants at the gate, the two handed over the invitations, and after a simple inspection, they entered the mansion and went to the hall under the guidance of the servants. From a distance, they heard bursts of laughter coming from the hall. In the bright and spacious hall, there were scattered tables covered with white cloths, and all kinds of delicious food and wine were placed on them. Many well-dressed men and women with pampered temperament gathered together in twos and threes, holding wine glasses in their hands, talking and laughing elegantly. Mujua looked around and recognized many familiar faces. They were all big figures that ordinary people rarely saw, and many of them were viscounts or even earls. But these big figures who were high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people were now in the hall in groups. Looking forward to the arrival of the master, Mujua smiled in his heart, and his eyes swept over, and he keenly noticed that there were two small groups that attracted a lot of attention. The first group was a group of middle-aged men on the right side of the hall. Compared with other nobles present, this group of people's words and deeds are less elegant, more sturdy, and have a bit of the iron-blooded atmosphere of soldiers. If nothing unexpected happens, these people should be the military nobles recently promoted by Marquis Qi. These people have only been rising for a short time, and it is difficult for them to integrate with the old nobles from outside. So they form their own group and gather together to chat. Mujua looked around and found a few familiar faces in them. Viscount Brad, Baron Jodan and Baron Starly, because he often led the caravan to Flash City in person. He was familiar with these three. The other group of people was a group of teenagers. The young and tender faces stood out among a group of adults, and were particularly conspicuous. However, no one dared to look down on these young people, and many people were even paying attention to them secretly. After all, these young people were all students of that person. A noble walked over with a smile on his face, wanting to join their chat. But soon he retreated with a helpless look on his face, which seemed not to be going well. Mujua looked around again, but did not see Sunan. Thinking that Sunan would not appear at this time, he stopped thinking about it, signaled the servants passing by to stop, took a glass of wine from the plate in his hand, and then forced a smile and walked towards the nearest nobles. As for Oda, he was arranged in another hall, where all the guards brought by the nobles were. Boring banquet. Cory frowned and looked at the nobles in the hall, who were laughing and talking, and a trace of impatience flashed across his face. And a group of boring people. Otto smiled and said, "Don't say that. This is the Lord's wedding. If the teacher hears you say these things, he will definitely scold you." Cory pouted and snorted, but his face restrained the impatient expression. He still respected the teacher in his heart. In fact, if the teacher had not also attended this wedding, he would not have appeared here at all. Instead of attending such a boring banquet, it would be better to use the time to learn spells or refine another Black Rock leopard. Sia Man, who was standing aside, laughed secretly. He looked at the magnificent hall and the well-dressed nobles, but he felt a little sad. In the past, the only chance he had to attend such a high-class banquet was to clean up the garbage with old Roger after the banquet. But now, he has become one of the guests attending the banquet, and has become the object of many nobles' fawning. Thinking about it, things have really changed. Senior Sia Man. A voice suddenly came from the side. Sia Man turned his head and found that the person who spoke to him was Ethan, an apprentice who entered the second batch of the base. "I heard that there will be a batch of red-eyed crows in the base soon. Is it true?" Ethan asked curiously as he approached. Behind him, the newcomers looked over curiously, and they were obviously very interested in this matter. Sherman smiled and nodded. "It's true. I heard from Lady Amy that the teacher brought it from somewhere else. It has hatched now, and will be put into use after a period of cultivation. It's really a red-eyed crow. I haven't seen this kind of magical creature yet. The book says that the red-eyed crow can see prey hundreds of kilometers away. So powerful? Then I must find a red-eyed crow as a magic pet in the future." The newcomers talked about it, and were full of curiosity about the red-eyed crow. They had just come into contact with wizard knowledge, and now was a period of time when everything was full of novelty. Sherman laughed and said, "Then you have to work hard. Only second-level wizard apprentices can contract magic pets. You still have a long way to go." "Yes, Senior Sherman. The newcomers held their heads high and looked confident. Sherman and Otto saw it and sighed at the same time. These newcomers have not suffered the beatings of training, so they are so confident. After they meditate for a while, they will know how difficult it is to build a star ring and increase their spiritual power. It has been more than 2 years since they became first-level wizard apprentices, and they have not even built the 3rd star ring yet. Their spiritual power is far from the standard of second-level wizard apprentices. Promotion is a long way off. The more you practice, the more you can experience the difficulty of improving your strength. Therefore, you admire and respect your teacher more. I heard from Master Amy that the teacher was promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice in just about a year. The speed of promotion is beyond their reach. The Lord is here. A voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Sherman's meditation. He looked up and saw Markiki walking into the hall with his bride on his arm. Smiling, both of them were wearing gorgeous dresses inlaid with jewels and precious embroidery. The bride also wore a crown on her head, which matched her beautiful face and was particularly eye-catching. The bride is so beautiful. Atur couldn't help but sigh, his eyes slightly shining. Shemin smiled and was about to tease her a few words, but suddenly saw a figure next to him. He turned his head and looked solemn. Teacher. Corey. Atur and the newlyweds also found Sunan and bowed. The movement here immediately attracted the attention of many nobles. When they saw Sunan, their eyes suddenly lit up and they were eager to come forward to talk. But because the main person had already entered the venue, they had to temporarily suppress this idea. The hall suddenly became quiet. Sunan looked at the newlyweds in the center of the hall with a smile. There is no church in this world, so the wedding ceremony is not held in the church, and there is no need to exchange vows and rings. The whole wedding ceremony is actually more like a celebration banquet, which is solemn and lively. Sunan thinks this is pretty good, without so many formal procedures. After a speech and blessing, the banquet officially began. People began to clink glasses and chat happily. Many nobles were holding wine glasses and were about to chat with Sunan. But when they turned around, they were shocked to find that Sunan had disappeared. Even the young apprentices had left. The group of people were immediately disappointed. Behind the hall, the reception room, Sunan sat on the sofa, sipping wine leisurely. Not long after, Kay walked in and saw him like this, and couldn't help but smile. I knew you were here. Why don't you stay a little longer? Many people came to the wedding today for you. Sunan shrugged speechlessly. Of course he knew this, but knowing it was knowing. But Sunan had no interest in pretending to be nice to those people, and he had the qualifications to do so. Where's the bride? Are you just leaving her like this? Seeing Sunan change the subject, Kay didn't care, smiled and sat down on the sofa and poured himself a glass of wine. She went back to rest. An 18-year-old girl must be exhausted after a busy day. Sunan raised an eyebrow and said, It's not good to have a bad body. It's not good for the genes of future generations. Let her eat more dragon blood fruit next time. Gene inheritance is more obvious in this world. The children of knights have better qualifications and are more likely to become knights. If they are the children of great knights, it is almost certain that they will be promoted to knights. Not to mention legendary knights. It is precisely because of this that some noble families that have been passed down for hundreds of years often have many strong people and knights emerging continuously. This is exactly the embodiment of genetic improvement. If both parents are knights, the probability of their children becoming knights is almost as high as 70% to 80%. It is a pity that there are very few female knights in this era. The daughters of nobles focus more on etiquette and social arts. They learn singing, playing instrumental music and table manners, and perhaps also court dance and equestrianism. But they do not pay attention to martial arts training. But it doesn't matter. If martial arts are not good, it's okay to improve physical fitness. Anyway, with the dragon blood fruit, it is not difficult to greatly enhance physical fitness in a short period of time. The two chatted casually for a while, and then the topic shifted to the recent situation of the Spark Church. At present, the places where the Spark Church is spreading its faith most smoothly are the Red Leaf Province and the Frost Province. The former has the Grand Duke's endorsement, and has encountered almost no difficulties from top to bottom. The latter is currently being rebuilt, and the people are starving and cold. The Spark Church can easily gain a large number of believers as long as they give a little food. As for the Holland Province, the Soman Province and the Ziju Province, although they have not expressed their support for the Spark Church's spread of faith, they have not made obvious obstacles. and are probably still waiting and watching. He did not mention the White Tower province. However, judging from the fact that the Marquis of the White Tower chose to marry him, his attitude is self-evident. We need time to accumulate strength. But we can't just let the Spark Church expand its power. Do you have any good ideas? He said solemnly. Sunan hesitated slightly. They can't get involved in the territories of other provinces now. So naturally they can't disrupt the actions of the Spark Church. The only thing they can do is to unite with the White Tower province and prohibit the Spark Church from entering. Of course, it's not like there are no other solutions. Jinan province can't be relied on. But there is still the Jungle Hut. Perhaps we can start from this aspect. I find a way to deal with this matter, Sunan said. Hearing Sunan say this, Kuyi's expression suddenly slowed down a lot. He has always been very confident in Sunan. Since Sunan said this, he must have made up his mind. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door opened, and Brad walked in quickly, looking a little solemn. Lord, Mr. Sunan. First he saluted the two. Then Brad said in a deep voice, the patrol team sent intelligence that all the people in a village more than 10 kilometers north of the city disappeared. Key's expression froze. And he asked, have you found out what happened? According to the report of the guard, there are many traces of beast claws and bites at the scene. And there are a lot of residual blood. The initial guess is that a group of beasts attacked the village, killed all the people in the village, and dragged the bodies away. A group of beasts? Key frowned, looking a little surprised and uncertain. It is not uncommon for a group of beasts to attack a village. It is a bit unbelievable that a person who reported the news in the whole village could not escape. How big must the herd be to be able to do such a thing? This happened on a wedding day, and Key was in a very bad mood. He frowned and ordered, you personally take people to investigate and find the murderer who attacked the village. Yes, sir, Brad responded solemnly, and then left vigorously to mobilize manpower. It just happened at this time. Key sighed. Sunan stood up and patted his shoulder, comforting him. First, get the wedding done, and other things will be discussed tomorrow. Key nodded, stood up and returned to the hall. After all, he was the main person today and couldn't leave for too long. Sunan walked to the window, looked towards the north, and was thoughtful. A herd? Chapter 98. The 100-Armed Monster. Brad was very efficient. The next day, the results of the investigation were presented to Key. According to the investigation, it was most likely that a herd of beasts attacked the village, and a lot of beast fur, broken claws, and fangs were found at the scene. After confirming this, Brad immediately spread out to search around the village, looking for traces of the herd. Soon he found a mess of footprints, and then bloodstains. Finally, following these traces, he found a cave deep in the forest. However, when investigating the situation inside the cave, they were attacked by monsters and had to withdraw temporarily. After leaving some people to seal the cave, Brad immediately came back to report the results of the investigation. This is the monster Brad and his team encountered in the cave. He pointed to several portraits on the table. Sunan picked up the top portrait and looked at it, and his eyebrows raised. Isn't this a ferocious rat? Ferocious rats are ferocious beasts. Mutants. Extremely ferocious when attacking. Fast. And good at biting and chewing their opponents with their sharp incisors. But in reality, the strength of ferocious rats is about the same as that of ordinary people. If you are careful, ordinary adult men can deal with them. A single ferocious rat is nothing. The key is that ferocious rats usually appear in groups. Hundreds of them appear at a time. In addition, they carry a variety of germs. And there is a certain probability that people will be infected with diseases such as rot fever and plague. Therefore, even if a knight encounters a group of ferocious rats, he often has to avoid them. The second portrait is a monster with a toad head and thick limbs. Underground toad monster. Sunan was really surprised this time. If it was just a ferocious rat, he was not sure. After all, ferocious rats could appear in many places. But underground toad monsters only exist in the underground world. Could it be that the cave is connected to the underground world? Sunan couldn't help but be stunned. Not long ago, he was still thinking about where to find the entrance to the underground world. But before he could take action, the goal was delivered directly to him. Is his luck good or bad? Do you know this monster? He asked. Sunan nodded. This is an underground toad monster. A monster living in the underground world. I suspect that the depths of the cave may be connected to the underground world. Underground world. He was even more confused. A vast but very dangerous place, where many powerful and terrifying monsters live. After hearing this, Key's face suddenly became very solemn. Will that threaten the flashing city? Sudan pondered for a moment and shook his head. Probably not. The creatures in the underground world live in the dark underground all year round and cannot adapt to the surface environment. At most, they occasionally come to the surface to fight. And there will be no attack on towns or the like. Key's expression suddenly relaxed a lot. But his brows were still furrowed. In other words, those monsters may continue to attack other villages? It is possible. Then what should we do? Block the cave? No. Leave this to me. Sudan waved his hand. It was not easy to find the entrance to the underground world, and he was reluctant to block it. At least explore it first. Send people to block the forest and caves to prevent the monsters inside from coming out to hurt people again. And don't let irrelevant people go in. As for the caves, leave it to me. Seeing that Sunan said so, he agreed. Half an hour later, the flashing city army was dispatched to block the forest in the north and prohibit outsiders from entering and leaving. Sudan also arrived at the forest with the army. Sir, this is the cave where the monster appeared. Deep in the forest, Brad pointed to the dark cave under the mountain wall and said, let someone watch outside and kill the monster immediately if it comes out. After leaving a word of advice, Sudan walked into the cave alone. Torches were hung on both sides of the cave, left by the soldiers who explored before. However, there were only torches near the entrance of the cave, and it was dark before. Sudan picked up a stone and cast the light spell. The gray stone suddenly emitted a torch-like light, dispelling the surrounding darkness. As he walked forward, Sudan observed the traces around him. It can be seen that the cave was not formed naturally, but was artificially excavated. If nothing unexpected happened, it was probably done by the residents of the underground world. The violent rats and underground toad monsters obviously did not have this ability. They should be some kind of humanoid creatures, such as dog-headed people, gray dwarves or mushroom people. Going further, Sudan soon discovered a silver mine. Now the speculation that the cave is connected to the underground world has become more certain. After all, the most abundant resources in the underground world are undoubtedly various mineral veins. Squeak! Just then, a group of ferocious rats rushed out from the darkness in front and attacked Sunan like a tide. The number was estimated to be no less than 100. Sudan was not panicked at all, and stretched out his palm, with his palm facing the rats. Burning hand. Wow! The surging flames gushed out in an instant, almost covering the entire cave passage. The rats that rushed over collided with the blazing flames, and instantly turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground and wailing miserably. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ferocious rats were wiped out. Several underground toad monsters that were driving the rats in the back were stunned in place, as if they did not expect the people to be so cruel. When they reacted, they saw 6 fist-sized missiles. Puff, puff, puff. The missiles penetrated the heads of the 3 underground toad monsters one after another, and then pierced through the hearts and penetrated from the back, leaving only 2 shocking holes. After just one encounter, the 3 underground toad monsters fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Sunan slowly retracted his palm. The underground toad monsters are not particularly powerful creatures. The strength of adult underground toad monsters is generally between primary knights and intermediate knights, and a few elites can reach advanced knights. In a dark environment, even a great knight may suffer a loss if suddenly attacked by multiple underground toad monsters. However, for Sunan, who relies on spiritual perception rather than naked eye observation, the power of the underground toad monsters is not enough. Without even looking at the corpses on the ground, Sunan continued to move forward. The deeper he went, the wider the cave became, and the more dim silver appeared on the rock walls on both sides. Sunan was slightly happy in his heart. It seems that the silver mine reserves here are not low. If all of them are mined, it will also be a considerable income. Moreover, many silver mines are accompanied by gold mines. If you can find gold mines, you will make a fortune. Along the way, underground toad monsters and ferocious rats kept jumping out to attack Sunan, and he easily solved them. In the end, Sunan became impatient and directly released more than 10 black rock leopards to let them deal with the monsters. As a puppet creature, the black rock leopard is naturally endowed with dark vision. and is very comfortable in the dim cave. It is also good at coordinating pincer attacks, which is perfect for dealing with underground toad monsters and ferocious rats. After the experience of sneaking into the Storm Army camp before, Sunan is now accustomed to putting dozens of black rock leopards and stone golems into the magic cube in case of emergency. Not long after, Sunan found some bones with blood on the ground of the cave. It is not difficult to identify that these are human skeletons. Judging from the traces, they are still very fresh. Most of them are the disappeared villagers. Sunan sighed. It seems that the people who were captured are in danger. After walking more than 300 meters forward, there was a faint sound in front. It sounded a bit like the sound of a puppy barking. Sunan's expression moved, and he cast a language proficiency spell on himself. The moment the spell took effect, the strange sound in front became a clearly recognizable strange language. Don't be lazy, you idiots. Dig faster. The food is gone. If I can't dig enough or to exchange for food today, I will use you to fill my master's stomach. This is the language of the dog-headed man. Sunan looked down and found many plum-shaped footprints on the ground. So that's it. Sunan understood vaguely. He had thought that omnivorous creatures such as underground toad monsters and fierce rats should not lack food in the underground world, and there was no need to risk running to the surface to hunt. Now that he saw the dog-headed man, he suddenly realized it. Kobolds are common humanoid creatures in the underground world, and they reproduce everywhere like rats. They are natural miners, and are often used as slaves by other races. It seems that there may be other masterminds behind this incident. Sunan had an idea in his mind. At the end of the passage, there is a suddenly open basin. A group of dog-headed people were waving pickaxes and digging the mines. Their heads looked like dogs, with two light-colored horns, shining eyes, and tails straight like rats. There was a bonfire burning not far away, and next to it was their simple tent. There were some mushrooms and unknown meat scattered on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of feces. It seemed that these dog-headed people had been eating, drinking, and defecating here for a long time. In the corner, there were some mined ores piled up, and the silver was mixed with a little gold light. It seems that this silver mine is indeed accompanied by gold mines. Sunan was delighted and gave orders decisively. More than a dozen black rock leopards beside him immediately rushed out of the cave and pounced on the dog-headed people. Yes, there are invaders. Black leopards. Can they be eaten? The intelligence of dog-headed people was very low, and they were often driven by instinct. When they saw the black rock leopards attacking, their first reaction was to rush forward and want to kill these monsters that suddenly appeared to see if they could be eaten. It was not until the black rock leopard killed more than a dozen of their companions in one encounter that they became terrified and fled screaming. No escape. Kill the invaders. A larger-sized, dark brown-scaled kobold leader stood up, wielding a whip to whip the fleeing kobolds, forcing them to fight. But the next second, he was pounced on by the black rock leopard that rushed over and torn into pieces. The fighting power of the dog-headed man is much weaker than that of the underground toad monster. Even the dog-headed man leader is only at the level of an apprentice knight. He is no match for the black rock leopard. Hundreds of dog-headed men were quickly killed. At this moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded. It sounded like many people roaring at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a hideous and terrifying monster suddenly rushed out of the hole deep in the basin. The monster looked like a big tree with many branches protruding from the surface, and also like a centipede with long limbs. It was extremely large, with an upright height of more than 10 meters, and covered with dense arms and heads. Each of its arms held a sword or a heavy hammer, and the lower body, or the torso, was wearing half-body armor. Judging from the enchanted runes on the surface of the armor, it was actually a magical item. What kind of monster is this? In the shadow behind the cave entrance, Sunan widened his eyes in surprise. I have never seen a monster like this before. A giant with 100 arms? No, that's not right. The giant with 100 arms is at least humanoid. This monster has many arms, but no feet. Only roots. Just as Sunan was in doubt, the monster had already moved its dense limbs, like tree roots, and rushed to a black rock leopard quickly. Countless giant swords and heavy hammers struck down at the same time, smashing the black rock leopard to pieces. Bang! Bang! The strength of the monster with 100 arms was much greater than that of the black rock leopard. It could kill the latter in one blow. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen black rock leopards were chopped or smashed into pieces by it. Sunan couldn't help but take a breath. What a terrible power. The real giant with 100 arms has the combat power level of a second-ring legendary knight. The monster in front of him is no less strong than the giant with 100 arms, and has more arms than the giant with 100 arms. The key is that he can use weapons and wear armor, so his combat power is probably stronger than the giant with 100 arms. Even if he is not as good as the 3-ring legendary knight, it is probably not much worse. A monster comparable to the 3-ring legendary knight. Sunan never thought that there was such a terrible thing hidden in the cave near the flashing city. If this monster ran to the surface and killed people, the consequences would be disastrous. Sunan suddenly felt that it was very wise for him to send the Black Rock Leopard to test first instead of showing up rashly. Otherwise, he would probably have to flee now. Even if he had 5 high-level rune gems on his body, he could not guarantee that he could defeat this monster with 100 arms. Taking a deep breath, Sunan retreated silently and went back the way he came. Fortunately, after the 100-armed monster dealt with the Black Rock Leopard, it looked around and found no one. So it grabbed a few dog-headed corpses and went back to the original cave entrance while chewing them, without noticing that there were other people nearby. A moment later, Sunan walked out of the cave safely. Your Excellency, Brad, who was guarding outside, immediately came up to him. Sunan said in a deep voice, seal the cave and don't let anyone in. If something comes out of it, tell me immediately. Yes, Your Excellency. Brad didn't ask any more questions and immediately agreed. Back in Flash City, Sunan found Key and briefly told him about the situation in the cave. Hearing that there was a monster comparable to the 3-ring legendary knight inside, Key's face suddenly became very solemn, and he immediately decided to dispatch troops into the cave to kill the monster. After all, if he left such a powerful monster next to Flash City, he couldn't sleep well. But he was stopped by Sunan immediately. That monster has hundreds of arms, and it is least afraid of human wave tactics. Besides, the cave space is limited, and the army can't move freely inside. What should we do? He was worried. We have to think about it in the long run. Sunan also wanted to kill the 100-armed monster so that he could develop the silver and gold mines inside. The same is true for finding the entrance to the underground world. If you don't kill the 100-armed monster blocking the way first, you can't go deeper. But it's not advisable to act rashly. The two discussed for a while, and finally decided to send more troops to garrison near the forest, and never let the monster get close to the flashing city. As for the rest, we will slowly think of a way. Chapter 99 Unilateral Acquisition. Although it has been decided to deal with the 100-armed monster, a monster comparable to the level of a 3-ring legendary knight is not so easy to kill, and it must be fully prepared. With only the combat power that Sunan has now, it is not completely sure that he can kill the 100-armed monster. Fortunately, the 100-armed monster will not come to the surface in a short time. From the conversation of those dog-headed people, the 100-armed monster is likely to drive its subordinates out to plunder because of lack of food. And after Sunan's slaughter, there are now a large number of corpses in the cave, which should be enough for the 100-armed monster to eat for a while. During this period, he can prepare a way to deal with the 100-armed monster. Sunan already has some clues about this. The sudden accident did not affect Sunan's next schedule. After attending the wedding, he devoted his energy to meditation and study as always. After taking the 3rd-level medium-quality transcendental potion, the meditation efficiency has improved a lot. Now practicing the Star Ring meditation method every day can increase more than 1,800 points of proficiency. Sunan estimated that by the winter piano month of next year, he should be able to build the 11th Star Ring. By then, his mental power will be about 34, and he can change to the 3rd-level superior transcendental potion. In terms of physique, after taking the dragon blood fruit synthesized by the magic cube, Sunan's physique has soared to 30 points. In terms of physique alone, he is almost the same as the Great Knight. So far, Sunan's mental and physical fitness have met the standards for fusing the magic pattern core. Now all that is missing is the magic item manufacturing skill level and magic pattern core materials. After practicing for more than half a year, consuming a lot of materials, and manufacturing a large number of alchemical magic items and secondary magic stones, the former is now only more than 1,000 proficiency points away from level 4. As for the latter, Sunan has recently developed 4 substitutes, and now only 17 kinds of rare metals are missing. In addition, the concentration of the sub-dragon blood of the hidden dragon is also steadily increasing. It has increased from less than 8% to more than 10% in 2 months. It's easier to improve when the blood concentration is low. Sunan glanced at the hidden dragon basking in the sun on the open ground. I don't know whether it's because he evolved into a sub-dragon species, or because he awakened the ability to breathe fire. But the hidden dragon now likes to lie down and bask in the sun more and more. It seems that he has been infected with the bad habits of the dragon race. Shaking his head, Sunan retracted his sight and looked at the red-eyed crow flying high in the sky. Before hatching the red-eyed crow, he specially modified the eggs and integrated a trace of dragon blood. The result is that the hatched red-eyed crow has become much larger. A layer of scales has grown on its body, and its intelligence has also improved. The combat power of a normal red-eyed crow is not even comparable to that of an apprentice knight. But the red-eyed crow that has integrated dragon blood can already suppress 2 or 3 apprentice knights in a frontal battle. If the red-eyed crow's foundation is not too poor, and it can't withstand too much dragon blood, Sunan can continue to strengthen it to the knight level. It's a pity that living creatures can't be strengthened by magic cube synthesis. Otherwise it would be much simpler. However, with the help of this transformation, Sunan's biological transformation skills finally broke through to level 3. Tonight is the party in the jungle cabin. Sunan walked towards the workshop and stayed in it until night before returning to the meditation room to take out the key to the trading house. When the key became usable, Sunan activated it immediately. After a flash, he was already in the familiar wooden house. The bright moonlight shone in from the window, soft and beautiful, and the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves could be heard faintly. Sunan looked around and found that Night Owl, Red Heart, Rose and Dead Wounds were all there. In addition, there was one more person. The other party wore a simple silver mask with almost no decoration. The word Scepter was engraved on the table in front of him. The 5th member? Sunan thought secretly. Today's party has 6 members attending, which is the largest number of people in recent years. Night Owl, who was sitting at the top, said with a smile. Rose and Red Heart subconsciously glanced at Sunan at the same time. The reason they came to this party was entirely because of Sunan's existence, and they wanted to trade more resources from him. By the way, Scepter, let me introduce you to this new member who has just joined the Jungle Lodge. Mr. Player. Scepter nodded to Sunan in a friendly manner, his voice full of calmness and confidence. Welcome to the Jungle Lodge. I heard from Night Owl that you killed Heb. Well done. I have always believed that everyone must abide by the order, and the order cannot be destroyed. Otherwise it will only lead to the interests of everyone being harmed in the end. This is also the code of conduct that the Jungle Lodge has always followed. What Heb has done recently has seriously violated the original agreement made by everyone. Even if you don't kill him, we are ready to kick him out of the Jungle Lodge. Sunan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Jungle Lodge was more principled than he expected. Come to think of it, the wizard apprentices in the Jungle Lodge were more or less involved with the aristocratic forces, or even the royal family of a certain country. For these people, stability is the most important thing. If everyone does not follow the rules, and does things like Heb, for his own selfishness to bring chaos to the entire country, it will eventually lead the situation to an unmanageable situation. After hearing the words of the Scepter, the dead body snorted coldly, but did not say anything. Night Owl shook his head and said, "The person is dead. Why are you still talking about this now?" The Scepter chuckled and said, "Night Owl, I know you want to find more wizard apprentices to join the Jungle Lodge so that everyone can exchange more resources. But the candidates must be carefully selected. People like Heb will only cause trouble for the Jungle Lodge." Red Heart and Rose both nodded. I have to admit that what the Scepter said is still somewhat reasonable. For example, the beast disaster that Heb led this time. Outsiders who are not aware of it may think that the jungle cabin is behind it. By then, the jungle cabin will also be counted as part of the hostility that Heb has provoked. They don't want to take the blame for Heb. Night Owl smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, "Okay, I will be more strict in this regard in the future. Thank you for your hard work." The Scepter nodded slightly to Night Owl. Sunan watched the whole process. His eyes flickered slightly. From the words and deeds of the Scepter, he felt a bit of familiar aristocratic style. The elegant manners that have been taught by words and deeds since childhood and almost permeated into the bones are simply impossible for outsiders to imitate. Others may not be able to see it, but Sunan can see at a glance that the Scepter must be of extraordinary origin. Rose, there is this Scepter, plus me. The proportion of wizard apprentices from aristocratic origin seems to be quite large. Sunan thought secretly. Let's not waste time talking. Let's start today's party. Night Owl clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Who wants to go first? Rose couldn't wait to say, I go first. Then he took out 3 boxes and put them on the table, and said to Sunan, here are 356 low and medium grade gems, worth about 6,800 gold coins, in addition to the 4 rare metals you want, and 54 wizard books. Add them all up, and I exchange them for 100 magic stones. How about it? Sunan's eyes lit up slightly, and he took the things and began to check. It goes without saying that gems are strategic materials. As for the 4 rare metals, except for one that has been researched as a substitute, the remaining 3 are materials that are currently missing. In this way, there are only 14 materials missing for the magic pattern core. Sunan selected the remaining wizard books, eliminated more than 10 that were already available, and accepted all the rest. After a round of bargaining, Sunan paid 98 magic stones. At the beginning of the party, the value of the first transaction was unexpectedly amazing. Night Owl, Red Heart, and Dead Wounds had seen Sunan's handiwork and were relatively calm. But the Scepter, who had not participated in the previous party, could not help showing astonishment in his eyes. When did the scale of transactions at the party become so exaggerated? Hundreds of gems and magic stones were sold at once. Especially magic stones, which are rare. How did the players get so many magic stones? The Scepter vaguely understood why today's party could gather 6 people. It seems that he missed a lot of things because he didn't come to the last party. Night Owl and Red Heart then took out gems, wizard books, and rare metals. But the quantity was much less than that of Red Heart. Sunan didn't care and took them all, and had 5 new rare metals in his hand. When it was Dead Wound's turn, he unexpectedly sent a miniature soul crystal to Sunan. I was impulsive last time. I apologize for offending you. This is my little token of my appreciation. I hope you can forgive me for my offense. Red Heart and Rose looked at each other in surprise. They rarely saw Wang Hai showing such a weak attitude. Sure enough, the temptation of the magic stone was so great that even Wang Hai had to bow his head and give in. Yi Xiao was very calm, as if he was not surprised by Wang Hai's behavior. Sunan took a deep look at Wang Hai and took the soul crystal. He didn't know Wang Hai's true thoughts, but he didn't care. The reason why he joined the jungle hut was to use this platform to obtain more resources. As long as Wang Hai didn't get angry and could bring him benefits, he didn't mind trading with him. A little conflict is nothing in the face of sufficient benefits. Both he and Wang Hai had the same idea. Seeing Sunan take the soul crystal, Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, I still have 5 micro soul crystals. How about exchanging them for your 15 magic stones? Sunan said without hesitation, 10. The price has to be lowered hard. 13. 11. Sunan added, just 11. Wang Hai was silent for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, deal. Sunan took the 5 soul crystals calmly, but he was very happy in his heart. He had been coveting soul crystals for a long time, but he didn't want Wang Hai to see the clues, so he pretended not to be enthusiastic about soul crystals. Otherwise, let alone 11 magic stones, 20 magic stones would not be able to exchange for so many soul crystals. The price elasticity of soul crystals is very large. Wizard apprentices who don't refine high-level puppets rarely use soul crystals and have little demand for them. But for wizard apprentices who specialize in puppet refining, soul crystals are precious treasures. The corners of the scepter on the side twitched. How come the transactions that used to be mutually exchanged have all become unilateral acquisitions by Sunan today? But even if he complained in his heart, he could understand it. If he had as many magic stones as Sunan, he could also turn everyone into his supplier. Scepter thought he was wealthy. In previous gatherings, whenever he was present, he would always be the one who provided the most resources. But compared with today's players, he was dwarfed. I don't know where Night Owl found such a wealthy wizard apprentice. Scepter, you are the only one left. Night Owl's words interrupted Scepter's meditation. Coming back to his senses, he coughed lightly, and his palm swept across the table. 3 bottles of potions, a ring and a staff appeared on the table in an instant. 3 bottles of tranquilizing potions, an alchemical grade protective ring, and an alchemical grade staff that can release 3 spell missiles in a row. Who wants it? Scepter's eyes swept over everyone one by one, pausing on Sunan. To be honest, He was also very jealous of magic stones. If possible, he also hoped to use these things to trade magic stones with Sunan. But to the disappointment of the scepter, Sunan looked unmoved, as if the things he took out were not in his eyes at all. And in fact, these things were indeed not in Sunan's eyes. The tranquilizing potion is a first-level potion that can be used to assist meditation and sleep. But in terms of improving the efficiency of meditation, it is still a step behind the active potion. Not to mention the comparison with the superpower potion and the transcendent potion. Not to mention the alchemical magic items. He is now wearing 11 glimmer level magic items. In addition, there are hundreds of alchemical magic items piled up in the base warehouse. He really doesn't care about just 2 alchemical magic items. Of course, Sunan will definitely make money by exchanging these things with magic stones. But he doesn't plan to do so. It's a bit ugly for one person to take all the things, so he has to leave some soup for others. In the end, the 3 bottles of tranquilizing potion were traded away by Night Owl, Rose and Dead Corpse respectively. The staff and the protection ring were traded away by Rose and Red Heart respectively. Do you have anything else to trade? At the end of the party, Night Owl looked around and said. Everyone looked at Sunan. Now only Sunan hadn't taken out anything to sell. I don't have anything to sell. Sunan shook his head and changed the subject. But I want to buy something from you. What is it? Rose asked curiously. God Blood Amber. Sunan noticed that when he mentioned God Blood Amber, Night Owl and Red Heart's palms trembled at the same time. It was obvious that the two knew about God Blood Amber. Do you know the Spark Cult? Sunan said. The Spark Cult? Rose tapped the arm of the chair with her fingers. The state religion of the Principality of Stars? The Scepter pondered. I've heard of this sect. It's a weird cult that acts quite radically, and seems to have some connection with the gods. Night Owl coughed lightly and said, I know the Blood Amber, which is the sacred object of the Spark Cult. To attack the Blood Amber is equivalent to taking their lives. Those lunatics will not stop until they die. Player, what do you want this thing for? Sunan said lightly. Secret. Night Owl shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. Red Heart said, the Spark Cult's influence is all over the Principality of Stars. It should not be underestimated. There is a big risk in confronting them. In short, you have to pay more. Sunan raised a finger and said slowly, 1 blood amber. 20 magic stones. As soon as these words came out, the wizard apprentices present were all tempted. They paid so many resources to trade for more than 10 or 20 magic stones. 1 god blood amber can be exchanged for 20 magic stones. This deal is worth doing. Okay. It's a deal. Hong Xian spoke first. The others looked at each other and agreed. They had no psychological burden to deal with a cult that was related to the gods. Sunan saw it, and the corners of his mouth under the mask rose slightly. Although there were only 5 third-level wizard apprentices present, the power they control combined might be enough to overthrow a country. If these 5 people were to keep an eye on them, the Spark Cult would definitely be in a mess. Just using some magic stones could greatly delay the Spark Cult's actions to spread its faith, weaken their strength, and collect god blood amber. It was a great deal for Sunan. Chapter 100 The Concept of Magic Pattern Construction and Night Guard. Puppet Factory. The low roar of the magic crystal forging furnace echoed in the factory. Sunan stood in front of the large workbench, concentrating on using the magician's hand to control the silver needle and draw the enchanted pattern on the surface of the golem. About 10 minutes later, as the last stroke of the pattern fell, the whole golem body instantly had a fresh breath of magic. Another one is done. Sunan smiled with satisfaction and put the miniature soul crystal into the groove on the golem's chest. As the groove closed, the enchanted patterns flashed one after another, and the steel golem on the workbench suddenly came to life. Under Sunan's command, the steel golem jumped off the workbench and walked to the end of the team in the corner and stood still. In front of it were 6 identical steel golems. After the second gathering in the jungle hut, Sunan immediately started to refine a new steel golem. There were 6 micro soul crystals in total, all of which were refined into soul cores. And the final result was 6 steel golems. In order to enhance the combat effectiveness of the steel golems as much as possible, the steel used for refining was synthesized and strengthened in advance to improve the quality of the materials. The combat effectiveness of the steel golems finally refined has reached the upper level of the first ring legendary knight, which is even stronger than the first steel golem refined before. The cost has increased by nearly half, soaring to more than 1,500 gold coins. Sunan now earns about 22,000 gold coins every year just by selling potions. And the cost of these 6 steel golems is about 40% of the annual income from potions. Of course, this is only the nominal cost. In fact, because the cost of purchasing micro soul crystals is pitifully low, the actual cost is not that exaggerated. 6 steel golems are still a little less to deal with the 100-arm monster. The 100-arm monster is the name given by Sunan to the monster in the cave. The main purpose of his refining 6 steel golems is to deal with the 100-arm monster. The old steel golem should be kept in the base. However, considering the combat power of the 100-armed monster, 6 steel golems are still a little insufficient. At least 10 are needed. Only with enough tanks in front can Sunan output at ease in the back. After thinking for a moment, he quickly came up with an idea. If there are not enough steel golems, then use stone golems. But ordinary stone golems will definitely not work. There is no point in the front row that can't even withstand a blow from the 100-armed monster. More powerful stone golems must be synthesized. There happened to be more than 20 stone golems in the Rubik Cube, and Sunan took them out directly and put them into the Rubik Cube. Elite Stone Golem, Puppet/Advanced Knight level. A puppet creature made of granite. Is extremely powerful and indestructible, and can automatically recover from injuries by consuming energy. 25 stone golems are needed to synthesize an Advanced Knight. Sunan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed his brows. After all, the initial combat power of the stone golem is only at the level of a primary knight. The starting point is too low, so it is normal that the number of synthesis requirements is high. Sunan simply transferred more than 10 stone golems from the patrol team and continued to put them into the Rubik Cube. When the number of synthesis increased to 42, the combat power of the elite stone golem on the synthesis interface finally broke through to the level of a first-ring legendary knight. The cost of a stone golem is about 43 gold coins, and 42 is more than 1,900 gold coins. The cost is about 300 gold coins more than the steel golem. But the combat power is a lot worse. The elite stone golem is at most only at the level of a lower-level first-ring legendary knight. Not as good as the newly refined steel golem. However, Sunan thought about it and decided to synthesize the stone golem. After all, soul crystals are really rare. In comparison, gems are easier to obtain. It is already very good to have a channel to synthesize the combat power of a first-ring legendary knight. To synthesize 4 elite stone golems, we need 168 stone golems, and we still need 143. Fortunately, we got a lot of gems from the jungle hut, so the materials are sufficient. It will take about 20 days to complete everything. Sunan estimated the time. If everything goes well, it can be refined before winter. Putting the stone golems of the patrol guards back, Sunan left the puppet factory and walked towards the spell training area. That it was time to practice spells. He has now mastered 3 second-level spells: Elemental Protection, Levitation, and Mirror Image. Considering that he will deal with the 100-arm monster next, Sunan chose the 4 second-level spell, Crushing Sound Waves. Crushing Sound Waves. A range damage spell that can emit a high-speed vibration sound wave, causing crushing damage to all living or non-living things. This spell is a bit similar to the Banshee's Howl. Of course, the damage is far from comparable. The Banshee's Howl can even cause damage at the soul level, while crushing sound waves are only effective at the physical level. However, the crushing sound waves can be finely controlled to accurately strike the target. Unlike the Banshee's Howl, the lethality is completely indiscriminate between enemies and friends. With the improvement of mental power and the use of the 3rd-level medium-grade transcendental potion, Sunan's speed of learning spells has also accelerated. Now it only takes more than 40 days to master a 2nd-level spell, Crushing Sound Waves. Now the learning progress is more than halfway, and Sunan estimates that when the stone golem is refined, Crushing Sound Waves should be almost mastered. After practicing spells, Sunan came to the study and took a book from the bookshelf to read. From the jungle hut, he gradually got more than 100 wizard books. During this period, he took 2 to 3 hours every day to read. Thanks to the learning progress of the panel, his current knowledge has far exceeded the level of a normal 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Even compared with formal wizards, Sunan is confident that he will not fall behind. Most of the wizard books traded are just basic knowledge, and there are very few advanced knowledge. However, there is a book that Sunan is quite interested in. Magic Pattern Construction. This is the name of the book. The content can be roughly summarized as combining magic tattoos and magic weapons to create a special enchanted rune that can be used by wizards, apprentices, and knights. As everyone knows, magic tattoos can only be used by wizards, apprentices. After all, this thing needs to be injected with mental power to activate. But magic weapons are different. Even knights can use them. So the author of the book took a different approach and combined magic tattoos with magic weapons, intending to create a strange weapon in the form of enchanted runes that can be activated by injecting fighting spirit or mental power, greatly enhancing the user's combat power. To be honest, the magic pattern construction is actually similar to the magic pattern core. The basis of both is magic tattoos, and both require magic item manufacturing as a prerequisite skill. The difference is that in addition to magic item manufacturing, the magic pattern construction also involves biological transformation, which is more difficult than the magic pattern core. This thing is not very useful for wizard apprentices, far less than the magic pattern core, but it is very useful for those who want to build their own forces. The power of the magic pattern structure is only slightly higher than the magic tattoo, far less than the magic pattern core, and has little effect on improving the combat effectiveness of wizard apprentices. But the advantage is that the cost is much lower than the magic pattern core. If it is used to arm knights, a powerful knight army can be established in an instant. According to the description in the book, a set of the lowest level of the first level magic pattern structure is enough to strengthen the power of a junior knight to the level of a peak knight close to the level of a great knight. This degree of strengthening is undoubtedly amazing. Sudan thinks that he can take time to study the magic pattern structure. Speaking of which, it's time to form his own knight guard. For a long time, when Sudan needed knights, he directly drew them from the Flash City army. Both he and Key were accustomed to this, including the investment in funds. At present, the Flash territory is in a critical period of expansion, and there are strong enemies outside. So the territory and the base are indistinguishable from each other. The base can get funds and materials from the territory, and the territory can also get black rock leopards, stone golems, dragon blood fruits, and potions from the base for free. But this kind of thing can't continue forever. If you want to develop healthily, sooner or later, the base will be separated from the territory, economically independent, and transform from an ambiguous dependent relationship to a mutually beneficial trading relationship. This is a healthy and sustainable development relationship. By then, the base can't arbitrarily draw troops from the Flash City, and it must have its own night guard. To form a night guard, you must first have people. Draw soldiers from the army? As soon as this idea came up, Sudan rejected it directly. If you really do that, the night guard will inevitably carry the mark of the Flash City army, and the separation of relations will become a joke. It's better to train them yourself. Sudan thought about it, and decided to select a group of children from the civilians and farmers in the territory, and train them from an early age. Anyway, there is no rush to form a night guard, so you can take your time. The most important thing is to establish a complete training system, so that knights can be continuously supplied to the base in the future. As for why they are not selected from the children of nobles, one is that most nobles have their own knight heritage. The children of nobles have been taught martial arts by their own knight elders since childhood, and there is no need for outsiders to intervene. The other is that the territory recruits knights, most of which are selected from the children and descendants of vassal nobles. Sudan does not want to compete with the Flash territory for soldiers. Anyway, he has dragon blood fruit and various strengthening potions, and does not value the qualifications and talents of the candidates. Even if the qualifications of civilians and farmers are a little worse, they can be piled up with potions and magic plants. The key is to be clean and loyal. Magic pattern constructs and night guards. Now there are two more targets. Sudan let out a long sigh. Neither of these two things can be done in a short time. They still need to be considered in the long run. Let's deal with the 100-arm monster first. Time flies, and more than 20 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Before the end of the autumn curtain moon, Sudan finally synthesized 4 elite stone golems. Now he has 10 first-ring legendary knight-level combat forces. I also made 10 more high-level rune gems. Now there are 15 in total, which should be enough to deal with the 100-arm monster. After everything was ready, Sudan put the golem into the magic cube and took him along to the forest north of the city. Fortunately, the 100-arm monster has not come out of the cave during this period. Only occasionally there are sporadic underground toad monsters and ferocious rats that walk out of the cave, and then they are quickly wiped out by the garrison knights. Therefore, There were no major casualties during this period, which made Key very relieved. Brad had received a notice from Sunan that he would enter the cave today, and had been waiting outside. When he saw Sunan coming, he immediately came to greet him. "Sir, according to your instructions, the troops near the cave and outside the forest have been evacuated. Okay. You should leave as soon as possible." According to Sunan's expectation, if he couldn't beat the 100-armed monster, he would have to flee the cave. At that time, the 100-armed monster might chase him out. If the army stay here, it might cause heavy casualties. Just in case, let the army evacuate first. After Brad left, Sunan cast a shield spell on himself, put on a layer of energy particle protection, and activated a ring of extreme protection before entering the cave. As for the hidden dragon, he had already entered the cave in advance after his body was virtualized. The cave still retains the appearance when he came before, except that the torches on the rock wall have been extinguished. There are no other obvious changes. The bodies of the ferocious rats and underground toad monsters that were killed before have disappeared. They are probably all food for the 100-armed monster. Sunan walked forward cautiously. Long walked 100 meters in front of him. The space in the cave passage is very limited. It can't accommodate Long's huge body. If he doesn't make his body virtual, he can't even move. However, if he can't fight, Long can still be a spy. Sunan didn't encounter a single monster along the way. He arrived at the basin very smoothly. Unexpectedly, there was another group of dog-headed people in the basin who were mining. Obviously, the dog-headed people who mined last time had been killed by the black rock leopard. Did the 100-armed monster catch it from somewhere else? Sunan's first reaction was that it was caught from the underground world. After all, the 100-armed monster has never left the cave. And if he wants to catch the dog-headed people, he can only catch them from the underground world. But these are not what he should care about now. Sunan shook his head and put away his distracting thoughts. He took out more than 10 black rock leopards from the magic cube and issued an order to attack and kill the dog-headed man. In an instant, more than a dozen swift hunters appeared in the dim basin. The sudden sneak attack stunned the dog-headed man. One by one, his companions died under the sharp teeth and claws of the black rock leopard. The dog-headed man, who suffered heavy casualties, soon fell into panic and fear, screaming and fleeing in all directions. Just like last time, the movement in the basin soon attracted the 100-armed monster, accompanied by a roar that seemed to be countless voices overlapping. The huge body of the 100-armed monster rushed out of the hole deep in the bottom of the basin, and saw the black rock leopard beating the dog-headed man at a glance. Seeing that the black leopard that killed all his slaves last time appeared again, the 100-armed monster was extremely angry. Without saying a word, he waved his weapon and killed the black rock leopard, killing all the black rock leopards in a few seconds. But before he could be happy, he was shocked to find that there were a group of huge monsters made of steel and stone around him. Chapter 101 Underground City. After successfully luring out the 100-armed monster, Sunan immediately released all the golems and ordered them to surround the 100-armed monster. While the 100-armed monster was confused, he quickly uttered a syllable, followed by a deep shout. In an instant, a group of visible sound waves emerged from thin air, twisted and swept through the void, hitting the 100-armed monster like a cannonball. Bang! One of the 100-armed monster's arms suddenly exploded, and blood and flesh splattered. Ah! Dozens of heads of the 100-armed monster screamed in pain, and the overlapping dull sound waves echoed in the empty basin, making people feel stuffy in their chests. The 100-armed monster suddenly turned its head, and dozens of pairs of eyes stared at Sunan with resentment, and rushed towards him with a sharp roar. An elite stone golem immediately stepped forward to stop it. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of long swords and heavy hammers of the 100-armed monster smashed down on the elite stone golems one after another. The attack was as swift as a storm, and the elite stone golems retreated continuously. The broken stones on their bodies fell straight down, and countless cracks appeared on their bodies in an instant. This attack power is too strong. Sunan couldn't help grinning, but his hands were not slow, and he continued to use crushing sound waves. Groups of distorted sound waves hit the 100-armed monsters one after another, either arms, heads, or torsos, except for those that were broken by the 100-armed monster's prejudged weapons and blocked by the magic armor on the torso. The remaining sound waves shattered an arm or a head. Sunan keenly noticed that when he smashed the head of the 100-armed monster, the arms under the head were not affected at all. and they continue to swing their weapons to attack. In other words, any head of those arms can be controlled, and destroying a head alone has no effect. In addition, the defense of the magic armor on the 100-armed monster is also terrifyingly strong. A shattering sound wave hit it, leaving only a fist-sized hole. And the 100-armed monster was not injured at all. Glimmer-level magic armor? Su Nan was stunned. This thing is rarer than glimmer-level magic items. The main reason is that no wizard, apprentice, will waste energy to make such a thing. I don't know where the 100-armed monster found it. We have to get rid of those arms first. In just 4 or 5 minutes, the 100-armed monster smashed an elite stone golem into pieces. It was obviously besieged by many golems, but it seemed to be the other way around. The many heads covering the upper body made the 100-armed monster have no blind spots at all. Hundreds of arms also made it have no blind spots for attack and parrying. It can calmly parry attacks from any direction and counterattack at the same time. That is, the shattering sound wave is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to defend, so it is hit from time to time. It's really hard to deal with. Although it was expected, the strength of the 100-armed monster still made Su Nan frown. If a knight were to face this thing, even the Black Rock Cavalry regiment of 1,000 people would probably be helpless against it. Su Nan took a deep breath. His face condensed, and a high-level rune gem had fallen into his palm. The next second, the high-level rune gem flew out of his hand, suddenly exploded in midair, and turned into countless black rays, falling on the head of the 100-armed monster like rain. The 100-armed monster waved his weapon frantically, trying to block the black rays, but the weapon penetrated through the rays. The next moment, dense black rays of light hit him with a bang. In an instant, a layer of dark color appeared on the body of the 100-armed monster, and his body suddenly stagnated. The originally swift and fierce attack was visibly slowed down a lot. After a shadow high-level rune gem weakened the fighting power of the 100-armed monster, Su Nan threw out another thunder rune gem, which turned into a lightning with a diameter of a meter and smashed down. Boom! The heads and 4 or 5 arms hit by the thunder were almost instantly turned into charcoal. The lightning then exploded and turned into countless dense electric snakes that covered the whole body of the 100-armed monster, crackling and lingering. The huge and ferocious body of the 100-armed monster was stiff for a moment. At this moment, the hidden dragon that had been lying in ambush since the beginning of the battle suddenly appeared, opened its bloody mouth, and sparks flickered between its teeth. Wow! A terrible flame spewed out of its mouth. The raging flames instantly submerged most of the body of the 100-armed monster. A shrill howl sounded. At least more than a dozen arms and 7 or 8 heads were destroyed by this blow. More heads and arms were scorched to varying degrees. The intense pain instantly freed the 100-armed monster from its stiff state, and it also fell into a rage. The remaining heads roared angrily, and countless weapons rushed to chop at the hidden dragon. But the latter had already become empty and disappeared into the void. The long sword and heavy hammer hit the air, smashing the ground and creating large cracks. The 100-armed monster, having lost its target, immediately transferred its hatred to Su Nan and rushed towards him with a roar. Bang! 2 iron golems took heavy steps, blocking the path of the 100-armed monster. Angry, the 100-armed monster threw out the long sword in his hand. The sharp long sword tore through the void, and suddenly attacked Su Nan with a sharp explosion. The speed was so fast that even Su Nan, whose physique had already reached the level of a great knight, could not dodge in time. Puff! A dull sound like a sharp blade piercing leather sounded. The long sword that attacked like lightning penetrated the shield and the energy particle protection layer one after another, and was finally intercepted by a layer of invisible force field, losing its momentum and falling to the ground with a clang. Looking at the extreme protection ring that instantly reduced the defense by more than 300, Su Nan couldn't help but feel a sour tooth. After breaking through 2 layers of defense, he was able to destroy the 300+ defense of the extreme protection ring. What kind of strength is this? If he was hit by such a blow without any preparation, he might not even be able to leave his whole body, and his body would be torn into pieces. Seeing that the 100-armed monster was about to throw weapons again, Su Nan did not hesitate to use the mirror shadow technique, and the whole person instantly split into 5 and scattered in different directions. Watching this scene, the 100-armed monster was stunned, and hesitated for a long time before throwing the weapon to Su Nan on the right. As a result, the weapon passed through his chest, and that Su Nan twisted and dissipated in the air. Roar! The 100-armed monster was extremely annoyed. But he didn't dare to throw weapons casually. After all, it didn't have many weapons in its hands. If one of its arms lost its weapons, it could only deal with a group of steel and stone in front of it with bare hands. With the clones disrupting the line of sight, Su Nang could finally output at ease in the back. In an instant, 2 more high-level rune gems were thrown out, turning into thunder and flames to hit the 100-armed monster. The shrill screams echoed endlessly over the basin. At this point in the battle, the 100-armed monster has lost about half of its arms and more than a third of its head, and is covered with wounds. It wanted to kill Sunan first, but it couldn't get close to Sunan under the siege of the golems. After the means of throwing weapons were also cracked, it could no longer pose any threat to Sunan, and could only watch him output from the back. From time to time, it had to guard against the hidden dragon that suddenly jumped out to attack. Even when it was still in the extremely dangerous underground world before, it had never fought such a humiliating battle. Crack! The 100-armed monster smashed another elite stone golem. As the number of arms decreased, its combat effectiveness was also greatly weakened. Before, all the arms focused fire 3 or 4 times to kill a golem. But now it took a long time to kill a golem. At this time, Sudan had thrown out the 7th high-level rune gem. Under the blinding thunder bombardment, 7 or 8 arms of the 100-armed monster were destroyed. Taking advantage of the moment when the 100-armed monster was stiff, Yinlong appeared insidiously and bit off 3 arms of the 100-armed monster. Without waiting for the 100-armed monster to fight back, it quickly disappeared into the void. The seriously injured 100-armed monster finally felt the threat of death. After recovering from paralysis, it turned around and wanted to escape at the first time. Seeing this, Sunan immediately ordered the golem to give up defense and block it. Yinlong no longer hid and rushed directly to the 100-armed monster. At the same time, Sunan also took out the 8th high-level rune gem. Under the joint siege of the wizard apprentice, the magic pet and the golem, the arms of the 100-armed monster were quickly destroyed. Without the means of attack, it no longer had the opportunity to turn around or escape, and its heads were destroyed one after another. With a howl that suddenly stopped, the huge body of the 100-armed monster fell to the ground with a bang, smashing a large cloud of dust. Sudan did not relax, and several more crushing sound waves hit the upper body of the 100-armed monster until the part of the torso connecting all its heads and arms was bombed to pieces. He was sure that it was dead and could not die anymore. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally kill this guy. Sudan looked around. After a battle, the 4 elite stone golems were annihilated, and 1 steel golem was also destroyed. The loss of these 4 golems alone exceeded 9,000 gold coins. In addition to the 8 high-level rune gems consumed, Sudan spent at least nearly 13,000 gold coins in this battle. For a while, he grimaced in pain, until he remembered the silver and gold mines in the cave. His mood improved a lot. As long as this silver and gold mine can be developed, more than 10,000 gold coins can be earned back soon. After calming down, Sudan walked forward to observe the corpse of the 100-armed monster, and his eyes fell on the magic armor. After a close observation, he noticed that the magic armor on the 100-armed monster did not fit. Compared with the huge body of the 100-armed monster, the magic armor seemed a little small, and the whole armor had been stretched out of shape. It seems that this guy accidentally found the magic armor from somewhere and then put it on his body. Sunan biological transformation has reached level 3, and his attainments in this area are not low. After observing for a while, he determined that the ghost appearance of the 100-armed monster was not transformed, but naturally grown or mutated. Coupled with the ill-fitting magic armor, the speculation that the 100-armed monster was a creature transformed by a wizard apprentice can be basically ruled out. Sudan then used the magician's hand to take off the magic armor from the 100-armed monster. Although he could not use this magic armor, the magic armor looked expensive, and if it was decomposed, he might get some rare metals. As for the body of the 100-armed monster, it was of no use to Sunan, so he burned it to ashes. After doing all this, Sunan turned his head and looked at the hole where the 100-armed monster came out. After thinking about it, he decided to explore it. After putting the golem into the magic cube, Sunan let the hidden dragon virtual body walk in front as usual, and then the man and the beast walked into the cave. The passage behind the cave was unexpectedly spacious, almost twice as large as the passage when they came in. Come to think of it, the 100-armed monster can pass through the passage with its size, so the space must not be small. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, Sunan came to an extremely empty cave. There were many bones with bite marks scattered on the ground, and a foul smell could be smelled. Obviously, this was the residence of the 100-armed monster. There was a dark hole deep in the cave, and no one knew where it led to. Having come here, Sunan would certainly not stop and continue to go deeper. This time the passage was still wide and long. Sunan estimated that he had walked several hundred meters, but still could not see the end. Until he had walked about 700 or 800 meters, the passage suddenly turned downward. Sunan frowned, and did not let Elon go down, but cast a levitation spell on himself, and then slowly floated down. After landing for about 20 meters, a hole that could only accommodate one person suddenly appeared in front of Sunan, and a faint light could be vaguely seen coming from outside. After hesitating for a while, Sunan continued to float down, but the space became narrower and narrower, and ordinary people could not pass through it all. After using the stone with the light magic to shine, the passage below was sealed, and there was no exit. Seeing this, Sunan returned to the cave entrance and passed through. His vision suddenly widened. What came into view was densely packed upside-down pointed stones, like sharp swords. Sunan looked around and found that he was in a huge upside-down bell-shaped cave, and those pointed stones were stalactites hanging from the top of the cave. And the passage he just came out of turned out to be a hollow stalactite. The stalactites were decorated with countless shining crystals, shining brightly, making the whole cave shrouded in a hazy light. Looking down, at the bottom of the cave was a huge deep lake, like a gem inlaid in the middle of the cave. There was also an island in the center of the lake. There were many stone buildings scattered on the island, and some figures could be vaguely seen going in and out of the buildings. This is the underground city-state. Sunan opened his eyes wide. Intelligent creatures in the underground world are used to living in the form of city-states to resist external threats. There are countless city-states of different sizes in the vast underground world. A small city-state may have only a few thousand people. A large city-state can have a population of more than 100,000. The island in front of him is obviously a small city-state. Sunan never thought that there was a city-state in the underground world hidden under the forest not far from the flashing city. This really made Sunan not know how to describe it for a while. The existence of the underground city-state is not a good thing for the flashing city. The underground residents have always been full of malice towards their neighbors on the surface. They may invade the surface one day and bring war and disaster. But for Sunan, it may not be a bad thing. If he is lucky, he may be able to find many precious materials that are rarely seen on the surface in this city-state. Chapter 102 Caution and Awe. Sunan finally chose to leave quietly. Although he wanted to investigate the situation on the island, he had just experienced a fierce battle, and his mental strength was consumed a lot. He only had 7 high-level rune gems left, and his strength was not at its peak. For safer considerations, it would be better to go back and prepare before investigating. After returning to the flashing city, Sunan went to the Lord's mansion as soon as possible. After learning that Sunan had gone to the cave, he had been waiting in the meeting hall for news. Seeing that Sunan had returned safely, he was relieved. He couldn't wait to ask, "Is it solved?" "Solved." Sunan nodded, and before Key showed joy on his face, he immediately said, "But I found some new situations." Key was stunned. "What situation?" Sunan briefly told the story of the underground city-state. After listening to Sunan's words, Key was numb. "I thought it was bad enough that there was a monster comparable to the 3-ring legendary knight near the flashing city. But I didn't expect that after the monster was solved, an underground city-state popped up. The latter is undoubtedly more threatening than the 100-armed monster." He began to regret setting the provincial central city in the flashing city. If he had known that the entrance to the underground world was next to it, he would definitely hide as far away as possible. If I'm not mistaken, the 100-armed monster should have traded with that city-state. Sunan remembered what the group of dog-headed people had said before. They mined in exchange for food to feed the 100-armed monster. And in the cave, the only people who can trade are obviously the people in the underground city-state. The residents of that city-state may have known that the cave is connected to the surface for a long time. They haven't invaded the surface for so long, and they probably won't have this idea in the short term. Sunan comforted him. Of course, it is also possible that the 100-armed monster occupied the passage and blocked the people in the city-state from passing through. But if it is true, it will be even simpler. This means that the power of the city-state cannot even suppress the 100-armed monster, so he has nothing to worry about. Hearing what Sunan said, K's worries were slightly reduced. What are you going to do with the veins in the cave? Mining immediately, Sunan said without thinking. After all, the cave is not 100% safe, and the veins can be mined as early as possible. Do you need me to recruit miners from Black Rock City? No. Just help me prepare a set of mining equipment, and leave the mining to the clay golem. The mining efficiency of a clay golem is equivalent to that of dozens of skilled miners, and the mining efficiency of clay golems is higher. Sunan plans to mine all the veins in the cave as soon as possible. This battle cost a lot of money, and he needs to recover as soon as possible. And if he wants to prevent the invasion of the underground city-state next, he will have to refine another batch of golems to guard the cave, which will also cost a lot of money. Okay. Tell me if you need my help. He turned around and told the guards to do it. The next day, Sunan directly transferred 30 clay golems from the base to live in the cave and expand the cave in advance to facilitate the mining work later. Although the dog-headed people are born miners, that is only relative to other residents of the underground world. Compared with humans, dog-headed people are much more backward in both skills and equipment. The veins in the basin that have been mined by dog-headed people are like being chewed by dogs, and they don't look beautiful and neat at all. It took 3 days for Sunan to successfully complete the expansion and renovation of the cave. It just so happened that the mining equipment also arrived, which even included mining rails. After the equipment was installed, a mining area was initially formed. Although the number of miners is small, they do not need to rest or eat, and can work non-stop for 24 hours. So the mining progress is not slow. Sunan estimated that 30 clay golems could mine silver and gold worth more than 100 gold coins a day. If they were refined and then sold, the value could increase further. At this rate, he would be able to get back his investment in killing the 100-armed monster in about 3 months. The rest would be pure profit. In the underground city-state, Sunan arranged 5 steel golems to guard the cave where the 100-armed monster originally lived, and set up a magic alarm so that he would know immediately if a creature entered. For the next 2 months, everything was calm. The mining work in the cave went smoothly. There was no movement in the underground city-state, and Key gradually felt relieved. Time passed quickly, and it was the last day of the sleeping moon. In the Starlight Continent, this day is also called the Sabbath Day, marking the arrival of the end of the year and the dividing line between the old and new years. Whether it is civilians or nobles, they will gradually reduce their activities outside after this day, including work and visiting friends, as if the hustle and bustle of the whole year has quieted down on this day. It is not until the first month of the new year that people start to hold various celebrations and banquets to celebrate the arrival of the new year. On the 3rd day after the New Year celebration, Sunan successfully constructed the 11-star ring. His mental power also successfully broke through 34, reaching the standard for taking the 3rd level Superior Transcendental Potion. Sunan immediately switched to the 3rd level Superior Transcendental Potion, and his daily increase in the proficiency of the Star Ring meditation method also soared to more than 2,300. However, the proficiency required to construct the 12th star ring also soared to 800,000, and it is expected to take almost a year to achieve. In addition, his magic item manufacturing skill finally reached level 4. Another condition for refining the magic pattern core has been met. I finally got this skill to level 4. In the workshop, Sunan sighed while looking at the panel. He picked up an ordinary long sword and a silver ingot in his other hand. Under the bright light, the silver ingot turned into silk threads between his fingers, which merged into the long sword bit by bit, and the silver-white luster visible to the naked eye emerged from the surface of the blade. In a blink of an eye, the long sword had an extra layer of spiritual aura. Temporary magic weapon. Magic item manufacturing. After reaching level 4, Sunan mastered a new skill. As long as he had silver and gold, he could add temporary enchantment effects to the weapon at any time. It's generally practical, but it's better than nothing. Sunan put down the weapon. His efficiency in making magic weapons has improved a lot now. As long as he wants, he can make 7 or 8 weapons a day like a game. But he doesn't do this anymore. The work of making magic weapons has been handed over to Shimon and Corey. The two have mastered certain magic item manufacturing skills. Although they can't make magic items of too high difficulty, they can already make magic weapons independently. But the efficiency is a bit slow. As for Adil, as the time of cultivation increases, the gap in qualifications between her and Shimon and Corey becomes more and more prominent. Whether it is meditation progress or spell learning, she is slower than Shimon and Corey. in the fields of potion making, puppet refining and magic item manufacturing. They are also average. On the contrary, several students with good qualifications emerged from the second batch of students. For example, a teenager named Ethan. It took only more than 7 months to build the first star ring, which was only a few days slower than Sherman at the beginning. Moreover, he showed an outstanding talent in potion making, and now he can skillfully refine the essence of Silver Moon flower. It is estimated that it will not take long for him to make zero-level potions. When the second batch of students headed by Ethan grow up and learn to make potions one after another, they can start to expand the scale of potion sales, and then the income will usher in another wave of surge. Now we only need the materials for refining the magic pattern core. After participating in the jungle cabin last time, Sunan had already collected 80 kinds of rare metals. In the following months, 4 more rare metals were successively researched. From the magic armor of the 100-armed monster, 3 more rare metals were decomposed. Now there are only 2 left. The experiment is almost progressing, and it should be completed in a few days. Sunan smiled slightly. Once the magic pattern core is integrated, his strength will increase dramatically. Since he came to this world, his strength has been increasing at an astonishing speed. But he has never felt very safe. The Starlight continent is too vast. Even after thousands of years of elemental desert, this continent that once gave birth to a prosperous wizard civilization should not be underestimated. No one knows how many powerful creatures exist on this vast continent. For example, the extremely dangerous underground world. There is a 100-armed monster comparable to the 3-ring legendary knight near the entrance of just one underground world. How many powerful and terrifying creatures should there be in the vast underground world? There is also the jungle hut. Sunan has never underestimated the group of 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Night Owl, who can break through to become a 3rd-level wizard apprentice in an extremely scarce resource situation. Who is not a genius with outstanding talent and amazing talent? This group of people may have survived for hundreds of years, and they may have accumulated many trump cards in a long time. If you underestimate them because of their rich resources, you may suffer a great loss someday. Moreover, since there is a jungle hut, there may be other wizard apprentice organizations. Sunan felt that it would be better for him to be more cautious and respectful of this continent. When he becomes a formal wizard, he can do whatever he wants. Junan City Manor. In the bright and spacious hall, the 3 chief priests of the Spark cult sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was a bit solemn, and all 3 frowned. After a long time, Yuri spoke to break the silence. In just 2 months, 18 strongholds of the sect were attacked, and a total of 14 priests and hundreds of priests were killed. The number of ordinary believers who were killed and injured was countless, and we haven't even investigated the specific identity of the murderer yet. How can we explain this to the chief priest Ovidiu? Jensen, who was sitting on the right, snorted coldly and said, "Do we need to investigate this? Some of the people who attacked the base can cast spells. They are clearly wizards. This is an attack on our sect by a wizard organization. I think it's either the Jungle Hut or the Eternal Life Society." Brack pondered. "But why did they attack us? We haven't offended them in any way. Right? That group of profit-oriented bastards will not stick to principles with others. As long as there is something beneficial, they will do it. Have you forgotten what we lost in this attack? You mean the god Blood Amber?" Yoris and Brack reacted immediately, and their expressions became solemn in an instant. Since the loss of more than 20 god Blood Ambers last time, the sect has strengthened the management of god Blood Ambers. But there were too many bases attacked this time, and more than 30 god Blood Ambers were still stolen. Originally, they thought that the other party just took the god Blood Amber. After all, there were many other things taken away. But after being reminded by Jensen, Yoris and Black immediately realized something was wrong. Perhaps the enemy really came for the divine Blood Amber. The divine blood is useless to people outside the sect, and it is useless to take it. But wizards are the only exception. It is said that in ancient times, wizards used divine blood for research. After frowning and thinking for a while, Yuri suddenly said, "Do you think this incident is related to Sunan? When he attacked the Stone Bell City stronghold before, he also stole more than 20 god Blood Ambers. You mean Sunan joined the Jungle Lodge? And the people who attacked us were also from the Jungle Lodge? It's not impossible, isn't it? But even if Sunan joined the Jungle Lodge, how did he convince other wizards to take action? You know, the Jungle Lodge has always been low-key, and they haven't had such a large-scale operation for many years. In any case, we must find a way to stop that group of wizards, because the recent attacks have greatly affected the sect's missionary activities. If the attacks are not resolved, the missionary activities cannot proceed, and the lost god Blood Amber must be found as soon as possible. Otherwise we can't bear the blame from the High Priest Oviju. Yori's rubbed his brows with a headache. If it was really Sunan, this guy is really a ghost. He hasn't even gone to settle accounts with Sunan yet, but this guy is targeting them first. So arrogant. Yori suddenly remembered the words of Marquis Jean Yin before his death, and his heart moved slightly. But he quickly suppressed this slight hesitation, raised his head and looked at the other two, and asked, "The High Priest Oviju has been in seclusion for almost half a year. When will it end?" "Who knows?" Brack shook his head. "The wizard of the royal family is not weak, and the High Priest Oviju used 3 holy artifacts to kill the other party. The backlash is a bit serious, and it is estimated that he will have to rest for a long time." Jensen sneered. "That old guy is ungrateful and dares to belittle the great star god. Killing him is a bargain for him. In my opinion, there is no need to give the promise of the blood-tempering body to the Grand Duke of Fanqing. After killing that wizard, the royal family will, now that they are more obedient. Do they still dare to go against us? That's not the case." Brack smiled slightly. "It's better to make the royal family cooperate willingly than to threaten them unwillingly. Besides, the starry royal family has been passed down for hundreds of years, and has a deep foundation. Even if the enshrined wizard is gone, the other forces in their hands should not be underestimated. As far as I know, the starry royal family once produced a 3-ring legendary knight 50 years ago. If that person is still alive now, he is no easier to deal with than a wizard. In short, it is enough to show force appropriately, and there is no need to push too hard. If the starry royal family chooses to fight to the death, we will also have a headache." Yori's agreed yes. "This is the best now. As long as the Grand Duke of Starry still cherishes his life, he can only choose to cooperate with us." Seeing the two singing in unison, Jensen curled his lips and said nothing more. The topic of the 3 people quickly shifted to missionary operations. Chapter 103 The Magic Pattern Core Worth the Money. In the workshop, the magic crystal forging furnace roared. Looking at the rare metals neatly placed on the workbench, a happy smile appeared on Sunan's face. "After spending so much time and energy, I finally gathered all the materials." After calming down, Sunan calmed down and began to prepare to refine the magic pattern core. He had already memorized the relevant refining techniques, so he could do it without any hesitation. As his palm passed, the rare metals and various auxiliary materials on the workbench melted like snow in an instant, and finally turned into a fist-sized silver liquid, floating above Sunan's palm. Sunan stretched out his hand and touched the silver liquid mass, and with a hook of his finger, he saw a silver thread as thin as hair extending from the silver liquid mass. With his movement, a mysterious and complex enchantment rune was outlined in the void. Then came the second and third enchantment runes, and the number increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost every second, an enchanted rune emitting a faint glow would appear in the void in front of Sunan. The densely packed enchanted runes intertwined and entangled, gradually forming a hollow sphere. And as time passed, more enchanted runes were constantly filled in, gradually filling the internal space. After an unknown amount of time, when the last silver thread turned into an enchanted rune, the original silver liquid mass had long disappeared. Instead, there was an extremely smooth silver sphere. It looked like a sphere made of silver, but if you observe it with a magnifying glass, you can find that it is actually made up of enchanted runes that have been shrunk countless times and are extremely delicate. The silver sphere, which is only the size of a fist, actually contains more than 100,000 enchanted runes. Looking at the magic rune core in front of him, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile from the heart appeared on his face. After relaxing, he suddenly felt indescribably tired. Drawing the enchantment runes for more than 20 hours consumed his mental energy. After putting away the magic rune core, Sunan took a nap, and then meditated for a few hours after waking up, until his physical and mental strength returned to the peak state. And then he began to fuse the magic rune core. Compared with the refining process that requires full concentration and cannot allow any mistakes, the fusion process is much simpler. Sunan controlled the magic rune core to fuse into the center of the chest, immersing into the skin and disappearing, leaving only a silver round mark the size of a coin in the middle of the chest. Done! Sunan snapped his fingers, turned around and left the workshop, and came to the spell training area. The next step is to test the power of the magic rune core. Standing in the center of the training ground, Sunan's mind moved, and countless silk-like silver metal liquids in his palm quickly drilled out of the pores, twisting and wriggling to form a night sword with cold light. The next moment, Sunan threw the night sword. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the night sword suddenly shattered and melted into countless metal liquids, and then quickly condensed in midair to form metal spikes as long as chopsticks, piercing the human-shaped target in the distance like bullets. In the blink of an eye, the human-shaped target was shot into a sieve. The next moment, the silver metal that had decomposed into countless fine particles condensed again in front of Sunan, turning into a half-person high metal shield with an indestructible and heavy texture. Metal dome, armor, heavy hammer, arrows. Sunan controlled the metal liquid to continuously turn into weapons of various shapes, and stopped after a while with a satisfied smile on his face. It must be said that the ability of the magic pattern core to shape at will is indeed very useful. It can be used for both attack and defense, and it focuses on both offense and defense, especially its superb flexibility. It can completely catch the enemy off guard in battle. When the enemy thinks that he is attacking a metal shield, he will face a metal storm of countless spikes in the next second. Unless you are prepared, you will be caught off guard. Sunan then tested the attack and defense strength of the magic pattern core. The object of the test was still the dedicated iron golem. The final test results made him very satisfied. When the full force was used, the weapon transformed by the magic pattern core almost penetrated the arm of the iron golem with one strike. An attack of this power, if it hits the vital parts, is enough to kill a first-ring legendary knight in seconds. Even the fighting spirit shield and elemental power can't resist it. In addition, the defense form of the magic pattern core is also very solid, and its defense is even stronger than the extreme protection ring. If converted into defense, it is about 1500 to 1600. The key is that the magic pattern core is not like the defense of the extreme protection ring, which will be offset and reduced by the attack before Sunan's mental power is exhausted. As long as the attack with instant damage not exceeding 1500 defense, it will not be able to break the defense of the magic pattern core. You should know that the power of a second ring spell is only less than 100 points of defense. In other words, as long as the mental power is sufficient, Sunan can completely withstand any second ring spell without being hurt. The only problem is that it consumes too much. It is okay to manipulate the deformation normally, and the consumption is very small. But once it is used for attack and defense, the consumption of the magic pattern core will increase dramatically. With Sunan's mental power of more than 34, he felt like he was about to be drained after just a short test. In the case of full-strength fighting, my current mental power may only last about 2 minutes at most. If the attack is too fierce, this time will be shortened. But in a battle of equal strength, 2 minutes is enough to establish victory. Sunan took the magic pattern core back into his body, feeling very happy. The materials of the magic pattern core are difficult to collect, and the fusion conditions are harsh. But fortunately it is worth it. And the final power did not disappoint him. If he had a magic pattern core when dealing with the 100-arm monster before, he would not have wasted so many high-level rune gems. Although it is not as good as the innate ability of a wizard, it is already very good. Sunan has seen how powerful the innate ability of a formal wizard is. The magic pattern core is powerful, but it is still a long way from the innate ability. The author of magic pattern core is a bit exaggerated, but Sunan is confident that the power of the magic pattern core can be improved to the same level as described in the book, or even to a higher level. After all, the magic pattern core can be synthesized and strengthened, as long as enough magic pattern cores are refined and then synthesized and strengthened. After synthesis and strengthening, maybe the consumption of the magic pattern core can be reduced? If so, it will be a big profit. But materials are a problem. Sunan sighed. In order to collect materials for refining magic pattern cores, he has invested a lot of energy, time and money. Although the corresponding substitutes have been developed and no more money is needed, many rare metals are still difficult to obtain. It is also not easy to collect the second, or even the third and fourth materials. Take your time. The day after he was busy refining the magic pattern core, Sunan learned the good news. Key's wife was pregnant. He will soon have a nephew or niece. To celebrate, he specially invited Sunan to have a dinner. After the dinner, when the maid helped his wife down, Key's expression straightened up and said, "Did you do anything about the Spark Church?" Sunan raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Key smiled and handed over a war report. Sunan took it and smiled. The content of the war report was about the information that the Spark Church had been attacked by unknown people recently. Since it turned from dark to light, the secret bases of the Spark Church have transformed into branches of the church in local towns. And in the past few months, these church branches have been attacked one after another, with heavy casualties. Some nobles who originally planned to accept the Spark Church's faith have backed down after seeing this situation. The prestige of the Spark Church among the people was also greatly hit. Thanks to this, the Spark Church's vigorous missionary activities just started to improve. But it suffered a heavy blow. The Spark Church has suffered a heavy loss this time. Kui showed a gloating expression on his face, and then repeated the previous question. Not long ago, Sunan said that the matter of obstructing the Spark Church's missionary work would be left to him to deal with. As a result, such a thing happened not long after. If you say that this matter has nothing to do with Sunan, Kui really doesn't believe it. Sunan knew very well that this was the beginning of the action of Night Owl and his men. Judging from the battle report, they seem to have gained a lot. It seems that he can get a lot of God Blood Amber at the next gathering. It has something to do with me, Sunan admitted frankly. He showed a look of as expected, and smiled. I knew he would have a way. After suffering such a huge loss at once, the missionary activities of the Spark Church will probably be stagnant for a long time. After talking about the Spark Church for a few words, Sunan quickly moved on to other topics. I plan to establish a night academy, recruit students from civilians and farmers, and train them into knights. He was puzzled. If you need knights, you can just draw them from the army. Why bother to train them yourself? 1 or 2 times is fine. I can't always draw people from the army. The base still needs to have its own night guards, so that many things will be convenient in the future. Sunan didn't tell the real reason. Now is not the time. Fortunately, he didn't think much about it, but wondered, why not recruit people from the children of the nobles? These people's qualifications and talents are much better than civilians and farmers. Wouldn't that become a competition for soldiers from the territory? Sunan waved his hand. And have you forgotten that we have dragon blood fruit? Poor qualifications are not a problem. He thought so too. And after thinking for a while, he nodded in agreement. Okay, let me handle this matter. You just need to choose the location of the academy, and I will take care of the rest. If the Night Academy can train more knights, it will be a good thing for the Flash territory. The stronger the base, the better for the Flash territory. Late at night, the third gathering at the jungle hut. Sunan slowly opened his eyes and looked around the long table. Unexpectedly, there were only 5 people attending the gathering this time, including him, Night Owl, Scepter, Red Heart, and Dead Corpse. Rose was not present. After the usual opening remarks, the gathering quickly entered the trading mode. Red Heart immediately took out 5 God Blood Ambers and placed them on the table, staring at Sunan. As agreed, I brought the God Blood Ambers, and now it's your turn to fulfill the agreement. Of course. Sunan smiled slightly and took out 100 magic stones and handed them to Red Heart. Seeing this, the other 3 also took out the Blood Amber. Sunan glanced at it, and his smile deepened. As he expected, the harvest of the jungle hut this time was very rich. The corpse was 3 blood ambers. The scepter was 7 blood ambers. What surprised Sunan was that the Night Owl took out 18 blood ambers. How many branches of the Spark sect did this guy attack? Sunan was secretly surprised that the person who could create the jungle hut had a lot of background and strength. According to the agreed purchase price, Sunan paid the magic stones one by one. In the end, he got a total of 33 blood ambers, which was more than the blood amber he got when he looted the Spark sect stronghold in Shizhong City. So many blood ambers are enough to at least double the effect of the original blood amber. Thinking that he could improve his meditation efficiency soon, Sunan's mood suddenly became much happier. On the other side, the 4 night owls, who got a lot of magic stones, were also very happy. But while he was delighted, he was also secretly surprised at the player's generosity. In just a short while, the player took out more than 600 magic stones in total. It was so generous that it was shocking. I don't know how many magic stones he has in his hand. Everyone, the purchase of God Blood Amber is still valid. Sunan smiled. Next time if you can get God Blood Amber, I will buy it at the price of 20 magic stones. Everyone looked at each other and nodded slightly. After the transaction of God Blood Amber was completed, everyone returned to the normal trading mode. Unfortunately, few of the things that Yi Xiao and others took out this time were pleasing to Sunan. In the end, he only traded a few more precious materials and 2 miniature soul crystals, and then stopped. After the party ended, Sunan took out the God Blood Amber for synthesis as soon as he returned to the meditation room. God Blood Amber, with a God Blood content of 2.95 milliliters, can attract free energy particles after contact with air to form a high concentration energy area. Judging from the description alone, the effect of the synthesized God Blood Amber does not seem to have changed much, except that the side effects of slight auditory and visual hallucinations are gone, and the pollution has been completely eradicated. Seeing that he could not see anything, Sunan simply conducted actual tests. The final result surprised him very much. The God Blood Amber combined with the 3rd level superior transcendental potion increased the meditation efficiency by about a quarter. This is because the God Blood Amber cannot be kept by your side all the time, especially when making potions, making magic items, and refining puppets. Otherwise it will interfere with the drawing of enchanted runes. Otherwise, with a 24-hour passive meditation in the transcendent state, the efficiency can be further improved. However, even so, Sunan proficiency in practicing the star ring meditation method every day has soared to 2,900 points. At this rate, the autumn curtain moon can build the 12th star ring. Sunan stroked the God Blood Amber in his hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the bounty acquisition of God Blood Amber will continue. Chapter 10 for the Human-Faced Lion. Deep in the cave, in the low basin, the honest clay golem is working diligently. The crisp sound of the pickaxe hitting the rock wall is endless. There are also clay golems pushing mine carts full of ore, clanging along the mine track to the outside. Over the past 2 months, this mining area has contributed nearly 15,000 gold coins of profit to Sunan, which has offset the cost of killing the 100-armed monster, and has a surplus. What makes Sunan even more happy is that the reserves of the ore vein are far richer than expected. Sunan estimates that if the ore vein is completely mined to exhaustion, it can at least provide him with more than 80,000 gold coins of profit, equivalent to the profit of selling potions for 3 or 4 years. If the mining area is not limited in space, and cannot accommodate too many clay golems, he would like to transfer more clay golems to mine. After walking around the mining area and finding nothing wrong, Sunan went straight to the warning point. The so-called warning point is the former residence of the 100-armed monster. It has been cleaned up here, and 5 steel golems are guarding here faithfully, motionless like statues. The magic alarm is also intact. Sunan came to the entrance of the underground world and walked in without stopping. It has been delayed for almost 3 months, and he thinks it is time to explore the situation of the city-state. Now he has the powerful trump card of the magic pattern core, and he also carries 20 high-level rune gems. In addition, the income from mining in the past few months has basically been used by him to refine golems. There are still 2 steel golems, 8 elite stone golems, and 100 stone golems in the magic cube. With so many trump cards in hand, Sunan is full of confidence. Even if he encounters danger in the underground city-state, he is sure to escape if he can't beat it. When he came to the entrance that turned downward, Sunan cast a levitation spell on himself, and then cast a light spirit spell and an invisibility spell respectively. The latter 2 were the 5th and 6th second ring spells he had recently mastered. They were specially prepared for this exploration. As the spell took effect, Sunan's figure instantly disappeared into the air. His body also became lighter. He jumped and landed lightly in the passage. Not long after, Sunan came out of the stalactite, and the strange island city-state appeared before him again. He activated the extreme protection ring on his hand, cast a shield spell and an energy particle protection layer on himself, and then Sunan slowly flew forward. The lake at the bottom of the cave was strangely calm, and even a few ripples could not be seen. The dim light emitted by the fluorite inlaid on the stalactites could not illuminate the bottom of the lake at all. Looking down from the sky, the whole lake was like a dark curtain, revealing a creepy silence. One can't help but wonder if there are any living creatures in this lake. Sunan looked around and didn't find any bridges or roads across the lake. He couldn't help but wonder how the people in the city-state could leave the island and enter the entrance of the stalactites above. However, not long after, Sunan saw a strange bird flying in front of him. It looked a bit like a manta ray with hair, with a wingspan of more than 5 meters, and 2 half-human, half-lion creatures sitting on its broad back. They looked like a combination of handsome humans and strong lions, with a human upper body and a lion's lower body. Lion! Sunan eyes fixed and recognized the origins of the two creatures. Lion is a very cunning and evil creature. They have a strong body and superb fighting skills, and are natural warriors. Some lions even have natural spell-like abilities, such as various illusions, invisibility, etc. The lions who mastered this kind of spell-like ability were feared assassins in the underground world. In addition, the lions often had high intelligence and could speak many languages. An adult lion had strength close to that of a knight, enough to easily fight 4 or 5 apprentice knights. If they were elite warriors or nobles among the lions, they could even reach the level of a great knight or even a legendary knight. It seems that it was the means of transportation for the residents of this city-state. Sunan watched the manta-like bird slowly fly to a stalactite with a hole in it, and then 2 lions jumped into it one after another. When the lions left, the manta-ray bird slowly landed on the lake, floating on the water without moving, looking leisurely. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly made a plan in his mind. He immediately turned around and came to the stalactite cave entrance, and rushed in. Behind the cave entrance was an upward passage, and after passing through it, he came to an open cave. Unexpectedly, there was a mineral vein in the cave. On the uneven rock wall, many places showed red metal, stretching into a continuous piece. 2 human-faced lions were hammering on the rock wall with scimitars, and it was unknown whether they were exploring or doing something else. Sunan fired 2 weakening rays, and the 2 lions didn't even have time to react, and they collapsed to the ground. When they saw Sunan appearing out of thin air, they all widened their eyes in horror. Human! Who are you? Sunan didn't waste time talking to them, and knocked one of the lions unconscious, and then tortured the other one. Don't try to lie. I will ask your companion the same question later. If you find out that you lied to me, believe me, you will regret it. Under the effect of the language spell, the lion completely understood Sunan's words, and a look of fear appeared on his face. After a torture, the lion couldn't stand it after all, and answered Sunan's questions obediently. After getting the information he wanted, Sunan knocked the lion unconscious, woke up another one, and repeated the torture just now. It's no wonder that he is so cautious, because the lions are notoriously cunning, evil and dishonest. Without some precautions, he might be led into a pit by these 2 lions. Unfortunately, charm humans only works on humanoid creatures or bipedal creatures that are similar to humans, and has no effect on the half-human, half-lion human-faced lions. Otherwise there would be no need to go through so much trouble. After getting the information he wanted, Sunan killed the 2 human-faced lions without hesitation. After burning the bodies to ashes, he looked at the scorch marks on the ground and fell into deep thought. According to the answers of the 2 human-faced lions, the island in the center of the lake is an underground city-state ruled by human-faced lions, with a population of about 4,000 to 5,000 people. Among them, human-faced lions only account for about 2/5, and the rest are all slaves. The city-state ruled by human-faced lions is in trouble now. Sunan frowned secretly. Although most of the residents of the underground world are evil by nature and have a very bad reputation, but there are also races such as fire dwarves and gold dwarves that are not so evil by nature and can communicate. Originally, Sunan thought that if he met a race that was easy to communicate with, the 2 sides could sit down and have a good chat and develop a friendly trading relationship. But it happened to be a human-faced lion. This is not an object that can be communicated with at all, and even cannot be trusted. Sunan dared to guarantee that once the lions found the entrance to the surface, they would invade the surface to plunder the population and resources. Or, they had actually found the entrance, and were sharpening their knives. In any case, as long as the entrance to the surface still existed, a battle with the lions was inevitable. I have to ask my brother to prepare early. The guards of the lion city-state were very difficult for even Sunan to deal with. After all, there were almost 2,000 warriors close to the knight level, and there were many elite lions and lion nobles among them. There were probably quite a few legendary warriors. Let's sneak into the city and explore first. Sunan left the cave and flew towards the island. After crossing the lake safely, he slowly landed on the edge of the island. The entire city-state occupied about 4/5 of the island, and the remaining 1/5 was the lakeshore that could be seen at a glance. Whether swimming from the lake or flying from the sky, any creature will be observed by the guards on the distant city wall the moment it lands on the island. It is precisely because of this that Sunan specially learned the art of invisibility. Swaggering across the lakeshore, Sunan soon arrived near the city-state. The towering city wall is estimated to be more than 20 meters high, and the whole body is made of square bluestone. The craftsmanship is unexpectedly good, and it looks thicker and stronger than the walls of many human towns on the surface. Sunan is not surprised at all. After all, a considerable number of residents in the underground world are dwarves, including gray dwarves, fire dwarves, darrow dwarves, shield dwarves, gold dwarves, etc. As we all know, dwarves are very good at casting and construction. Therefore, the weapons and buildings in the underground world are actually not inferior to those on the surface. Looking over, there are many naked upper body lion warriors patrolling on the city wall. There are also a group of lions holding scimitars on both sides of the city gate, checking the residents entering the city. But what attracted Sunan attention more was a black lion squatting beside the city gate. It was completely black. Even its eyeballs were dark, perfectly blending into the shadows. If it weren't for Sunan's keen perception, he would have almost overlooked it. After looking for a long time, Sunan didn't recognize what kind of creature it was. Shaking his head, he didn't think too much. Because of the radiation of the ground veins, various mutant creatures often appear in the underground world. Even the most knowledgeable people can't recognize all of them. It's normal to encounter unfamiliar creatures. He turned his head and looked at the team queuing in front of the city gate to enter the city. There were all kinds of creatures inside, including lizardmen, dog-headed people, minotaurs, and even ogres. Under the deterrence of the human-faced lion, these strange monsters and creatures of different races stood quietly together, queuing up in a long line waiting to enter the city. Good luck. Sunan's face lit up. Magical disguise is similar to charm humans. It can only disguise as humans, humanoid creatures, or other bipedal creatures that look like humans, but not as a human-faced lion. Sunan originally planned to use invisibility to see if he could sneak into the city. Now that he found subhuman creatures like lizardmen, things would be much simpler. Just when Sunan was planning to find a place to disguise himself as a lizardman and come back, something happened at the city gate. The pitch-black lion that had been quietly staying by the city gate suddenly stood up, staring at a lizardman and the team with its pitch-black eyes, and then suddenly opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. More than 200 meters away, when the sound reached Sunan's ears, his head suddenly hurt, as if he had been hit hard by someone. At the same time, the lizardman and the team in front of the city gate, who was stared at by the pitch-black lion, also groaned and staggered back a few steps. As soon as the pitch-black lion stood up, the lions around him noticed something was wrong. When they saw the lizard man staggering, their eyes suddenly became particularly sharp. That guy is weird. Catch him! With a sharp shout, more than a dozen lions drew their scimitars, roared in a low voice, and rushed towards the lizard man. The team in front of the city gate was in an uproar, and all the creatures retreated, highlighting the lizard man. Seeing that his identity was exposed, the lizard man no longer hid, and his figure was distorted and blurred in an instant. And in the blink of an eye he turned into a man wearing a gray robe and a gray mask. The next second, a huge fireball flew out from his hand and hit a lion, which instantly turned into a torch, howling and rolling on the ground. Blazing sphere. Sunan's eyes condensed. This gray-robed man is still a wizard apprentice. Huh? 6 magic missiles tore through the darkness, blasting the heads of 4 or 5 human-faced lions into pieces. Several companions died tragically at once. But the human-faced lions were not afraid at all, but were aroused to be ferocious. They waved a scimitar in each hand, stepped on the ground with 4 claws, and roared to surround the gray-robed man from all directions. The gray-robed man took out a staff and released magic missiles while waving it, while the other hand quickly released spells. Scorching rays. Scorching orb. The scorching heat wave spread immediately, and the temperature in the air soared sharply. The human-faced lions were the most numerous, but they were beaten back by the gray-robed man's magic storm. However, at this moment, a majestic figure emerged silently from behind the gray-robed man. He waved his 2 swords in an interlaced manner, as if he was crazy, and chopped 7 or 8 times in one breath. Almost at the same time, on the back of the gray-robed man, thump, 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 muffled sounds like a blade hitting leather burst out one after another. The invisible shield behind the gray-robed man was almost instantly shattered, and the powerful and heavy knife shadow then drove straight in. but was intercepted by an invisible force field a few centimeters away from the gray-robed man's surface, and could not move forward an inch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the gray-robed man flashed a red light, turned around suddenly, and kicked the human-faced lion more than 20 meters away. Brute force technique. The surrounding human-faced lions never thought that this thin human could still burst out such amazing strength. They were all surprised, and their offensive could not help but stagnate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the gray-robed man suddenly jumped up, paused slightly in the air, and then flew away. The human-faced lion came to his senses and hurriedly chased after him, but was intercepted by the lake. When the human-faced lion rode the manta-ray bird to catch up, the gray-robed man had already disappeared. Damn it! The man-faced lion holding two knives stood up from the ground, cursed with a sullen face, and swung the knife to chop a trembling dog-headed man next to him into two pieces. In the passage of one of the hollow stalactites scattered all over the top of the cave, the gray-robed man paused and looked behind him. Come out. Sunan walked out of the darkness. He didn't hide his tracks at all, so the gray-robed man easily found him. Who are you, and why are you following me? The gray-robed man said coldly. The voice under the mask was a neutral voice. Sunan smiled slightly. Long time no see. Qianwei. Chapter 105. I have no choice but to do it. As soon as Sunan finished speaking, the gray-robed man froze. After a long while, she slowly spoke, and her voice had returned to its original pleasant female voice. Scepter? Or a player? Sunan touched the mask on her face and smiled slightly. I am a player. How did you recognize me? Rose was a little confused. She was obviously not wearing the rose mask, and her voice was also concealed. How did the player recognize her? The staff you used just now. Sunan answered concisely. The staff that can release spell missiles was the item that the staff took out for trading in the second gathering. Sunan clearly remembered that the staff was traded by Rose. Therefore, the moment he saw the staff, he guessed the identity of the gray-robed man. Rose was silent for a while. She really didn't expect that it was the staff that exposed her identity. Fortunately, the only people who could recognize the staff were the people in the jungle hut, not the enemy. Why are you here? Qianwei asked. Same as you. Sunan got straight to the point. You want to enter the city, too, right? Qianwei's eyes flashed with surprise, as if she didn't expect Sunan's purpose to be the same as hers. After a moment of flickering, she suddenly said, How about we cooperate? You just saw that the island city is heavily guarded, and there are soul-eating hunters who can see through invisibility and illusions. None of us can sneak in alone. Why don't we cooperate and get what we need? Soul-eating hunter? Sunan quickly reacted. You mean the black lion? That's right. Qianwei nodded. I got this information from a lion. It is said that this is a rare animal raised by the lion. It can sense the breath of the soul, unless the breath of the soul can be changed. All disguises are useless in front of it. I thought the lion was exaggerating until the invisibility and magic disguise seemed useless. Sunan suddenly realized and was speechless. The lion was indeed cunning. The two lions who were tortured just now actually concealed such important information at the same time. They wanted him to run into it head-on. Fortunately, Qianwei stepped on the landmine for him first. Cooperation is fine. I also have a way to sneak into the city. But you have to tell me the purpose of your sneaking into the island city first. Sunan stared at Qianwei with a sharp gaze. Qingwei hesitated and gritted her teeth and said, Okay, but you must sign a vow contract with me and promise not to tell anyone else. No problem. The two then signed the vow contract. After that, Qianwei slowly explained, I found a wizard heritage in the underground world. According to my investigation, the key to unlock the wizard heritage is hidden somewhere in that city. So I want to sneak in. Wizard heritage. Sunan's pupils shrank slightly. There is actually a wizard heritage nearby? You told me this news. Aren't you afraid that I will also want to get involved in that wizard heritage? Sunan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Rose chuckled and said, If you are willing, we can work together to explore that wizard heritage. Will you be so generous? No way. Rose sighed. The guards there are too strong. There is only a gold golem guarding the entrance. I can't beat that thing alone. Gold golem. Sunan was a little surprised. This is a metal golem that is higher than the steel golem, and its combat power is not inferior to the 100-armed monster. Even if he wants to deal with the gold golem, it is not so easy. The entrance is guarded by the adamantium golem alone. And the guards inside will be even stronger. I can't take down the wizard's inheritance by myself. Originally, I planned to invite 1 or 2 people to cooperate with me at the party in the jungle cabin after I got the key. Now I meet you at the right time. How about it? Do you want to cooperate? Rose looked at Sunan expectantly. Although the player's specific strength is not clear, judging from the fact that he has so many resources and has killed Hib, he is definitely not weaker than himself. If the player can join the exploration, the chance of taking down the wizard's inheritance will undoubtedly be much greater. How to distribute the things in the wizard's inheritance? Sunan got to the point. Of course, he would not miss the opportunity to explore the wizard's inheritance. It is worth it even if it means taking some risks. What's more, he has many trump cards, so he is very confident of self-protection. I take 2/3. After all, I provided the information. Sunan rejected it without hesitation. I want half. Seeing that Qiangwei was about to speak, he interrupted her and said, I will find a way to sneak into the city. And I can also deal with the adamantine golem. But the price I have to pay is not small. And I must take half of the things in the wizard's inheritance. Okay. Half each. After hesitating for a long time, Qiangwei finally agreed. If Sunan can solve these 2 problems that give her the most headaches, then the half ratio is reasonable. After finalizing the most important distribution ratio, the next thing will be much simpler. After discussing the details, the 2 then signed the oath contract again. After the contract was reached, the 2 looked much more relaxed, and the atmosphere between them became relaxed. With the restrictions of the contract, they don't have to worry about being betrayed and attacked by each other during the exploration process, and after getting the things in the wizard's inheritance. The power of the contract is absolute for wizards. At least for wizards who are not strong enough. By the way, why do you want to sneak into the city? I want to explore the situation inside, Sunan said. Qiangwei was still a little confused. But seeing that Sunan didn't intend to explain in depth, she didn't ask much and started to talk about business. What are you going to do next? Qiangwei was very curious about how the player planned to hide the perception of the soul hunter and sneak into the city. However, Sunan had no intention of doing so. If you can't hide it, then don't hide it. Directly charge in and fish in troubled waters. The 2 then came to the shore of the lake again. When she saw Sunan take out 100 stone golems out of thin air, Qiangwei almost popped her eyes out. Where do you put these stone golems? Qiangwei's tone was full of astonishment. Even the space magic items of the glimmer level can't hold so many stone golems. As for the alchemical space magic items, they can't even hold a stone golem. How did the player do it? Secret, Sunan said perfunctorily, and then looked at the island city. On the unobstructed lakeshore, more than 100 huge monsters suddenly appeared, and anyone who was not blind would notice it immediately. The human-faced lion guards discovered the stone golems almost immediately, and there was a commotion on the city wall. Boom! The next moment, the stone golem army launched a charge, carrying a cloud of dust and rushing towards the city wall in a mighty manner, with an extremely amazing momentum. What kind of monster is this? They are rushing over. Blow the horn quickly. There are invaders. The sudden change made the human-faced lions in a mess. Soon, the human-faced lion took the horn and blew it, and the long and low horn sound instantly spread throughout the cave. At the same time, the stone golem army had also arrived under the city wall and crashed into it like a tidal wave. The solid and thick bluestone city wall collapsed almost instantly, and the human-faced lion on the wall screamed and fell down, breaking its head and bleeding. Before it could get up, it was stepped on heavily by the stone golem, and a mouthful of blood spurted out directly. The shrill scream suddenly resounded throughout the cave. Rose in the distance had already been stunned. It's not like she had never seen stone golems before, but it was the first time she had seen the power of a large-scale stone golem charge. The amazing momentum and power made her secretly frightened. Is this the golem army? For a moment, Qiangwei couldn't help but think of learning puppet refining. Let's go into the city now. The voice of Sunan came to her ears, awakening Qiangwei from her shock. The 2 of them maintained their invisibility and rushed towards the city wall quickly. The human-faced lion was busy dealing with the stone golem and didn't notice the invasion of the 2 uninvited guests. Sunan and Qiangwei nimbly avoided the place of fighting and passed through the battlefield lightly. At this moment, Sunan suddenly raised his hand, and a silver light flashed in an instant, and a sudden thumping sound came from not far away. Qiangwei looked in the direction of the sound, and what came into her sight was the soul devourer hunter lying on the ground. Its head was pierced by a silver spear and nailed to the ground. Dead and dead. In the surprised eyes of Qiangwei, the silver spear suddenly broke and disappeared into the air. Sunan retracted his palm and signaled Qiangwei to continue moving forward. After coming to her senses, Qiangwei followed closely behind Sunan. But she was more and more amazed in her heart. Whether it was the hundreds of stone golems or the thunder-like sharp attack that she didn't even have time to react to, the means displayed by the player so far made her frightened. Even when facing the night owl who founded the jungle hut, she didn't have this feeling of being completely unpredictable. What kind of person is the player? Taking advantage of the chaos, Sunan and Qiangwei successfully mixed into the city and passed by a group of human-faced lions who came to support. However, after running forward for a distance, the tall human-faced lion in the lead suddenly looked back, and a puzzled expression appeared on his handsome face. Lord Angus? The human-faced lion next to him cast a puzzled look. It's okay. The human-faced lion named Angus shook his head and continued to rush towards the city wall. After passing through the buffer zone adjacent to the city wall, Sunan and Qiangwei finally entered the urban area. It's called a city, but it's actually just an island with low stone houses. This seems to be the outer area where slaves live. Sunan saw many dirty dog-headed people and ogres peeking out of the low houses and looking towards the city wall. There was a foul smell in the air, which made Qiangwei frown. Where is the key? Sunan turned his head and asked. In front. Qiangwei pointed to the front and said. The two ran forward for a while, and soon entered a clean and spacious street. It seemed quiet and gloomy here, and the order was in good order. There were all kinds of taverns, shops and entertainment venues on both sides of the street. Almost all the people walking on the street were human-faced lions, and the hands and feet of other races that were occasionally seen were mostly tied with chains. Obviously, this area was where the human-faced lions, the rulers of the city-state, lived. Sunan looked up. In the center of the entire city, there was a towering stone pillar with a diameter of about 300 or 400 meters, connected to the top of the cave, with a large number of runes engraved on the surface. And the interior was full of intricate holes, rooms and vertical tunnels. That is the palace where the lion-faced nobles live. This is the information that Sunan got from the two lions. The key is placed under a lion statue. I only know that the statue is in the upper city, which is here. I don't know the exact location. Statue? Sunan frowned slightly. Although they successfully sneaked into the city by taking advantage of the chaos, no one knew when the lion would react. Now they don't have much time to search slowly. They must find the location of the statue as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Sunan looked around. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. This way. After whispering, Sunan rushed to a building on the side of the road and went in through the window. Qiangwei was stunned, but she followed immediately. After entering the building, she saw Sunan grabbing the neck of a short figure at first sight, and his palm tightly clamped his neck to prevent him from making a sound. Gray Dwarf. After seeing the man's short limbs, gray skin and long beard, Rose's expression changed. Compared with other dwarves, gray dwarves generally have a worse reputation and are often regarded as evil. Therefore, they are hostile to other dwarves, judging from the dwarf's clothes and living environment. His status in the city is not low. He is most likely a subordinate of the man-faced Sphinx, not a slave. After a little thought, Rose's eyes lit up. Unlike the man-faced Sphinx, the gray dwarf is included in the humanoid creatures. In other words, Charm Human can have an effect on the gray dwarf. As expected, Sunan then used Charm Human, and the gray dwarf quickly stopped struggling and his face became dull. Sunan let go of the gray dwarf and whispered, "Where is the human-faced lion statue in the upper city?" "There is a huge statue in the central square of the human-faced lion statue." "Anything else?" "No. No more." Sunan and Qiangwei looked at each other, and both of them were happy. It seems that if nothing unexpected happens, the key is under the statue in the central square. After asking about the location of the central square, Sunan directly broke the gray dwarf's neck. The two then left the house without stopping and rushed to the central square. The location of the central square is only 500 or 600 meters away from the towering stone pillar. Looking down from the room at the top of the stone pillar, you can have a panoramic view of the situation in the central square. Sunan and the others quickly arrived at the central square, but then they frowned together, because the human-faced lion statue in front of them is extremely huge. The height alone is more than 10 meters. And the whole body is made of obsidian. Just looking at it, you can feel that it is not light. I am afraid that even if the night comes, he cannot lift it alone. Such a heavy statue. Whether it is moved or pushed down, the noise it makes will definitely attract the attention of the Sphinx. Speaking of which, why is the key of the wizard's inheritance placed in such a ghost place? I don't know either. I found the information about the wizard's inheritance in a biography. But the author is not the wizard who left the inheritance. I think someone else must have placed the key here. Then he really has a bad taste. Sunen's mouth twitched. To put the key in the city-state of the Sphinx. The person who can do this must be very powerful. But also very bad taste. He really can't understand that mentality. What should I do? Qiangwei asked. Sunen sighed. I can only do it. Chapter 106 Carolina. After deciding to take action, Sunen and Qiangwei no longer hesitated and took action immediately. The human-faced lion statue was extremely heavy. And even Sunen, who had the strength of a great knight, could hardly move it. Fortunately, he had other ways. Boom! An elite stone golem appeared out of thin air, opened its arms to hug the statue, and then suddenly exerted force, lifted the statue and moved it aside in the surprised eyes of Qiangwei. Is this a stone golem? Qiangwei looked stunned. When did the stone golem become so powerful? Legendary knights are just like this. Right? However, now is not the time to doubt this. Qiangwei suppressed her doubts and stretched out her hand to press on the ground. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 10 meters rippled like water waves. Not long after, a fist-sized crystal ball slowly emerged from the ground. Qiangwei picked up the crystal ball, looked at it carefully, and said happily, "This is it. Okay, let's get out of here." In just a short while, the movement in the central square has attracted the attention of the lions. At this moment, lions are rushing towards them from all directions. Sunen ordered the elite stone golems to stay to resist the pursuers, while he and Qiangwei fled quickly. The direction they chose was opposite to the city gate when they came. After all, a large number of lions were gathering at the city gate at this time. Running there at this time is no different from walking into a trap. We must escape in another direction. The island city is surrounded by lakes anyway, so it doesn't matter which direction you leave the city. Invaders. Catch them. More than a dozen lions rushed towards them, waving scimitars and rushing towards them with ferocious looks. However, neither Sunen nor Qiangwei took these ordinary lion warriors seriously. The two men kept moving, and with a wave of their hands, a large amount of lightning swept out like a torrent, instantly electrocuting more than a dozen human-faced lions into charcoal. Facing two third-level wizard apprentices, these human-faced lions with only knight-level strength were no match at all. They were killed all the way and had no power to fight back. Sunen and Qiangwei passed through the center of the city smoothly, in order to avoid the towering stone pillar that was obviously the residence of the human-faced lion nobles. The two of them took a long detour and made a big circle from the side. But at this moment, there was a flash of fire in front of them, and a large piece of flame came towards them. The scorching heat almost made people's hair curl up. Qiangwei subconsciously stopped her steps, but suddenly heard Sunen's steady voice in her ears. "That's an illusion. Rush over." Qiangwei did not hesitate, activated the protective magic item, and rushed over with gritted teeth. The result was exactly as Sunen expected. The flames that looked extremely blazing in front of her were like nothing when they touched her body. The two passed through the flames unscathed. Qiangwei looked at Sunen in surprise. The lions don't have the ability to control fire, and they can't cast spells. They only have a little illusion to confuse people, Sunen explained without looking back, and then waved his hand violently, and a lightning flash hit the empty space. Suddenly, there was a scream of awe, and a figure staggered out of the air. It was a lion. He fell to the ground with a charred body, motionless and silent. Qiangwei was only one step slower than Sunen to find something wrong. The ring on her right index finger flashed, and a layer of gray light visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with her as the center. Wherever the gray light passed, lions appeared one after another, with painful expressions on their faces. He knelt on the ground, and the scimitar in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Chi-chi. Their skin cracked, but there was no bleeding. Instead, then gray thorns grew out, gradually spreading all over their bodies, covering their entire bodies. In the blink of an eye, there were many huge gray thorns on the street. Whoosh! However, More human-faced lions jumped out of the air, all holding scimitars, roaring low, and rushing towards the two. These human-faced lions were different from those that Su Nan had encountered before. They were taller and more burly, with strange patterns tattooed on their upper body skin, shining with strange light in the dim light. The scimitars in their hands were also more sophisticated, and without exception, they were double-bladed. Obviously, these were the elite warriors among the human-faced lions. Facing the siege of many elite human-faced lions, Su Nan and Chang Wei were both calm. Two elite stone golems appeared out of thin air, one in front and one behind, taking heavy steps to meet the human-faced lions. Chang Wei took out a handful of seeds and threw them forward. The seeds burst quickly after landing, and strands of vines grew out of them, interweaving to form a human figure. Soon, there were dozens of humanoid creatures made entirely of green vines on the street. They waved their thick arms made of vines, and roared at the human-faced lions. The two sides soon fought each other. Su Nan and Chang Wei didn't pay attention to these human-faced lions, but turned their heads to look at the roof of a house not far away. There stood a strange human-faced lion, unlike the other human-faced lions that were fighting. Its upper body looked like a human female, with a beautiful face with distinct features and slanted eyebrows and eyes. A silver-white collar was put on its snow-white neck, and it had long dark blue hair, which made it look even more charming. It was also wearing a black leather armor, with a high chest area. To be honest, if you only look at the upper body, this is undoubtedly a beauty that can arouse a man's heart at a glance. But if you move your eyes to the lower body and see the green snake tail as thick as a bucket swinging back and forth on the ground, all evil thoughts will be dispelled. Is that also a human-faced lion? A trace of doubt flashed in Chang Wei's eyes. That's the noble among the sphinxes, Su Nan said calmly. Most of the sphinxes are half human and half lion, but the nobles are half human and half snake, and most of them are women. That guy should be a member of the upper ruling class of this city-state. The illusion just now should be cast by her. The sphinx nobles are not only good at close combat, but also have illusion-like spell abilities. They are all legendary masters who practice both magic and martial arts. Chang Wei looked at the sphinx noble and found that in addition to a curved black snake-shaped dagger hanging around her waist, she also held a long staff inlaid with silver snake-shaped ornaments in her hand. Chang Wei looked at Su Nan in surprise and couldn't help asking, "How do you know so much?" "I read it in a book," Su Nan said casually. Chang Wei was half believing and half doubting. At this time, the Sphinx noble suddenly spoke. "Really amazing. If I'm not mistaken, you two are wizards." She smiled charmingly, and her face was like she was seeing a lover she hadn't seen for many years. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Carolina. It has been many years since a wizard visited our city-state. It's really strange that two of you came today, but you broke into our territory for no reason and killed so many of my people. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? Even if you are a wizard, you can't act so recklessly, right?" Rose sneered and said, "It's really disgusting to hear such words from your mouth. Didn't you just invade the surface a while ago and slaughtered the civilians of an entire village? Why didn't you talk so reasonably at that time?" Carolina suddenly realized, "You are from the Principality of Jinghua." Su Nan's expression moved and glanced at Rose. It seems that Rose probably found the entrance to the underground world because of this incident. Could she be from Jinghua Principality? "So you're here for revenge?" Carolina giggled, her voice as clear as a silver bell. "Then there's nothing to say. You two can forget about it today." Before she finished her words, Su Nan and Chang Wei had already attacked at the same time. More than 10 magic missiles were fired at Carolina, interrupting her next words. Carolina's face sank, and her snake tail swung flexibly, avoiding most of the missiles. The remaining missiles hit her, but it was like leaves falling on the lake, causing some ripples, and then disappeared. Carolina jumped down from the roof without any injury and landed steadily on the ground. She sneered and waved her staff, knocking heavily on the ground. In an instant, several illusory shadows appeared around all the sphinxes present, and then they separated instantly, condensed into entities, and pounced on them together. Suddenly, the number of enemies increased several times. This was obviously some kind of illusion. Carolina couldn't have summoned so many tribesmen in an instant. However, in general, the opponent didn't have time to carefully distinguish which ones were illusions and which ones were entities. Carolina had killed many powerful opponents with this trick, but this time she was destined to be disappointed, because she was facing a wizard apprentice with more flexible and changeable methods. Sunan activated the ice necklace without hesitation. And in an instant, a cold shock wave that almost froze the bone marrow exploded with him as the center. Wherever the shock wave passed, the illusions disappeared like a punctured bubble, and the entity of the human-faced lion snapped and froze into ice. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ice sculptures appeared on the street. Seeing this scene, not only Carolina, but also Rose was shocked. Glimmer-level magic items. Rose took a breath, with envy and surprise in her eyes. It is so difficult to get a glimmer-level magic item these days. And don't even think about making it yourself. She has accumulated more than 10 magic items over the years. But not even one of them is of the glimmer grade. All of them are of the alchemical grade. Seeing the amazing power of glimmer grade magic items, she was so envious. I didn't expect that players even have such good things. Rose had a new understanding of the wealth of players. With one strike, Carolina illusion was broken. While the lion was in a panic, Sunan flicked his finger, and a glittering gem shot out like a bullet. Boom! In midair, the gem burst into a dazzling blue light, turning into a thick and strong thunder that suddenly fell towards Carolina, drowning her in an instant. Go! Sunan shouted in a deep voice, leaving 2 elite stone golems to block the enemy on the spot, while he and Qiangwei fled quickly. After all, this is the enemy base camp, so it is not advisable to delay too long. We have to leave quickly. In a blink of an eye, the two disappeared at the end of the street. At the same time, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. The strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, revealing Carolina's figure. She was covered with burnt scars all over her body, and most of the scales on her snake tail had fallen off. She had completely lost the enchanting and beautiful appearance a moment ago, and looked particularly embarrassed. Damn wizard! Damn human! Carolina stared at the direction where Sunan and the others left with resentful eyes. She knew it was too late to catch up with them, and in anger she stabbed the ground with her long staff. Lady Carolina. A group of lions came from a distance, led by a tall lion. He looked at the injured Carolina in shock. In his memory, the powerful Lady Carolina had never been so embarrassed. Where did the invaders come from that could have injured Lady Carolina like this? Carolina glanced at him and said gloomily, Angus. What's going on at the city gate? Angus lowered his eyes and said respectfully, the enemies have all been dealt with. After a pause, he hesitated and said, But, Lady Carolina, those enemies are very strange. They don't seem to be real intelligent creatures. Carolina said coldly, That's a golem. A kind of puppet created by wizards. Wizard? Angus was surprised. It turned out that wizards attacked the city-state. No wonder even Lady Carolina was injured like this. In the vast underground world, many legends about wizards are still circulating. That is a more terrifying existence than dragon demons. Dark elves and fresh corpse ghosts carry the injured down for treatment, and send people to watch the slaves in the lower city to prevent any fools from causing riots. I will report this matter to the city lord. Yes, Lord Carolina. Watching Carolina disappear, Angus looked back at the devastated streets. His eyes focused on the 2 golems that had been torn into pieces and stayed for a moment, frowning. Come on. Clean up the things quickly. After successfully breaking through, Sunan and Qiangwei immediately cast the invisibility spell and disappeared again. The pursuers were stopped by 2 elite stone golems on the way. Except for encountering sporadic human-faced lions, they did not encounter any other obstacles and escaped the city smoothly, until they returned to the original cave. Sunan and Qiangwei relaxed. Thanks to you this time. Qiangwei smiled at Sunan. This time, they were able to take the key out of the city-state of the Sphinx so smoothly. All thanks to Sunan. If he hadn't used the golem to attack the city gate, involving the Sphinx army, and finally severely inflicted heavy damage to the Sphinx noble with thunder, they wouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. Sunan's strength was even stronger than she imagined, especially the blow that just severely inflicted heavy damage to the Sphinx noble, which was somewhat like an energy rune. But the power was much stronger than the energy rune, and even Qiangwei was secretly shocked. Sunan shook his head and said nothing. It was mainly painful. The 3 elite stone golems and 100 stone golems left in the city-state have a total value of more than 10,000 gold coins. It is equivalent to the profit of the mining area for 1 month. In order to get the key to open the wizard's inheritance, he paid a lot this time. I hope the things in the wizard's inheritance can make up for my losses. Sunan thought silently. Chapter 107 Blood Soul Bug. 5,000 defense tortoise shell. Where is the wizard's inheritance? After a short rest, Sunan began to talk about business. Rose took out a roll of parchment and opened it. There were dense lines and words on it. It was actually a map. This is the city-state of the human-faced lion. Rose pointed to a place on the map and said, and then moved her finger to another point not far away. This is where the wizard's inheritance is. Sunan looked at her in surprise. It seems that you have been in the underground world for a long time. And you even drew a map. It's just a small area. Probably not even 1% of the total area of the underground world. Rose shrugged, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said with a smile, do you want it? I sell you 10 magic stones. Deal. Sunan agreed without thinking. This is very valuable information. Even if he had the memory of his previous life, it would be impossible for him to remember all the terrain of the vast underground world. For example, he had no impression of the area around the Lion city-state. If he had this map from Qiangwei, future actions would undoubtedly be much less troublesome. The key is that the map also marked the locations and approximate reserves of many proven mineral veins. With this map, when he solves the threat of the Lion city-state in the future, he can follow the map to develop the mineral veins in this area. For this reason alone, 10 magic stones are worth the money. By the way, there are also 6 pieces of divine blood amber, which are just right for you. In the end, Sunan paid 130 magic stones and got a map and 6 divine blood ambers. When do you plan to act? Qiangwei asked. There is no time to lose. Go now. Sunan didn't want to delay too long. After all, there was still the time bomb of the Lion city-state. He had to deal with the wizard inheritance as soon as possible, and then go back to prepare to deal with the Lion city-state. Qiangwei had no objection to hearing this. The two of them took a brief rest, and then set off. Considering that the Sphinx might still be searching for them, the two of them cautiously moved away from the island in the middle of the lake, used levitation to make a big circle, and crossed the lake. Under the guidance of Rose, the two soon found a cave entrance in the rock wall deep in the cave, and then entered it. Behind the cave was a long tunnel. Rose took out a crystal stone that emitted a bright light, walked quietly in front to lead the way, and looked at the map from time to time. Traveling in the underground world is completely different from the surface world. There are no obvious signs and open views here. Only spiderweb-like passages that extend in all directions. And darkness everywhere. Even the most experienced travelers, with a detailed map, find it difficult to identify the direction in such a place. And because of the influence and interference of the ground vein radiation, instruments such as compasses cannot be used at all. So in the underground world, the biggest problem that often faces is getting lost. Even the original residents of the underground world cannot avoid this. Fortunately, this is not a problem for the third-level wizard apprentice. The powerful spiritual power of the third-level wizard apprentices makes them all have the gift of photographic memory. As long as they have walked a route once, no matter how complicated it is, they can recognize it the second time. Along the way, relying on the map and memory, Qiangwei never got lost once. After driving for half a day, the two finally arrived at their destination. That's the wizard inheritance I found. Qiangwei pointed to a dark cave in the distance and said. Sunan looked at it carefully. The cave was unexpectedly huge. The whole shape was semicircular, with a radius of more than 10 meters. The dim light outside could not illuminate the inside at all. From a distance, it looked like a silent black hole, which looked a bit creepy. The golden golem is inside. As long as you get within 50 meters of the cave entrance, it will appear and issue a warning. If you don't leave for half a minute or attack it actively, it will attack the intruder. But as long as you leave the cave entrance for more than 100 meters, it will stop chasing. Sunan understood. To put it simply, the golem is similar to a robot. Without the operator's order, it will only act according to the preset program. The duty of the adamantium golem mentioned by Qiangwei is obviously to guard this wizard heritage. It is similar to the Black Rock leopard that sniped them when he found the wizard heritage in the Black Rock City mining area 4 years ago. Get ready, Sunan said. Be careful. That adamantium golem is very powerful. Qiangwei reminded him with a serious look, and it seemed that she had suffered a lot from that adamantium golem. Sunan nodded and said nothing, and walked towards the cave entrance. As soon as he stepped into the cave entrance within 50 meters, heavy footsteps sounded in the darkness, followed by a giant monster that was 7 or 8 meters tall slowly appearing. The adamantium golem looked very similar to the steel golem, but its whole body was dark red, shining with a cold metallic luster in the dim light, which looked a bit creepy. Intruder spotted. Warning! Please evacuate the area as soon as possible, or we will destroy it. Intruder spotted. The gold golem made a repetitive cold mechanical sound. Sunan did not say anything and took action directly. And the first move was the most fierce killing move. In an instant, countless silver liquids drilled out from the pores on Sunan's body, surrounded him, and quickly twisted and transformed into extremely sharp spikes. The next second, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, countless dense spikes shot out, drowning the gold golem like a metal storm. Swish! The seemingly sharp spikes had an amazingly strong attack power. The body of the gold golem, which was known for its strong defense, was also torn into cracks in front of the spikes. The metal storm lasted for more than a minute. When the storm stopped and all the spikes melted into liquid and returned to Sunan's body, the originally majestic adamantine golem had already become riddled with holes, and there was almost no intact place on its body. Only a short section of its two sturdy arms remained, and even its head was half shattered. Rose was already stunned, and she stood there in a daze for a long time. What was that just now? Spell? Magic item? The power was too exaggerated. A adamantine golem close to the legendary level of the third ring was seriously injured in one encounter. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. His face was a little pale, but he was very excited. The firepower bombardment of more than a minute just now almost drained his mental power, but the effect made him very satisfied. The adamantine golem is famous for its strong defense. Even the legendary knight of the third ring who mastered the power of the earth element cannot compare with the adamantine golem in terms of defense. However, even with such a strong defense, the adamantium golem could not withstand the bombardment of the magic pattern core. It was worth his effort to fuse the magic pattern core. Although the adamantium golem was severely damaged, it was not really destroyed. Sunan threw another high-level rune gem to destroy the soul core in the golem, and finally killed the adamantium golem completely. After that, Sunan collected the remains of the adamantium golem. It is impossible to restore the adamantium golem, but the remains should be able to decompose a lot of rare metals. At this time, Qiangwei slowly came back to her senses and looked at Sunan as if she was looking at a monster. The adamantium golem that she had spent a lot of effort to solve was easily solved by Sunan. It really made people feel like a dream. Now Qiangwei really realized the huge gap in strength between herself and Sunan. At the time of loss and frustration, she also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. With such a powerful fighter like Sunan, the exploration of the wizard heritage this time will be much more confident. I need some time to recover my mental strength, Sunan turned around and said, then found a place far away from the cave entrance. Released two elite stone golems to guard him. Sat cross-legged and began to meditate and recover. Qiangwei looked at him with complicated eyes, and then found a place to rest. The underground world is always dark regardless of day or night. The darkness on all sides makes it difficult to detect the passage of time. After an unknown amount of time, Sunan opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. Okay, let's go in. Qiangwei couldn't wait any longer, and immediately stood up when she heard the words. The two stood in front of the cave entrance. First skillfully cast various protective spells and energy particles on themselves, activated magic items, and then stepped into it side by side. Inside the cave entrance is a very spacious tunnel, about 100 meters long. At the end was a huge semicircular metal door, tightly closed, with densely enchanted runes painted on the surface. Sunan and Qiangwei looked at each other and walked forward to check at the same time. There are secret locks and magic traps on it, but they are almost worn out, judging from the degree of wear. These secret locks and magic traps should have existed for more than 100 years. Qiangwei reached out and stroked the dents on the door inside. The older the wizard heritage, the lower the probability of finding rare materials, potions and magic items. Under the erosion of the long years, these things are often either deteriorated or worn out, and are almost unusable. The only good news is that there may be precious knowledge inheritance inside. The closer the time point is to the heyday of wizards thousands of years ago, the more complete and powerful the knowledge inheritance is. Without much effort, the two easily erased the secret locks and magic traps on the metal door, pushed the door open and walked in. What came into view was an ancient cave. There were light sources on the walls around, which were natural fluorescent crystals. There are open doors on the left and right sides, and there are 6 rooms in total. Through the doors, You can vaguely see wooden racks, workbenches and the like. Probably rooms, like laboratories or small workshops. Opposite the gate were two dark and deep passages. There were creaking sounds coming from the darkness, and no one knew what was inside. Without reminding each other, Sunan and Qiangwei tacitly raised their guard and prepared for battle. The next second, countless blood-colored shadows rushed out from the passage on the left and attacked the two of them like a tide. With the fluorescence emitted by the crystals on the wall, Sunan quickly saw the true face of those blood-colored shadows. They were actually fist-sized insects, blood-red all over, and their mouths were densely covered with extremely sharp teeth. Blood soul bug. Sunan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly reminded Qiangwei loudly, "Don't be touched by these insects. They can gnaw at the soul." The blood soul bug is said to be a descendant of the ancient beast Scarlet Fang, and there is a trace of Scarlet Fang's blood in its body. But after breeding to this day, that trace of blood has become extremely thin. Even so, it does not prevent the blood soul bug from becoming a terrifying creature that makes people shudder. They can feed on souls. If any creature is bitten by them, the physical damage is secondary. The key is that the soul will also be equally damaged. If a person's body is eaten clean by blood soul worms, then his soul will be completely destroyed without leaving a trace. Swarms of blood soul worms can be said to be a headache for any creature with a soul. After hearing what Sunan said, Qiangwei's face changed immediately. These insects can actually attack the soul. If the soul is damaged, even a wizard apprentice with strong mental power will take a long time to recover. If the damage is serious, it may even affect future promotion. This is unacceptable for any wizard apprentice. Qiangwei made a prompt decision and threw more than 10 seeds around her. After the seeds landed, they took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into strange plants with huge stamens and countless thorny branches. These strange plants surrounded Qiangwei, waving their branches wildly, and constantly pulling out blood soul worms. But there were too many blood soul bugs, and the outermost plants were quickly eaten clean by the blood soul bugs. Qiangwei had no choice but to scatter another handful of seeds and cast spells to kill the blood soul bugs. In the interval between the battles, she also took the time to take a look at the situation on Sunan's side. Her eyes widened when she saw it. 3 steel golems appeared beside Sunan, waving their huge fists to fight against the blood soul bugs. The blood soul bugs hit by the fists burst into a blood mist in midair with a snap. Steel golem. The player even has this thing. Qiangwei was shocked again when she saw the player take out hundreds of stone golems at once. She was impressed by the other party's generosity, but she didn't expect that the player even had steel golems. This thing is a legendary puppet. 3 iron golems working together are enough to fight against a weaker 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Qiangwei also coveted the iron golem, but the manufacturing cost of this thing is not only ridiculously high, but also the requirements for puppet refining skills are also very high. Wizard apprentices, who are not specialized in this field, cannot refine it at all. Where did the player get so many golems? Could it be that you made them yourself? Qiangwei was full of doubts for a while, and felt that there were more and more confusing things about the player. The iron golem has no soul, and its body is indestructible, which is very restraining against creatures like blood soul worms. The only disadvantage is that it moves a little slowly, and cannot stop all blood soul worms. A large number of blood soul worms bypassed the iron golem and rushed directly to Sunan. But they soon discovered that this seemingly easier to solve prey was actually a tortoise shell that was more solid than the iron golem. They fought one after another, and finally broke through the invisible protective force field on Sunan's body. In an instant, another layer of invisible protective force field emerged. 5 extreme protection rings, with a defense of up to 5,000 points. Even if surrounded by insects, Sunan's expression remained calm. Chapter 108 Eternal Life with Fatal Flaws. With the defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection, Sunan can attack with confidence. Facing the extremely threatening creatures, like the blood soul bug, he did not hold back, and immediately activated the Ring of Disaster on his left hand. The 4 rings flashed with light at the same time, for huge gray claws appeared in the void in an instant, passing through the swarm of insects, like a gust of wind sweeping through fallen leaves. In an instant, countless blood soul bugs fell to the ground like dumplings in water. The dense swarm of insects suddenly became much thinner. Following this, a large amount of silver metal liquid overflowed from Sunan's body again, turning into sharp cones, which suddenly shot out in all directions with him as the center, and instantly killed hundreds of blood soul bugs. Under Sunen's relentless and fierce offensive, the swarm of insects decreased rapidly at an astonishing speed. In just over half a minute, Sunen cleared the blood-soul bugs around him and turned to look at Xiangwei on the other side. The latter's situation was much more embarrassing. Xiangwei played all her cards, but she only killed less than 100 blood-soul insects, and there were still hundreds around her. At this time, her exotic plants had been devoured, and now she could only rely on magic items to resist the attack of the insect swarm. It was also because most of the blood-soul insects were attracted by Sunen that she could hold on until now. After Sunen came to support, the two quickly cleaned up the remaining insect swarm. The remaining few blood-soul insects were locked up by Sunen in an iron cage made of fine iron. Such a rare creature must be taken back for careful study. After escaping from danger, Xiangwei breathed a sigh of relief, turned her head to look at the place where Sunen had just fought, and when she saw the thick layer of insect corpses on the ground, she couldn't help but be amazed. No matter how many times she had seen it, the power displayed by Sunen made her secretly shocked. After a battle, the defense of two of Sunen's extreme protection rings was completely emptied, and they needed to be recharged before they could be used again. The defense of another one was consumed by more than half. The 4 rings of disaster also need to be charged before they can be used again. The 2 steel golems were injured to varying degrees, but fortunately, the injuries were not serious. They could be placed in the ground vein nodes to absorb energy, and then they could repair themselves. About half of the mental power was left, and the magic pattern core could be used for about 1 minute. In general, most of the combat power was left. After having a clear mind, Sunen held a high-level rune gem in his palm and walked carefully into the passage where the blood-soul worm came out. Behind the passage was a room that had been transformed into a worm nest. There were densely packed honeycomb-like small holes on the wall, and there were still many shells of blood-soul worms left inside. After checking and finding that there were no remaining blood-soul worms, Sunen relaxed a little. If there was another group of blood-soul worms, he would have to consider whether to retreat temporarily. Xiangwei also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to face those terrible insects again anyway. Coming out of the left passage, the two turned around and entered the right passage. Behind the passage was also a room that had been transformed into an insect nest, with insects lying in the dense holes on the wall. When they first saw this scene, Sunen and Xiangwei subconsciously tensed their bodies and took a fighting stance. But soon they found that it was not a blood-soul insect, but a kind of insect that looked like a large 7-spotted ladybug, with a layer of crystals covering its back shell. They lay motionless in the hole, as if they were in a deep sleep. Sunen walked forward, carefully took out an insect, observed it for a while, and shook his head at Xiangwei next to him. Dead. There was no life in the insect. The two then checked one by one and found that most of the insects were dead, and only 6 of them still had a trace of life. But they were like candlelight in the wind, so weak that they seemed to dissipate at any time. Sunen thought about it and put these insects in the iron cage. After leaving the insect nest, the two began to search the rooms one by one. The first room was a warehouse, with more than 10 shelves filled with various materials. Just as they expected, most of the materials had deteriorated and could not be used because of the long time. Only a few rare metals were still intact. Then, there was the meditation room, indoor plantation and potion room. But unfortunately nothing was found. It was not until they entered a place that seemed to be a magic practice room that they found something. The whole practice room was covered with dust, and the walls, floor and ceiling were full of potholes and cracks, looking like they had experienced a fierce battle. A corpse that had turned into bone sat alone in the corner. The corpse was still wearing a robe. Sunen could tell at a glance that it was a magic robe, but it must have been invalid after such a long time. Is it the owner of this place? Xiangwei pointed to the rings worn on the corpse's hand bones, and the enchanted runes on them became blurred. Maybe? Sunen's eyes swept over the traces of battle in the practice room. It is possible that there was a second person here. After checking the corpses and finding nothing valuable, the two left the practice room and came to the last room. When they saw the large workbench in the room, they were both excited. Obviously, this is a laboratory, as a place for wizards, apprentices, to conduct experimental research. Wizards, apprentices, as experimental notes are usually placed here. In the absence of a study, the notes in the laboratory are likely to be the most valuable things in this cave. After a search, the two found several notebooks. The paper of the notebooks is made of special materials, and even after so many years, There is no corrosion and weathering. Opening the first notebook. There is a line of big words written on the first page. Blood extraction and fusion of blood soul worms. Su Nan and Chong Wei looked at each other in surprise. They have experienced the weirdness and horror of blood soul worms. But they didn't expect that there are people who want to extract and fuse the blood of such monsters. Continuing to look down. The name signed is Avigny Lucas. The following is a series of experimental processes and progress of this wizard apprentice named Avigny, as well as his psychological insights during the period. According to the description in the notes, Avigny discovered the blood soul worm by chance. This strange creature will devour the flesh and soul of all living creatures according to instinct, and use it as nutrients to survive. As long as there are enough souls, they can even survive forever and will not die. Avigny has done experiments, and an ordinary human soul can keep the blood soul worm alive for a month without food or water. If it is replaced with the soul of a more powerful creature, it can survive longer. After discovering this, Avigny had the idea of integrating the blood soul worm's blood ability of devouring souls to prolong life into his own body, so as to gain immortality, and he quickly put it into action. After cultivating the blood soul worm for a period of time and obtaining enough samples, Avigny immediately started the experiment. Judging from the time marked on the notebook, the entire experiment lasted for more than 20 years. During this period, after no less than 100 failures, Avigny finally successfully merged the blood of the blood soul worm and gained the ability to devour souls to prolong life. Seeing this, Sunan and Qiangwei looked at each other, and both of them were amazed. Immortality. This is the goal that many wizard apprentices dream of. Only with a long enough lifespan can they realize the dream of becoming a wizard. It is just that it is so difficult to achieve immortality. Most wizard apprentices can only extend their lifespan as much as possible. But Avigny really did this and achieved immortality. In comparison, the need to devour souls is nothing. This is just like people need to eat and vampires need to suck blood. There is no defect in the face of a long lifespan. But if Avigny has achieved immortality, who is the corpse in the practice room? Xiangwei asked in confusion. Sunan shook his head. He couldn't figure this out for the time being. With doubts, the two continued to look down. After the experiment was successful, Avigny was obviously in ecstasy, and his words were full of excitement and satisfaction. After that, he cultivated more blood soul worms as research samples, hoping to further strengthen the bloodline ability, reduce the dependence on soul energy, and achieve perfect immortality. But this research did not succeed. Not long after the fusion of the blood soul worm bloodline, Avigny soon realized that something was wrong. His soul was polluted. After a series of experiments and investigations, Avigny finally found the reason. That is, the blood of the blood soul worm actually has a fatal flaw. Continuous devouring of souls will cause their own souls to be polluted, gradually twisted, violent, and eventually lose reason and fall into madness. This is why blood soul worms will attack crazily when they see creatures with flesh and soul. They have long lost their independent consciousness, leaving only the instinct of killing and survival. And Avigny is now gradually experiencing this process. The good news is that he discovered it early. As long as he stops devouring souls, he will not be polluted again and continue to maintain his sanity. The bad news is that because his soul has been polluted, it is almost impossible for him to be promoted to a wizard in this life. Realizing this, Avigny fell into despair. After that, he frantically searched for the ability to eliminate the blood soul worm's bloodline defects. But unfortunately, he could never do it. This lasted for more than 10 years. And Avigny gradually felt that he was about to reach the end of his life. He was unwilling to die like this. So he embarked on the path of devouring souls again, hoping to find a way to eradicate the problem before he lost his mind. From then on, the contents of the experimental notes gradually took on a hint of twisted madness, and the degree gradually deepened. The last few pages were filled with various meaningless graffiti, which made people feel inexplicably creepy. After reading the notes, Sunan couldn't help but sigh. The ending of Avigny was obvious. In the end, he still couldn't find a solution, and was completely lost in madness. Now it seems that the traces in the spell practice room were not left by the battle, but were probably caused by Avigny's own madness. The corpse leaning against the wall was exactly Avigny. What a pity. There is only one step left, Rose whispered with some regret. Sunan glanced at her, shook his head and said nothing. This is not just one step away. Avigne's failure is almost inevitable. In the wizard's heyday 1,000 years ago, blood soul worms were not very rare creatures. If merging the blood of blood soul worms could achieve immortality, more powerful wizards would have researched it long ago. But in fact, no similar method has been heard of so far, including the wizard era many years later. This shows that no one has succeeded from the beginning to the end, and the defects of the blood soul worm bloodline cannot be eradicated at all. From the moment of fusing the blood soul worm bloodline, Avigne's fate was actually doomed. Don't sympathize with this guy. He is not a good person. Sudan said lightly, "Have you forgotten those blood soul worms just now?" Rose was stunned, and then quickly reacted, and her face immediately became very ugly. Avigne died hundreds of years ago. Those blood soul worms have been locked in the cave and cannot go out to find food. But they can survive until now, which means that when Avigne was still there, they had already devoured a large number of souls. Enough souls for nearly 1,000 blood soul worms to survive for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. How many creatures must be killed to extract them? It makes people scalp numb just thinking about it. Avigne's hands must have been stained with a lot of blood when he was alive. Putting down the blood soul worm experiment notes, Sunan looked at the second notebook. Turning to the first page, it says genetic modification and cultivation of gem bugs. Gem bugs? This name piqued Sunan's interest. Continuing to flip down, the first thing in the note is that Avigne found a kind of bug that feeds on or in the underground world. Their physiological structure is very peculiar. They can decompose and digest the ore swallowed into their stomachs, excrete the residue, and gather the essence on their backs, slowly forming a hard crystal armor on their back shells, thereby greatly improving their survival ability. Avigne is very interested in this kind of bug. In order to verify one of his ideas, he captured a large number of this bug, induced the bug's mutation with a radiation force field, and then transformed its internal organs through magic, so that the essence of the bug after digesting the ore no longer condenses into crystals, but becomes pure gems. After hundreds of generations of cultivation, gem bugs were born. The gems produced by gem bugs have the same natural spirituality as natural gems, and can completely replace natural gems. Sunan and Qiangwei were surprised and delighted. It goes without saying how important gems are to wizards' apprentices. Gems are used in many places. It's just that gems are precious and rare. Even Sunan, who has abundant resources, often has to save them. If there is a creature that can produce gems, how important it is. In addition, the notes also mention that gem bugs will enter a dormant state when they lack food. During this period, the energy required to maintain life will be reduced to an extremely low level, enough to survive for 100 years. Sunan and Qiangwei immediately thought of the motionless bugs they had just seen. Their appearance and the crystals on their back shells are exactly the same as the gem bugs described in the notes. I didn't expect these little things to produce gems. Qiangwei's eyes suddenly became particularly hot when she looked at the bugs in the cage. And then she felt a little sorry. The gem bugs have been dormant for too long, more than 100 years, so that only 6 of the hundreds of gem bugs survived. Fortunately, according to the notes, gem bugs can divide and reproduce. Even if there is only one gem bug left, it can gradually multiply into a large group over time. Chapter 109 Blood Mark. Double-edged spider. Su Nan and Qiangwei were extremely happy. With a gem worm alone, their trip was not in vain. After calming down, the two continued to look at the third notebook. This notebook was about how to extract the blood of ancient beasts from magical creatures and transform it into a one-time blood ability. Avigne named this ability the Blood Mark, depending on the different ancient beast blood extracted. The blood mark finally transformed is also different, and the strength is also different. But in order to make a blood mark, the ancient beast blood extracted must reach a certain concentration. Avigne once tried to extract the blood of Scarlet Fawn from the blood soul worm, but unfortunately, the blood concentration was too low, so he had to give up in the end. The blood of ancient beasts. That's too rare. Qiangwei shook her head. There are still many descendants of ancient beasts alive on the Starlight continent. But unfortunately, the blood inherited is very meager without exception. Even Avigne couldn't extract blood that met the requirements, so she probably couldn't do it either. And the few who inherited a high bloodline were also very powerful, and she couldn't deal with them at all. This research result was useless to her. However, Sunan didn't think so. What does it matter if the blood concentration is low? With a magic cube in hand, he can synthesize it to increase the concentration. He has done this more than once. From this point of view, the blood mark seems to be tailor-made for him. As long as he finds the descendants of the ancient beasts, no matter how thin the blood of this group is, he can use the magic cube to synthesize it to meet the standard of the blood mark. Putting down the notes, Sudan couldn't help but sigh secretly. Avigny may be cruel and ruthless, not a good person, but he has to admit that this guy is really an amazing genius. Blood soul bug blood fusion, gem bug, blood mark. Any of these three types may not be researched by an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice in his lifetime. But Avigny did it all. If he hadn't been unlucky and had taken a dead end, his final achievement would have been very dazzling. Even if he couldn't be promoted to a wizard due to the environment of the Starlight Continent, he would definitely become a famous strongman on the continent. This man is indeed a genius. Rose gently stroked the cover of the notebook, feeling a little sad. Even a genius like Avigny fell on the road to becoming a wizard. Where is her future? Is there really a hope for her to be promoted to a formal wizard in this life? The two of them had different thoughts, and the room fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Sunan gathered his thoughts and said, "Search other places as well." Rose came back to her senses and nodded silently. The two then thoroughly checked the entire cave again. No new gains were found, so they began to distribute the spoils. There was nothing much to say about the notebook. The two divided the work and copied a copy of each notebook, and then each took a copy. As for the gem bugs and blood soul bugs, they were distributed equally. Sunan took all the rare metals and gave Qiangwei some magic stones as compensation. After distributing the spoils, Qiangwei felt much better, although the knowledge gained this time, the blood mark and the blood soul worm blood fusion, were not very useful to her. But the gem worm alone made her feel that the trip was worthwhile. Not to mention Sunan. He gained one more blood-marked knowledge than Qiangwei. The more than 10,000 gold coins spent were not wasted. Sunan was very satisfied. Walking out of the cave, Qiangwei smiled at Sunan and said, "Happy cooperation, player. Next time there is a similar opportunity, we can cooperate again." Sunan also smiled slightly. "Okay. Then I look forward to it. See you at the party." "See you at the party." Watching Qiangwei leave, Sunan also returned to the original cave. When passing the lake, Sunan glanced at the direction of the Lion City-State from a distance. Many dog-headed men and ogres were busy near the city gate, seemingly repairing the collapsed city wall. There are still teams of lions patrolling the island, and the guards are several times stricter than before. It is estimated that this will be the norm for the Lion City-State for a long time in the future. It seems that there is no way to sneak in again in a short time. Forget it. Anyway, the information we got this time is almost enough. After taking a deep look at the direction of the Lion City-State, Sunan turned and left. Back to the flashing city, Sunan found Qi as soon as possible and explained the situation of the Lion City-State. After listening to Sunan's words, he could not help but frown. "According to you, the Lion City-State can at least summon 4,000 or 5,000 troops? Almost. The residents of the underground world are different from us humans. Almost all of them are soldiers." Seeing that Qi's face was more serious, Sunan comforted him. "Most of the slaves in the Lion City-State are dog-headed people and lizard men. Their strength is not much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Only the ogres are a little more difficult. The only real threat is the 2,000 human-faced lions. What are you going to do?" Qi asked in a deep voice. Sunan had already prepared a plan, and he said without thinking, "First, continue to block the forest. From now on, it will be a military-restricted area and no one is allowed to enter. Second, build a camp in front of the cave. I need a bridgehead to attack the human-faced Lion City-State. In addition, I need a lot of granite." He agreed to all of them, and then said, "How many troops do you need me to send to assist you?" He had long wanted to deal with the threat of the underground city-state, even if it would cost a lot of money. He was mentally prepared. But unexpectedly, Sunan shook his head and refused. "No. The environment of the underground world is not suitable for human combat. I plan to use all golem puppets as siege troops. The underground world is dimly lit, and it is difficult for humans without dark vision to adapt. Even for knights, when fighting in the underground world, they can only exert 60% to 70% of their strength. If the army of the Flash territory is really used, even if it can eventually capture the human-faced Lion City-State, there will definitely be heavy casualties. It is better to use golems to attack the city. Golems with dark vision can also move freely in the underground world. As for the possible losses caused by the war, Sunan is not worried at all. On the map given to him by Rose, there are 7 mineral veins within 100 kilometers of the human-faced Lion city-state, including a large iron mine, 3 medium-sized iron mines, a large copper mine, a small silver mine, and a small gold mine. As long as the threat of the human-faced lion is resolved, he can develop these mineral veins. The future profits are more than enough to cover the war consumption. After finalizing all matters, he immediately began to make arrangements. Sunan returned to the base and began to get busy. The 6 god blood ambers obtained from Rose were all fused into the high-level god blood amber. The change brought about is that the proficiency of practicing the star ring meditation method every day has soared to 3,100 points. On the other hand, the progress of learning to cast spells silently is also steadily increasing. Sunan estimates that by the spring dawn moon March next year, he will be able to master the spell casting silently. It is worth mentioning that the establishment of the Night Academy has also been put on the agenda, considering the commuting conditions and logistical pressure of teachers and students. The construction site of the Night Academy naturally cannot be chosen outside the city. After repeated selections, Sunan finally chose the suburbs of Flash City, near the north gate of the city. Now the academy has begun to be built, and all matters have been thrown to the people below to be responsible. Sunan only occasionally takes time to check. According to the progress of the project, it will be completed around the flowing fire moon. Then you can start recruiting students. Key's efficiency is extremely high. Before the spring dawn moon passed, a brand new camp had been built on the basis of the original mining area. Sunan directly named the camp number 1, built a new puppet factory in it, and then worked at full capacity to refine stone golems. The output of steel golems is limited by soul crystals and cannot be refined in large quantities. But as long as there are enough gems and rocks, stone golems can be refined without limit. All the profits from the cave mining area were invested by Sunan in the refining of stone golems. In order to solve the threat of the human-faced lion city-state as soon as possible, he also specially moved a large amount of funds from the territory income to support the construction of the golem army. The sufficient funds made the number of golems grow very rapidly. At the same time, Sunan was also considering refining a new kind of puppet. Iron golems and stone golems are extremely powerful and indestructible, but their disadvantage is that they move a little slowly. This was vividly reflected in the previous battle in the human-faced lion city-state. Facing the swift and agile human-faced lion, elite stone golems and stone golems are naturally at a disadvantage. In view of this, Sunan felt that he had to consider it early and design a more agile puppet. Traditional golems are mostly strong and sturdy humanoid appearances with thick and short limbs. Except for a few golems with the ability to fly, most golems cannot avoid the disadvantage of relatively slow movements. Therefore, the new puppet must be modified, and it is best to design it into an animal shape with more flexible movements. The first thing that Sunan thought of was the spider. The most feared monsters in the underground world are undoubtedly the various mutant spiders and spider monsters, especially the spider elves that are mutated from dark elves. Their notoriety is spread throughout the underground world. They move as fast as ghosts, appear and disappear, often launch sneak attacks from unexpected places, and can fly over the eaves and walls in steep caves and tunnels. They are one of the most powerful assassins in the underground world. If the puppet is designed into a spider shape, the 8 legs can undoubtedly better adapt to the complex terrain of the underground world. Sunan thought and did it, and immediately started to design a spider puppet. The proficiency gained from refining stone golems in large quantities had already allowed him to refine puppets to level 4. In addition to the experience of refining black rock leopards, Sunan completed the structural design of the spider puppet without much effort. The key is the material issue. In order to maximize the advantages of the spider puppet's swift movement, the material must be a light metal. Of course, hardness cannot be ignored. Otherwise, in the end, only a group of crispy skins that will break at the touch will be refined. In this regard, blackstone iron is undoubtedly a very suitable choice. However, the current output of blackstone iron is a bit low. Even if all of it is supplied to camp number 1, it is not enough for Sunan to burst troops, let alone supply the refining of black rock leopards. After repeated selection, Sunan finally decided to use a metal called tungsten steel as the material for refining new puppets. Tungsten steel has the characteristics of high hardness, good wear resistance and toughness, in addition to a series of excellent properties such as heat resistance and corrosion resistance. although the hardness is not as good as black stone iron. It doesn't matter. It can be strengthened by synthesis. In the end, the synthetic tungsten steel, which is similar in hardness and lightness to black stone iron, has a similar cost to black stone iron at the same volume, and can be used as a substitute material for black stone iron. After the materials and design are finalized, the refining process is relatively easy. The spider puppet finally refined has dark vision like the golem, is immune to all mental effects, immune to poison, sleep, paralysis, confusion, suffocation and high elemental resistance, etc. At this point, the spider puppet is no less powerful than the stone golem. However, Sunan still felt that it was not enough. He simply magicized the two front legs of the spider puppet for attack, adding black steel and sharp characteristics, greatly enhancing the hardness and sharpness. In other words, the spider puppet is equivalent to carrying two magic weapons, and they can attack at the same time. In the end, the refining cost of the spider puppet is as high as 180 gold coins. It is more than 9 times that of an ordinary stone golem. But you get what you pay for. The combat power of the spider puppet is much higher than that of an ordinary stone golem. Sunan specially conducted a test. In a one-on-one duel, the spider puppet cut a stone golem into dozens of pieces in less than half a minute. The stone golem's proud defense could not withstand the two demonized foot blades at all. In summary, the combat power of the spider puppet has almost reached the level of a peak knight. It is worthy of its high cost. Let's call this puppet the double-blade spider. Looking at the black spider in front of him that is as big as a carriage, Sunan showed a satisfied smile on his face. With the double-blade spider, the combat system of the golem army is more complete. It's a pity that flying puppets are relatively rare. There are no corresponding design drawings. It takes a lot of effort to study them by yourself. And the manufacturing difficulty and material requirements are not low. Otherwise, adding a flying soldier would be more perfect. The puppet design drawings that Sunan currently has are mostly various low-level golems. And there are no flying puppets. Even if there is, it is estimated that it is difficult to make it with his current skills and materials. After all, a flying puppet is not just about being able to fly. It must also have a sufficiently powerful long-range attack method. A flying puppet without a long-range attack method is just a flying target. Take the metal golem as an example. Those with the ability to fly and long-range attack are at least at the level of the shadow steel golem and the mithril golem. The combat power of these two golems is very close to that of a formal wizard. It is basically impossible for a third-level wizard apprentice to make one. It would be good if there is a flying puppet with weaker long-range attack capabilities. Anyway, it can be synthesized. Ask others at the next Forest Hut party. Chapter 110 Infinite Vitality Golden Apple. Base. In a room that has been transformed into a worm nest, various ores are scattered on the ground. This is a newly opened worm nest, and it is also the place where gem worms are raised. Under the soft halo of the magic stone lamp, 3 egg-sized worms are lying on the ore, eating slowly, and the pure gems that are almost formed on their back shells are extremely eye-catching. After more than 2 months of feeding, the 3 gem worms that were once on the verge of death have completely recovered and become extremely healthy. Now they only need to eat ore with relish every day, and then condense various pure gems. Depending on the type of ore eaten, the type of gem produced in the end is also different. With the notes left by Avigny, Sunan has avoided many detours in this regard. It is worth mentioning that a gem worm can produce 3 standard units of pure gems per month on average. 3 gem worms means 9 per month. To be honest, this output is pitifully small. Fortunately, gem worms can self-divide and reproduce. Just need to eat a special food. According to the notes, the main ingredients of this special food include abyss black copper, rainbow iron, sunfire gold sand, mithril and high-grade gems, etc. They are not easy to find. Sunan sighed slightly. However, thinking of the benefits of the increase in the number of gem bugs, he perked up again. Not much. As long as there are 30 gem bugs, the monthly gem production can be increased to 90. Which is thousands of gems a year. Enough for him to refine more than 20 elite stone golems or thousands of ordinary stone golems every year. If there are 200 or 300 gem bugs, then he basically won't have to worry about low-grade gems in the future. Collect slowly. Sunan retracted his gaze from the gem bugs and walked out of the insect nest. In addition to the gem bugs, he also brought back a few blood soul bugs from Avigny's cave. However, considering that it takes a lot of souls to cultivate this thing, he was reluctant to waste precious soul crystals on it, and finally decided to give up. After all, the only use of blood soul bugs for him is to extract blood to make blood mark. Although there are not many creatures with the blood of ancient beasts on the Starlight continent, there are still many. There are plenty of materials for making blood imprints, so there is no need to limit it to blood soul insects. Originally, Sunan planned to extract the blood of blood soul insects for synthesis, but unfortunately, he still couldn't solve the problem of soul pollution in the end. He guessed that it was because soul pollution was not caused by the blood ability of blood soul insects. The blood ability of blood soul insects is to convert soul energy into life. Soul pollution is the sequelae of the act of absorbing souls. Unless you have the ability to purify the soul, absorbing souls will inevitably be polluted. Finally, Sunan dissected several blood soul insects himself, and disposed of the insect corpses after collecting information. Coming out of the insect nest, Sunan went straight to the workshop. Teacher. Hello. Teacher. On the way, he met several waves of apprentices. These young men and women in gray robes stopped immediately when they saw Sunan, and saluted him respectfully. After the policy of qualification testing was implemented in the Flash territory, the base basically had one new person every few months. Now the total number of students in the base has reached 36. With the various alien creatures summoned by Sunan from another world, the base seemed to be more lively, and it was finally no longer as deserted as before. For these students, Sunan did not pay much attention. He just arranged various tasks and prepared various resources for students to exchange, and then basically acted as a hands-off boss. With the platform of the Jungle Hut, Sunan has been greatly supplemented and improved in basic knowledge. After years of collection, Yishao and others have a very rich variety of wizard books, which basically cover all kinds of basic knowledge needed by first and second level wizard apprentices, zero-level potion formulas, and low-level puppet design drawings. With the knowledge traded from them, Sunan has the confidence to train more apprentices. Now the entire base has its own complete operating system, plus the help of alien creatures such as Glee and Madeline. He basically doesn't need to worry about it. Of course, he still occasionally gives students some pointers. On the list of resources available for exchange, there is the option of Sunan guidance, but the required contribution value is not low, and few students can afford it. Arriving at the workshop, Sunan walked to the workbench. On the wide workbench was an unfinished magic robe. The exploration experience in the underground city-state reminded Sunan, and after returning, he had the idea of making a magic item that could hide his traces, so as to facilitate future exploration of the underground world. After thinking again and again, Sunan decided to make a robe with constant invisibility. The robe used to make the robe was sewn by a famous tailor in the Flashing City. It has excellent texture and excellent touch. Sunan has constant cleaning, silencing, and invisibility on it. The first two were fine. One was a zero-ring spell, and the other was a first-ring spell, so the constant difficulty was not high. But the invisibility spell, which can be used as a second-ring spell, has a constant difficulty far exceeding the first two. Even though Sunan magic item manufacturing had reached level 4, he still failed several times before he succeeded. After that, he enchanted a phaseless feature on the robe, allowing the robe to change its appearance at will. It was busy until the evening before Sunan finally completed the manufacturing. Looking at the exquisite and gorgeous robe on the workbench, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Putting on the robe, Sunan's mind moved, and his figure disappeared instantly. The room fell into silence, and more than 10 seconds later, Sunan reappeared at the other end of the room. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. The constant invisibility spell on the robe can be used twice a day, and each time can last for half an hour. The attached silencing spell can generate a silent area within a radius of 2 meters around him, and any movement cannot be transmitted. In addition, Sunan also added a little deodorizing powder to the robe to eliminate the wearer's smell. In general, this robe is equivalent to adding an invisibility effect that can eliminate body shape, sound, and smell, although it is not as practical as the virtual invisibility of the hidden dragon, and it cannot hide the soul breath. It is enough to deal with most situations. With this robe, it will be much more convenient to sneak into a place in the future. Sunan smiled slightly, and seeing that it was getting late, he went to the meditation room. Tonight is the 3-monthly gathering of the Jungle Hut, and it is also the 4th gathering since he joined the Jungle Hut. After sitting quietly for a while, Sunan sensed that the trading house had been opened. With a thought, the whole person had come to the familiar hut. Looking around, Sunan was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, there were a lot of people attending the party this time. A total of 7 people. In addition to him, Night Owl, Scepter, Dead Wounds, Rose and Red Heart. There was a new face. The other party wore a black wood mask, and the word Black Forest was engraved on the table in front of him. Are you the newcomer that Yi Xiao mentioned? Sorry. I was busy before and didn't attend the previous gatherings. Welcome to join the jungle cabin. Hylan smiled and waved at Sunan. He seemed to be more cheerful, not as calm or gloomy as others. I heard from Yi Xiao that you have a lot of good things. I brought all my belongings this time and prepared to trade with you. Sunan said lightly, welcome. Yi Xiao coughed lightly and said, Hylan, don't worry. Let's complete the transaction of the God Blood Amber first. God Blood Amber? What is that? Hylan was surprised. Yi Xiao had to tell everyone about the transaction with Sunan. After hearing this, Hylan suddenly felt regretful. If I had known there would be such a good thing, I would have come to the previous few gatherings. TSK. 20 magic stones are not a small amount. After this gathering, I will also go to collect some divine blood amber. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Redheart said, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. His voice was a little hoarse, and he was weak and obviously injured. Seeing everyone looking at him, Redheart coughed and said in a deep voice, a month ago, I was ambushed when I attacked the branch of the Starfire Church. I was seriously injured and almost couldn't escape. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Although they didn't know the specific strength of Redheart, the other party was at least a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. And he almost died at the hands of the Starfire Church? Is the Starfire Church so powerful? The corpse was half believing and half doubting. Although Night Owl, Rose and Scepter didn't speak, they all seemed a little skeptical. After all, in the previous attacks, the power displayed by the Starfire Church was not enough to threaten their lives. The one who ambushed me was an old guy. I heard other believers call him the High Priest of Oviju. He had several very strange things in his hands, which looked a bit like the artifacts mentioned in wizard books. They were very tricky. Artifacts? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Artifacts are legendary items that were forged by gods and possess great power. They didn't quite believe that the Spark Church really had such things. But from Hong Xian's story, it should be true that the Spark Church had items that could pose a huge threat to 3rd-level wizard apprentices. It's just that such items may be extremely rare or the conditions for use are very harsh. So they didn't encounter them before. But now the Spark Church has obviously been forced into a corner. And I'm afraid they won't be polite to them next. Seeing everyone performance, Sunan sighed slightly in his heart. Wizard apprentices are very realistic. Although magic stones are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to the huge risk of death. There is no need to think about what choice the people present will make. It seems that the action against the Spark Church can only stop here. Unless he could offer conditions that everyone present could not refuse, it would be impossible to lure them into taking action against the Spark Cult. Sure enough, Night Owl said, it's a pity. It seems that tonight is our last time to trade the God Blood Amber. No way, Hylan muttered. I didn't even drink a mouthful of soup. And it's over? Wang Hai glanced at him and said lightly, you can also continue to snatch the God Blood Amber from the hands of the Starfire sect. No one will stop you. Hylan spread his hands and stopped talking. After a short silence, everyone took out the God Blood Amber to trade with Sunan. Except for Hylan and Rose. The others had at least 3 pieces. And the most was still Night Owl, with a full 12 pieces. In the end, Sunan got 25 God Blood Amber again. After completing the God Blood Amber transaction, it entered the normal trading mode. I be the first one, Hylan said. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Night Owl made a gesture to Hylan to invite him. Sunan looked over with interest. He was very curious about what Hylan would take out. Under the gaze of everyone, Heilin took out a golden apple. Golden apple? Sunan eyes fixed. Heilin glanced at Sunan in surprise. You actually recognize this thing? I found this in the inheritance of a wizard apprentice. According to the notes left by that wizard apprentice, eating this golden apple can gain the magical effect of unlimited vitality. No matter how much physical and mental energy is consumed, it can instantly recover to the peak state, which lasts for about an hour. Unlimited mental power. Everyone present sat up straight. Any wizard apprentice who has experienced a battle knows very well that in actual combat, the amount of mental power is one of the key factors affecting victory or defeat. If there is enough mental power, you can release spells without worrying about consumption, even if it is only for 1 hour. Proper use is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. For a moment, everyone was very tempted. However, they did not notice that Su Nin's face was full of surprise under the mask. For others, the golden apple is just a disposable item that can improve their combat effectiveness. But for Su Nin, it is enough to be a life-saving trump card. After all, he has the magic pattern core, which consumes a lot of mental power. The power of the magic pattern core has been proven when dealing with the adamantium golem. The only flaw is that it consumes a lot of mental power. But if there is a golden apple, this is no longer a flaw. If you can use the magic pattern core for an hour without worry, let alone 1 adamantium golem, even if there are 10, Su Nin will not be afraid at all. This thing is only of great use to others, but in his hands, it is enough to be a life-saving trump card at a critical moment. Sensing the intention of the crowd, Hyland said with a little complacency, "How about it? Does anyone want it?" Everyone looked at Su Nin in unison. With previous experience, they all understood that unless it was something that Su Nin did not intend to take, once he took a fancy to it, the thing would basically fall into his hands in the end. There is no way. This person is too generous. Su Nin was not polite and asked Hei Lin, "What do you want?" "Magic stones." Hei Lin did not hesitate. 50 magic stones. Too many. 30. This is a good thing. 48. 33. After some bargaining, the two finally made a deal at the price of 39 magic stones. Hei Lin was very satisfied with the magic stones. It was already very good to sell the golden apple at this price. Su Nin was also very satisfied. 39 magic stones could be exchanged for a trump card. It was really a good deal. The transaction continued. And then Night Owl, Scepter, Red Heart and others took out items for trading. During the period, as long as it was rare metals and soul crystals, they were all bought by Su Nin, and others could not compete at all. What surprised Su Nin was that among the rare metals that Night Owl took out, there was rainbow iron needed to promote the division of gem worms. When he took the rainbow iron from Night Owl, he clearly felt the resentful look from Rose. Apparently, Xiangwei also wanted to buy the rainbow iron to cultivate gem bugs. But unfortunately, she couldn't compete with Su Nin. Unless Su Nin didn't attend the party in the jungle cabin, she wouldn't be able to expect to trade for rare metals such as abyssal black copper and rainbow iron from other people at the party. At the end of the party, when it was Su Nin's turn, he asked directly, "Who has the design of a special model puppet? Preferably a flying one?" Chapter 111 Fantastic Ideas. Everyone was silent for a while. Finally, Hei Lin coughed lightly and said, "I happen to have a design drawing of a special model of puppet here. But it's not a flying type. Do you want it? Can I take a look first?" Of course. Taking the design drawing from Hei Lin, Su Nin opened it and was stunned. The name of the puppet was written on the top of the design drawing, Gem Golem. This strange name immediately aroused his interest. He continued to look down, and his expression gradually became strange. The names of different golems are generally based on their main constituent materials. For example, the steel golem with steel as the main material, and the stone golem with rock as the main material. Since the existence of wizard civilization, wizards have developed too many types of materials for refining golems, including some very strange materials, such as flesh and blood, bones, and even magic ropes and roller shutters. There are all kinds of strange materials. But it is the first time that Su Nin has heard of gems as materials. It's not that gems are not suitable as materials. The main reason is expensive. No matter what a wizard makes, the first thing he must pay attention to is the cost effectiveness. Whether it is a magic item, a puppet or a potion, no matter how significant the effect is, if the cost far exceeds the value it should have, then the item is a failure. It is precisely because of this that no one has ever thought of using gems to refine a golem. But the author of this design dared to do something that others would not do. His idea is to use diamonds as the main body, supplemented by various gems to build the golem body, and then engrave a certain number of second ring spells on it. Refer to the techniques of the gem spell school. Use gems to amplify the power of spells, and finally refine a gem golem that can release multiple spells. I have to admit that this idea is very creative. The golem made of diamonds as the main body. Needless to say how hard the body is. Even the adamantium golem may not be able to compare with it. And the idea of using gems to amplify the power of spells is also very clever. With the amplification of gems, the spell power released by the gem golem is definitely not inferior to the third ring spell. A golem with an indestructible body that can release spells comparable to the power of the third ring has a strong combat power that is probably not matched by an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that there are two very obvious flaws in this concept. The first is the difficulty of manufacturing. To engrave a second ring spell in the golem's body so that it can release spells. This is more difficult than permanently fixing a second ring spell on a magic item. Using Sunan 4th level magic item manufacturing, it has failed several times to fix a second ring spell on the robe. If you want to engrave a second ring spell, you may have to fail dozens or hundreds of times before you can succeed. Even Sunan is like this. Not to mention other wizard apprentices. Others do not have such good conditions as Sunan, and have a lot of resources to practice and improve magic item manufacturing skills. For an ordinary third-level wizard apprentice, magic item manufacturing can reach the standard of level 2, which can be called excellent talent. Furthermore, if you want to use gems to increase the power of spells, the refiner must also master the knowledge of gem magic. But this knowledge has long disappeared from the Starlight continent with the departure of the gem magic school. Now you can't find anyone to learn this knowledge. The second defect is naturally the cost issue. To make a gem golem, the gems needed are probably calculated in tons, and the final cost is probably hundreds of millions of gold coins. Even the most wealthy wizards can't afford such an astonishing consumption. Even if you grit your teeth and squeeze out the funds for refining, you spend so much money just to refine a golem that is more powerful than the average third-level wizard apprentice? Only a prodigal can do this. Even if the gem insect swarm grows and can produce gems in large quantities in the future, Sunan will not waste gems on this. In his opinion, this design is almost not practical. In fact, according to the author of the design, he only stayed at the conception and has not yet really refined the finished product. After reading the design, Sunan pondered for a while and looked at Hyland playfully. What do you plan to trade for this design? 3 magic stones. How about it? Hyland also knew that this design was unreliable, so he offered a very cheap price for a puppet design. Sunan thought about it for a while and agreed. Although this design is whimsical, it is not completely without learning points. Take it back and study it carefully. Maybe you can design a new type of puppet based on it. The last transaction was completed, and the party ended here. Before parting, Hyland waved to Sunan and said with a smile, "Player, if you are interested in puppets, I have a rare puppet design. Bring it to me next time I attend the party." Sunan was slightly startled, then nodded and said, "Then I wait and see." Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the month of Xiaolong. The fierce sun was high in the sky, and the weather became particularly hot. Base. As soon as Xiaman came out of the potion laboratory, he ran into Otto, who came out of the opposite room. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. "Are you here to make potions too?" "Yes. After spending so much time, I finally succeeded in making the first bottle of secondary dragon blood potion." Otto shook the potion bottle in his hand, and the bright red liquid inside shook slightly, as the first batch of students to enter the base. Xiaman, Corey and Otto have now learned to make 0-level potions. It's just that Xiaman and Corey have made faster progress, and have already mastered the relatively more difficult secondary dragon blood potion, and secondary active potion in the 0-level potion. On the contrary, Otto's progress is slow, and it was not until today that he finally made the secondary dragon blood potion. Potion making is not all there is to being a wizard apprentice. Don't worry too much about it. Seeing that Otto was depressed, Sherman racked his brains to find words of comfort. But in the end, he could only squeeze out such a dry sentence. This look made Otto laugh. "Don't force yourself. I know my own business. My talent is indeed not as good as yours and Corey's. I guess I will only be a second-level wizard apprentice in this life. You and Corey, maybe you can be promoted to third-level wizard apprentices." Sherman grinned and said nothing. The first condition for being promoted to a third-level wizard apprentice is to build 9-star rings. And he has spent more than 3 years. But he has not yet built the 3rd-star ring. And the 9th-star ring is simply a long way off. I heard that the newly built Knight Academy has started recruiting students recently. Otto talked about another topic. That's right. Sherman smiled. When I went to see old Roger a few days ago, I heard him say that many people went to participate in the enrollment. If there is anything Sherman regrets most about the base, it is that there are very few students with the same background as him. Most of the students are either from middle-class families or children of nobles. As a result, he can't even find a few friends to talk to. This is not to say that other people are not good. Like Otto and Ethan. Although they have good backgrounds, they never look down on him, and usually get along with him in a gentle manner. It's just that the two sides have different backgrounds and different values after all. So it's difficult for them to get along harmoniously. The newly established Knight Academy is said to only recruit students from civilians and farmers. And after graduation, they will join the base to form the Knight Guard. In this way, at least the base will not be full of people from the middle class and nobles. At this time, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the distance. Sherman turned his head and saw a group of boys and girls walking towards this side, led by Ethan, who had a good relationship with him. The group of boys and girls soon noticed Sherman and Otto, and waved to greet them. "Senior Sherman! Senior Otto!" Otto smiled and greeted them, and asked, "You look so happy. What good thing happened?" Ethan smiled, "Nothing. It's just that Skinner finally mastered his first spell, and everyone is happy for him. Skinner is one of the second batch of freshmen entering the base, and the youngest one among them. Only 13 years old, with a fair complexion, and is well taken care of and loved by everyone." "What spell is it?" Otto looked at Skinner with a smile. "The Hand of the Mage." It seems that because of showing off in front of the most popular senior Otto, Skinner's face flushed with excitement, and he opened his mouth to cast a spell for Otto to see. But fortunately Sherman saw the opportunity and stopped him quickly. "Don't be impulsive." Sherman pointed to the trees not far away. A red-eyed crow was perched on a branch, its deep eyes staring straight at them. Skinner finally reacted, and he quickly shut his mouth in shock. After the third batch of students entered the base, considering the increase in the number of people, in order to facilitate management, the base began to implement strict regulations to rectify the order. Violators would be punished by confinement and deduction of contribution points. Among them, there was a rule that spells were prohibited outside the spell practice area and laboratory. Violators would be deducted a certain contribution point. For Skinner, it was a sum that was enough to make him feel painful. Coming back to his senses, Skinner hurriedly thanked Sherman. "Don't worry about it." Sherman waved his hand and smiled. "Just remember to pay attention next time." The atmosphere relaxed again. After a few jokes, Ethan and others left and headed straight for the spell practice area. Their original destination was also there. "Where are you going next?" Otto asked. "Go to the task posting board and take a few tasks. I also want to take a task." "Let's go together." The two of them came to the warehouse together, greeted Miss Glee who was sitting there in the sun, and then came to the posting board. What surprised them was that Corey was there too. Seeing Sherman and Otto, Corey nodded slightly as a greeting, and then continued to look around the bulletin board. Sherman walked over and saw that there were many new tasks. For example, feeding ore to the gem bugs in the insect nest, collecting pure gems produced by gem bugs, demonizing the forelimbs of the double-edged spider, refining stone golems, etc. More than 10 new tasks appeared at once. A new camp has been built in the forest to the north. "Do you know about this?" Corey suddenly said. "I heard about it," Otto replied. Sherman also nodded. They had long known that a mineral vein had been discovered in the forest to the north of the Flash City. The mineral vein was connected to the entrance to the underground world, and there was an underground city-state ruled by the human-faced lion. The newly established Camp No. 1 was said to be to monitor the movements of the human-faced lion city-state. As for the source of these news, it was naturally Lady Amy. Master Amy often brings them some new and interesting things to see and hear about the teacher's adventure stories occasionally, which is a rare bit of fun in their boring training life. Master Amy told me that the teacher is going to wage war against the lion city-state. Sherman and Otto were surprised. But on second thought, this matter seemed to have been foreshadowed. For example, all the gems collected from the gem insect nest were sent to Camp No. 1, mostly for refining stone golems. The additional task of refining stone golems on the release board was obviously for this reason. "I plan to ask the teacher to let me participate in the war." Corey said something shocking. "Participate in the war?" Otto and Sherman looked at each other, and were both a little surprised. "Will it be too risky?" "Yes. That level of war is not something we can participate in. The soldiers who participated in the war were either the weakest lions with nearly knight-level strength, or knight-level stone golems and double-edged spiders. There are even great knights and legendary knights. A first-level wizard apprentice will die if he participates in a war of this level. That's right. Meow. It's too early for you to participate in the war. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, and Otto felt his shoulders sink slightly. He turned his head and saw Amy's snow-white cat body. Lord Amy? Amy licked her paw and said lazily, a first-level wizard apprentice can barely deal with 1 or 2 knights. It's barely enough to participate in your human war. But going to fight the Sphinx is just suicide. Wait until you become a second-level wizard apprentice. Corey frowned and said, Lord Amy? I just hope that the teacher can allow me to take this opportunity to gain more contribution points and speed up my strength improvement. Besides, fighting may help me break through the bottleneck. Why does it sound like a dark wizard's approach? Amy tilted her head, waved her paw and said crisply, it's up to you. I can tell Sunan for you. But don't hold too much hope. A hint of joy flashed across Corey's face. Thank you. Lord Amy? What about you? Amy looked at the other two. Adair shook his head. The few spells she mastered were all auxiliary spells. And there was no attack spell. Going to the battlefield was no different from suicide. Shimon also shook his head. He was not like Corey, who was obsessed with improving his strength. He enjoys this state very much. He can get in touch with new knowledge every day and feel his progress every day. This process of gradually unveiling the veil and understanding the world makes him very immersed. He prefers to proceed step by step and make steady progress instead of rushing forward. Chapter 112, A War of Telepathy. Join the war? After hearing what Amy relayed, Sunan was slightly stunned. He refused without hesitation. What a joke. This is not a Black Wizard Academy. So there is no such thing as selecting good seedlings through fierce competition. After finally training a qualified apprentice, how could he let him go to the battlefield to die? If you want more contribution points, just complete a few more tasks honestly. Of course, Sunan does not intend to train students into flowers in a greenhouse. I just want to experience it. And it will not be too late to talk about it after being promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice and having a certain self-protection power. Let Amy bring his answer. And Sunan turned around and continued to be busy. After integrating the 25 divine blood ambers he got at the last party, his meditation efficiency has soared again. Now he can increase his proficiency by more than 3,800 by practicing the star ring meditation method every day. The progress is amazing. Now the star ring meditation method is only 100,000 proficiency away from upgrading. According to Sunan's estimation, the 12th star ring will be built next month, which will bring him one step closer to becoming a formal wizard. Spell learning and spell casting training are also progressing steadily. Most of the time and energy in addition to this is invested in mass production. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Time flies, and it is the month of flowing fire, July, in a blink of an eye. While successfully building the 12th star ring, the 5th dense forest hut party also ushered in. Unfortunately, Highland did not attend, and the promised puppet design drawings were not available for the time being. Sunan only bought some rare metals and 3 micro soul crystals, and then ended the party. So far, all the micro soul crystals obtained at the party have been used by him to refine steel golems. Up to now, Sunan has 12 steel golems in his hands. In addition to leaving 3 steel golems to guard the base, and 1 steel golem to guard the number 2 magic plant garden. The remaining 8 are all left in camp number 1. It was not until the autumn moon that Sunan was ready to start a war. In camp number 1, looking at the neatly arranged golem puppets in front of him, Sunan breathed a sigh of relief. There were a total of 8 steel golems, 12 elite stone golems, 800 stone golems, and 50 double-edged puppets. This lineup of legions, if placed on the surface, would be enough to sweep away any earldom or weaker marquisdom. Now it is only used to deal with a human-faced lion city-state, which can be regarded as a great importance. In order to build this puppet army, Sunan invested all the profits from the mining area this year, and also took a large amount of funds from the Flash territory. It can be said that the cash flow on hand was completely consumed. However, thinking of the 7 mines around the human-faced lion city-state, it feels that the current efforts are still worthwhile. It's a pity that the time is too short. Otherwise, if we wait for another half a year and double the number of puppet troops, we can more easily solve the lion city-state. Sunan originally wanted to extend the time of launching the war to make more adequate preparations. It's just that in the past half-month, the Lion City-State suddenly sent spies to spy on the cave. They were very cautious and evacuated decisively after discovering the elite stone golem stationed there. But they didn't know that they had already triggered the magic alarm, and all their actions had been detected by Sunan in advance. Sunan estimated that the Lion City-State had already had their eyes on this entrance, and it was likely that they would take action soon. Instead of waiting for the other party to attack and passively fight, it is better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Concentrating his thoughts, Sunan put all the golem puppets into the magic cube and then entered the cave. When he arrived at the warning point, he stopped. The air next to him twisted, and the huge and ferocious body of the hidden dragon appeared out of thin air. Be careful later. I don't think I can take care of you if a fight breaks out. Sunan gave Long a levitation spell and gave him another warning. Roar! Long hissed softly in response. After evolving into a sub-dragon bloodline, its roar became closer and closer to the dragon roar, and its low roar was full of domineering majesty. Sunan smiled and activated the invisibility robe, and his entire figure instantly disappeared. Long also disappeared into the air. The man and the beast quickly walked out of the stalactite and floated in the air. Unexpectedly, there were many manta rays and birds hovering over the empty lake in the past, and human-faced lions holding scimitars sat on them. In the distance, in front of the rebuilt city wall, a large number of dog-headed men, lizardmen and ogres were driven to line up on the lakeshore, and the shouts were endless. Next to them was the human-faced lion army waiting in full battle order. With a cold and eerie look, "This is..." Sunan raised his eyebrows and showed a playful smile on his face. "I didn't expect that the lion-faced lion and he were so in sync that they chose to start the war on the same day. This is just right. There is no need to fight a siege. Fighting head-on a flat terrain is more conducive to the performance of the golem puppet." With a gleam in his eyes, Sunan slowly flew forward. The lions along the way didn't notice that an uninvited guest had broken into their territory, and they were still sitting on the back of the manta ray waiting for orders. On the city wall, 3 half-human, half-snake lion nobles looked down at the slave army below, with 2 soul-eating hunters lying on the left and right sides, lazily swinging their tails. Looking at the chaotic slave army, Parita couldn't help frowning, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. A group of lowly slaves. Can these guys really invade the surface world? Carolina next to him laughed and said, "These guys are certainly not as brave as our warriors, but they are enough to be cannon fodder. The human soldiers in the surface world are no more powerful than dog-headed people and lizardmen. Don't take it lightly." The ruler of the Lion City-State, the city lord Usala, spoke in a deep voice. "Humans are not to be feared, but there are wizards in the surface world, and they are the powerful enemies we really need to pay attention to." When mentioning wizards, Parita and Carolina both looked solemn. The battle a few months ago was still vivid in their minds. Only 2 wizards played tricks on the entire city-state, killed many of their people, and finally escaped calmly. This made them feel ashamed and humiliated, and they also felt a strong fear of the power of wizards. It is said that wizards are one of the most powerful people on this continent. They used to think that this was an exaggerated rumor and did not take it seriously. But now they deeply understand the weight of this sentence. "We have tortured the captives of the Principality of Jinghua. Above that exit is the territory of the Principality of Stars, which belongs to a Marquiate called the Flash Territory." Marquiate? So the strength is not weak. Carolina raised her eyebrows. The Marquiate of the surface world is not weaker than their city-state in comprehensive strength, mainly because the number of soldiers that can be mobilized is far more than theirs. Even so, Carolina's tone did not show any worry. After all, they were not going to occupy the towns on the surface world. They just wanted to plunder and leave. What they really needed to face was just the army of a town. Not only that, the city closest to the exit happens to be the central city of the Flash Territory, the Flash City, where the Marquis lives. So the guards there must be very strict. And I sent spies to investigate. There are stone golems stationed at the exit, so there must be wizards in the Flash City. I think it is probably related to the 2 wizards who sneaked into the city-state that day." Parita looked at Carolina, who thought for a moment and said, "One of the 2 wizards should be from the Principality of Jinghua, and the other's origin is uncertain. But from what you said, it is very likely that he is a wizard from the Flash Territory." Carolina sneered, "If so, it would be the best. Just in time to avenge last time." She has always remembered the revenge for the injury last time, and is waiting to find the wizard and skin him alive. What is the situation in the south now? Usura suddenly spoke, interrupting the conversation between the two subordinates. Parida hesitated and said, I don't know the details. The spies, I said, couldn't get close to Kashim. The insects spread pheromones all over Kashim within a 5-kilometer radius. Our people were discovered as soon as they approached. It seems that they have recovered from the war 2 years ago, and are now ready to move again. Usura frowned and changed the subject. What's the reaction of Red Widow and Black Duke? They just sent people to monitor, and there is no other action. After a moment's silence, Ursula waved her hand and said, Send someone to send a letter, saying that we want to form an alliance with them. Parida hesitated. We tricked them 2 years ago. Will they still believe us now? They have no choice, Ursula said coldly. None of the 3 city-states of Yohu, Matu, and Asen can fight Kashim alone. If they don't join forces with us, the final outcome will be that everyone will be destroyed together. I believe Red Widow and Black Duke will make a wise choice. Yes, sir. Parida said no more, and nodded respectfully. Okay. The preparations are almost done. Pass the order down, and start the army. Ursula gave the order in a deep voice. However, as soon as the voice fell, the 2 soul-eating hunters next to them suddenly stood up, grinned at the lakeshore, and let out a low roar. Carolina's face changed and she shouted, There are intruders. The moment she finished speaking, a deafening thunder roared in the distance. Countless dazzling lightnings tore through the darkness and fell from the sky into the densely packed lion army. In an instant, hundreds of lion warriors turned into charcoal and fell to the ground dead without even a scream. Enemy attack. Where does the attack come from? Hurry up and find the enemy. Where is it? The lions were in chaos in an instant. The slave army, which had finally formed a battle formation, also fell into panic because of the sudden change. The lion commanders around drew their scimitars and shouted loudly to suppress the chaotic slaves. But the golem army that appeared out of thin air made their efforts go down the drain. As soon as they appeared, the golem army immediately launched a fierce charge towards the lion army. More than 800 golems charged at the same time, raising billowing smoke and dust. The terrifying momentum that crushed like a tidal wave made many lions change their faces, and the timid ones even trembled and turned pale. It happened too suddenly. No one expected that the enemy would appear out of thin air, and the number was exaggerated. At such a close distance, they didn't have much time to react at all, and they were faced with a fierce fight without any psychological preparation. After just one encounter, the lions were defeated and suffered heavy casualties. As for the slave army on the other side, it was even worse. Sunan didn't even send much combat power, but sent more than 10 stone golems to charge, and these slaves fled in all directions. No matter how the lion commander shouted, he couldn't suppress them. When the lion commander was found by the stone golem and couldn't free his hands to gather the chaotic army, the slaves fled even more happily. How should I say this? God helps me. Looking at the good situation in front of him, Sunan couldn't help but curl up his lips. Originally, I thought I would have to go through at least a hard battle, but I didn't expect the lion to take the initiative to give him a flaw. It seems that the war will end soon. Sunan was in a good mood, but the mood of the 3 lion nobles on the city wall was not so good. Seeing their own people being slaughtered and falling down, the 3 lion nobles were all shocked and angry. Carolina recognized Sunan at once. Even though he was wearing a mask last time, she would never mistake his aura. You again? Carolina stared at Sunan with anger on her face. Ursula and Parida immediately realized that this man was one of the wizards who attacked the city-state last time. With new hatred and old grudges, the 3 looked at Sunan with extremely resentful eyes. With a scream, they all flew into the air and rushed towards Sunan at high speed. Halfway through, the staffs in the hands of the 3 burst into a strange light, shining in the darkness. Countless lightning, flames, ice, and snow appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards Sunan like a tide. The lion-faced nobles did not have the ability to control the power of elements. These were all illusions. However, fatal attacks are often mixed in these illusions. The lion-faced man is best at cunning attacks that alternate between real and fake. Real and fake. If you are not careful, you will easily suffer a great loss. For example, Sunan has already noticed several black snakes hidden in the flames, and their tongues are hissing and waiting for him to relax his vigilance and attack. But he doesn't care. with the ring of extreme protection. He doesn't worry that the lion-faced man noble's attacks can hurt him. Without any defensive plans, Sunan activated the ring of disaster on his left hand without hesitation. Boom! The surging lightning, flames, and ice, and snow drowned Sunan. Seeing this scene, the three lion-faced man nobles showed joy on their faces. But then, they found something wrong. The expected shrill scream did not sound. There was a series of crackling sounds in my ears, as if the sound of ice freezing. The next second, the illusions in the sky suddenly disappeared completely. A snow-white shock wave visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out. Caught off guard, the three lion-faced nobles were hit by the shock wave at the same time. They froze, and a layer of frost instantly covered their bodies. At the same time, four huge gray claws appeared out of thin air and grabbed Parida fiercely. The four gray claws tore through the void like lightning and grabbed Parida fiercely from different directions. Claws of Disaster X4. Chapter 113. Kill the rest for me. As if the sound of cloth tearing was heard, more than 10 bloody wounds appeared on Parida's body in an instant. The strong breath of death penetrated through the wounds, constantly corroding her flesh, and the gray blood flowing out of the wounds flowed down like a spring. Ah! Parida let out a shrill howl. The strong negative energy attached to the claws of disaster instantly invaded her internal organs, flesh and bones. One claw of disaster is enough to easily kill a peak knight. Being hit by 4 claws of disaster at the same time without any defense. Even if Parida has legendary power, she was severely injured in an instant. Before she could catch her breath, Sunan had already thrown a high-level rune gem. The moment it was released, the gem suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and in a moment it turned into a blue lightning spear, which split the air like an arrow from a bow, and pierced through the center of Parida's eyebrows with a hiss. Crack! The violent lightning then burst out, turning her completely into charcoal. In just a breath, Parida died. This scene made Ursula and Carolina backs cold, and their eyes looking at Sunan were full of fear. After solving an enemy with the force of thunder, Sunan offensive did not stop, and a large amount of silver metal liquid overflowed from his pores, fell off, and quickly formed sharp spikes in the air. After a slight pause, dense spikes shot out, and fell on Ursula and Carolina like a storm. The Lion Nobles were all powerful people at the legendary knight level, and the Lion Nobles, who could serve as the lord of a city, had at least the strength of the second ring legendary level. 2 first ring legends and 1 second ring legend joined forces, which was enough to compete with the third level wizard apprentice. So Sunan went all out as soon as he attacked, striving to get rid of 1 or 2 enemies as quickly as possible. Sizzle! Sizzle! The piercing explosions of breaking through the air rang out one after another. The frequency was so dense that it made people's scalps numb. Feeling the strong threat of death, the 2 human-faced lion nobles changed their faces and let out piercing screams. The crystal balls on the top of the long staffs in their hands suddenly lit up with a deep light, and quickly spread out, turning into a sphere that enveloped them. The next second, a storm composed of countless spikes hit the sphere fiercely. Puff! Puff! It was like the muffled sound of a sharp blade piercing leather. After only holding on for more than 10 seconds, Carolina light ball shattered, and the sky full of spikes swept over her, exploding into a puff of blood mist, and her tattered figure fell to the ground. Another one is solved. Sunan looked at the remaining Ursula, and with a thought, the spike that was originally attacking Carolina turned around and focused on Ursula. The latter was immediately under great pressure. As the battle developed to this point, Ursula knew that she had been badly defeated today. Neither the city-state nor herself could be the opponent of the young wizard in front of her. If she continued to fight, she would definitely follow in the footsteps of Parida and Carolina. Escape. Must escape. Ursula had made a decision in a flash, and a ruthless look flashed across her beautiful face. She gritted her teeth and swung the long staff at the tail. There was a puff, and the tail was broken from the middle. Ursula endured the severe pain and muttered something in her mouth. The broken tail exploded into a thick blood mist with a bang, surrounding her completely. Boom! The light ball suddenly exploded, and the powerful shock wave repelled the surrounding spikes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a ball of blood mist broke out like lightning and fled towards the darkness in the distance. It was as fast as lightning. However, just as the blood mist was about to sink into the darkness, a huge and ferocious figure suddenly emerged from not far away, opened its bloody mouth, and shot a ball of blazing flames towards the blood mist. It was the hidden dragon that had been lying in ambush for a long time. Zizizi. The flames and blood mist offset and annihilated each other. And the red and blood red intertwined with each other. And at the same time shrank rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the blood mist became much lighter and thinner, revealing the horrified face of Ursula inside. Huh? The figure flashed. And Sudan had reappeared in front of Ursula, staring at him indifferently. Seeing this, Ursula's eyes showed despair, knowing that he had missed the last chance to escape. Who would have thought that this wizard actually had a sub-dragon pet that could turn invisible? And even she couldn't detect its invisibility. Swish! A sky full of sharp spikes chased up from behind, crushing over Ursula like a tidal wave, and then disappeared into Sudan's body. When the sound subsided, Ursula's figure was no longer visible in the air. Only a faint blood mist, and a long staff falling down. This man-faced lion noble had been shredded to pieces, and no bones were left. The hidden dragon bit the fallen long staff and handed it to Sunan obediently. Well done, Sunan praised. If Elong hadn't stopped the lion noble in time, he would have had to consume another high-level rune gem to catch up with the other party. The whole battle broke out suddenly and ended very suddenly. With most of Sunan trump cards, the battle lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before it was declared over. This also gave him a clear understanding of his recent strength growth. With his current strength, enemies below the 3-ring legendary knight are no longer a threat. Even if he faces a 3-ring legendary knight, he has a good chance of winning. Now I am one of the top 3 among the 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Sudan smiled and turned his head to look down. With the death of the 3 lion nobles, the lions on the lakeside lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, they were caught up by the double-edged spider before they ran far, and their heads were cut off by the sharp legs. On the gentle lakeshore, the 4-legged lions could not outrun the 8-legged double-edged spiders. In desperation, some lions turned around and swung their scimitars at the double-edged spiders, wanting to fight to the death. But the double-edged spiders raised their legs and chopped them in half with a snap. And then the other leg easily cut off their heads. Faced with the double-edged spiders that were swift, tough, and had extremely sharp weapons, the lions below the level of the Great Knight had almost no ability to fight back. The fleeing lions were quickly wiped out by the double-edged spiders. Under Sunan control, the golems and double-edged spiders spared the surrendered lions, and those who resisted and fled were all killed mercilessly. The war ended faster than Sunan expected, even less than an hour. In addition to the extremely strong combat effectiveness of the golem army, it was also thanks to the lions gathering outside the city that the raid had a far better effect than expected. How should we deal with these guys? Sudan looked down at the human-faced lions kneeling on the ground below, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a fight, there were only more than 100 human-faced lions still alive, including 7 or 8 Great Knight-level human-faced lion elites. This is a considerable force. Killing them all would save trouble, but it would be too wasteful. But if they stay, we have to think of a good way to place them. Otherwise, if we don't handle them well, we will cause big trouble in the future. While thinking, Sunan's expression suddenly moved, and he turned his head to look not far away, with a look of surprise on his face. It's not dead yet. It's still very tenacious. Sunan slowly landed on the ground and came to Carolina lying on the ground, looking at her with a playful look. Although this human-faced lion noble was covered in blood and had piercing wounds in many places, only the head, throat and heart, which were the vital parts, were avoided. Sudan was sure that he had not ignored these vital points when he attacked. So the only explanation was that this guy had protected these vital points by some means. However, although she saved her life, Carolina had completely lost her fighting ability and could only lie on the ground to survive. Let me go! Please spare my life. Give me a reason. Sudan raised his eyebrows and said, I can be loyal to you and become your slave, with the hope of survival. Carolina seemed to be more energetic and spoke more fluently. I can help you manage the city-state. You need an assistant who is familiar with this place. I can also tell you a lot of information around the city-state. Sunan sneered. It sounds good. But you, the human-faced lion tribe, are notoriously cunning and dishonest. Why should I believe you? I can sign a soul contract, Carolina said weakly. Sudan narrowed his eyes. You know a lot. Soul contract, in layman's terms, is a slave contract. One party splits a strand of the soul and hands it over to the other party in the form of a contract. From then on, The life is controlled by the other party. As long as the controller has a thought, the soul of the controlled person can be annihilated in an instant. In addition, once the controller dies, the controlled person will also die. In general, this is a very harsh contract. Both parties must be willing to sign it. Once the soul contract is signed, Sunan can completely control Carolina without worrying about her betrayal. And he really needs someone to help manage the city-state. Apart from anything else, someone has to manage that group of slaves. In terms of managing the city-state, the golem is definitely useless. The students in the base are still growing up and do not have this ability for the time being. As for asking key for people, it is also not feasible. The affairs officers in the territory are not familiar with the underground world. Asking them to manage the underground city-state may backfire. After thinking about it, using natives to manage the city-state is indeed the best choice. Okay. Sign the soul contract and I spare your life. In Carolina pleading eyes, Sunan pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. After hearing this, Carolina's face suddenly showed ecstasy of escaping from a desperate situation. Sunan turned his wrist, and a gem appeared in his palm. He rubbed his thumb and index finger, and the gem instantly melted into a translucent silk thread. As his index finger drew in the void, it gradually formed a series of mysterious and strange lines. After drawing the last step, Sunan stretched out his hand, and the lines immediately floated to the center of Carolina's eyebrows, slowly sank into it, and disappeared. The next second, Carolina's body trembled slightly, and she felt that there was a vague connection between herself and the wizard in front of her. This is a one-way connection. From today on, her life is a matter of the thought of the person in front of her. After the contract was completed, Sunan threw Carolina a few bottles of healing potions. After taking the potion, Carolina finally recovered a little mobility. My lord, my people. Carolina glanced at the people not far away and asked Sunan cautiously. Sunan smiled and came to the kneeling lions. He tapped his fingers and picked out the 50 weakest ones. Then he turned to Carolina, who was confused, and said, I will only keep these 50 people. You kill the rest for me. Since we have to manage the city-state, we must leave some manpower for Carolina. We can't let her be a commander without troops. But we don't need too many manpower. As long as we can manage slaves and handle some chores, 50 lions should be enough. As for guarding the city-state, the Golem Corps will be responsible for it. Although there is a soul contract, he is not afraid of Carolina's betrayal. But he doesn't want Carolina to have the conditions to make small moves. After hearing Sunan's words, Carolina's face changed. Not far away, the lions who were not selected also changed their faces when they heard the words, and wanted to fight back desperately. But as soon as they stood up, an invisible wave had already enveloped everyone. Mass panic spell. It can make all creatures within a certain range fall into a state of panic. This is a second-level spell that Sunan had just mastered not long ago. In an instant, the lions all showed horror on their faces, as if they had seen something very scary. Some of them collapsed to the ground, or they held their heads and trembled on the ground. Without exception, they lost the mind to resist. Sunan turned his head and looked at Carolina indifferently. Carolina's face changed slightly, and the hesitation in her eyes disappeared. She picked up a scimitar from the ground, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the terrified tribesmen. It must be said that the lions are good at killing, even if they were seriously injured. Carolina's killing movements were still very clean and neat, and she always cut her throat with one knife. The severe pain instantly made the lions get rid of their panic and wake up. But it was too late. They made a gurgling sound in their throats, stared at Carolina with disbelief, and then fell to the ground, motionless and silent. Not long after, 60 or 70 human-faced lions all fell to the ground and turned into corpses. Carolina held a bloody scimitar, panting and looking livid. The lucky human-faced lions around her looked at her with complicated eyes. Anger, indifference, sadness, hostility. Watching this scene, Sunan nodded secretly. This was also one of the purposes for him to let Carolina take action. Plant a thorn between them, and these guys will not be so easy to get together. After that, Sunan asked the remaining human-faced lions to sign soul contracts one by one, consuming a full 50 gems for this. The spare gems in the space ring were almost used up. After doing all this, Sunan asked the lions to start cleaning the battlefield and collect all the escaped slaves. Fortunately, the island was surrounded by lakes, So even if the slaves ran away, they wouldn't be able to escape anywhere. They could be easily regrouped by sending a few teams of human-faced lions to drive them away. Chapter 114 New Territory. Base number 2 built. After the war, Sunan counted the golems. Because the raid went so smoothly, the golem corps did not suffer much loss. Those that were completely damaged and could not be repaired included 1 steel golem, 3 elite stone golems, 325 stone golems, and 4 double-edged spiders. The remaining golems and double-edged spiders were more or less injured, but the minor injuries could be self-repaired, and the serious injuries could be repaired at the base, which was nothing. In fact, if the Sphinx had not taken the initiative to go out of the city to assemble, the loss of the golem puppets would have at least doubled under normal raids. Now it is considered good. The golems that needed to be repaired were put into the magic cube, and the rest were left on the island to guard. Sunan then took Carolina to the city. The war was over, and the next step was naturally to inspect his own territory. This was also Sunan's first territory that truly belonged to him. Compared to the last time when he had to sneak in secretly, this time he walked in openly from the city gate and could leisurely view the buildings in the city. However, most of the buildings in the lower city were low and simple, and there was nothing to see. It was not until he entered the upper city that the buildings on both sides of the street began to become neat and tidy, with a little artistic style. The practical style that is more important than beauty can be seen everywhere in the underground world. The city-state residents along the way saw Carolina following a human respectfully, and their eyes widened in astonishment. But no one dared to step forward and ask questions. Sunan glanced at Carolina. It seemed that the human-faced lion nobles had a high prestige here. Ignoring these people, he walked straight to the stone pillar in the center. After entering the stone pillar, Sunan found that the environment here was much more luxurious than outside. And there were too many rooms. Living room, dining room, living room, bathroom, kitchen, public lounge area, meeting room, etc. were all available. Such a large place. But only 3 nobles and their slaves lived there. It must be said that the life of the Sphinx nobles is much more luxurious than that of most human nobles. These rooms can be transformed into laboratories and pharmacy rooms. Sunan thought secretly. The space inside the stone pillar is very spacious and can be transformed into another base. In the future, he will definitely stay in the underground world often. It will undoubtedly be more convenient to have a place for himself to study and practice. It would be better to build another magic plant garden, workshop and puppet factory here. After walking around, Sunan already had a rough plan in his mind, and then asked without looking back, "Where is the warehouse?" "In the basement," Carolina replied. "Lead the way." Under Carolina guidance, Sunan soon came to a warehouse. What came into view was a mountain of gold coins, boxes of gems, and various metals. "Sir, this is the list of the warehouse." Carolina handed over a list. In the short time after entering the city, the lion-faced noble had quickly adjusted his mentality, faced up to his slave status, and began to actively please Sunan. After taking a deep look at Carolina, Sunan took the list and looked through it carefully. From Carolina, he already knew that this city-state was called Yohu, because there were many dwarves living there. Yohu's mining and smelting skills were not low. They mined from the surrounding veins all year round and traded food and various necessities with other city-states. They could also smelt metals and mint gold coins by themselves. These gold coins in the warehouse were minted by Yohu itself. The front side was the image of a half-human, half-snake lion-faced noble, and the back side was 2 cross scimitars, which was very lion-faced. Because of the sufficient gold content, Yohu's gold coins were quite popular in the surrounding city-states. However, if they were to be used on the surface, these gold coins had to be melted down and remade. Sunan picked up a gold coin and weighed it, and he immediately had a bottom line in his heart. The gold coins here are worth about 50,000 gold coins on the surface. This is undoubtedly a considerable amount. In addition, there are 236 low and medium-grade gems, 5 high-grade gems, and hundreds of rare metals. What surprised Sunan was that there happened to be rare metals such as abyss black copper, rainbow iron, and sunfire gold sand. Sunan estimated the amount, and added what he had on hand. It was enough to make special nutrients that would make all 8 gem worms split once. It is indeed easier to collect various rare metals in the underground world. Sunan sighed secretly. In addition, there are 12 miniature soul crystals on the list. This is beyond his expectation. In his memory, The human-faced sphinx does not seem to be a race that is good at extracting souls to make crystals. Where do these soul crystals come from? Sunan asked. Carolina said, it was traded with Orson. The Black Duke and his men are very good at making soul crystals. Black Duke? Sunan raised his eyebrows. Tell me more about it. Carolina hurriedly explained. According to her narration, Sunan finally had a general understanding of the situation around the area where Yohu Lake was located. There are 3 city-states around Yohu Lake, namely Orson, Matu and Kasham. Among them, the ruler of Orson is a group of ghouls, and the city lord is called Black Duke, a frost ghoul. The ruler of Matu is a group of vampires, and the city lord is called Red Widow. As for Kasham, it is more like a worm nest than a city-state. There are only worms and worms there, and there are no other races at all, and the existence is only as a reserve of food. In general, Yohu, Orson and Matu have traded with each other, and occasionally conflicts will break out due to resource allocation issues. But when facing Kasham, they will unite against the outside world. It's because the bugs in Kasham are keen on external aggression and expansion. They attack other city-states every once in a while, and then they are severely hit by the 3 major city-states. They retreat back and lick their wounds silently. When they recover, they will launch another invasion again, and the cycle repeats. Similar things have been repeated countless times over the years. Have you ever thought about completely solving the hidden danger of Kasham? Carolina smiled bitterly and said, we do want to. But Kasham has been dug in all directions by the bugs, and the terrain is very complicated. It's okay to deal with the bugs outside, but once we enter Kasham, our people will easily get lost, and the army can't be deployed. We always return in defeat. Over time, no one is willing to attack Kasham anymore. It seems that this group of bugs is quite tricky. Sunan thought for a moment and asked again, how long will Kasham attack? Carolina hesitated and said, according to past experience, it should take 2 to 3 years. Sunan nodded. That's fine. He has enough time to prepare. After thinking about it, Sunan finally decided to keep the gold coins, which he could use to trade with other city-states in the future. But the gold or collected in the future must be transported to Camp Number 1 on the surface. As for the remaining gems and rare metals, Sunan took them all without hesitation. I give you 5 days to deal with the follow-up of the war. I want to see a stable Yohu city. Before leaving, Sunan left a word. Carolina hurriedly said, yes, master. Watching Sunan figure disappear, Carolina came to the window and stared at the scenery below in a daze. Her expression changed and finally turned into a deep sigh. At this point, I can only accept it. The only consolation is that becoming a slave of a powerful wizard is not too bad. After returning to Flash City, Sunan first met with Ki and told him about the conquest of Yohu City. After hearing that the threat of the human-faced lion had been resolved, Ki was overjoyed and completely relieved. It can be considered that one problem has been solved. Sunan raised his eyebrows and said, from your tone, are there other problems? Ki shook his head and sighed, saying, I don't know what kind of magic soup the Spark Church has fed the Grand Duke. Just a few days ago, the Grand Duke issued a decree that all nobles must believe in the Spark Church. This matter caused a big fuss, and many nobles were very resistant to this decree. There is such a thing. Sunan was really surprised this time. This is more controversial than the previous request that all provinces allow the Spark Church to freely spread its beliefs. How much benefit did the Spark Church give to the Grand Duke of Fancheng to make the latter issue such a crazy decree? After a little thought, Sunan had a bottom line in his heart. With the status of Grand Duke Fancheng, what has he not enjoyed? The only thing that would make him do such a thing to get it is probably longevity. The Spark sect controls the blood of the gods, so it is not surprising that it can extend life. However, as far as Sunan knows, the means by which the gods can extend life are often accompanied by the erosion of spiritual will. While gaining a longer life, it often means losing oneself to a certain extent and becoming a loyal believer of the gods. If the Spark sect really takes this approach, it won't be long before Grand Duke Fancheng may become a puppet controlled by them. By then, the Principality of Fancheng may face great turmoil. Sunan told Ki his guess. After hearing this, Ki's expression changed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Sunan didn't say much, patted his shoulder, and turned to leave. After that, Sunan returned to the base, and immediately used rare metals such as abyss black copper to prepare the corresponding nutrients and feed them to the gem bugs. In about 3 days, The gem bugs will be able to split and increase to 6, with the remaining 5 portions of nutrients. Feed the gem bugs again after a period of time, and the swarm will increase to 11. Su Nan was delighted. It is no exaggeration to say that the harvest of this war was a great harvest. The harvest so far alone is enough to make up for the cost of refining golems and double-edged spiders before the war. The key is that the loss of golems and double-edged spiders is not large, and the remaining can be said to be pure profit. Moreover, there are subsequent benefits. The 7 mines around Yohu City are still waiting for him to develop. To develop 7 mines at the same time, a large number of clay golems and mining equipment are needed. Clay golems can be issued as tasks and let students in the base refine them. You can ask my brother to help prepare mining equipment. These are easy to solve. The key is the garrison troops. There are many monsters in the underground world, and it is not certain which tunnel or cave is monsters. So all mines must be stationed. Not to mention Orson and Matu. According to Carolina, these 2 city-states have done a lot of plundering Yohu resources, although Yohu has also done a lot. So the mines near these 2 city-states need to send more troops to garrison. According to preliminary estimates, at least 500 stone golems are needed to guard and transport the 7 mines. To be more cautious, it would be best to send some double-bladed spiders. Adding the troops stationed at Yohu Lake, the number of golem puppets needed is not small. I will have to work overtime to refine them next. Soon inside, he can't get rid of this toilsome life. There is no way. Everything is for more resources. He must develop those mines as much as possible before the insects of Kasham attack and accumulate enough resources for the rapid expansion of troops. In the following time, Sudan became busy again. After Carolina appeased the residents in the city, Sudan began to transform the palace, stone pillar, where the human-faced lions lived into a base, dividing it into a series of functional rooms such as laboratories, potion rooms, meditation rooms, and spell training rooms. Then he built a workshop next to the palace, and moved the puppet factory of Camp No. 1 over and placed it next to the workshop. In addition, Sudan also built a new magic plant garden in the city, named Magic Plant Garden No. 3. Due to the special environment of the underground world, mainly the lack of sun, low temperature and humidity all year round, Magic Plant Garden No. 3 can only grow some special magic plants, such as mandrake grass, Ningxian flower, etc. So far, a small base has been completed. Sudan named it Base No. 2. Base No. 2 does not have as complete facilities and functions as Base No. 1, but as a temporary residence in the underground world, it is enough. Not long after Base No. 2 was built, a large amount of clay magic stones were delivered to Yohu City, and the development of the surrounding mineral veins was officially put on the agenda. Considering that the military force was still a little insufficient, Sudan did not develop all 7 mineral veins at the first time, but chose the 4 mineral veins closest to Yohu City as the first batch of mineral veins to be mined, including a large iron mine, a medium-sized iron mine, a large copper mine, and a small gold mine. The garrison and escort forces of these 4 mines alone are as many as 3 elite stone golems, 350 stone golems, and 50 double-edged spiders. Among them, the elite stone golems are mainly used to guard large iron mines, large copper mines, and small gold mines. Double-edged spiders are mainly used to escort or due to their flexible mobility. By the time of the sleeping month, the operation of Yohu City has basically been on track. The 4 mines can continuously produce rich profits every day, and the growing income makes Su Nan feel happier every day. With the rich profits provided by the mines, many experiments and research can be put on the agenda. And this is only the initial stage. With the development of the other 3 mines, and the discovery of more mines in the future, the funds provided by Yohu City will only increase. With such a huge gold mine, he will not have to worry too much about money for a long time in the future. Chapter 115 Secret Doll. Opportunity to change destiny. Astral Calendar 1254. Winter Qin Month. This year New Year celebration is particularly grand, far exceeding previous years. The main reason is that the Lord has a son. To celebrate the birth of his son, the Lord waved his hand and held a flowing banquet for several days in the square to celebrate with the people. Sudan went to see his newly born nephew. It is not clear whether his spiritual qualifications are good or not, but his bones are very good. Come to think of it, after all, the little guy father is a great knight at the top. In recent years, under Sudan continuous feeding, Ki's strength has improved rapidly. And now he is only one step away from becoming a legendary knight. Sunan plans to intercept all the dragon blood fruits harvested from the number 2 magic plant garden in the next 6 months. And then synthesize high-level dragon blood fruits with the effect of a 3rd level potion. So that kid can take it, and there is a high probability that he can break through and become a legendary knight. A 26-year-old legendary knight of the 1st ring is unique in the entire Principality of Stars. Base number 1. The insect nest. In the room transformed into a mine environment. 11 silly-looking gem bugs were crawling slowly. When they passed by the scattered small pieces of broken ore, they would stop to take a few bites and then continue crawling. After the number increased to 11, the annual output of gems in the insect nest also soared to nearly 400, and it was beginning to take shape. In addition, Carolina was collecting rare metals such as abyssal black copper and rainbow iron under Sunan order. Given the richness of metals in the underground world, Sunan believed that new nutrients should be gathered soon, and the number of gem bugs would continue to grow. In addition, a lot of rare metals needed to refine the magic pattern core were also collected. It is estimated that the materials needed to refine the 2nd magic pattern core will be gathered soon. Leaving the insect nest, Sunan went straight to the laboratory. Just a few days ago, he had just attended a party in the dense forest cabin. Hylan, who had stood him up twice in a row, finally showed up at the party this time. However, Yi Xiao said that He Lin did not attend 8 out of 10 gatherings, which was normal. At that gathering, Sunan finally traded the puppet design from He Lin, which was said to be rare. After he read the design in detail, he confirmed what He Lin said. It was indeed very rare. Rather than saying it was a puppet design, it was better to say it was a puppet refining technology. In short, it was a golem miniaturization technology. The overall idea was to use very light metals such as mithril to refine puppets, reduce the weight as much as possible, and greatly reduce the size, making the size very close to that of humans, and then use medium or large soul crystals as the soul core drive. In this way, the golems created are smart, agile, and intelligent enough. If they are well disguised, it is not a problem to pretend to be a living person. Moreover, they can incorporate more combat skills and spells, which are far more powerful than ordinary golems, because most of the materials are made of mithril. This miniaturized golem is also called a secret puppet, according to the description on the design drawing. A secret puppet made of a medium-sized soul crystal has a combat power that is not inferior to that of a formal wizard. It must be said that this description made Sunan very excited, but after careful study, he had to give up the idea of refining a secret puppet, not to mention the requirements of the skill pre-level. The most critical factor is the cost, since the body of the secret puppet is mostly made of mithril. No matter how much you save, you will need at least 30 or 40 kilograms of mithril to refine the secret puppet, and mithril usually appears as a byproduct of silver mines, as an isotopic element of silver. The value of mithril is far greater than the former. It has amazing ductility and magic conductivity. After being refined, it will never fade. The material properties are extremely stable. Magic items made of mithril can be used for hundreds of years without worrying about natural loss. When refining magic items, just adding a small amount of mithril can greatly improve its quality. In addition, mithril can also be used to make metal golems or magic constructs. It is said that the main material of the mithril sage, one of the highest works of the golem, is mithril. In addition, a large amount of mithril is needed to build the wizard tower and the floating city. Mithril is an indispensable rare material in floating rings, anti-gravity devices, element drive devices, etc. However, mithril is very rare. The associated mithril ore is often low in content and very scattered. It may be possible to hollow out the entire large silver vein to collect only about 10 kilograms. Therefore, mithril is particularly precious. When ordinary wizard apprentices refine magic items, the mithril added is calculated by grams. Dozens of kilograms is a completely frightening number. Even Sunan, who holds 2 silver veins, currently has less than 3 kilograms of mithril. Most of the mithril is consumed in refining golem puppets and feeding gem worms. It will take a long time to save up 30 or 40 kilograms of mithril. In summary, this secret puppet design is not feasible. When Sunan judged this, he was speechless. The previous gem puppet design was fine, but now there is another secret puppet design. He Lin didn't know where he got these designs from. Each one was cleverly conceived, but it was not feasible. He could only look at them for fun, which was really speechless. But it's not completely worthless. Although it is not feasible. The two designs are still somewhat referenceable. After carefully studying the two designs, Sunan found that it might be possible to combine the two and combine their advantages. That is, to refine a miniaturized gem puppet. In this way, the cost can be greatly reduced. During this period, Sunan has been studying the feasibility of combining the two, and only now has some clues. If successful, perhaps a puppet that is much more powerful than the adamantine golem can be refined. Sunan's heart rose with a trace of expectation. Time passed in a flash, and it entered the spring dawn moon. The snow melted, and everything revived. Busy farmers could be seen everywhere in the fields. On the third day of the spring dawn moon, Sunan finally succeeded in mastering the silent casting of spells. In the spell training room, Sunan raised his hand, and 7 spell missiles appeared in front of him, whistling and hitting the human-shaped target in the distance, and blew it to pieces with a bang. Before the roar fell, Sunan stretched out his hand again, and a dazzling red light bloomed from his fingertips, turning into a red ray that struck like lightning and hit the other human-shaped target. The human-shaped target melted into molten iron in an instant. Scorching ray. Not bad. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. Although silent casting of spells cannot shorten the preparation time of casting, it can prepare the next spell while casting, thereby greatly shortening the interval between casting and improving the efficiency of casting. Mastering the silent casting of spells can be regarded as a human-shaped turret to some extent. When a wizard apprentice who has not mastered silent spell casting fights against a wizard apprentice who has mastered silent spell casting, the latter will undoubtedly crush the former. This is the power of super magic skills. Next is instant spell casting. After completing a spell instant casting exercise, the training progress of instant spell casting plus 0.01%. It was not until almost all mental power was consumed that the training progress of instant spell casting reached 0.04%. Sunan estimated that 2 rounds of practice a day could increase the training progress by 0.08% at most. According to this progress, it would take about 3 or 4 years to master instant spell casting, and it took him only 2 years to master silent spell casting. This is normal. After all, instant spell casting is an advanced skill of silent spell casting, and it is also one of the most difficult ones in super magic skills. It is not surprising that it takes a long time. Coming back to his senses, Sunan called out the panel. The proficiency required to upgrade the 13th level Star Ring meditation method soared to 1.2 million. Fortunately, with the strengthening of the divine blood amber and the growth of his mental power, Sunan daily meditation can now increase his proficiency by about 4,000 points. So the progress is not slow. In more than 2 months, I can almost condense the 13th Star Ring. Sunan thought secretly. It is worth mentioning that due to the large number of puppets, Sunan puppet refining skills has surpassed the potion making he mastered at the beginning. He estimated that this will be his first skill to break through to level 5. Maybe he can try to refine higher level puppets by then. Turning off the panel, Sunan walked out of the spell training area and looked up at the clear blue sky. Speaking of which, the Night Academy has been running for more than half a year. I wonder how it is going. Lord Shemin, Lord Adel, welcome to the Dragonheart Night Academy. At the gate of the academy, Moritz bowed slightly to Shemin and Adel who were walking towards him, and said with a smile on his face, "Hello, Dean Moritz." Adel and Shemin bowed slightly in return. "Please come this way. Both of you." Moritz was a rare civilian in the army, but he relied on his own efforts to become an officer of a mid-level knight in his 30s. After Sunan decided to establish a knight academy, he was transferred from the army, and after using dragon blood fruit to strengthen him to the peak knight, he was arranged to be the dean of the Night Academy. Moritz was not dissatisfied with this arrangement at all, but was ecstatic. Who in the Flash territory doesn't know that Lord Sunan is the pillar supporting the development and growth of the entire territory? In the Flash territory, Lord Sunan's status is no lower than that of the Lord. It is worth it to be able to join Lord Sunan line, even if he can no longer obtain a noble title. In fact, after serving as the dean of the Dragonheart Night Academy, Moritz clearly felt that his status was rising rapidly. When they met on weekdays, even Viscount Brad, who was most trusted by the Lord, was gentle to him. The barons and lords were all smiles and flattering him. Although he did not have a noble title, he was actually almost like a noble. Therefore, Moritz was grateful and respected to Lord Sunan from the bottom of his heart. If the latter had not given him this opportunity, he would not know when he could become a noble with his civilian status. So when he heard that Lord Sunan had sent 2 of his students to inspect, Moritz stood at the gate of the academy in person early in the morning to wait. Since the students enrolled in the academy are all from civilian and farmer families, the literacy rate is not high. So the academy has specially set up the most basic literacy courses, in addition to various basic subjects. At present, the students are mainly laying the foundation. In addition to cultural courses, they will arrange half a day every day to exercise and strengthen their bodies. They will not be arranged to learn martial arts, writing and breathing after they enter the 2nd grade. While looking at the surrounding buildings, Shimon asked casually, "How many years is the academy?" 4 years, Moritz said with a smile. "But as long as you are promoted to a knight, you can graduate early." Shimon and Otto did not deny it. The Dragonheart Knight Academy enrolls students aged 11 or 12, who are from civilian farmers and have poor innate foundations. Those who can become apprentice knights in 4 years can be regarded as excellent qualifications. It is almost impossible to be promoted to a knight in 4 years, unless there is an external influence. I heard from the teacher that starting from next year, the base will supply the academy with a batch of dragon blood fruits every year, Otto said with a smile. That's great. Moritz was overjoyed. He himself relied on the dragon blood fruit to break through and become a peak knight. So he naturally knew how powerful the dragon blood fruit was. If there is dragon blood fruit to support, the growth rate of students will definitely be greatly improved. Perhaps in the future, there will really be a few elites who graduate early. During the conversation, the 3 came to a wide playground, where many students were running around the playground. Everyone looks very energetic. Otto laughed. Moritz laughed and said, "Of course. These guys know that this is an opportunity they have finally obtained to change their fate. So they naturally cherish it very much and study, and train very hard." Hearing this, Shimon couldn't help but sigh secretly. He is also one of those whose fate has been changed. The base and Knight Academy created by the teacher have changed the fate of hundreds of children who were born in poverty like him. And it can be predicted that this number will continue to increase in the future. At this time, the students on the playground also noticed the existence of the 3 people next to them. When the crowd saw a man and a woman in robes accompanied by Dean Moritz, there was a commotion. On the first day of class at the academy, a teacher told them that when they graduated from the academy, they would join the Night Guard under Lord Sunan and serve the powerful and mysterious wizards. One of the characteristics of wizards is that they are used to wearing robes. In addition, with Dean Moritz accompanying them, the identities of the man and woman are about to be revealed. For a moment, many students subconsciously slowed down their pace and stretched their necks to look around, wanting to see what the rumored wizard looked like, until the supervising teacher on the side ordered them to concentrate. The students reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Looking at this scene, Sherman and Otto couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go, Dean Moritz. Let's go somewhere else and don't disturb these students." Chapter 116 overturned this stall and changed the owner. Shemin inspection report was submitted quickly. After reading it, Sunan was quite satisfied. The training of knights is not a matter of one day or one night. Although there are dragon blood fruits, most of them are used to supply students in the army and base of the Flash territory. Only a part of them can be supplied to the Dragonheart Knight Academy. It is impossible to make hundreds of people become knights in just 4 years. Sunan has prepared for a protracted war. After all, it takes a long time to establish a complete training system. Putting aside the Dragonheart Knight Academy for the time being, Sunan turned around and continued to devote himself to training and research. But at this moment, he suddenly found him. Something is wrong. He put a piece of information in front of Sunan. He picked it up and looked at it, and his brows raised slightly. The intelligence mentioned that in the past 3 months, a total of more than 10 nobles in the Principality of Stars died of illness or accident. And their common feature is that they were very resistant to accepting the beliefs of the Spark Church during their lifetime. In addition to them, their direct bloodline also died for various reasons. So when they died, either the title was immediately inherited by the only remaining heir without any obstacles, or because all the heirs died, the territory and title were directly taken back by the nobles of higher levels. Although similar things have happened before. After all, the noble circle is notoriously chaotic. But more than a dozen have happened in just half a year, which is terrifying. There is no doubt that this is the Spark cult behind the scenes. It's still the same trick used by Marquis Jean Yin, but it's even more intensified and blatant. The Spark cult is too lazy to even cover it up. Aren't they afraid of attracting a counterattack from other nobles? Sun Nen's eyes flashed with surprise. He shook his head and said, "These newly promoted nobles, as well as the nobles who annexed the lower territories, have openly accepted the faith of the Spark Church. With the support of the Grand Duke, perhaps these gave the Spark Church the confidence to dare to take such a ruthless approach. Now that I think about it, maybe you are right. The Spark Church really promised the Grand Duke to extend his life. Otherwise the Grand Duke would not allow the Spark Church to do such a thing. This is completely digging the foundation of the principality. The Spark Church is not a group of good men and women. Sun has realized this a long time ago. He was not surprised that the Spark Church used violent means to promote the spread of faith. What surprised him was why the Spark Church was so impatient. They could have taken a more gentle and covert approach instead of this method that would likely attract hostile counterattacks from a large number of nobles. After thinking for a while without any result, Sun shook his head and asked, "What are you going to do?" He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I will not compromise with the murder of my father. Nor will I sit and wait for death. Since the Grand Duke is determined to help the Spark Church, I will simply overturn this stall and let the principality change its owner again. If it were someone else here, they would probably change their faces when they heard Key's words." But Sun's face was calm, as if he had expected Key to say this. In fact, he knew very well that the power of the Flash territory had expanded rapidly in recent years. As far as he knew, the number of Black Rock Cavalry Regiment had already exceeded 1,000, reaching a terrifying 1,300 people. You must know that this is a cavalry regiment with all knights. And even the mounts are knight-level puppets. This legion alone has the strength to flatten any province. Not to mention the Golem Legion. Others may still be in the dark. But in fact, the current strength of the Flash territory has long been ranked the best among the 7 provinces of the Star Principality, fully capable of overthrowing the Principality. More importantly, it is the existence of Sun. This is the biggest reason why Key dares to fight against the Principality of Stars. Key is very confident that as long as Sun is there, the flashing territory will be invincible, even if the Principality of Stars cannot be overthrown. It is no problem to be a hegemon in one area. "What does the Marquis of Baida say?" Sun asked. "I have talked to him, and he also supports my idea," Key said seriously. Sun nodded in understanding. The Marquis of Baida has already married Key, and the two sides are in a father-in-law and son-in-law relationship. It is not surprising to join forces. Of course, this relationship is not the most important reason. A mere daughter is far less important than the family interests for a big man at the level of the Marquis of Baida. The military strength displayed by the flashing territory is the most critical factor in persuading the Marquis of Baida. In this case, just go for it. After getting Sun's promise, Key's face suddenly glowed, and the whole person was suddenly refreshed. "I feel relieved when you say this." Although he made up his mind, Key did not act rashly, but made preparations secretly. On the other hand, Sun also arranged guards for Key. With the current crazy behavior of the Spark cult, they might send people to attack Key, and he could not always stay by Key's side. So the best way was to arrange enough guards for Key, with the mineral veins providing continuous profits. Sun was rich at this time, so he directly synthesized 2 legendary Black Rock Leopards for Key and kept them by his side. In addition, 3 steel golems, 20 double-bladed spiders, and hundreds of stone golems were arranged in the Lord's mansion. And a tight defense network was arranged with the original guards to ensure that there was no leakage. With such a lineup, even a 3-ring legendary knight could not sneak in silently. In addition, Key's own strength was close to that of a legendary knight, so there was basically no need to worry about any problems. As for the base, there was even less to worry about. There were more than 20 steel golems and elite stone golems in it. And even a 3rd-level wizard apprentice like Heb would be in trouble if he came. Time enters the month of thunder, April. After half a year of development, Yohu City seems to have gotten used to the days when wizards are the rulers. Everything is in order. The lions who signed a sole contract with Sun, including Carolina, are very obedient and have not made any small moves in private. The harsh environment of the underground world has created the dark jungle law of the survival of the fittest. Most of the intelligent creatures living here follow the principle of the strong being respected and the fist being the truth, and therefore generally have a strong psychological admiration. After seeing the puppet factory continuously produce various golem puppets every day and realizing Sunen's strength, Carolina became more respectful and gradually accepted her identity from the bottom of her heart. And people in the evil camp like her. Once they are truly loyal, their work efficiency will be exceptionally high. The main goal is to do whatever it takes to get the master orders done. By the middle of the month of Thunder, Carolina had gathered all the materials needed to refine the magic pattern core. Good job. Looking at the densely packed rare metals on the workbench, Sunen nodded with satisfaction and praised Carolina. Carolina showed a happy expression on her face, and suddenly remembered something, saying, "Master, traces of corpse ghosts were found near the number 3 mine. Those guys should be here to spy on the mine. There are traces of vampires in the number 2 mine. If they come again, don't be polite. Just kill them." Sunen waved his hand and said, "The combined strength of the 2 city-states of Matu and Asen is not much stronger than that of Yohu City. Sunen could have conquered Yohu City before, not to mention the current situation of its strength. If the mines around Yohu City have not been fully developed, he would not be able to spare his hands. And if Matu and Asen are too far away, he would have conquered the 2 city-states long ago. Now that they are taking the initiative to discuss people, Sunen will naturally not hold back. In the underground world where the strong prey on the weak, you must fight back fiercely when facing temptation. Otherwise you will only be looked down upon by your opponent." "Yes, Master." Waving his hand to let Carolina go, Sunen returned his attention to the materials in front of him. Reaching out and brushing across the workbench, the metal material on it instantly melted into a ball of metal liquid, floating in front of Sunen. With the experience of the last time, Sunen was more familiar with the process this time, and it took only a little more than a day to successfully refine the second magic pattern core. Sunen then took out the first magic pattern core from his body, and put the 2 magic pattern cores together into the magic cube for synthesis. Soon, a brand new magic pattern core was produced. Let's call it the level 2 magic pattern core. The name on the synthesis interface is still the magic pattern core, but for the convenience of distinction, Sunen directly added a prefix. The level 2 magic pattern core does not seem to have changed much. After looking at it for a while, Sunen integrated the magic pattern core into his body, and then came to the spell training room for testing. The test object is still the steel golem. First of all, it's the attack power. With full power, the metal spike storm formed by the magic pattern core bombarded the steel golem with holes in just 10 seconds. If Sunen hadn't stopped in time, the steel golem would have been scrapped. Yes, the attack power has at least doubled. If it had this power when dealing with the adamantium golem, more than half a minute would have been enough to destroy the adamantium golem. The second is the defense power. If converted into defense, it is about 3200 to 3500, which is far more than the defense of the Ring of Extreme Protection. Sunen estimated that it is basically impossible for opponents below the level of formal wizards to break through such a solid defense in an instant, provided that his mental power is not consumed. What surprised Sunen was that the increase in mental power consumption of the magic pattern core was negligible. Although the consumption did not decrease, it was already a great improvement compared to the exponentially enhanced attack and defense. Otherwise, if the mental power consumption doubles, the magic pattern core will almost become a one-time charging magic item, like the Ring of Disaster. In that case, the practicality will inevitably be greatly reduced. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. After constructing the 12th star ring, Sunen's mental power increased a lot. Now it is enough to use the magic pattern core for 3 minutes at full state. Even if the battle is more intense, 2 minutes is more than enough. With the power enhanced by the magic pattern core, 2 minutes is enough for Sunen to kill a 3-ring legendary knight. This way, the trump card becomes stronger again. Sunen was full of joy. With the synthetic magic cube, the magic pattern core is equivalent to having unlimited growth. But the premise is that his physique and spirit must keep up. When fusing the level 2 magic pattern core, Sunen already felt that his body and mind were obviously burdened. Obviously, he can't fuse the 3rd magic pattern core now. Fortunately, it takes time to collect the materials for refining the 3rd magic pattern core. During this period, we just need to continue to strengthen our physique and spirit until we meet the fusion standard. Sunen then counted the space ring again. Now, in addition to the magic pattern core, his trump cards also include magic items and high-level rune gems. As for magic items, after he had more money, Sunen recently made 6 more disaster rings and put them in the space ring. And all of them were extremely strengthened. making a total of 10 with the previous disaster rings. In this way, when the 4 rings on his left hand are used up in the future battle, he can immediately take out the replacements in the space ring. The main point is to kill the opponent with money. The same is true for the extreme protection ring. 10 rings are collected and kept for wartime replacement in case of emergency. As for high-level rune gems, as Sunan mental power grows, the number of synthetic ones has increased to 26. And the power has increased again. He now has a full 20 high-level rune gems in his space ring. If all are used, it is enough to pile up a 3-ring legendary knight. In addition, there are always 20 elite stone golems and a double-bladed spider that is synthesized and strengthened to the level of a legendary knight in the magic cube. This can barely be regarded as one of the trump cards. In general, Sunan current strength can only be ranked in the middle among the 3rd-level wizard apprentices. And the only outstanding thing is a silent spell. But with many trump cards, it is enough to be ranked in the upper reaches. Even against the top group of 3rd-level wizard apprentices, there is still a fighting force. It's a pity that the number of puppets required to synthesize the 2nd ring legendary level is too large. Otherwise, synthesizing one can be regarded as a real trump card. Sunan has specially tested that the number of stone golems required to synthesize the 2nd ring legendary stone golem is as many as 456. It is almost 10 times that of the elite stone golems to synthesize the 1st ring legendary. Obviously, after reaching the legendary level, the number of synthesis required will increase exponentially with each level up. In the end, the cost of a 2nd ring legendary stone golem is close to 20,000 gold coins, even if the entire Flash territory's tax revenue for a whole year is used. Only a few can be synthesized. However, at the level of the 2nd ring legendary, the value is no longer measurable by money. If Key or any other marquee were asked to choose between 20,000 gold coins and a hard-working 2nd ring legendary combat force, there is no doubt that everyone would choose the latter. In fact, if he really made up his mind to synthesize, Sunan could also synthesize it. But one is that there are too many places that need stone golems now, and so many stone golems cannot be drawn out at once. The other is that he prefers to synthesize flexible double-blade spiders rather than clumsy and heavy stone golems. The number of double-blade spiders at the peak knight level required to synthesize the 2nd ring legendary is relatively small, only 118. But Sunan still needs to save up for a while. Take your time. The mines are far from being exhausted, so don't worry about the money. As long as you have enough time, you will be able to synthesize a 2nd ring legendary puppet sooner or later. Chapter 117, where Amy's skills come into play. At the entrance of the base, there were constant neighing of horses and shouting of people. A group of Chamber of Commerce personnel were busy lifting boxes of goods from the car. Sweating profusely, the manager next to them was still shouting loudly, "Be careful. Be gentle. There are valuable things inside. If you break them, you can't afford to pay for it even if you deduct a month's salary." There were more than a dozen people in the crowd who were particularly sturdy, with thick hair and distinct beast features. They held a heavy box in one hand and looked relaxed. Mujwa, who was not far away, saw it and nodded secretly. It seems that taking in these beast men is a wise decision. They can be guards, work hard, endure hardships and work hard. One salary can hire the labor equivalent of 2 or 3 people, which is very cost-effective. After the beast disaster, the beast men could no longer stay in the Principality of Stars. They were disgusted and expelled wherever they went. So the beast men migrated to neighboring countries one after another. Among them, Jinghua Principality has a lot of beast men. Because of Oda's plea, Mujwa decided to take in a group of beast men, which attracted a lot of criticism within the Chamber of Commerce at that time. But now it seems that he did nothing wrong. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound. The gate of the base slowly opened, and tall clay golems walked out. Each of them carried multiple boxes stacked together, which looked extremely heavy. When they came to the caravan, the clay golems gently put the boxes on the ground, but still made a muffled bang, which made the surrounding Chamber of Commerce staff secretly shocked. These big guys are so strong. Those boxes must weigh a ton. I heard that this is called a golem. It's amazing. The Chamber of Commerce staff whispered and pointed at the clay golems, especially those newcomers who saw the clay golems for the first time. Their eyes widened and their faces were full of curiosity. Sir Shiamon, Mujwa saw a figure walking out of the base from the corner of his eye, and his eyes immediately lit up as he went to meet him. compared to the immature look when they first met a few years ago. Xiamen now has a calm and steady temperament that makes people dare not underestimate him. Long time no see. President Muzhua. After a few pleasantries, Xiamen pointed to the boxes piled on the ground not far away and said with a smile, "These are the metals to be traded this time. They have all been smelted into ingots. Send someone to count them. If there is no problem, we will charge the previous price." After successfully developing the mineral veins around Yohu City, the trade between the Firefox Chamber of Commerce and Sunan has added metal trading in addition to potions. After all, there are 5 mineral veins, including the silver vein in the cave, and the mining efficiency of the clay golem is extremely high. The monthly output of iron, copper, gold and silver is astonishingly high. The Flash territory alone cannot digest it all, and most of it has to be sold to the outside. Muzhua responded, turned around and told the steward to take people to count the supplies. Then turned around and looked at Xiamen, and said carefully, "Sir Xiamen, I received a letter from Lord Sunan before, saying that the number of potion transactions will be increased. This matter, the teacher has already told me." Xiamen smiled slightly. "From today on, the number of potions sold by the base will be doubled. I wonder if the Fox Chamber of Commerce can handle it." "Of course it's no problem," Muzhua said firmly. "Just kidding. You have to force yourself to eat even if you can't handle it. Since the opening of the potion trading route, the profits of the Fox Chamber of Commerce have been rising. The potions sold by the base are very popular in the Jinghua Principality, and are in short supply. The Fox Chamber of Commerce, which monopolized this business, naturally made a lot of money. In this case, Muzhua certainly couldn't let others come in to share a piece of the pie. Not to mention that the size of the Fox Chamber of Commerce can completely handle twice the amount of potions. Even if it can't, it could also develop agents and transfer some of the potions to the agents for sale. And the Chamber of Commerce can extract profits from it. And it can still make a lot of money. Anyone with a brain knows what to do. That's good. After all, it's also a troublesome thing to find another trustworthy business partner." Xiamen smiled. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiamen. We can handle as many as you want." Muzhua patted his chest to make a promise, and then said carefully, "I replied to Lord Sunan a few days ago. The letter mentioned the matter of acting as an agent for wizard potions. I wonder what Lord Sunan said. The wizard potions that Muzhua mentioned are naturally not the diluted potions before, but the real wizard potions. Those diluted potions are rare treasures for ordinary knights. But for great knights, the effect is a little worse. Only the real wizard potion that has not been diluted can arouse the interest of the great knight, and develop this group of people into a customer group to expand profits." Sherman smiled and said, "The teacher said that we can agree to your request, President Muzhua, and provide a certain amount of zero-level potion to the Firefox Chamber of Commerce every month. But there are 2 conditions." Muzhua was refreshed and said quickly, "You say?" "The first is that these zero-level potions provided to the Fox Chamber of Commerce cannot flow into the Principality of Stars. Once the potions we make are found in the Principality of Stars, no matter what the reason, the agency of zero-level potions will be terminated." Muzhua hesitated and nodded. "No problem." As the president of a large chamber of commerce with tentacles in many countries, he has always been paying attention to the situation in various countries. He also knows the delicate relationship between the Flash territory and the Star's royal family. In the near future, the 2 sides may break out in war. It is understandable that the Flash territory does not want to aid the enemy at this time. The request raised by Xiamen is not difficult to achieve, as long as the transaction objects are strictly controlled. Anyway, the transaction of wizard potions was originally intended to go to the high-end customer group, and the number of people will not be too large. It can still be done with a little more effort. The second condition is that for all transactions of zero-level potions, we only accept gems of equal value as payment. Muzhua was startled, but quickly reacted and agreed without saying a word. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why he had to pay with gems, this condition was undoubtedly simpler than the previous one, so there was no need to refuse. Then we have a happy cooperation. President Muzhua, the next time we trade, we will send the first batch of zero-level potions. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Xiamen. The main purpose of this trip was achieved, and Muzhua was in a good mood. While shaking hands with Xiamen, he quietly handed over a small bag of gems. Xiamen took a look, but did not refuse. He smiled and took it. At present, the base is refining various golem puppets in large quantities. And the gems used to make soul cores are also in urgent need. Otherwise, the teacher would not have proposed the condition of paying with gems. This small bag of gems is enough for him to make more than a dozen soul cores and earn a contribution point. 2 hours later, the two sides completed the handover of goods. After watching the caravan go away, Siaman ordered the clay golem to move the things back to the warehouse, and then left the base and went to the number 4 magic plant garden. The number 4 magic plant garden was newly opened 3 months ago. Today is the day when the first batch of magic plants mature. He is going to collect them and bring them back to the base. As more and more students learn to make zero-level potions, the base has more and more demand for various basic materials. In view of this, the teacher has opened 2 new magic plant gardens. One is around the Flash City, and the other is said to be in the underground world. It is said that the number 5 and number 6 magic plant gardens are also selecting locations and preparing to start construction. Since joining the base, all the changes in the base have been clearly seen by Shemin. He can feel that the base is thriving and thriving. Perhaps in the near future, the base can become the wizard tower mentioned in the books. He hopes that he can witness the arrival of that day with his own eyes. Underground world. Yohu City. Central Palace. Study. A faint fragrance floats in the quiet study, which is the fragrance of the tranquilizing flower tea. Sunan sits at the desk, concentrating on writing and drawing on the table, with a cup of tranquilizing flower tea at hand. Tea with tranquilizing flowers can calm the mind and improve concentration, which is conducive to experimental research. However, its more common use is to assist meditation. Among the wizard apprentices, only Sunan, who has 3 magic plant gardens and 2 magic plant gardens under construction, can use tranquilizing flowers to make tea. After a long time, Sunan put down the quill pen, picked up the flower tea next to him, and drank it all. Putting down the teacup, he looked at the new design on the table, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After several months of research, he finally combined the gem puppet and golem miniaturization technology to design a new puppet. The body, muscles, bones, and internal organs of the new puppet are mainly composed of diamonds, while the blood and tendons are replaced by mithril. The heart is cast with high-level rune gems, supplemented by various rare metals and basic materials such as silver and gold. The puppet finally made not only has an indestructible body, but also can use high-level rune gems to obtain the ability to control energy particles. In addition, multiple 0-ring, 1-ring and 2-ring spells will be engraved in the body, so that it has the ability to cast spells. According to Sunan idea, although the puppet finally made cannot reach the level of a formal wizard, it is at least much more powerful than the average 3rd-level wizard apprentice. For example, Heb and his ilk are no match for the new puppet. The only problem is the cost. Although a lot of costs have been cut, it is initially estimated that to make such a puppet, 16 kilograms of mithril, thousands of standard diamonds, about 20 high-level rune gems, and a large amount of basic materials are needed. The most important thing is that a small soul crystal is also required as the soul core. In the end, the total cost is at least 80,000 gold coins. Diamonds and high-level rune gems are easy to solve. If you are willing to spend time, you can get them together. For small soul crystals, you can use micro soul crystals to synthesize them. 20 or 30 should be enough. The only problem is mithril. Sudan now has 2 silver veins, both of which contain a small amount of mithril. However, both silver veins are small veins. Even if they are all mined, only 11 or 12 kilograms of mithril can be obtained. He has to collect the rest. Sunan has announced his intention to purchase mithril at the gathering in the jungle cabin, but he estimates that the effect will not be very good. After all, mithril is a precious material that few wizard apprentices are willing to trade. If we can find 1 or 2 more silver veins, even if they are small, we can get enough mithril. Sunan sighed slightly and picked up the list beside him. This is the warehouse list written by Glee, which shows the flow of materials in and out this month. The bulk of the outflow is naturally various diluents. Although there is a huge profit from the veins, Sunan still did not give up the transaction of selling potions, but expanded the scale. After all, no one would complain about too many ways to make money. Opening 5 magic gardens around the Flash City is the limit. If there are more, they will affect each other and reduce the harvest. The environment of Yohu City is special and not suitable for growing magic plants. Opening 1 magic garden is enough. If you want to open a new magic garden, You have to find a place in other towns. The Jinan province has a large area, and there are many places suitable for opening magic gardens. The key is that if the new magic garden is too far away from the base, troops must be sent to garrison, which requires a large number of golems. At this stage, most of the golems refined by Sunan and the base are invested in the underground world. But there are still some gaps, and the war with the starry royal family is likely to break out soon. And a batch of golems will also be refined to expand the golem army. He has no extra golems to invest in the construction of a new magic garden far away from the Flash City. This plan can only be postponed temporarily. Fortunately, the current magic plants are enough to supply the base and trade potions. Meow! A familiar cry suddenly sounded in his ears. Sunan felt his shoulders sink. He turned his head and saw Amy lying on his shoulders with a gray stone in her mouth. The stone looked inconspicuous, but Sunan could feel very rich energy particles from it. This is gray ground stone. Sunan took the stone and looked at it for a while, and soon recognized the origin of this thing. Strictly speaking, gray ground stone belongs to element crystals. It is a crystal formed by the gathering of earth elements over many years. Most of them are buried deep underground and are difficult to be found. Where did you find it? Sunan looked at Amy in surprise. I dug it underground. Amy raised her head proudly. When I was walking nearby, I found rich energy particles underground. So I asked Carolina to help me dig it up. And then I found this thing. Sunan suddenly realized that Amy could sense the fluctuations of energy particles. How is it? Is this thing useful to you? Amy looked at Sunan expectantly. It's useful. Sunan nodded with a smile and touched Amy's head. Greystone has many uses. It can be used to make potions, create magic items, refine puppets, and arrange magic circles. It is similar to magic stone. Meow. That's good. Amy rubbed Sunan's palm as if enjoying it. The underground world is much more fun than the above. If I find something good, I give it to you. The little guy seemed very excited, as if he had found his place. Sunan laughed dumbly. He remembered how he had tricked Amy into going back to the Flash City. At that time, he also wanted to use Amy's ability to sense energy particle fluctuations to find wizard inheritance or rare materials. However, he was entangled with many things later, and had no time to go out to explore. He didn't expect that he would hit the jackpot now. If Amy can find some rare materials in the underground world, it would be a good thing. Chapter 118 let them have a taste of this. In the year 1254 of the Starlight Calendar, the month of the new moon, an incident that shocked the entire Principality of Stars occurred. The flashing Marquis Kianis publicly opposed the belief of the sparkling religion, and angrily denounced the sparkling religion for assassinating nobles and causing chaos in the country. 3 days later, the Grand Duke of Stars publicly denounced the flashing Marquis for his contempt for the state religion in the court meeting, and ordered the flashing Marquis to immediately lift the ban on the sparkling religion, allowing the sparkling religion to enter the Jinan province to spread the belief, establish a church, and set an example in believing in the sparkling religion. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a traitor and sent troops to suppress it. On the day the decree arrived at the flashing territory, the flashing Marquis directly raised the rebellion flag. The White Tower Marquis responded later. So after the Jinan Marquis, the second rebellion in the Principality of Stars, which was even more powerful, arose. The Grand Duke of Stars was furious and ordered the Soman Marquis, the Purple Bamboo Marquis, and the Lake Lawn Marquis to send troops to suppress the rebels. The war is about to break out. In the meeting room, everyone gathered together. In addition to Kian Sunan, Breton, Jotan, Starly, and other core nobles of the Flash territory were also present. Everyone was discussing the strategic plan enthusiastically. Suman Province and Ziju Province are located behind us. I suggest that we concentrate our forces to take these two provinces first, and then we can concentrate our forces and focus on attacking other provinces without worrying about fires in the rear. No, Suman Province and Ziju Province are not strong. As long as we send an army to stay in Mingwang City, we can suppress them and make them unable to move. On the contrary, Hulan Province is coming with great momentum, so we must be cautious. That's right. In the previous beast disaster, the army of Hulan Province suffered almost no losses, and was much stronger than the other two provinces. It is precisely because they cannot be underestimated that we must first solve Suman Province and Ziju Province, stabilize the rear, and then concentrate on dealing with Hulan Province. That's not what I said. The people present quickly split into two groups, arguing with each other, each with their own reasons. Kay was not angry when he saw this, and looked at Sunan next to him calmly. Which one do you think is better? Sunan thought for a moment and asked instead, what about the Marquis of Baida? The Baida province is close to the Red Leaf province. He will help us block the Red Leaf province's army. Among the 5 provinces, in which provinces does the Spark cult have the strongest influence? Sunan asked again. Red Leaf province and Holland province. Kuyi said without thinking. Obviously, he was already familiar with this information. The Spark Church has the full support of the royal family, and its missionary work in Hongya province is the most successful. It is also the territory where they have the widest reach and the strongest power. The second is Holland province. Many nobles in Holland province were assassinated by the Spark Church. The rest are either puppets supported by them, or have interests in collusion with them. All medium and large towns in the province have branches of the Spark Church. Sunan's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly smiled. In this case, you should attack Sulman province and Ziju province first, and take down the 2 weakest territories first. He hesitated. What about Holland province? I will go to Holland province to cause some trouble for the Spark Church and the nobles there, so that they have no time to focus on the war. Sunan showed a playful smile on his face. It's not possible that they always assassinate others and nothing happens to them. Right? It's time to let them have a taste of this. After hearing this, Kuyi smiled, but then asked worriedly, is it okay? The guys from the Spark cult are not easy to deal with. Don't worry. I know my limits. Sunan smiled slightly, and although his tone was calm, it was full of convincing calmness and strength. After hearing him say this, Kuyi nodded and said no more. The hall was quiet at some point, and everyone listened quietly to the conversation between the two. Seeing that the Lord and His Excellency Sunan had finalized the next strategy in a few words, everyone stopped arguing and accepted it calmly. After a while, a group of generals filed out of the gate of the Lord's mansion and hurried to different directions. The war machine called Flash Territory quickly started to work. Underground world. Yohu City. Puppet Factory. Because of the proximity to the mine, Sunan has been refining golem puppets in the puppet factory here recently. At this time, the corner of the puppet factory was filled with dense double-edged spiders, which almost occupied half of the factory. 108. 10 more. Sunan used the magician's hand to move the iron ingots in the corner and began to refine double-edged spiders. Before going to Holland province, we must make full preparations. It is definitely too late to refine the secret puppet, and the materials have not been collected. But the second ring legendary double-edged spider is no problem. Sunan has been accumulating double-edged spiders during this period. If it weren't for giving a batch to Key in the middle, he would have collected 118 by now. But it's not much different, and it will be ready soon. With sufficient materials, Sunan only spent half a day to refine 8 double-edged spiders. Then, he put all 118 double-edged spiders into the magic cube and chose to synthesize. A black light flashed, and a giant black spider suddenly appeared in front of him. The size of the enhanced double-edged spider did not change much, but the color of the body became darker, emitting a cold metallic luster under the light of the magic stone lamp. The 2 sharp forelimbs shone with cold light, which looked a bit creepy. Not bad. It's enough to deal with a 3rd-level wizard apprentice like Heb. Sunan nodded with satisfaction. A second-ring legendary puppet is enough to deal with a weaker 3rd-level wizard apprentice. With this trump card, this action is more certain. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Come in, Sunan said without turning his head. Carolina slid in with her tail wagging. Her eyes fell on the double-edged spider in front of Sunan, and her body tensed up instantly. The wild intuition from her blood made her feel a strong threat from this double-edged spider. She had only felt similar feelings from her master and the former city lord, Ursula, before. Could it be that this double-edged spider had the same level of combat power as Ursula? Carolina was shocked when she thought of this. She had always known that her master was very good at refining puppets, and even had a first-ring legendary puppet. But she didn't expect that there was even a second-ring legendary puppet. If this could be mass-produced, let alone Matu and Orson, ruling the entire underground world would not be a delusion. What's the matter? Seeing that Carolina just stared at the double-edged spider in a daze after she came in, without saying a word, Sunan couldn't help but frown slightly. Carolina came back to her senses, and hurriedly bowed, looking at Sunan with more awe. Master, The Red Widow and the Black Duke have sent messengers to meet you. Sunan raised his eyebrows. What do they want? It seems that they want to talk to you about joining forces to deal with Kasham. Join forces? Sunan was thoughtful. It seems that the Red Widow and the Black Duke already know about the change of the owner of Yohu City. Otherwise, according to Carolina, the two city-states that joined forces to fight Kasham last time, but were tricked by the human-faced Sphinx, would not take the initiative to seek cooperation. Thinking of the previous spying actions of the two city-states, Sunan curled his lips and waved his hand, sending him away perfunctorily. I don't have time to care about this now. I talk about it after I finish my recent work. Carolina hesitated to speak, but in the end, she said nothing and responded respectfully. Yes, Master. After Carolina left, Sunan put away the double-edged spider and prepared to go to the warehouse to get another batch of golem puppets. He knew what Carolina wanted to say just now, but he really didn't value cooperation. In the past, the human-faced lions could not fight Kasham bugs alone, so they needed to seek cooperation. Now that Yohu City has greatly increased its strength, even if it does not cooperate with the other two city-states, it has the power to fight Kasham. And as time goes by, Yohu City will only become stronger and stronger. Waiting for another year or two, it is possible to counterattack Kasham. With enough confidence, Sunan does not intend to cooperate with the other two city-states in intrigue. Thinking deeper, perhaps he can use Kasham invasion to weaken the power of Matu and Asen, and then annex these two city-states to expand his territory. Sunan's goal has never been limited to the corner of the underground world of Yohu City. But now these are just assumptions, and everything depends on the situation in Kasham. Let's solve the matter of the Spark Cult first. Coming out of the warehouse, Sunan returned to the ground, stretched out his hand, and the hidden dragon emerged silently from his side. He leaped onto the back of the hidden dragon and cast a light spirit spell on it. The hidden dragon roared softly and ran forward with all four limbs. Carolina frowned slightly after leaving the workshop. She vaguely knew that a war was about to happen on the surface, and the recent series of deployments of the golem puppet also confirmed this information from the side. Although the bugs of Kasham are ready to move, there is no sign of invasion for the time being, so it is not surprising that the Master focuses on the surface. But rejecting the cooperation request of the Red Widow and the Black Duke is a bit vindictive. After all, from a geographical point of view, Yohu City is more threatened by Kasham. In the past, the Red Widow and the Black Princess saw this point and took advantage of Yohu City. Yusula was so angry that she set them up. If they just reject the other party, if the Red Widow and the Black Duke also give up, Yohu City will also have a headache. But even though she thought so in her heart, Carolina did not dare to question her master's decision. When she walked into the meeting room, her beautiful face had returned to calm. Without any disturbance, there were two people sitting in the hall. On the right was a beautiful woman with blood-red eyes and pale skin. She was wearing a black cloak and had a somewhat cold temperament. This was a messenger from Madu, a vampire. On the left was a humanoid creature with a skull head and wrapped in shrunken flesh. With a strange blue-gray skin, it had a pair of sharp claws on its hands, and strange blue flames flashed in its empty eye sockets. But what was more eye-catching was the dark flame on top of its head, which surrounded its head like a corona. It was obviously a flame, but it didn't have any heat, but instead exuded a cold breath. This was a messenger from Orson, a corpse ghost. I'm sorry, both of you. The Master is busy now and can't meet you. Please come again next time. Carolina said straight to the point as soon as she entered the hall. As soon as these words came out, the female vampire of Matu suddenly looked gloomy and suppressed her dissatisfaction and said, Are you kidding, Carolina? I came all the way to Yohu City in person, but you used such a ridiculous reason to fool me. Do you think our Matu is easy to bully? Carolina said calmly, I don't mean that. But the Master is really busy. Or you can stay here for a while. And when the Master is done, I can meet you. Wait. How long? The female vampire's face was gloomy. Carolina, we didn't bother with you about the last matter, and we even came to discuss cooperation. We were very sincere. And this is how you responded to our sincerity. Carolina was unmoved. That was done by Ursula. And it has nothing to do with my master. The female vampire was very angry, and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Orson's corpse ghost messenger. It seems that Yohu City has no sincerity in cooperation. The corpse ghost messenger stood up, and looked at Carolina indifferently. And the sole flame in his eyes emitted a cold light. In this case, there is no need for me to stay any longer. After the voice fell, the corpse ghost messenger walked out of the hall without hesitation. The vampire messenger frowned, then stood up and left. You will regret it, Carolina. As soon as the corpse ghost messenger walked out of Yohu City, he heard the sound of strong wind behind him. And the female vampire caught up. You are quite open-minded. Carolina is obviously perfunctory to us. But you are not angry at all? The corpse ghost messenger glanced at her and said calmly, What if you are angry? Do you still want to fight with Carolina on the other side's territory? Besides, the attitude of Yohu City has been made clear. I am only responsible for reporting this matter to Lord Black Duke. As for what to do next, it is his business to consider. Hearing what the corpse ghost messenger said, the female vampire's expression gradually slowed down. But she was still a little unhappy. Carolina, that bitch, used to be so arrogant. But now she is groveling to a human. So despicable. That is not an ordinary human, but a wizard. The soul flame in the corpse ghost's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking. Carolina seems to be willing to become the wizard's slave. If you are not an extremely powerful person, I am afraid that Carolina will not be able to surrender like that. The new mayor of Yohu City may be more powerful than we expected. Humph. The female vampire snorted disdainfully. No matter how powerful he is, can he fight against Cash and Bugs alone? Just wait and see. When Cash and Bugs make any unusual moves, they will have to come back and beg us. Chapter 119, Don't Be So Weird. Hulun Province, Yunnan City. This medium-sized town is located near the border of Hulun Province, and Jimai City in Jinan Province is further ahead. Not long after Grand Duke Fanqing ordered the crusade against the Shining Rebel Party, a large number of troops entered this town. The impending storm made the once bustling town become particularly deserted. Walking on the street, except for the soldiers passing by in a hurry, there was no pedestrian. The city lord's mansion, the meeting hall, more than 10 people sat opposite each other. Sitting at the top was Count Nolai, the confidant of Marquis Hulun and the commander of the vanguard army this time. On the left were his generals, each of whom was called a viscount and a baron. So much so that Baron Bodman, the ruler of Yun City, could only sit at the end of the table with a cautious and flattering smile on his face. Sitting on the right was a group of people in dark blue robes. Their robes were all decorated with brilliant star maps, and a flame emblem was painted on their chests. Anyone who saw this outfit could guess their identities, members of the Spark cult. The leader was none other than the Spark cult's chief priest, Jensen Rosario. His eyes slowly swept across the nobles opposite, and finally fell on Count Noel. Count Noel, when do you plan to send troops? Count Noel's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction at Jensen's action of calling him by his name. But considering the other party's identity, he still suppressed it, and said with a fake smile, It will take a few days to mobilize the supplies. Chief Priest Jensen, please wait patiently. Once the supplies arrive, we will send troops immediately. That's not necessary. Jensen frowned slightly. As far as I know, the Shining Territory seems to have placed its main force in Mingguang City. Judging from their plans, they are obviously preparing to concentrate their forces to capture the Somen Province and Zizhu Province first. There are not many troops stationed in Jinmai City. Although I don't understand military affairs, I also know that this is a good opportunity. If we send troops now, we can capture Jinmai City in a few days. The lack of supplies will not affect the overall situation. That's not what you said. Before Earl Nolai spoke, a viscount took over the conversation with a solemn look. The strength of the Flash territory is obvious to all. Both the Golem Corps and the Black Rock Cavalry Corps are the most powerful armies on the continent today. Although there are not many troops in Jinmai City, we are not sure whether these two legions are there. It is better to consider it carefully and send spies to investigate it clearly, so that we can wait for the arrival of supplies. Yes, it is better to be safe. After all, the opponent is the Flash territory. Fighting is not playing house. You can't rush in when your head is hot. Sooner or later, you will be finished. A group of nobles echoed, seeing Jensen's dark face in silence. Count Nolai coughed and said slowly, Master Jensen, we want to wipe out the rebels as soon as possible. Just like you. But we still have to take steady steps. You don't want us to end up like Marquis Jin Yen, right? When mentioning Marquis Jin Yen, Jensen's eyes flickered slightly. It was during that war that the Shining Territory showed its extremely powerful military force to all the nobles. Thinking about it now still makes people secretly frightened. Taking a deep breath, Jensen calmed down his inner impatience, and his face returned to calm. I am overstepping my bounds. The war should really be handed over to an old commander like Count Noli. I have also heard of your great reputation on the battlefield. Count Noli smiled and waved his hand. Master Jensen, you are too kind. That is all in the past. After a pause, he smiled slightly and turned serious. I will trouble Master Jensen about the guard. You should have heard about the disastrous defeat of Count Storm. If Sunan sneaks into our side, the consequences will be disastrous. The name Sunan seemed to have some kind of magic, making the faces of the nobles present become particularly solemn. People who are familiar with the past achievements of the Shining Territory know how much role Sunan played in it, and how mysterious and powerful he is. If Sunan really gets close to them, they are not sure they can resist him. If the commanders are all killed before the war begins, there is no need to fight this war. Don't worry, everyone. Jensen's mouth curled up slightly, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I have arranged enough manpower. If Sunan really comes, I guarantee that he will never come back. Jensen's powerful words made the nobles' faces relieved a lot. Count Noli glanced at the Spark cultists sitting on the right, and saw that they were either confident or calm, and he felt a little relieved. Then I leave it to Priest Jensen. Before the voice fell, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. The sound was a little distant, as if it came from a faraway place, as low and deafening as thunder. What's that noise? What happened? Where are the guards? Go and see. At such a sensitive moment, such a noise suddenly came, and the nobles present were suddenly in an uproar. Quiet! Count Noli shouted in a deep voice, quickly suppressing everyone's voice. Come! Go and see what happened. Yes, Lord Earl. Soon. A guard took the order and left. Not long after, the guard ran back, entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported, Lord Earl, a large number of stone monsters suddenly appeared in the military camp, killing and injuring many soldiers. Lord Viscount Bell is leading the army to encircle and suppress those monsters. In addition, a large number of similar stone monsters appeared at the city gate, fighting with the defenders. Stone monsters? Everyone looked at each other. Jensen reacted immediately and said in a deep voice, It's a stone golem. A puppet made by a wizard. Sunan is here. Everyone was shocked, and many nobles even stood up subconsciously. Priest Jensen. Count Noli looked at Jensen with a solemn expression. The latter shook his head slightly. Count Noli, my mission is to protect you, so I can't leave you easily. There are only some stone golems around, and the army inside and outside the city is enough to deal with it. What if Sunan also takes action? An aristocrat said. Jensen smiled grimly. Isn't that better? Just mobilize a large army to surround and kill him. No matter how powerful he is. Can he withstand thousands of troops? Everyone thought so and said no more. To be honest, they didn't want the people of the Spark Church to leave their side. It's better to kill some ordinary soldiers than to put themselves in danger. At this moment, an old man next to Jensen suddenly spoke. Someone sneaked in. The old man stretched out his palm, and a golden beetle was lying in the palm of his hand. At this time, the beetle's wings were flapping rapidly, making a buzzing sound. Hearing this, Jensen opened the book in his hand without hesitation, and gently placed his palm on the page, muttering something. The next second, an invisible wave suddenly spread out, sweeping through everyone in the hall without hindrance. But when passing through the door, it seemed to hit something and showed a distortion. It was as if an invisible curtain was suddenly lifted, and a figure appeared out of thin air at the door of the hall. Sunan! It's you? After seeing the figure of the person coming, Jensen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is this person Sunan? Everyone stared at the young man at the door with wide eyes, their expressions full of surprise and doubt. Although they had heard that Sunan was the younger brother of the Flash Marquis and was only in his 20s this year, they still felt a trance when they saw the other party's extremely young face with their own eyes. The extremely mysterious and powerful wizard in the legend turned out to be such a gentle-looking young man. Without paying attention to the gazes of the crowd, Sunan's eyes swept over the book in Jensen's hand and the golden beetle in the palm of the old man with interest. Is this what Hong Xian said? The artifact in the hands of the Spark cult? A book that can break the invisibility effect on a large scale. a beetle that can sense the breath of souls or energy particle fluctuations. But this effect is far inferior to the real artifact, and even inferior to the holy artifact of a lower level. At most, it can be regarded as a holy object. An artifact is an item made by the gods themselves. A holy artifact is an item made by believers and endowed with divine grace by the gods. A holy object is an item made by believers and placed in front of the statue of the gods. After years of day and night prayers by believers, it gradually becomes stained with a trace of divine grace. The power of items of different levels varies greatly. If the two believers in front of him were holding real artifacts, then Sunan would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. If it was a holy artifact, then he would also consider whether to retreat. But if it was just a holy object, then with many trump cards in hand, he could fight a battle first. In addition, now that the gods have disappeared, whether these holy objects of the Spark cult are real or not is still a question mark. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. Seeing that Sunan seemed to be ignoring him, Jensen was secretly annoyed and winked at his companions. A group of Starfire believers drew their weapons and spread out in a semicircle to surround Sunan. All of these people were surging with dazzling fighting spirit. In addition, including Jensen, there were 4 people surging with elemental power. Seeing this, Sunan couldn't help but smile playfully. For legendary knights, 12 great knights, it's really a big battle. Seeing Sunan's expression, Jensen frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. They studied Sunan's previous battle record and made a detailed calculation of his strength, and finally sent out this lineup. For legendary knights, 12 great knights and the holy objects in their hands are more than enough to deal with a 3rd-level wizard apprentice. Thinking of this, Jensen no longer hesitated and acted decisively. In an instant, an invisible wave spread out and swept the entire hall in an instant. Sunan felt his eyes flashing, and when he came to his senses, he found that he was already in a vast starry sky. There were thousands of stars all around, and a brilliant Milky Way crossed the sky above his head. Magnificent and incomparable. Half-dimensional space? Sunan raised his eyebrows and tried to sense it, but found that he had completely lost contact with the hidden dragon outside. This situation will only occur when the master and the magic pet are in different planes or dimensional spaces. Kill him! With Jensen's low shout, a group of Spark cultists rushed over with long swords. Sunan did not dodge and released the magic missiles that had been prepared long ago. But what surprised him was that the 7 magic missiles actually passed through the bodies of the Spark cultists, as if these people's bodies did not exist in this space. But then, their weapons all hit Sunan, but were blocked by the invisible force field around him. It's useless. This is the power bestowed by the great star god me to the believers. You can't hurt us here, Jensen sneered, his face full of a confident expression. Wizards are no more than that. In front of the holy object, they can only be beaten. It's just temporary virtualization. It's so weird. Sunan shook his head speechlessly. Do you think he is the kind of wizard apprentice who has never seen the world? The so-called virtualization is similar to the virtual real conversion ability of the hidden dragon, which converts the body and all the items on the body into a virtual state, so that it can be immune to all physical attacks. It's just that in the virtual state, it can't attack the enemy, but the group of Starfire believers in front of him can attack him, which means that they are not continuously virtualized, but just convert their bodies into virtual bodies at the moment of being attacked, so as to avoid the attack. That is, temporary virtualization. Sunan guessed that this should be the ability attached to this half-dimensional space. In addition, he could clearly feel that his physical and mental strength were slowly draining away. Obviously, this half-dimensional space also had the effect of absorbing the enemy energy. But that was all. If it were an ordinary person, he might be shocked and panicked by the methods of the Spark cult. But in Sunan's view, it was just child's play. In the wizard's world, there are many abilities that are more bizarre and difficult to deal with than this. The real virtualization is still a bit tricky, but temporary virtualization is much easier to deal with. Sunan sneered, and a silver light suddenly flashed in front of his chest. The next moment, countless silver metal liquids left his body, flying around him, and quickly condensed into sharp cones with cold light. After a slight pause, dense spikes suddenly shot out. Instantly, with Sunan as the center, the area within a radius of 100 meters was shrouded in a violent metal storm. Sizzle! The piercing explosions continued. Almost at the moment when the silver light hit, The spark cultists present noticed something was wrong and entered the virtual state without hesitation. But as Sunan guessed, their virtual state could not last for a long time. After only 4 or 5 seconds, a group of people had to transform back to the physical state. In an instant, the muffled sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood sounded one after another. 12 spark cultists at the level of great knights did not even have time to scream, and were instantly crushed into a bloody mist by the metal storm, leaving no bones. Only 4 legendary knights were left struggling to support. All 4 of them were covered with a layer of starlight that was sometimes there, and sometimes not. It was with this layer of starlight that they were able to support themselves. Otherwise, with the power of the level 2 magic pattern core, the 4 of them would have already followed in the footsteps of their companions. Jensen looked at Sunan in horror, and the confidence he had shown before was gone from his face. Instead, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 120 No Need to Wait. Jensen couldn't believe it. Why was the power displayed by Sunan at this moment so much stronger than what they had investigated and speculated? The two were completely different. With so many masters dispatched and holy objects assisted, there were heavy casualties in just one encounter. This kind of power is simply chilling. What exactly happened? Just as Jensen was in doubt, a legendary knight with weaker strength could no longer hold on. The starlight shrouding him was instantly annihilated, and the next second the whole person exploded into a blood mist. Seeing this, Jensen's heart tightened, and he dared not delay any longer. He gritted his teeth and reached out to press on the book. Buzz! The starry sky suddenly trembled. The surrounding stars hummed and trembled, as if being pulled by an invisible force, falling towards Sunan like a meteor, instantly submerging him. Boom! The roar of the star collision resounded through the void. The huge movement seemed to shake the entire space to the point of collapse. The starry sky around them had dimmed visibly, and the farther away, it had become blurry. Jensen was sweating and panting, his eyes fixed on the direction of Sunan. This attack almost drained all the energy of the Book of Stars, leaving only the last bit to barely maintain the starry sky domain. This was also his last trump card. If this still couldn't solve Sunan, then he really had no other choice. The silver spikes around them disappeared completely without a trace. Everyone finally got a chance to catch their breath, staring at the intertwined flames and starlight in the distance. Did he get killed? He should be dead. Even a second-ring legendary knight couldn't withstand this attack. He'd be seriously injured if he doesn't die. The flames and starlight slowly dissipated. Jensen and the other two swallowed their saliva subconsciously and looked at it with wide eyes. But the next scene made them feel like they were falling into an ice cave, and their limbs were cold. They saw Sunan standing there leisurely, not to mention being injured, and even a corner of his clothes was not missing. Unscathed? How is it possible? Jensen's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. The Book of Stars' strongest attack could not hurt Sunan. The other two also turned pale, with despair on their faces. Facing such a terrible opponent, they had no chance of winning. Sunan glanced at the dull ring of extreme protection on his right hand, slightly surprised. It must be said that the power of that attack was still amazing. The ring of extreme protection could not withstand the 1,000 points of defense, and it was only the defense of the magic pattern core that offset the overflow damage, if converted into defense. Sunan estimated that the power of this attack was at least 1,200 to 1,400. Some weaker third-level wizard apprentices would be severely injured even if they could resist it. Hongxi was most likely severely injured by this move. Retracting his gaze, Sunan looked up at Jensen and the other two. Facing Sunan in different gaze, Jensen and the other two subconsciously took a step back, their faces pale. At this point, they didn't understand that the sect had seriously underestimated Sunan's strength. In just 2 or 3 years, Sunan's power had already expanded to a very alarming level, far beyond the original. Even Archbishop Ovija might not be able to take down Sunan. But they could no longer pass this information back to the sect. In the three people's terrified and desperate eyes, the sky full of silver light attacked again, occupying the entire field of vision like a storm. In the hall, the nobles looked at Sunan and Jensen, who suddenly disappeared, and couldn't help looking at each other. Can Priest Jensen and the others kill Sunan? The current lord of Yin City, Baron Bodman, wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help asking worriedly. If Sunan couldn't be killed, other nobles could still escape. But his territory was here. If he didn't run, he would die. And if he ran, he would have nothing. Don't worry. Seeing everyone panic, Count Null comforted them. Master Jensen came prepared this time, and will definitely defeat Sunan. Your Excellency is right. Sunan is alone and is definitely not a match for Master Jensen and his men. Look at how confident Master Jensen was just now. There will definitely be no problem. As if to suppress their uneasiness, everyone echoed Count Noel's words. However, despite saying so, everyone did not want to stay here any longer. They immediately wanted to leave the meeting room and mobilize the army outside to surround this place. But as soon as they walked out of the hall, they heard a noisy shouting and killing. What happened? Count Noel frowned and shouted. Immediately, a guard came forward to report, Master Jensen. 2 monsters appeared in the courtyard. What monsters? Count Noel was stunned. Wasn't Sunan entangled by the people of the Spark cult? How could there be monsters? Could it be those stone statues again? However, Count Noel soon stopped wondering. With a loud bang, the wall not far away collapsed. In the dust, a giant lizard covered with black and red scales and sparks flashing between its teeth, and a giant spider with a pitch-black body and sharp forelimbs rushed out. The 2 monsters were covered in blood, as if they were drenched in blood rain. It was unknown how many guards they killed when they rushed in from outside. What kind of monster is that? They are coming! Stop them! The nobles present brought a lot of guards with them when they came. They gathered not far from the meeting hall. When they heard the noise, they rushed over. When they saw the giant lizard and giant spider in front of them, they were all shocked. But under the orders of their respective lords, they still rushed up. These guards were almost all official knights. However, after they really fought, they found that the power they were usually proud of was not worth mentioning in front of these 2 monsters. The giant lizard bit a knight guard in 2, with just 1 pounce and 1 bite. And then it flicked its tail. And with a sharp explosion, the 3 knight guards flew high. While they were still in the air, the 3 people heard a bone-shaking sound, and their bodies twisted into strange arcs, and they were no longer alive. The black giant spider was even more ferocious. With a light swing of its forelimbs, it split a knight guard in half, including the person and armor, as smoothly as cutting tofu. On the other hand, the weapons of our side fell on it, leaving only a streak of sparks, and not even a white mark. In less than half a minute, the knight guards were killed and wounded, and retreated step by step. The nobles looked pale, but there was nothing they could do. They never thought that the Lord's mansion, which was heavily guarded, would be broken through by 2 monsters, and so many knight guards could not do anything about them. They wanted to call for reinforcements, but the enemy was right in front of them. It might be too late to go to the military camp to mobilize troops now. Besides, the military camp was also attacked now, and it was a question whether they could arrive in time. What should we do? Lord Earl? Everyone looked at Earl Noel. Earl Noel was not panicked after all, as he had been in battle for a long time. He took a deep breath and drew out the knight's sword at his waist. Break out? As long as we get to the military camp, we will be safe. Baron Bodman hesitated and said, or we should wait for Priest Jensen and the others to come out. Many nobles nodded subconsciously. If possible, they still didn't want to take the risk of breaking out. After all, the 2 monsters looked very powerful. At present, their guards can still hold on for a while. Maybe they can hold on until Priest Jensen kills Sunan. Then, with their help, it will be easy to deal with the 2 monsters. Earl Noel frowned, and before he could say anything else, a voice that made his back cold suddenly came from behind. What a pity. No need to wait. Everyone looked back in astonishment and saw that Sunan had returned to the hall at some point. But the people of the Spark sect were nowhere to be seen. Looking at the indifferent Sunan, everyone's faces turned pale, and a fear like a clenched heart instantly grew in their hearts. Where are the Priest Jensen and his people? Baron Bodman stammered, and there seemed to be a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Sunan glanced at him jokingly and ignored such an obvious question. In fact, he didn't need to answer, only seeing Sunan appear here. But the people of the Spark sect were nowhere to be found. The nobles present had already guessed the result, and their faces showed expressions of extreme horror. The next moment, Sunan raised his finger slightly. In an instant, countless lightning swept out and attacked the nobles. Most of the nobles present were knights, and the strongest was Earl Noel, a mid-level knight. To deal with minions of this level, Sunan was too lazy to cast spells. He directly controlled the energy particles to condense into physical elements, and killed everyone on the spot in an instant. After the lightning, The entrance of the hall was full of charred corpses. Among the people, only Count Noli could still keep his body intact, and his old face was frozen with deep unwillingness and despair. Anyone would feel unwilling that a dignified earl was broken into and killed in the core of his own territory. With the death of the nobles, the remaining knight guards quickly lost their will to fight. Most of them fled in panic, and a few loyal guards, who still wanted to avenge their lord, were cut into two by the double-edged spider before they could get close to Sunan. Sunan did not stop, and walked out like a leisurely stroll. Along the way, he kept encountering soldiers who came to protect their master, but he didn't have to do anything, and they were easily cleaned up by the hidden dragon and the double-edged spider. The second ring legendary level pets and puppets completely crushed these ordinary soldiers who were not even knights. Occasionally, there were knight level officers, but they could not stop this man and two beasts. Sunan pushed forward all the way. First went to the branch of the Spark Church in Yun City, then rushed to the city gate and the military camp to recover the golem puppet, and finally left leisurely. The tens of thousands of troops stationed in Yun City could not even stop him, and could only watch Sunan leave, leaving a mess behind. Soman Province, Goya City. Kay stood on the top of the hillside, looking at the outline of the castle in the distance, his eyes flickering slightly. Goya City has a special geographical environment. It is a castle built on the hillside. Behind it is a steep cliff, which is 500 or 600 meters high. The cliff surface is smooth and flat, and even knights can't climb up. There are dense jungles on both sides of the castle, and only the front has a pedestrian-accessible mountain road. It can be said to be easy to defend and difficult to attack, if possible. Kay doesn't want to bite this hard bone. But Goya City happened to be blocking the way to Soman Province. If they didn't take Goya City first, once the war was fierce, they would be stabbed in the back by the Goya City army, and their logistics supply would be cut off. The consequences would be disastrous. On the other hand, Soman Province was mostly hilly. Once Goya City was taken, the strategic depth of the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment would be greatly expanded, enough to separate the towns in Soman Province and defeat them one by one. It can be said that as long as Goya City was taken, the war would basically be half successful. This is why he personally led the army here. He couldn't help but take this battle seriously. My lord. Brad came over from behind and handed over a roll of parchment. This is the battle report sent from the rear. He took it and opened it, and his face immediately showed joy. As expected of Sunan, he never disappoints people when he takes action. Seeing Breden's curious expression, he smiled and threw the battle report over. You can see for yourself. Breden opened it and smiled with surprise. Count Noel, Viscount Zurich, Viscount Duby, Baron Berman. A total of 23 nobles died in the battle. The chief priest of the Spark Church, Jensen, was also killed, and the church branch in Yen City was reduced to ruins. The vanguard army of the Holland province suffered heavy losses. The preliminary estimate is that the number of casualties is no less than 2,000. Too amazing. Even with Breden's calm temperament, he couldn't help but be excited when he saw this information. After suffering such a heavy blow, even the commander was wiped out. Even if the vanguard army of Yen City did not collapse, it would be impossible to attack Jinmai City in a short time. Before the new commander and reinforcements arrived in Yen City, Jinmai City did not have to worry about the threat from the Holland province for the time being. As for whether the Holland province could quickly send a new commander and reinforcements, Brad expressed doubts about this. After all, Lord Sunan once said that Yen City is just the first stop, and there are many more surprises for Holland province and Xingho Church. With Sunan here, Holland province doesn't have to worry for the time being. Starly and Jinmai City is enough to deal with it. We can't lose to Sunan. We have to take down Galya City as soon as possible. Key's face was full of excitement, and he turned to Brad and asked, "Has the puppet army arrived?" "It has arrived at the agreed location." Brad nodded heavily. "Okay. Give the order to attack." "Yes, sir." Not long after, the melodious horn sounded. On the plain at the bottom of the hill, the flashing army, which had been ready for a long time, moved slowly, gradually accelerated towards Galya City, and finally turned into a charge. With the majestic and tall stone golem as the vanguard, the army rushed towards Galya City like a tide. On the bluestone walls, a group of generals looked at the army rushing over the mountains and plains, especially the huge rock giants in the front, and their faces turned pale. Is this the golem army of the Flash territory? Can our soldiers beat such monsters? I heard that these golems have night-level combat power. Seeing that the morale of their own side was about to fall to the bottom before the enemy really attacked, Baron Wilkin, the Lord of Goya City, immediately interrupted his men's conversation loudly. What are you panicking about? The terrain here is narrow and steep, and the enemy army can't display it at all. We have enough troops here. As long as we work together, the enemy will have no chance of conquering Goya City. I have asked the Earl for help. As long as we hold on for 3 days, the Earl's reinforcements will arrive, and then we will be able to rest assured. Baron Wilkin encouraged and successfully boosted the morale of the defenders. But at this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the rear. A soldier ran over in panic. My lord, it's bad. The enemy army is climbing up from the cliff behind. Baron Wilkin's face changed drastically. He grabbed the soldier's collar and roared with a sullen face, Impossible. Even knights can't climb up that cliff. What army can come up from there? It's spiders. Very big spiders. The soldier's lips trembled and said, There are so many of them. The few people we have at the city gate can't stop them at all. Now those spiders have rushed into the city and are coming this way. Baron Wilkin let go of the soldier's collar and rushed to the city wall to look around. Sure enough, he saw smoke and dust in the distance. People jumping around, and vaguely huge black spiders were rushing through the crowd and approaching this side quickly. Looking at this scene, Baron Wilkin's eyes went dark. His body staggered a few times, and he almost fell down. The deputy beside him quickly supported him and said in panic, Sir, are you okay? Baron Wilkin was too pale to answer, and only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over. It's completely over. At the same time, the rumbling sound of heavy footsteps has also arrived at the foot of the city. The tall stone golems hit the city wall like charging tanks. Boom! Chapter 121 Completely Unpolluted Pure Energy. Holland City. Spark Church. Even in the central city of the province, where every inch of land is valuable, the Spark Church occupies a large piece of land in the center of the city. The church building is magnificent, and even the outer wall is made of valuable marble, which is luxurious everywhere. At this moment, a distinguished guest came to the reception room of the church. Black and Yuris hurried over. As soon as they entered the hall, they saw the Marquis of Holland sitting on the sofa with a dark face, and the black tea in front of him was not touched. The two looked at each other, and their eyes flickered. Long time no see. Marquis, it's rare to see a distinguished guest like you coming. It really makes our church glorious. Yuris forced a smile on his face, and flattered as soon as he opened his mouth. However, Marquis Holland did not buy it at all, and said coldly, I'm afraid that if I don't come again, I will never have the chance to come again. Brack laughed and said, You are joking. Marquis Holland interrupted him bluntly, I am not kidding you. He threw a battle report on the coffee table. In just 2 months, 1 earl, 3 viscounts and 13 barons under my command were killed. And they were all killed by Sunan, who broke into the lord's mansion and then left. Now all the nobles in my territory are in panic, fearing that one day Sunan, the killer, will come to their door. Even I, the Marquis, don't feel safe at all now. Before this, what did you, the Starfire Church, promise me? You said that Sunan would be left to you to solve. But what happened? You were all overwhelmed by Sunan. Brack and Yuris looked a little ugly, but they couldn't say a word to refute. In fact, the losses of the Starfire Church during this period were also very heavy. In every town where the Lord was attacked, the local Spark Church branch was also destroyed, and almost all the believers were killed. The bad news that came one after another made the 2 chief priests feel terrified. The strength shown by Sunan was far beyond the intelligence they had collected before. Even Jensen, who was carrying the holy relic with him, died at the hands of Sunan. These days, they have been worrying about how to deal with Sunan and how to explain to the chief priest Ovidiu. My lord Marquis, this time we were indeed not thoughtful enough and underestimated Sunan's strength. But please rest assured that the chief priest Ovidiu will soon come out of retreat. And when he takes action, he will definitely kill Sunan. Blake promised solemnly. I hope you will do what you say, instead of just talking big. Marquis Holland still had a dark face, but his tone had slowed down a bit. There is one more thing. You said before that the manufacturing cost of stone golems is very high, and Sunan certainly cannot make them in large quantities. But what is going on now? According to the news from Soman province, There are no less than 3 golem armies appearing on the front battlefield at the same time in the Flash territory. Each army has 200 to 300 stone golems. The total number is probably 800 or 900. It is completely different from what you said. How do you explain this? Brack and Yoris looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised. They were not very clear about this. After all, the influence of the Spark cult had not spread to the army, and the speed of obtaining battle reports was definitely not as fast as that of Marquis Holland. It's just 800 or 900 stone golems. This number is a bit shocking. When fighting with Marquis Jin Yin, the Flash territory had less than 200 stone golems. Where did Sunan get the resources to refine so many golem puppets? Yori's expression suddenly changed, and he blurted out, "Jungle Hut." Blake also reacted quickly, nodded in agreement, and said yes. It must be the Jungle Hut that supports Sunan behind the scenes. Otherwise, it is impossible to support Sunan to refine so many golems with the income of Flash territory alone. Jungle Hut? Marquis Holland looked a little doubtful. I have heard about some things about this wizard organization. But hasn't the Jungle Hut always been low-key and not easily interfered in the affairs of various countries? Yori sneered. Maybe it was like this before. But now Sunan may have joined the Jungle Hut. I don't know what he did to persuade other wizards. He destroyed many branches of our church before. So that thing was done by them. Marquis Holland's face flashed a trace of realization. He had heard that the churches of the Spark Church in many cities were attacked before, and he was still wondering which force was behind it. He didn't expect it to be the Jungle Hut. But soon, Marquis Holland's expression turned ugly again. Sunan alone was already a problem. If there was a Jungle Hut, how could they handle it? For a moment, Marquis Holland suddenly felt a little regretful. Shouldn't I have made my stand too early and stood on the side of the royal family? Maybe I should delay and make a decision after seeing the situation clearly. Seeing the change in the demeanor of Marquis Holland, Yoris and Black could not guess what the other party was worried about. Black was about to say a few words of comfort, when suddenly a somewhat old voice came to his ears. The jungle cabin was not involved in this matter. Yoris and Black turned their heads and looked at it, with surprise on their faces. High Priest, you are out of retreat. A white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the living room. Although his hair was full of silver, his face was firm, and his complexion was ruddy. Just looking at his face, you would never imagine that he was a centenarian. Only the pair of light blue eyes revealed a kind of vicissitudes of life. A star-shaped blue robe with exquisite workmanship and no extravagance made him look calm and energetic. Marquis Holland guessed the identity of the visitor at the first time. It was the High Priest Ovidiu, who had the highest status and power in the Starfire Church, except for the Pope, who had been out of sight for many years. It is said that the wizard worshipped by the royal family died at the hands of this High Priest. This is a strong man who is more powerful than the wizard. Marquis Holland stood up, facing such a strong man. Even he did not dare to treat him lightly because of his status as a Marquis. Nice to meet you, Marquis Holland. I'm sorry that I was in seclusion before, and couldn't come out to greet you in person. Ovidiu's expression and tone were unexpectedly gentle, and there was no sign of a strong man. Marquis Holland forced a smile and said, "The High Priest is too polite." After a pause, he couldn't help asking, "What did the High Priest mean just now?" Ovidiu smiled slightly. "I once fought with a wizard in the Jungle Lodge. The other party was just after some holy objects of our church, not deliberately against us. In this war, other wizards in the Jungle Lodge will not intervene." "I see." Marquis Holland breathed a sigh of relief. Then Sunan. "Marquis Holland, please rest assured, I will personally deal with Sunan. Sunan is the backbone of the Flash territory. As long as he dies, the Flash territory will not be afraid." Hearing Ovidiu's personal guarantee, Marquis Holland's expression relaxed, and the smile on his face finally became a little more sincere. "Then I leave it to High Priest Ovidiu. I wait for your good news." In the quiet room, Sunan concentrated on the book in his hand. This was the holy object he got from Jensen. Later, he learned from other Xingho believers that this book was called the Book of Stars. The other golden beetle was called the Golden Beetle, which was also a holy object of the Xingho Church. While he was constantly attacking the nobles of Holland Province and destroying the branches of the Xingho Church these days, Sunan was also taking time to study these two holy objects. The result was not in vain. He made some very interesting discoveries. Generally speaking, holy objects contain divine grace. The Book of Stars and the Golden Beetle are no exception. Sunan drew out 2 strands of divine grace from them. He spread out his palm, and 2 strands of golden light as thin as hair were suspended above his palm, intertwining and lingering with each other like dancing. And there were also tiny light spots scattered around, which was very beautiful. One of the strands was obviously thicker, and it was drawn from the Book of Stars. Divine Grace. 1, 2, Standard Unit. Pure energy with the mark of faith. With spiritual pollution. After absorption, it will cause changes in thinking and cognition, and gradually develop a strong and fanatical belief in the source of divine energy. Divine grace is essentially a kind of divine energy, which is pure energy purified by the gods. Its purity is comparable to soul energy. Of course, this divine energy also has the same disadvantage as soul energy. That is, it contains the mark of faith of the gods. Once absorbed into the body, the soul will inevitably be eroded by faith. Over time, it will become a believer of the gods, or even a fanatic. Moreover, this kind of pollution is more serious than the pollution caused by absorbing souls. Absorbing different souls will only lead to conflicts between consciousness, thinking, memory and emotions, resulting in confusion of thinking, loss of reason and other sequelae. But in essence, it is still based on one's own will and retains most of the self-will. However, faith erosion is different. The mark of faith contained in divine grace will forcibly distort the will and cognition of the absorber. Even if your memory is still the same and you still look like a normal person, your consciousness, thinking and emotions have actually changed drastically, turning you into a puppet that has lost its own will and regards the gods as the supreme being. For a wizard, apprentice, who is pursuing himself and the truth, this is absolutely unbearable. Between becoming a madman and becoming a puppet, the wizard, apprentice, would rather choose the former. However, what surprised Sunan was that the 2 strands of divine grace he extracted from the Book of Stars and the golden beetle, although they also contain the mark of faith, gave him a very dull feeling. It felt like it had lost its controller and was just following the established program. It was somewhat similar to the golems in the wizard's heritage. If the god behind this divine grace has fallen, then the divine grace and the mark of faith inside it should have completely dissipated. Since the divine grace and the mark of faith still exist, it means that the god behind it still exists. Or in other words, it has not completely fallen. Seal? Sleep? Sunan shook his head. As far as he knew, the Starfire cult had only appeared for less than 50 years. Before that, the so-called star god had little spread. Such a weak belief. Even close to nothing. Most gods can't support thousands of years, except for a few extremely powerful gods. Even if they are sealed and dormant, it won't work. Sunan was puzzled for a while. What kind of thing is the so-called star god behind the Starfire cult? After thinking for a moment, Sunan shook his head and stopped tangling with this question, and turned to think about another thing. Although God's grace has many shortcomings, they are all caused by the mark of faith. In other words, as long as the mark of faith is removed, God's grace will become a truly unpolluted pure energy. It can be absorbed to increase mental power. This is different from soul pollution. The consciousness, memory, thinking, and emotions of the soul are an inseparable part of the soul. Unless the entire soul is destroyed, it cannot be removed at all. But the mark of faith can be removed. It is precisely because of this characteristic of God's grace that so many wizards are scrambling to capture gods, in order to extract the divine energy of the gods, purify it, and use it to increase mental power. Ordinary wizard apprentices naturally cannot remove the mark of faith, including Sunan himself. But he has a magic cube. While the magic cube synthesizes and strengthens similar items, it will also weaken and eradicate their side effects. This was the case with the Subdragon blood and the divine blood amber. From this point of view, the magic cube should also be able to eliminate the side effects of divine grace. If the faith erosion of the divine blood amber can be eradicated, there is no reason why divine grace cannot. Sunan opened the magic cube and put 2 strands of divine grace into it. In an instant, new items and information appeared on the synthesis interface. Divine energy, 3 standard units, contains pure energy with a weak mark of faith, with slight mental pollution. After absorption, it will cause changes in thinking and cognition, and gradually develop a strong and fanatical belief in the source of divine energy. It works. Sunan's eyes lit up. Compared with the divine grace before synthesis, the description text of the synthesized divine energy has a weak prefix before the mark of faith, and a slight prefix before the mental pollution. This shows that the side effects of divine grace can indeed be weakened through synthesis. In this way, as long as more holy objects are obtained and more divine grace is extracted from them, completely unpolluted divine energy can be synthesized and absorbed to increase mental power. Su Nan showed a happy smile on his face. Now there is one more way to increase mental power. It seems that we are really going to fight with the Spark sect. Without choosing to synthesize, Su Nan turned off the magic cube, put the divine grace back into the space ring, and then took out the divine blood amber. During this period, he destroyed many branches of the Spark sect and obtained more than 10 divine blood ambers, which were immediately synthesized into the high-level divine blood amber, further improving the efficiency of meditation. Just 2 days ago, he had successfully constructed the 13-star ring. The mental power also increased to 38.13. 5 more star rings are missing. The 14th level of the star ring meditation method. The proficiency required to upgrade has soared to an astonishing 1.5 million points. My current proficiency increase in meditation is about 4,300 points per day, and it will take about 12 months to construct the 14-star ring. But if I can use divine energy to increase my mental power, it should be able to shorten the time a lot. Chapter 122. This feeling really makes me miss it. In the year 1254 of the Starlight Calendar, the month of flowing fire, July, the Flash territory fought on 2 fronts, attacking Soman Province and Ziju Province at the same time. The Flash Army, which held the Golem Legion and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment, was unstoppable on the front battlefield, and the armies of Soman Province and Ziju Province were defeated. The month of the scroll, August, the Flash Marquis personally led the army to attack the hinterland of Soman Province, and the troops went straight to the city of Wall, which ranked among the top 3 military towns in Soman Province. In this battle, the Flash army defeated the defenders of Wall City. The 30,000 defenders were annihilated, and the Marquis Soman, who personally led the army to defend the city, died in battle. When this news came out, the whole country of the Star Principality was shocked. The royal nobles, who had originally announced that they would wipe out the rebels, fell silent for a while. Although the eldest son of Marquis Soman inherited the title of Marquis and took over the power of commanding the army, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fall of Soman Province was only a matter of time. Fighting against 2 major provinces at the same time with one's own strength, and still achieving such a brilliant record, the Shining Territory once again demonstrated its powerful military strength to everyone. Hulun City. Zack Tavern. The crowd was noisy. Under the stimulation of alcohol, many guests have rolled up their sleeves and started to discuss the war that has been widely rumored recently. It looks like Soman Province is going to be lost. The Flashing Territory is too powerful. At first, I thought that the Flashing Marquis had a brain problem and rebelled. Now it seems that he is really confident. In my opinion, the royal family made a bad move. Why did they force people to believe in the sparkling religion for no reason? What's the use of that stupid sect? I don't see them donating half a copper coin to me. Shh. Are you crazy? You are saying these things in public. Be careful to be caught by the guards. Anyway, I think the Flashing Territory will come here soon. Just watch. That's not necessarily the case. In the corner, Su Nan listened to the discussions around him and raised his mouth slightly. It seems that the progress of the eldest brother is also very smooth. After finishing this job tonight, the operation of Hulun Province will be over. Go directly to Junan City and the headquarters of the Sparkling Religion. You should be able to find the holy objects there. Su Nan has killed hundreds of priests and priests during this period, but he has not found any holy objects. He estimated that only the high-ranking officials, at least at the level of the chief priest or the great chief priest, would hold the holy object. It's getting late. It's time to act. Looking at the night outside, Su Nan took out a gold coin and put it on the table, then stood up and left. It was completely dark. The night enveloped the entire Hulun city, and the moon hanging high in the night sky was covered by dark clouds and dim. It was a good time to act when the moon was dark and the wind was high. Along the way, he kept encountering patrolling guards, and the closer he got to the central city, the more frequent the patrolling guards appeared. However, these people seemed to not see Su Nan, and passed by him without looking away. Not long after, Su Nan arrived at tonight's destination, the territory where the Marquis of Hulun lived. As expected, the guards here were extremely strict, and fully armed soldiers could be seen inside and outside. Countless soldiers almost surrounded the Lord's mansion. Obviously, the death of a large number of vassal nobles under his command during this period also brought heavy pressure to the Marquis of Hullen. He was also on guard against Su Nan coming to kill him at all times. Su Nan did not rush in rashly. It was obvious that both Marquis Hullen and the Spark sect could guess that his ultimate goal was here. Now the two parties may have set up a trap in the Lord's mansion, waiting for him to come to the door. Although Su Nan was not afraid, he did not intend to rush in foolishly. With a slight thought, countless golem puppets appeared out of thin air on the street in front of the Lord's mansion, and rushed towards the gate without saying a word. The sudden attack made the guards stunned, and then quickly reacted. Enemy attack! The shouts broke the silence of the night, and spread far under the night. A fire suddenly lit up in the Lord's mansion, and the whole mansion immediately boiled like boiling oil poured with water. At this time, the rushing golem puppets had hit the outer defense line of the Lord's mansion. The leader was a steel golem. An officer who seemed to have a high rank swung his sword at the steel golem, the blade shining with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to stop the opponent with his great knight-level strength. But the steel golem smashed him and his sword with one punch. Following closely, more golem puppets swarmed in. The front of the Lord's mansion instantly turned into a battlefield with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Facing hundreds of knight-level golems, these soldiers who only had the strength of trainee knights at most could not resist at all. Occasionally, a knight officer would take action, and quickly cut the double-bladed spider that jumped out of the darkness into several pieces. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the golem puppet broke through the defense line, knocked down the door wall, and rushed into the Lord's mansion, just in time to meet the guards rushing out from inside. Compared with the outer defense line, the guards in the Lord's mansion were obviously much more elite. The leader was even a legendary knight of the first ring, who blocked the steel golem by himself, greatly reducing the pressure on other soldiers and officers. Not far away, Su Nan stood on the roof of the building, looking down at the battle below calmly. He was not in a hurry. The men of Marquis Hullen alone could not stop the golem puppet, and he was waiting for the people of the Spark Church to jump out on their own initiative. Clang! After another sword slashed the arm of the steel golem, leaving a gap on it, Laurent quickly retreated to avoid the oncoming steel giant fist. Damn! This big guy is ridiculously hard. Since he was promoted to a legendary knight, Laurent has never encountered such a monster that is almost impossible to deal with. The opponent's body was harder than steel, and after so many attacks, there were only a few more gaps. It was outrageous. How long do the guys from the Spark cult want to hide? Laurent cursed inwardly. At this moment, there was a slight sound of breaking air behind his head. Instantly, a chill ran up his spine, making Laurent's scalp numb. He felt a strong threat of death for the first time in a long time. Without hesitation, Laurent ducked forward, rolling like a donkey in a mess, and narrowly avoided the sharp foot blade that slashed from behind. Spider puppet. Laurent stood firm and turned around to see that it was a dark spider puppet that attacked him. But soon, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He had observed those spider puppets. Although they were very powerful, they were at most at the level of peak knights. But the spider puppet in front of him, whether it was the attack just now or the feeling it gave him now, was very dangerous. Even more dangerous than that big steel guy. Before Laurent could figure it out, the spider puppet had already pounced on him again, and a pair of sharp foot blades with cold light slashed across from both sides at the same time. As fast as lightning. Without much time to react, Laurent dodged the foot blades on the right, and swung his sword to block the foot blades on the left. Clang! Amid the crisp sound of metal clashing, Laurent only felt an overwhelming force coming from the sword blade, which bent his knees, and he knelt directly on the ground. How is it possible? Laurent was horrified. Even the big steel guy just now didn't have such terrifying strength. The puppet in front of him was clearly taking the swift route, so strength should be a relative weakness. Unfortunately, reality didn't leave him much room for thinking, and the spider puppet quickly raised its 2-foot blades and slashed them down suddenly. Chi. Instantly, a storm of blade shadows fell on his head. After only 2 or 3 breaths, Laurent's knight sword made of fine steel broke into several pieces with a click. The dense blade shadows instantly tore through the Do-Chi shield on his body, and the intense pain swept through his body in an instant. The moment before his consciousness fell into eternal darkness, Laurent had only one thought in his mind. Second ring legend? This is a fucking second ring legendary puppet. With Laurent's death, the guards quickly fell into defeat. At this moment, a sigh suddenly came from a distance. Following that, A dark blue light penetrated the void like lightning, hitting the double-bladed spider that killed Loron. And with a bang, it flew dozens of meters away, crashed into a tree, and rolled on the ground for more than 10 rounds before stopping. At the same time, a large number of knights wearing armor and star map cloaks rushed out from all directions and killed the golem puppet. Sir Sunan, please come out. Ovidiu walked out of the corridor, followed by Marquis Hullen, Yoris and Blake. The faces of the three people were a little ugly. They spent a lot of effort to set up such a trap, waiting for Sunan to step in. But they didn't expect that the other party didn't even show up, forcing them to act in advance. In this situation, if Sunan is determined to run, then they can't expect to keep him tonight. But to their surprise, just as Ovidiu finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared at the gate that had long been turned into ruins. It was Sunan. Seeing Sunan, Marquis Hullen, Yoris and Blake showed a mixture of resentment and fear. Only Ovidiu remained calm, and said in a gentle tone, "First meeting? Sir Sunan." "High Priest Ovidiu." Sunan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes swept across the star-shaped necklace on the other's chest without leaving a trace. He just saw with his own eyes that the other party turned the star-shaped necklace into a dark blue spear and threw it out, knocking the double-bladed spider away with one strike. Being able to injure a second-ring legendary double-bladed spider with one strike. It was obvious that this star-shaped necklace was also a holy object. Ovidiu nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with Sunan's guess. "Since you are willing to show up, it means you want to settle with us, right?" "Indeed." Sunan smiled slightly. Both sides knew that the hatred they had so far had made it impossible for them to reconcile, and they had to decide a winner, or even life and death. After looking at each other, Ovidiu and Sunan moved at the same time, soaring into the sky and heading out of the Lord's mansion, and soon disappeared into the night sky. "Why doesn't High Priest Ovidiu deal with Sunan here?" Marquis Hullen frowned. "We have made so many preparations." Yori shook his head. "Sunan won't be fooled. Didn't you see that he has never stepped into the Lord's mansion? It's true that Sunan and High Priest Ovidiu both want to settle, but neither side is stupid and will not hand over the initiative to the other side. Sunan will not step into the Lord's mansion, and Ovidiu will not want to face Sunan and his army of golem puppets at the same time. The current situation is just acceptable to both sides. As for the rest, it all depends on their true strength. Let's get rid of these golem puppets first." Brack took out an amber and threw it into the air. Under the moonlight, a small piece of dry gray skin could be vaguely seen wrapped in the amber. The starlight fell on the amber, and the light shone brightly in an instant. And then it exploded like fireworks, turning into countless tiny stars that fell like rain. At the same time, the ground under everyone's feet slowly emerged with mysterious array patterns, emitting a faint glow, echoing with the falling stars. And a strange wave was born, covering the entire Lord's mansion. The Spark cult members who were fighting were all refreshed, just like taking potions. Their strength and speed soared out of thin air. On the other hand, the golem puppets were all stiff, as if they were wearing a layer of invisible heavy shackles. The situation was reversed at once. Now it was the turn of the Spark cult to have the upper hand. However, Brack and Yoris did not breathe a sigh of relief. The former drew out his sword, and the latter opened the Book of Stars in his hand. The two looked at the double-edged spider that crawled in from the ruins as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This is the real powerful enemy. It was the familiar starry sky and galaxy again. Sunan looked at Ovidiu opposite him and asked curiously, "How many holy objects does the Starfire religion have? How are these holy objects made?" Ovidiu looked at Sunan in surprise. "You are more knowledgeable than I thought. You can actually tell the difference between holy objects and artifacts. The two wizards I met before regarded holy objects as artifacts. But you don't need to know how to make holy objects. After all, the dead don't need to know so much." Sunan laughed. "So confident? Didn't you let a wizard escape last time?" "That's because I didn't use my real power," Ovidiu said calmly, his eyes deep as if he was talking. "That kind of power has a big backlash. I usually won't use it easily unless it's a strong enemy that I have to kill. But Lord Sunan, you are qualified. Then I am really honored." Sunan sneered. "Then please feel the power from the gods." The moment the voice fell, a dazzling starlight suddenly lit up from Ovidiu. In an instant, the old man's originally vicissitudes and steady aura suddenly changed, and his whole body was shrouded in an ancient and vast aura that seemed to come from a long time ago. In the dazzling starlight, Ovidius seemed to have turned into a real god. And the look he gave Sunan was also a kind of condescending look, like looking down on an ant. A heavy sense of oppression enveloped Sunan's whole body, as if a huge stone rolled down from his heart, making people feel stuffy in their chests. He took a deep breath and then sighed. I haven't felt this way for a long time. I really miss it. Ovidius' expression froze, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Chapter 123 Compared with Consumption. He has never been afraid of anyone. Ovidius was full of doubts. He knew very well how terrible the oppression he brought to the enemy in this state was. The last time he showed this kind of power, the royal wizard was frightened. But Sunan not only didn't care, but even showed a nostalgic expression. From his tone, it seems that he has encountered the same scene before. But how is this possible? In addition to him, are there other humans on the continent who have mastered the power of gods? Sunan quickly adapted to the oppressive feelings surrounding him. He had experienced similar situations countless times in his previous life. He had personally faced the messengers of gods, the sons of gods, the demigods, and even the real gods. Compared with those powerful and terrifying beings, Ovidius in front of him was simply not worth mentioning. Sunan could see that Ovidius was just absorbing the divine energy into his body, and then using it. Now he is actually equivalent to half a holy object. And his self-will and cognition have long been distorted by the mark of faith. The true power of the gods is not limited to your level. Sunan sneered. And without waiting for Ovidius, who was full of doubt, to ask, he raised his hand and fired a magic missile, hitting Ovidius. However, the starlight on the latter's body only flashed slightly, and the attacking magic missile was annihilated. Ovidius woke up. His face turned cold, and he pulled off the star-shaped necklace on his neck, held it in his hand, and clenched it suddenly. The next moment, the starlight bloomed in his palm and quickly condensed into a dark blue spear. Swish! The dark blue spear tore through the void and attacked Sunan with a sharp explosion. However, Sunan had already completed the second spell at this time, and the whole person suddenly blurred, and instantly split into 8, and scattered in all directions. Mirror shadow technique. One of the figures was pierced by the dark blue spear, and it shattered and dissipated like foam. Illusion! Ovidius snorted coldly, took out a book of stars, slapped the pages with his palm, and an invisible wave spread out instantly. Everywhere he passed, Sunan was broken and dissipated, leaving only the body. Sunan didn't care. Taking this opportunity, he had already blessed himself with a light spirit, toughness and shield, and another spell was ready. Scorching ray. A red ray with blazing heat hit Ovidius like lightning, but was still blocked by the starlight on the ladder. It's useless. You can't hurt me, Ovidius said coldly. After entering this state, his personality seemed to be completely changed. He was no longer as warm and calm as before. After hearing this, Sunan just curled his lips and ignored it. There is no invincible defense in this world. No matter how powerful the defense is, there must be some kind of upper limit. Either there is a cumulative damage upper limit, such as the Ring of Extreme Protection, or there is an instantaneous damage upper limit, and it must be supported by a lot of energy, such as the Magic Pattern Core. No matter which one it is, as long as the damage accumulates to a certain extent, it can be broken. In a flash of thought, Sunan has thrown a high-level rune gem, which turned into thunder and blasted towards Ovidius. The moment the thunder was approaching, the starlight on Ovidius' body suddenly brightened. Although he successfully blocked the thunder in the end, this performance undoubtedly revealed a clue. It's true. A smile flashed in Sunan's eyes. Your thing will consume a lot of divine grace. Right? Ovidius' face was gloomy and said, So what? Can you hold on until I run out of divine grace? As he spoke, his palm was pressed on the book of stars again. The surrounding stars suddenly vibrated and hummed, and then fell down at the same time, overwhelming Sunan. Sunan figure flashed, and while dodging, he quickly threw high-level rune gems to counterattack. The battle soon became white-hot. The two sides fought back and forth, attacking each other while trying to avoid each other's attacks and minimize the damage they received. The battle was about who would collapse first. Ovidius was confident about this. The last time he killed the wizard of the royal family, he only used the grace accumulated over 7 or 8 years. Now he still has nearly 40 years of grace in his body. Even if Sunan is stronger than the wizard of the royal family, it is more than enough to kill him. But as time passed, Ovidius' expression gradually became wrong. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Sunan had been hit by 5-star falls and 7-star spears. Why was he still not exhausted at all? How many magic items did this guy have? Ovidia knew a lot about magic items. According to his estimation, even if Sunan carried 30 or 40 alchemical magic items, they should have been used up by now. Could it be that Sunan also has a magic item of low light protection? And more than one? Just as Ovidia was horrified, for huge gray claws suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed him on the head. Ovidia was shocked. It was not that he was afraid of being hurt. With the protection of the starlight, the gray claw shadows could not hurt him at all. What shocked him was that these 4 gray claw shadows directly drained his nearly 4 years of grace. This power is definitely more than the faint light level. Ovidia was horrified. The next second, gray claw shadows appeared around him again. This time there were 6 of them. Ovidia's face turned green. He wanted to dodge, but the gray claw shadows were like a thorn in his flesh. And finally nearly 6 years of grace were consumed. In just a short while, there were only 7 or 8 years of grace left in his body. Ovidia suddenly realized that the high-intensity attack and defense had consumed a lot of grace. Looking at Sunan again, he still looked calm. How many cards does this guy have hidden? Ovidia had a bad premonition for the first time. Seeing his demeanor, Sunan sneered in his heart. He had 10 extreme protection rings on him, but he had only used 7 so far, leaving 3. Even if the extreme protection rings were used up, there were still magic rune cores. In fact, if he hadn't used up his mental power to use the magic rune core for defense, his attack would have been even more fierce. The disaster rings were used up. But for this operation, he had prepared enough high-level rune gems. Now there were more than 20 in the space ring, which could kill Aoiju. Compared to consumption, he was really not afraid of anyone. With a flip of his wrist, 3 more high-level rune gems appeared in Sunan's palm, and he threw them without saying a word. In an instant, flames, thunder and hurricanes submerged Aoiju. Crack! The surrounding starry sky finally couldn't hold on and shattered. Sunan only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next moment, he was back in the night sky, looking at Aoiju again. He had turned into a ball of starlight and rushed towards the distance. The attack just now consumed more than 4 years of Ovidia grace, and completely crushed his will to fight. At this point, he had already realized that he was no match for Sunan. If he continued to fight, the moment his grace was exhausted would be the moment of his death. Take advantage of the remaining grace and run away quickly. As long as he could return to the church headquarters in Junan City, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Unfortunately, his idea was destined to be just a luxury. Before he could escape far, a burning feeling suddenly came from the side. Ovidia turned his head in horror and saw a surging flame mixed with sulfur. Buzz! Ovidia's body was shining with stars, instantly extinguishing the flames. But the next second a dragon-like lizard-like giant beast had already pounced on him with its fangs and claws. And the man and the beast struggled and fell to the ground like a meteor. Damn it! Ovidia was shocked and angry, and condensed the star spear to stab the giant beast on his body. But as soon as he made a move, the giant beast suddenly let go of him and retreated. Ovidia was slightly startled, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sure enough, he saw an overwhelming silver metal storm coming. Chi-chi-chi. Countless spikes hit Ovidia like a rainstorm, causing the starlight to flicker. After supporting for 2 or 3 breaths, the starlight finally broke, and the dense spikes instantly penetrated Ovidia's body. The chief priest of the Starfire Church instantly turned into a bloody man. Wait! Only in time to utter a short syllable, Ovidia was crushed into a blood mist. The silver light suddenly disappeared, and silence returned to the night. Sunan slowly landed on the ground, glanced at the hidden dragon, and saw that it was not injured. So he turned his eyes to the things that fell on the ground with confidence. A book and a star-shaped necklace. Using the magician's hand to take the book and necklace in his hand, Sunan concentrated on sensing it and nodded secretly. The grace contained in this book of stars is at least 4 or 5 times that of the one obtained from Jensen before. It is normal to think about it. After all, it is a holy object held by the high priest, and its power is far greater than the previous one. The grace contained in the star-shaped necklace is less, about the same as the previous book of stars. The grace extracted from these 2 holy objects, plus the previous ones, should be enough to synthesize completely unpolluted pure energy. Thinking that he would soon increase his mental power, Sunan was suddenly in a much better mood. The pain caused by the high-level rune gems that consumed tens of thousands of gold coins in the battle was also relieved a lot. Putting away the things, Sunan reinforced the levitation technique and flew towards the direction of the Lord's mansion. In the Lord's mansion, the battle was still going on. With the blessing of the starlight, the spark cultists burst out with powerful fighting power, and cooperated with the soldiers who came to support from outside one after another, and in turn firmly suppressed the golem puppets. On the other hand, although Blake and Yoris could not defeat the second ring legendary spider puppet, they did not have to worry about losing in the short term with the power of the holy object. The situation was developing in a good direction. But Marquis Hullen was still worried and could not let it go. He looked up from time to time in the direction where Sunan and Aowaji left. He knew very well that the victory or defeat here was actually irrelevant, and the real key was the victory or defeat between Sunan and Oviju. As long as Oviju killed Sunan, the golem puppets here would not be a problem. But once Sunan won, everyone present would be doomed tonight. Seeing Marquis Hullen frowning, Casper on the side whispered, "Don't worry, Marquis. There will be no problem with the High Priest personally taking action." Casper's tone was full of strong confidence. Outsiders didn't know, but the middle and high-level members of the Spark cult knew that High Priest Oviju was a powerful person who was favored by the gods and could use the power of the gods. Even a wizard could not be the opponent of the High Priest who was favored by the gods. From the moment Sunan did not leave immediately, but chose to show up, his fate was actually doomed. As long as Sunan is dealt with, there will be nothing to fear in the Flash territory. Once the rebels are suppressed, there will be no more obstacles to the sect's missionary plan in the Principality of Stars. And the sect will also usher in prosperity. Casper thought silently, and couldn't help but raise a smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from his ear. "Someone is coming!" Everyone immediately looked up and saw a figure flying towards this side in the distance. As the distance got closer, everyone gradually saw the face of the person coming. When they saw the young face clearly, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Casper was pale and exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! How could it be Sunan? How could the High Priest lose?" Marquis Hullen no longer cared about Casper's performance. From the moment Sunan appeared in his sight, he felt like he fell into an ice cave and his limbs were cold. Even Oviju was defeated. No one in the entire Hullen province could stop Sunan. "They are finished." Marquis Hullen was filled with strong regret in an instant. If he had known that the Spark Church was so unreliable, he should not have been so hasty to stand in line. Even if he disobeyed the order of the Grand Duke, at most, he would be reprimanded and part of his territory would be confiscated. It was not like now. All his wealth and life were at stake. "I regret it so much." Looking at the pale Casper on the side, Marquis Hullen suddenly became angry, and suddenly drew out the long sword from his waist and stabbed it into Casper's heart. Casper was in despair, and he never thought that Marquis Hullen would suddenly attack. He was caught off guard and stabbed through his heart. His eyes were full of surprise and anger when he looked at Marquis Hullen. You? Before he finished speaking, Marquis Hullen had pulled out the long sword and cut off his head with his backhand. Sunan, who landed on the ground, saw this scene and showed an interested expression on his face. "Is this an internal conflict?" Bang! Marquis Hullen threw down his weapon, forced a smile at Sunan and said, "Sir Sunan, in fact, there is no need for us to get to this point. After all, we have no hatred. Right? Everything is the work of the Spark cult. I can give up the dark and join the light, and offer the Lake Lawn province with both hands. I only ask you to spare me and my family." Sunan looked at Marquis Hullen deeply and smiled suddenly. Marquis Hullen was delighted to see this, thinking that Sunan agreed to his proposal. But the next second, a lightning flash pierced through his eyebrows. "Even if you and your family are destroyed, the Lake Lawn province will still be ours, and it will be cleaner," Sunan said calmly in the face of Marquis Hullen's puzzled and unwilling expression. Then he looked at Yoris and Black, who were rushing away in the distance without even looking at the corpse that fell to the ground. After Sunan appeared, the two-star fire cult priests left all the believers behind without hesitation and turned to flee. Unfortunately, Sunan had been prepared. The two ran not far before they were stopped by Hidden Dragon. The double-edged spider soon caught up. 2 two-ring legends versus 2 one-ring legends. The outcome is self-evident. Sunan retracted his sight and began to clean up the battlefield. The night became darker and darker. After a while, Sunan walked out of the Lord's mansion calmly, glanced at the darkness behind him that had returned to silence, flew high into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the night. Chapter 124. The Eternal Life Society. August. The month of books, 1254 of the Starlight Calendar. Marquis Holland was killed in the Marquis's mansion. The entire family was destroyed overnight. When the news came out, the upper echelons of the Principality of Stars were in an uproar. The nobles of the royal family were in danger, fearing that they would be killed by Sunan in the middle of the night. The Holland province also fell into a situation of being leaderless because of the death of Marquis Holland and the extinction of all the heirs. Taking this opportunity, Baron Starley, who was stationed in G-My City, marched north and captured 4 towns including Yin City in just half a month, making great progress all the way. If most of the troops of the Flash territory were not in the other 2 provinces, Baron Starley would not have many troops under his command, and I am afraid that he alone would be enough to take down the entire Holland province. In the same year, the month of harvest, September, the Flash army conquered Soman City, the central city of Soman province, and the new Marquis Soman was captured. At this point, the entire Soman province fell into the hands of the Shining Lord. After 3 days of rest, the Shining Marquis led his army to set out, heading straight for the Zizhu province, and together with Baron Jodan stationed in Mingguang City, they besieged the Zizhu province. In less than a month, they captured more than 2/3 of the territory of the Zizhu province. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fall of the Zizhu province was a foregone conclusion. On the other hand, the royal family, the Red Leaf Province army is still fighting with the White Tower Marquis. Although it has the upper hand, there is still no sign that it can take over the White Tower province in a short time. As for the Ranchuang province, it is still under reconstruction, and its military strength can be ignored. At this point, the direction of the war has been completely reversed. Many people who were optimistic about the royal family and mocked the Shining Lord for being stupid have lost their voices. Instead, the Shining Lord's remarks on subverting the royal family are becoming more and more rampant. In the tavern, in the room, Sunan stared at the golden light slowly swirling in his palm, with a happy smile on his face. Divine energy, 12 standard units, completely purified pure energy, can be converted into any form of energy. Success, completely unpolluted pure energy. After draining all the divine grace of the holy objects, Sunan finally synthesized 12 standard units of pure divine energy. Without hesitation, he twisted his fingers on the spot and wrapped the golden light around his fingers, and then pressed it on the center of his eyebrows. Under the traction of the invisible mental power, the golden light slowly sank into the center of his eyebrows and disappeared. A familiar feeling of sublimation suddenly surged from the depths of his mind. This is the feeling brought by the substantial increase in mental power in a short period of time. Sunan closed his eyes tightly and patiently converted the divine energy into mental power bit by bit. After an unknown period of time, the last trace of divine energy was finally exhausted. Sunan opened his eyes and opened the panel as soon as possible. Spirit 41.26. Not bad. An increase of 3.02. Sunan smiled with satisfaction. The divine energy did not disappoint him. If a new star ring is not built, it will take at least 3 or 4 years of meditation to increase this much mental power if it is practiced normally. In addition, the growth of mental power can also increase the speed of proficiency growth of the star ring meditation method. The specific growth rate needs to be practiced to know. But there is no rush. Let's deal with the affairs of the Spark Church first. Sunan stood up and walked to the window, opened the window, and looked at the street below. After killing Ovidiu and Marquis Holland, he went to Junan City in Hongye Province without stopping. This is also the headquarters of the Spark Church. After Grand Duke Fanqing designated the Spark Church as the state religion, Junan City has actually become the territory of the Spark Church. The entire city has actually been controlled by the Spark Church, and even the city guards have been replaced by the so-called Holy Church of the Spark Church. The warriors wearing armor and star map cloaks that Sunan saw at the Marquis Holland's mansion that night were members of the Holy Church. Sunan originally thought that after Ovidiu's death, Junan City should be under martial law, and the guards would become more strict. But when he arrived in Junan City, he found that the actual situation was completely different from what he expected. The city was still peaceful, and people were coming and going on the streets, just like a normal town. On the contrary, the soldiers of the Holy Order stationed at the city gate looked a little worried and absent-minded, listening to the discussion of the guests in the tavern. It seems that the people of the Holy Order are rarely seen patrolling the streets these days. The worship ceremony held every 3 days by the Starfire Church has also been stopped several times. From various clues, the upper echelons of the Starfire Church seem to have fallen into chaos, which has affected the people below. Sunan felt a little strange. Even if Ovidia died, the Starfire Church would not be so panicked. It was only the High Priest who died, not the Pope. Shaking his head, Sunan activated the invisible robe, jumped out of the window, and walked towards the headquarters of the Starfire Church. No matter what, let's settle this with the Spark Cult today, and see if we can harvest another wave of holy objects. The headquarters of the Spark Cult is located in the center of Junan City. It was originally the residence of the Lord of Junan City, but now it has been converted into the headquarters of the church. When Sunan arrived there, he unexpectedly found that there was no guard at the door. The door was open, and there was a dead silence inside. Sunan vaguely felt that something was wrong. This didn't look like a trap. Originally, he wanted to use the same trick again, using the golem puppet to attack the Spark Cult headquarters, forcing out all the power of the Spark Cult and then waiting for an opportunity to act. But now, he changed his mind and rushed in directly. Passing through the gate and the corridor, he came to a wide courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Sunan saw dense skeletons scattered on the ground. Pale skeletons were lying on the ground in all directions, and it was estimated that there were no less than 100 of them. If you look closely, you can also see fine bite marks on the bones, which seemed to be left by some small creatures. There were still many broken pieces of cloth on the ground around, and it can be vaguely seen that it was the star map cloak unique to the Spark Cult. It seems that we have been beaten to the punch. Sunan's eyes flashed with doubt. Besides him, who else has such a big grudge against the Spark Cult that he would not hesitate to attack the Spark Cult headquarters? Sunan was puzzled, but he did not slow down and walked inside quickly. Along the way, he could see various pale skeletons. Judging from the traces of battles around him, the invaders were extremely powerful, and the Spark Cultists had almost no power to resist. It was a one-sided massacre. After entering the backyard, Sunan finally heard the sound of fighting in front of him. He slowed down his pace and walked forward silently. In the wide atrium, a fierce battle was taking place. On one side of the battle were hundreds of Spark Cultists, who formed a semicircular defense formation with their backs against the building. On the other side, to Sunan's surprise, it was a group of insects. They looked a bit like bees, but their heads were round mouthparts covered with dense sharp teeth, which looked a bit creepy. Although these bugs are small, only the size of eggs, they move very quickly and have extremely sharp teeth. They can chew a conspicuous gap in the armor of the Spark Cultists with one bite. Sunan finally understood where the bite marks on the bones he saw before came from. Those people were eaten alive by these bugs in front of him, including skin and flesh. Wizard apprentice? Sunan narrowed his eyes slightly. These bugs looked like the work of wizard apprentices. At this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came, and another group of bugs flew out from another entrance of the atrium. Seeing this scene, the Spark Cultists showed despair. They were already about to collapse. And now there was another group of terrible bugs, which was simply adding insult to injury. But the scene that happened immediately afterwards surprised them. The group of bugs did not fly towards them, but rushed towards another entrance of the atrium with great momentum. Discovered? Sunan frowned, opened his mouth directly, and suddenly emitted a huge sound wave from his mouth. Crushing sound wave. A group of visible twisted and rotating things roared out, hitting the insect swarm like a cannonball, and a large number of insects were instantly torn and shattered. The originally dense swarm of insects seemed to have been dug out a large piece, and a blank space appeared out of thin air. Sunan then waved his hand, and a large piece of flame surged out, burning the remaining insects completely. The moment he made a move, Sunan got out of the invisible state and revealed his figure. The Spark Cultists not far away were dumbfounded. The insect swarm that they could only barely resist with all their efforts was easily wiped out by the mysterious man in front of them. This scene made them feel like they were dreaming. A person who seemed to have a high status in the crowd quickly recognized Sunan's appearance and exclaimed, "Sunan!" The crowd of believers were shocked, and their eyes looking at Sunan suddenly changed. Is this person Sunan? The wizard who defeated the military deployment of Hulun province and killed the high priest Oviju by himself? A group of people secretly groaned. The enemy in front of them was already difficult to deal with, And now there is another terrible and powerful enemy. It seems that they will not be able to escape today. Ignoring the reactions of the spark cultists, Sunan turned his head and looked at the entrance of the atrium diagonally opposite. Come out. Don't hide. A low laugh sounded, and a man in a gray robe walked out from the corner. His eyes fell on the face of the visitor, and Sunan couldn't help frowning slightly. It was because the appearance of the visitor was too abstract. It looked like a combination of the face of a human and an insect. It was hideous and terrifying, but also a little disgusting. In one word, it was a bit sanity depleting. The gray-white skin exposed outside was bulging and twisting from time to time, as if something was crawling underneath. A wizard apprentice who has merged the blood of some insect beast. Sunan understood a little. As expected, he is a wizard apprentice who can kill Ovidiu. He is really capable. The gray-robed man stared at Sunan with eyes like insect compound eyes. You are here for the god's remains. 2. God's remains? Sunan's expression changed. Is this the reason behind the Starfire cult's possession of the god's blood and holy relics? But where did this man come from? And why did he know the secrets of the Starfire cult? His mind was racing. But Sunan remained calm and said lightly, So what? The gray-robed man's mouth opened into a terrifying arc, revealing a weird smile. It's a pity. I have to ask you to give up the god's remains of the Starfire cult. We, the Eternal Life Society, are determined to get it. The Eternal Life Society? Wizard Apprentice Organization? If that's the case, listening to the name, this group of wizard apprentices seems to have great ambitions. You want to pick peaches? Sunan sneered. The Starfire cult can be said to have been defeated almost by him alone. This so-called wizard apprentice of the Eternal Life Society did nothing but jumped out to pick peaches at the last minute. How could he tolerate such a thing? So you don't plan to give up? The gray-robed man laughed. Sunan didn't waste any words and fired a magic missile directly. 7 magic missiles whizzed and hit the gray-robed man. But the latter's body exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of insects and flying away, rushing out of the courtyard, leaving only a cold word. You will regret it. Sunan was slightly startled. He didn't expect the gray-robed man to speak so arrogantly, but run away so decisively. This is inconsistent with his words and deeds. After confirming that the gray-robed man really left, Sunan shook his head and turned his eyes to the group of Xingho believers. As the gray-robed man left, the insects also flew away. The Xingho believers who survived the disaster collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, looking at Sunan with fear. One evil spirit left, but there is another one in front of him. Sunan looked at the old man who recognized him at the first time and asked, Who was that man just now? I don't know either. The old man replied with some fear. That man had sneaked into the church headquarters once before, but was repelled by Archbishop Ovidiu. When Archbishop Ovidiu was mentioned, the old man looked at the man in front of him with more fear. After all, Archbishop Ovidiu was said to have died at the hands of this man in front of him. Sunan also reacted at this time. It turned out that the gray-robed man knew that he couldn't beat him, so he left without any hesitation. Is he going back to get help? However, since he was able to escape from Ovidiu's hands, the gray-robed man is at least quite strong among the third-level wizard apprentices. It seems that the Eternal Life Society is not a second-rate force. I have to ask other people at the next gathering. Where is the god's remains? Sunan asked again. I don't know what god's remains are. The old man looked confused. Sunan frowned, threw a charm human, and asked again, but got the same answer. Others were also unaware. After thinking for a while, Sunan asked again, Where is your pope? The pope is still in seclusion. The old man glanced at the building behind him. It was obviously the place where the pope of the Spark Church was in seclusion. Sunan sneered. Such a big thing happened. And your pope still has the mind to retreat, which is quite calm. The pope and the 3 chief priests of the Spark Church are Ovidiu and Jinsen, Yoris and Blake. Now these 4 people have died at the hands of Sunan without exception. And the top leaders of the Spark Church can be said to have been wiped out. It is really incomprehensible that their pope has not stepped up to take charge of the situation at this time, and is still in seclusion. No wonder the Spark Church is in chaos now. And even the headquarters was attacked, and almost all the believers were killed. The secret room, where the pope is in seclusion, is made of refined steel. Even a legendary knight cannot break it from the outside. The key to enter the secret room is only owned by Archbishop Ovidiu. We can't open the secret room at all. And we can't contact the pope. Key? Sudan thought about it and shook his head. When killing Oviju, he was too heavy-handed. Except for the holy objects. Oviju and everything on his body were destroyed by him. Even if there was a key, it would have been gone long ago. It seems that I have to change this habit of being too heavy-handed in the future. Concentrating his thoughts, Sudan looked at the building in front of him. He is getting more and more curious now. According to the descriptions of these believers, the Pope of the Spark Church rarely shows up. And Oviju presides over the affairs of the church most of the time. Even Oviju is the only one who can see and contact the Pope. This is undoubtedly very abnormal. It is almost equivalent to that the Spark Church is completely controlled by Oviju alone. And the Pope is completely dispensable. This is obviously not a normal church phenomenon. Chapter 125 Machine for Converting Faith Power. After getting the information he wanted, Sunan killed the remaining Spark cultists without hesitation. Let Hidden Dragon and Double-Edged Spider guard outside to prevent the Grey-Robed Man from making a comeback. And then Sunan entered the building. At the end of the silent corridor, there was only a closed metal door. As the Spark cultist said just now, the door and the wall were cast with refined steel, which was much harder than Blackstone iron. Let alone the first ring Legendary Knight. Even the second ring Legendary Knight would not be able to break through here in a short time. But it was not a big deal for Sunan. He walked straight to the metal door, looked down at the lock on the door, which looked very sophisticated at first glance, and directly used a lock-picking spell. Immediately, there was a click, and the door lock opened. Although the lock-picking spell is a zero-ring spell, it is very practical. No matter how sophisticated and complex the lock is, as long as it is not a secret lock or a magic lock, a lock-picking spell can solve it. This secret room designed by the Spark cult can only block knights and ordinary people, and is useless to wizard apprentices who have mastered the art of unlocking. Pushing open the heavy metal door, the scene behind the door soon appeared in Sunan's eyes. The entire secret room was empty, without a piece of furniture, only the cold metal floor, walls and ceiling. A figure was lying alone in the middle of the room. It was a man in his 40s, wearing a gorgeous star map robe, lying motionless on the ground, with a crown inlaid with jewels and a long staff made of gold next to him. Is this man the Pope of the Spark cult? Sunan stood at the door and observed for a while, and gradually showed a strange expression on his face. In his spiritual perception, the soul in the man lying on the ground had completely dissipated, and he could not sense any soul breath. But the strange thing was that he was not dead, and his body still had signs of life, like a living corpse. This strange situation made Sunan very confused. He released a weakening ray towards the man, but after the spell landed on the other party, it was offset by a strange force. This force gave him a very familiar feeling. God's grace. Sunan's eyes condensed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he remained alert and walked towards the man carefully, until he came close. The man still did not react. Seeing this, Sunan directly checked. After a moment, he finally confirmed that the soul of the Pope of the Spark Church had completely dissipated. The remaining body was completely supported by the grace in the body, so that it did not completely stop life activities and rot and die. What surprised Sunan was that although the amplitude was extremely weak, so weak that it was almost unnoticeable, the grace in the man's body was indeed slowly increasing. So that's it. After a little thought, Sunan quickly understood. The Pope of the Spark Church has actually become a machine that can receive the power of faith and convert it into grace. He has no self-consciousness and cannot move. He just relies on God's grace to support his life, lying in the secret room day after day to transform the power of faith. This is why the people of the Starfire Church rarely see the Pope show up, because their Pope is actually dead, and now only a flesh body is left. The one who really controls the entire Starfire Church behind the scenes is their High Priest Oviju. This also explains why Oviju can control so much God's grace. It turns out that the God's grace of the entire Starfire Church is all his. But the problem is that humans cannot transform the power of faith into God's grace. The Pope of the Starfire Church can do this, and there must be other reasons hidden in his body. Thinking of the divine skeleton mentioned by the Grey-Robed Man just now, Sunan had a vague guess in his heart. He carefully examined the body of the Pope of the Starfire Church, and soon found something unusual. On the right hand of the Pope of the Starfire Church, the ring finger is completely different from other parts, and contains more God's grace. After using his mental power to sense it, Sunan quickly determined that this ring finger did not belong to the Pope himself, but was stitched on later. The key is that the strength of this finger is ridiculously high. Sunan used the blade condensed from the magic pattern core to cut it with all his strength. But he could not leave even a white mark, even with the factor of divine protection. This strength is far beyond that of a first-ring legendary knight. This is definitely not an ordinary human body part. Obviously, this ring finger is the so-called divine skeleton. I don't know whether to say that you are brave or ignorant for integrating the divine skeleton into yourself. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Gods are countless levels higher than humans, and their life essence level completely crushes ordinary people. Even if it is just a part of the corpse of a god, it is equivalent to a very terrible source of pollution for ordinary people. Even formal wizards dare not integrate the divine skeleton into their bodies. A mere legendary knight dares to do so, which is no different from seeking death. The Pope's soul was probably destroyed by the impact of the fusion of the divine body. His consciousness and thoughts disappeared, and his body was subtly transformed by the divine body into a tool for absorbing the power of faith and transforming the grace of God. This body is being transformed by the grace of God every moment, and transformed into a life form that is closer to the nature of the divine body. In time, if the scale of the Spark Church expands, the power of faith will surge dozens of times, and it will continue for tens of thousands of years. Maybe this body can be completely transformed into a divine body. By then, the real star god will be resurrected from the divine body. This is the terrifying thing about the gods. Even if most of the divine body is destroyed, leaving only a small part, as long as there is enough power of faith and time, it can still be revived again. The key is that the gods can also distort the will and cognition of the creatures that come into contact with the divine body bit by bit, turning them into their own believers, and spontaneously working hard for the revival of the gods. From this point of view, in fact, all gods can be called evil gods. What a weird thing. I wonder what the Wizard Apprentice of the Eternal Life Society wants this for. Do they also have a way to purify divine energy? After pondering for a while without any results, Sunan shook his head and turned his attention back to the body in front of him. He held the divine skeleton finger and gently pulled it out. He immediately felt the divine grace in the Pope's body surge rapidly, gathering in the ring finger as if it had life. Sunan seized the opportunity, condensed a silver knife, and decisively cut towards the part where the divine skeleton and the Pope's body were connected, successfully separating the two. God's skeleton finger. Sunan concentrated and sensed that there was not much divine grace in the ring finger, perhaps because it was extracted by Ovidiu. But even so, it was more than 10 times the amount of divine grace contained in the Book of Stars, and it was estimated that it would be no problem to increase his mental power by 2 or 3 points. After coming back to his senses from his joy, Sunan directly put the finger into the magic cube. Although this thing is vitality, it has no independent consciousness, so the magic cube can store it. Looking at the Pope again, as the divine body separated, his body rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing pale bones, and finally disintegrated with flesh and bones. Not long after, there was only a faint gray mark left at the original place. "It's over," Sunan whispered, "without the tools to transform the power of faith. Even if there are still members left in this Spark sect, they can no longer create holy objects and divine blood, without the means to quickly improve their strength. This sect will soon fall apart and will no longer pose a threat. After today, the Spark sect will become history." After doing all this, Sunan left the secret room and rushed to the warehouse and Ovidiu's residence respectively. These two locations were interrogated from the Spark sect. If there are any good things in the Spark sect headquarters, most of them are in these two places. As expected, Sunan found a large number of gold coins and jewelry in the warehouse, and the initial estimate of the total value is at least more than 50,000 gold coins. The amount is not much, but for a church in the development stage, it is not bad to have so much cash flow, enough to make 2 or 3 legendary double-bladed spiders. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be gained from Ovidia residence, only some documents such as secret records. Originally, Sunan was still expecting to find 1 or 2 holy objects. After doing all this, Sunan left Junan City without stopping. After destroying the Xingho sect, his mission for this trip was basically completed. Next, it is time to go back and deal with the god's remains. Redleaf Province, Star City. Deep in the palace, Grand Duke Star walked on the silent and deserted corridor, his expression full of fatigue, and against the background of his graying silver hair. The whole person looked more and more old and haggard. More and more unfavorable news came from the front line. The army sent by the royal family has been unable to defeat the army of the Marquis of Baida, and was dragged into a stalemate. The rebels, however, were advancing triumphantly on the battlefield of Ziju province. With an unstoppable momentum, the Marquis of Ziju sent one letter after another asking for help. But the royal family had no extra troops to send to support. If this continues, Ziju province may not be able to hold out for even a month, and will fall into the hands of the rebels. The situation has deteriorated to an extremely bad point. Why has it become like this? Grand Duke Fanqing sighed wearily, thinking of the wizard named Sunan that the Spark cult had mentioned. He knew more about wizards than most people. After all, the royal family originally worshipped a wizard. It's just that although the wizard was also very powerful, he was not good at refining golem puppets, let alone forming a strong army like the Golem Legion and the Black Rock Cavalry Regiment. I have never heard of any wizard who can do this and influence the direction of a large-scale war by himself. It was this misjudgment that led to the situation developing to this point. While thinking, Grand Duke Fanqing had already arrived at the door of the secret room at the end of the corridor. He stopped, straightened his appearance, then knocked on the door gently and said respectfully, "Granduncle." There was silence. After a long time, a deep voice came from behind the door. "Come in." Duke Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief, pushed the door open and walked in. The decoration in the secret room was very simple, with only a bed, a table and a chair. There was not even a painting. A man with ordinary features, who looked only about 40 years old and dressed simply, sat on the chair and looked over calmly, looking at the familiar face that had remained the same for decades. Duke Fanqing's heart trembled slightly, and he could not suppress a surge of jealousy. Looking at Grand Duke Fanqing, the man showed a complicated look, sighed and said, "You shouldn't have cooperated with the Spark cult. There is no free lunch in the world, and the so-called gods are not benevolent. There must be a huge price behind the gift of gods to gain immortality. Even if you really extend your life in the end, you may become a puppet of those crazy people. You did a bad thing this time." Grand Duke Fanqing smiled bitterly and said in a bitter voice, "Granduncle, it's all my fault. I was blinded by greed. But now the Spark cult has been destroyed. The rebels are coming here aggressively, and will soon hit here. I really have no choice but to beg you." The man asked calmly, "What do you want me to do?" Grand Duke Fanqing said quickly, "Please ask my great-uncle to kill Sunan. As long as Sunan dies, I will have a chance to defeat the rebels." The man was silent for a long time, and then asked, "If Sunan dies, are you 100% sure that you can suppress the rebels?" Grand Duke Fanqing's expression froze, and after a long time he gritted his teeth and said, "Even if I can't win, I will fight to the death, and will never let the Kessler family be humiliated." This time, the man was silent for even longer. Just when Grand Duke Fanqing was uneasy, the man finally spoke. "Okay, I will go find Sunan. Thank you, Great Uncle." Grand Duke Fanqing was overjoyed when he heard this. Grand Uncle was already a three-ring legendary knight 50 years ago. With his help, there is a great hope of killing Sunan. In fact, if it weren't for the damned Spark sect tempting him with immortality, with his great uncle around, he wouldn't care about the threat of the Spark sect at all, let alone cooperate with the Spark sect. Who would have thought that the Spark sect was so useless? And they acted in a high-handed manner, as if they were shepherds, but in fact they were vulnerable. Before he could even hold on, the Spark sect was destroyed by Sunan. It was really despicable. In any case, since his great-uncle was willing to help, there was hope for the crisis to be resolved. Seeing his great-uncle wave his hand, Grand Duke Fanqing said goodbye and left tactfully. But when he turned around, he didn't see the meaningful look his great-uncle cast at him. In the 1254th year of the Starlight Calendar, the month of Autumn Curtain, October, the Shining Army conquered Ziju province and completely incorporated it into its territory. Then he marched north and joined the army led by Baron Starly under his command, and took over the entire Holland province in just 1 month. So far, 4 of the 7 provinces of the Principality of Stars have fallen into the hands of the Shining Territory. The other White Tower province is also an ally of the Shining Territory. The only provinces still in the hands of the royal family are the Red Leaf province and the Frost province. Among them, the Frost province has not yet recovered, and its combat power is almost negligible. The only province that really has the strength to fight is the Red Leaf province. At this point in the war, even the most optimistic people do not think that the royal family can turn the tide. In the 1254th year of the Starlight calendar, the month of Frost, November, the Shining Army and the White Tower Army gathered at the border of the Red Leaf Province, and the war was about to break out. Chapter 126 Legendary Genius. Identity revealed. In a quiet room, Sunan sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint blue light seemed to flash in his eyes. Huh? Sunan took a long breath and smiled happily. Opening the panel, the mental power column had become 44.11. As he expected, after absorbing the divine energy extracted from the divine body and synthesized and purified, his mental power soared by 2.85. It must be said that the improvement of mental power by divine energy is really significant. This time, the speed of building the star ring should be much faster. Originally, according to Sunan estimation, it would take at least 40 to 50 years to successfully build 18 star rings. But with the method of increasing mental power with divine energy, he might be promoted to a formal wizard within 20 years. But the premise is to find a new source of divine energy. The Spark Church has now been destroyed. The gods' remains have lost their source of faith and have been drained of God's grace. Now they have become a piece of corpse with no other characteristics except being very hard. The only use is to study it as experimental material. Maybe it can be used in future body transformation experiments. Sunan actually thought about whether to keep the Pope and control a few senior executives to manage the Spark Church, and use those Spark believers to provide faith power to transform into God's grace. But the gods' remains are too evil. Whether it is the gods' blood or the holy objects, they will change the cognition and will of the people who come into contact with them, and turn them into fanatics, who want to revive the star god. Such a group of lunatics cannot be controlled at all. It will only create a group of new enemies for itself. But if you don't use God's blood and holy objects, you can't develop religion simply by relying on doctrines. After all, this is a world where extraordinary power exists. And you can't develop loyal believers who can provide faith power by just talking. After thinking it over again and again, Sunan finally decided to give up this idea and extracted all the grace from the divine skeleton and put it in his bag for safekeeping. As for divine energy, it is not exclusive to gods. Many ancestral spirits, totem spirits, and divine creatures also have divine energy. Although the concentration is a little weak, it doesn't matter. Just use the magic cube to synthesize it to increase the concentration. Speaking of which, most divine creatures have the blood of ancient beasts, and the blood concentration is not low. If you can find a divine creature, you can also extract the blood to make a blood mark. Sunan remembered the blood mark he got from Avigne's experimental notes. It was a practical and powerful means of combat. The only problem was that it required the blood of ancient beasts. But later he was either busy dealing with the affairs of the underground world or busy dealing with the Spark cult, and he never had time to find the descendants of the ancient beasts. It seems that there are many descendants of ancient beasts in the underground world. When this war is over, I will take the time to search for them. You can also post clues for purchase at the Jungle Hut. After completing his daily meditation, Sunan walked out of the room. Now his proficiency in practicing the star ring meditation method has soared to 4,500. At this rate, before the arrival of the flowing fire month, July, next year, he should be able to build the 14-star ring. Leaving the courtyard where he lived, Sunan went straight to the main building in the backyard. He is now in Jianshan City, located on the border of Baida Province, and more than 10 kilometers to the northwest is the territory of Hongya Province. Now the armies of Flash Territory and Baida Province have gathered in Jianshan City, sharpening their knives, waiting for the arrival of supplies and food, and then attacking Hongya Province to complete the last battle. Walking on the path of the Lord's Mansion in Jianshan City, there is a sentry every 100 steps along the way, and there are fully armed patrol guards, which can be said to be heavily guarded. When they entered the courtyard where Qi and the Marquis of Baida live, the security level was raised by several levels. In addition to the numerous night guards, there were dozens of stone golems scattered everywhere. There were more than 10 double-edged spiders lying on the roof of the building. There was also a steel golem standing in front of the main building, standing like an iron tower. Whenever someone passed by, it would move its iron-like head and stare at the person until it was confirmed that there was no threat. Then it would move its head again. The servants passing by were terrified, fearing that this big guy would suddenly punch them and turn them into meat paste. Entering the main building, Sunan saw Qi and the Marquis of Bida sitting in the hall, seemingly discussing something. The Marquis of Bida was in his 60s this year, but because he was a great knight, he looked like he was in his early 40s, in his prime. He did not live up to this adjective. It was said that he had 2 sons and a daughter last year, making a huge contribution to the family's expansion. In fact, this is also a common feature of many noble knights. They will give birth to as many offspring as possible while they are still able to, leaving more excellent bloodlines for the family, thus strengthening the family. Therefore, the emergence of a great knight in the family is often a sign that the family is beginning to prosper. If the war had not suddenly broken out, the Marquise of Flash might have been pregnant again. Qi's thoughts in this regard are the same as most noble knights. But in fact, he hopes that Sunan can have more branches and leave a bloodline with wizard qualifications. But unfortunately, he can't convince Sunan, so he can only give up. Seeing Sunan coming in, the Marquis of White Tower subconsciously stood up to greet him. Facing this powerful wizard who destroyed the Spark cult and changed the war situation with his own strength. Even as a Marquis, he dared not neglect it. Greetings, Your Excellency Sunan. Greetings, Marquis of White Tower. The two greeted each other. Qi smiled and said, Sunan, you came at the right time. We are discussing how to attack the Red Leaf province. Any strategy? Sunan asked casually after sitting down. It's not a strategy. The Marquis of White Tower smiled and seemed confident. Just attack with all your might. We have a great chance of winning. It's no wonder that the Marquis of White Tower looked so confident. After all, things are different now. Now the military strength of Flash territory and White Tower province has completely crushed Red Leaf province. Even if no strategy is implemented, they can defeat the enemy by simply pushing forward. Father-in-law is right. He nodded in agreement, and then changed the subject. The only problem is the 3-ring legendary knight in the royal family that you told me about, who has been hiding for many years. After reading the secret record taken from Ovidia's study, Sunan learned that the royal family had produced a genius with outstanding talent 50 years ago, who was promoted to a 3-ring legendary knight at the age of 80, causing a sensation. But later, that person suddenly disappeared for some reason. According to the investigation of the Spark Church, the 3-ring legendary knight seemed to be still living in seclusion in the palace of Star City. If it weren't for the existence of that powerful person, the Spark cult would have taken more drastic measures to force the royal family to agree to their demands. To be honest, Sunan was skeptical about this information. After all, the lifespan of a 3-ring legendary knight is only 120 to 30 years. If that person is still alive, he is probably over 130 years old. Even if he is not dead, he is not far away. His strength must have weakened to the extreme, unless he breaks through to the 4-ring legendary realm. But if that is the case, then he can directly suppress the Spark cult. There is no need to pretend to be friendly with the Spark cult. Even if he wants a way to live forever, he can just rob it directly. The power of the 4-ring legendary knight is enough to be comparable to the top group of 3rd-level wizard apprentices. Even Ovidiu, who can use the grace of God, is not the opponent of the 4-ring legendary knight. Sunan guessed that if that person is really still alive, and his power has not subsided, and is still maintained at a level that is enough to make the Spark cult cautious, then he'd probably use some means to prolong his life. Regardless, knowing that there might be such a person, Sunan decided to take precautions early. This is why he appeared in Jianshan City at this time. If that person is still there, he should show up soon. After all, the war is not far from ending. If I am not mistaken, that person should be Mr. Evans. The Marquis of the White Tower showed a nostalgic expression. That was when I was still young. I was still training my body and hadn't even touched the breathing method yet. I was just a sword-wielding attendant. But Lord Evans was already the youngest 3-ring legendary knight in the principality, and the only 3-ring legendary knight. My grandfather and the noble children of the same generation as Lord Evans. None of them had a talent that could surpass him. Since the beginning of their training, all their peers have been living in his shadow. But later, I don't know why Lord Evans suddenly disappeared. I asked my grandfather, but he was also very secretive and never told me the reason. He sighed. I didn't expect there would be such a legendary figure in the principality. But there is no need to worry. The Marquis of the White Tower smiled. After all, we still have Lord Sunan. Even Lord Evans. I believe he is not Lord Sunan opponent. He showed an expression of deep approval. His strong confidence in Sunan was accumulated through victory after victory. Even if a powerful enemy appeared, he believed that Sunan could solve it. Sunan just smiled slightly when he heard this. He really wanted to meet that Evans. Late at night. Jungle Cabin. Another gathering after 3 months. The participants included Night Owl, Red Heart, Rose, Dead Wounds, Scepter, Black Forest, and Sunan himself. Except for the member who never showed up. Everyone was present. By the way, what's the name of the remaining member of Jungle Cabin? And why doesn't he ever attend the gathering? Finally, Sunan couldn't help asking the question that had been lingering in his mind. Yeshu smiled and said, "His name is Traveler. He likes to explore and adventure everywhere. He is often entangled in unexpected events. It is common for him not to attend parties for several years." The last time that guy appeared, he said he was exploring the underground world. He didn't attend any parties in the past 3 years. Maybe he has died somewhere in the underground world. Wang Hai said gloatingly. Underground world. Sunan was thoughtful. It seems that the codename Traveler was not chosen casually. After the greetings, the party entered the transaction process. Because there were more people participating this time, the whole process lasted more than half an hour. When it was Sunan's turn, he said directly, "I need clues about the descendants of the bloodline of ancient beasts." Descendants of the bloodline of ancient beasts. Everyone looked at each other. This thing is not easy to find. This kind of existence is either very strong or lives in a sparsely populated place, which is very difficult to find. Sunan raised a finger, a valuable clue. 30 magic stones. I keep an eye on it, Rose said immediately. The others also agreed. It's just a clue, and they don't need to capture it themselves. They can get 30 magic stones in exchange. It's worth it. In addition, I want to know the information about the Eternal Life Society, Sunan said afterwards. As soon as these words came out, the room suddenly became quiet. Yi Xiao asked in a deep voice, "Have you met anyone from the Eternal Life Society?" Sunan nodded slightly and said, "It's a 3rd-level wizard apprentice who controls insects. It is very likely that he is merged with some kind of insect beast blood. That guy is called Yugo, a wizard apprentice who is merged with the blood of insect beasts. He is a very sinister and despicable guy." Rose took over the conversation and said, "Is the Eternal Life Society also a wizard apprentice organization like us?" "Almost." Yi Xiao nodded. The Eternal Life Society was also founded by a group of wizard apprentices with the same philosophy. It's just that their philosophy is completely different from ours. The wizard apprentices of the Eternal Life Society are committed to the pursuit of immortality. They believe that as long as they live long enough, they will be promoted to wizard sooner or later. So they frantically pursue various methods that can prolong their lifespans. Hei Lin chuckled and said, "The Eternal Life Society is a group of lunatics. They can do anything for immortality. For example, the beast disaster that Heb created before is just a commonplace for the guys in the Eternal Life Society. But those lunatics have always been active in the northwest region of the continent. How could they suddenly run to Fanqing?" Halfway through his words, Hei Lin suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He laughed awkwardly and closed his mouth and stopped talking. The rest of the people were also silent. The Principality of Fanqing is located in the southeast region of the continent, thousands of kilometers away from the northwest region. It is not surprising that Hei Lin has such doubts. But the question is, how did he know that Sunan was the Yugo he met in the Principality of Stars? Sunan looked around and saw the reactions of the crowd, and he immediately understood. It seems that the members of the Jungle Hut already know his identity. Sunan was actually prepared for this situation. The things that happened in Blackstone City and Jinan Province before were only the affairs of one province of the Principality of Stars. They were not conspicuous among the many countries in the southeast region of the continent. The members of the Jungle Hut were all over the Starlight Continent. So it was not surprising that they could not know in time. But before, he used magic stones to lure everyone to collect the god blood amber, which had already made them pay attention to the Principality of Stars and the Spark Church. Recently, he made such a big thing as destroying the Spark Church and subverting the royal family. It was impossible for them to not know. If they still couldn't guess his identity at this time, then the people in the Jungle Hut were too slow. But Sunan didn't care. Now that he has become powerful, and has many trump cards such as the Golden Apple, the Magic Pattern Core, and the high-level Rune Gem, he is confident that he can defeat the other party even if he is surrounded by multiple wizard apprentices. At this time, he no longer cares about exposing his identity. In the final analysis, If you want to quickly improve your strength, you will inevitably do a lot of high-profile things. And exposing your identity is a matter of time. As long as you have enough power, you don't have to worry about the consequences of exposing your identity. Ahem. Night Owl coughed lightly and broke the silence. In short, the guys in the Eternal Life Society act recklessly, and it is not a good thing to be targeted by them. Player, you'd better be careful. I will. Su Nan nodded calmly. Chapter 127 Clues to the Starry Tower. At the end of the month of Frost, the coalition forces of Flash Territory and White Tower Province finally completed their war preparations. However, just as Key and the Marquis of White Tower were preparing to launch the final attack, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the door. Evans? In the meeting room, Sunan was stunned after hearing what Key said. That's right. Key and the Marquis of White Tower looked at each other, and their expressions were also a little strange. When we first received the letter, we also suspected that the other party was planning some conspiracy. But the people we sent over have already investigated clearly that the person there is indeed Evans, the legendary figure of the royal family. The Marquis of White Tower also nodded. I have seen the portrait uploaded below, and it is indeed Mr. Evans. Yes, he looks exactly the same as he did 50 years ago. Sudan was puzzled. This is strange. Why did he come to our territory alone? And he wanted to see me by name? Even if it is a three-ring legendary knight, it is still difficult for one person to fight against 1,000 hands. In the territory of the coalition forces, he could completely dispatch the Golem Corps and the Black Rock Cavalry Corps to besiege Evans. As long as he spared no expense, he could kill him with the human wave tactics. After all, the legendary knight is not a wizard apprentice, but has strong combat power. He does not have so many strange means. Once he is surrounded, he will die. Not to mention that Sunan is here. We don't know his purpose, but I have sent the Golem Corps to surround the tavern where Evans is. He looked at Sunan with a serious expression. What do you think? Do you want to meet him? Or do we take action directly and take this opportunity to kill Evans? As long as Evans is solved, the biggest uncertainty in this war will disappear, and victory will be at hand. Sunan thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. I go meet him. He originally planned to meet Evans to see how the other party extended his life. Besides, he was also very curious about the reason why Evans wanted to meet him. Seeing that Sunan had made a decision, Key and the Marquis of Bida stopped talking. Anyway, they were all on their own territory, so there was no need to worry even if Evans had any conspiracy. When they arrived at the tavern where Evans was, it was surrounded by 3 layers of enemies inside and outside. All they could see were dense stone golems, Black Rock Cavalry, and even steel golems. It can be said that Evans could not escape at this moment. Sunan became more and more curious about Evans's purpose. This legendary figure would not come here to die on his own initiative. Right? Pushing open the door of the tavern. The tavern was deserted, except for an ordinary-looking man in his 40s sitting at the table in the middle. There was no other figure. When his eyes fell on the man, a trace of surprise flashed in Sunan's eyes. In his perception, the vitality in the man's body was vigorous and surging, as if he was in his prime, and it was hard to imagine that this was an old man over 130 years old. Obviously, Evans was far from the end of his life. I've heard of you for a long time. Your Excellency Sunan. Thank you for agreeing to my request for a meeting. Evans stood up and smiled, pointing to the seat opposite. Mind having a drink with me? Sunan nodded and sat down opposite Evans. There were 2 glasses of beer on the table. From the color, it was just the most ordinary beer in the tavern. Sunan had no intention of drinking, and asked directly, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Your Excellency?" Evans didn't care, and said with a smile, "I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "I know that the royal family is doomed to lose this war, so I come to ask you to keep some blood for the Kessler family. In return, I can provide clues to the Starry Tower." "The Starry Tower?" Sunan's heart skipped a beat. This time he was really surprised. He never thought that Evans was looking for him for this matter, and he didn't expect that the other party actually had clues to the Starry Tower. Thinking of Evans' royal bloodline, Sunan had a vague understanding in his heart. The Tower of Stars is indeed related to the royal family. Evans smiled slightly. You can say that. In fact, the wizard who built the Tower of Stars was the ancestor of our Kessler bloodline. Why then? Sunan didn't finish his words, but Evans already understood his doubts, and shook his head with a wry smile. Although our ancestors left us the key to enter the Tower of Stars, those who enter must have wizard qualifications, or become three-ring legendary knights. Unfortunately, after so many years, only I, a member of the royal family, have met the conditions to enter the Tower of Stars. Sunan raised his eyebrows and said, "So you can still maintain a strong vitality now. Is it also because of the Tower of Stars?" "That's right," Evans admitted frankly. "I passed the night trial of the Tower of Stars, and got a bottle of Dawn Potion, which extended my life by almost 1/3. The lifespan of a three-ring legendary knight is about 120 to 30 years, and if it is extended by 1/3, it is 160 to 70 years. Because of the high physical strength and the infiltration of elemental power, the legendary knight body will always remain in peak condition unless it is the last few years of life. No wonder Evan's vitality is so vigorous. According to him, he can live for at least another 30 to 40 years. However, the potion that can extend the lifespan by 1/3 is at least a 4th level potion, which is already a field that only formal wizards can touch. The Starry Tower is worthy of being the inheritance of formal wizards. Such good things can be obtained by just the reward of the night trial." "What is in the Starry Tower?" Sunan asked curiously. Evan shook his head with some shame and said, "You need to pass 3 trials to enter the Tower of Stars. I was not strong enough. I only passed the first trial the first time and failed the second trial. I was lucky the second time and barely passed the second trial, but I still failed in the third trial. I was teleported out after taking the reward potion. From beginning to end, I could not enter the Tower of Stars, so I don't know what it is like inside." "Can you enter the Tower of Stars multiple times?" This is the first time Sunan has heard of this. "As long as you meet the entry conditions, you can try as many times as you want. However, the Tower of Stars only appears once every 20 years, and each time only lasts for 2 months. During this period, everyone has only one challenge opportunity. Once you fail, you can only wait another 20 years. Sunan frowned secretly. He didn't expect that the Tower of Stars had such restrictions. However, the Tower of Stars is a wizard heritage left by ancient wizards. The original intention is probably to leave a little hope for those with wizard qualifications in this elemental desert, so it makes sense to have stricter restrictions. Where is the Starry Tower?" "I don't know." Evan shook his head. "The Starry Tower does not exist on the Starlight continent. Only when it appears can I sense its location with the key. And the place where it appears is random every time. Not on the Starlight continent. Then it must be in a certain dimension. Maybe it is a half-dimensional space opened up by a formal wizard. In this way, it is almost impossible to find its location before the Starry Tower appears on its own initiative." Sunan sighed with some disappointment, but soon cheered up again. "In any case, we finally got the clue of the Starry Tower, which is undoubtedly good news." However, although he was happy, Sunan did not relax his vigilance. He looked at Evans and said, "You traded the key of the Starry Tower with me just to let me keep a little blood of the Kessler family?" Evans showed a complicated expression, sighed and said, "I don't like fighting by nature. I prefer to travel around. To be honest, I am very opposed to political struggles and wars. If possible, I don't want to care about this matter at all. It's just that I once promised my brother that I would help the Kessler family to keep a little blood for the family when it was in danger of destruction. In the current situation, even if I ask you to let go of the current Grand Duke and his heir, I think you won't agree. Right?" Sunan's face was calm, and he didn't answer. Just as a default, cutting the grass and eradicating the roots is the quality that any qualified overlord should have. At the beginning, Marquis Jinyan and Owen died because they didn't kill P and Sunan. He had personally experienced this series of events, so he naturally would not repeat the same mistakes and leave himself with huge troubles. He would definitely get rid of the Grand Duke and all the royal bloodlines that might directly threaten his ruling position. Of course, if Sunan asked, he would agree. But Sunan did not intend to do so. Seeing Sunan's thoughts, Evans finally gave up the last thought and stopped testing. He said sincerely, "So I only ask you to leave a little bloodline for the Kessler family, even if it is a collateral line." Sunan said without denying, "I have another question. You are not weak in strength. Why don't you try to fight back? Why do you admit defeat to me so easily?" Hearing this, Evans couldn't help showing a strange expression. He seemed to remember something, shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't want to die. You wizards are a group of tricky guys, with endless tricks and trump cards. I was already very surprised that Ovija could kill a wizard. But even Ovija died at your hands. I don't think I can be your opponent. Instead of struggling to death, sacrificing my life, and dragging the entire Kessler family to perish together, it's better to make a deal with you. Wizards believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. In my opinion, the Star Tower should still be attracted to you. Sunan raised his eyebrows. You know a lot about wizards. I have traveled abroad in recent years, and have met several wizards. I know a lot about wizards from them. Evan shrugged and said, Oh! Sunan immediately became interested. Where did you meet them? Evan smiled and said, Is this also part of the deal? Sunan pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. I promise you. As long as you give me the key to the Starry Tower and tell me the information about those wizards, I can guarantee the next member, who has the blood of the Kessler family, and is no older than 5 years old. Evans was excited. Deal. But you have to sign a vow contract. It seems that you really know wizards. Sunan looked at Evans deeply, but did not refuse. Signing a vow contract is also good for him, which can ensure that the information Evans tells him is true, especially about the Starry Tower. As long as there is a creature with a soul, they can sign a vow contract. After a while, the two of them signed a vow contract. The moment the contract was reached, Evan showed a relieved expression on his face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off. It seems that he really rejects this kind of thing. Come to think of it. Otherwise, with Evans, the three-ring legendary knight, as long as he was willing to stand up and support the royal family, there would not be so many ambitious people in the Principality of Stars in recent years. A sufficiently strong top combat force is no less than a Dinghai Shinjin for a country. After that, Evans took out a stone from his arms and placed it on the table in front of Sunan. This is the key to enter the Star Tower. Sunan picked up the stone and looked at it carefully. It was actually a stone carved into the shape of a talisman. The material was a bit like jade. It felt warm and cool in the palm of his hand. The surface was covered with dense enchantment runes. Its mysterious complexity made even Sunan, who had reached level 4 in magic item manufacturing, feel dazzled and difficult to understand. It can be seen that the person who made this key has many times higher attainments in the field of magic item manufacturing than him. At least the level of level 6 or 7. Sunan thought secretly. The first time I entered the Starry Tower was 48 years ago. And the second time was 28 years ago. So the next time the Starry Tower appears should be 12 years later. Sunan stroked the talisman stone, glanced at Evans, and said with a playful look, You have more than one key in your hand. Even if he had promised his brother, he didn't believe that Evans would be willing to give him the only means to enter the Starry Tower. If someone really values family affection so much, he would not be so cruel as to sacrifice others just to preserve a little family bloodline. Evans laughed and didn't admit it. But the answer was self-evident. Sunan didn't ask any more questions, but brought up the topic just now. Tell me about the wizards you have met. Evans nodded and said slowly, In fact, I have only met 3 wizards in total. 2 of them were met in the Sanjin Empire and the Jinghua Principality. Although they did not say it clearly, I could see the noble manners on them. Those 2 people were most likely from royal families or noble families. The 3rd wizard was met in the underground world. Have you been to the underground world? Sunan's eyes flashed with surprise. It was also a coincidence. Evans recalled. I tracked a very rare beast during a trip, but I got lost in the mountains and accidentally entered the underground world. I was attacked by a very scary monster. Thanks to that wizard who saved me. He said his name is Traveler. Chapter 128, I advise you not to do stupid things. Traveler. Sunan was slightly startled. He didn't expect to hear the name of the Traveler here. When did you meet the wizard? Sunan asked calmly. Evans never thought that the man in front of him belonged to the same wizard organization as the Traveler. After thinking for a while, he said, About 3 years ago. Sunan's heart moved. This time point coincides with the time when the Traveler stopped attending the party. Wouldn't it be true that the Traveler had died somewhere in the underground world as the dead body said? What happened after that? Sunan asked. Evan shook his head. I only stayed with the Traveler for 2 days, and then left the underground world. As for the Traveler, before leaving, I heard him say that he planned to continue to go deeper into the underground world. I don't know what happened after that. Sunan was slightly disappointed. If he knew where the Traveler was going, he would like to meet this wizard apprentice who likes to explore and adventure everywhere. Maybe he could get a lot of valuable information. After chatting for a while, and asking for some information about the three wizards. The two ended the conversation. In a few days, the royal family will announce its surrender. Before leaving, Evans left this sentence. Outside the tavern, in a building not far away, he and the Marquis of the White Tower were waiting for news. Seeing Evans leaving the tavern leisurely, the two looked at each other in surprise. When Sunan came back, he immediately asked impatiently, "What's the situation?" Sunan briefly told the story, but did not mention the Starry Tower, only saying that Evans had traded with him for very precious things. After hearing this, he and the Marquis of the White Tower looked at each other in surprise. They never thought that Evans came alone to surrender. This was really beyond their expectations. But when they came to their senses, they were a little surprised. Although they were confident that they could win this war, it would undoubtedly be better if they could take over the Red Leaf province without bloodshed. As for leaving a little bloodline to the Kessler family, it doesn't matter. At best, he is just a collateral bloodline descendant. Insignificant. Next, we will wait for the movement in Hungya province. Sunan looked in the direction of Star City, and he breathed a sigh of relief. When this war is over, he can put his energy back into the underground world. There are still many things waiting for him to do. Collect materials for refining secret dolls, find descendants of ancient beasts, and deal with the crisis of Kasham. After returning, he will not be idle either. In the 1254th year of the Starlight Calendar, the month of sleep, December, Grand Duke Fanching committed suicide by taking poison, and all the royal family members, including the Grand Duke, announced their surrender. The Flash Army then entered the Star City and took over the military and political power. At this point, this war that attracted countless people's attention was finally declared over. Flash territory successfully overthrew the royal family of the Principality and occupied the entire territory of the Principality of Fanching. The new Grand Duke Fanching was born. Songjin Empire. Holy Flame City. Deep inside the Imperial Palace, in the study, the Empire's master, the Songjin Emperor, was sitting behind his desk, concentrating on reading the secret report in his hand. The scepter sat opposite, sipping the fragrant flower tea, with a dazed look, as if he was thinking about something, with a scattered mind. After a long time, the Songjin Emperor put down the secret report in his hand, and a sneer flashed across his majestic panel. Evans Kessler was straightforward, doing nothing and surrendering directly to the rebels, even sacrificing almost all the royal family members for this. He, as the guardian of the royal family, did a very diligent job. His tone was full of sarcasm. The scepter said leisurely, "I think he did the right thing. If Evans really lost his mind and went to fight Sunan to the death, he would have no other end except death, and the starry royal family would eventually be wiped out without a single one left. Now he has at least retained a little bloodline for the Kessler family, which is the best result." The Songjin Emperor frowned slightly and asked solemnly, "Is Sunan really that powerful?" "Very powerful," the scepter said without thinking, as if to increase the credibility of his words. He added another sentence. "At least I am not his opponent." The Songjin Emperor fell silent. He had known the wizard in front of him since he could remember, and knew how mysterious and powerful he was. However, such a wizard who was extremely powerful in his eyes admitted that he was not as good as Sunan, which made him fear Sunan several levels at once. After a long silence, Emperor Songjin suddenly asked, "Is there any way to deal with Sunan?" The scepter calmly took a sip of tea, seemingly not surprised that Emperor Songjin would say such a thing. After putting down the teacup, he slowly replied, "I advise you not to do anything stupid." Emperor Songjin frowned and said, "If you are worried that you can't deal with Sunan alone, then invite a few more helpers, such as other wizards in the jungle hut. Sunan is also a member of the jungle cabin. So what? As long as the benefits are sufficient, those people will definitely not refuse to help. Aren't wizards all pragmatists who put benefits above all else?" "That's true." The scepter paid no attention to the sarcasm hidden in the words of the Songjin Emperor, but nodded in agreement. "But then," he spread his hands, "but the problem is that no matter how much benefit you get, it is not as valuable as life. To be honest, I still can't see the depth of Sunan's strength. After all, the resources he has in his hands are amazing. No one knows how strong Sunan is after all these years of accumulation and practice, and how many trump cards he has in his hands. Then again, just the power that Sunan has shown on the surface at present is enough to make people not want to deal with him. I advise you to give up your unrealistic thoughts. The other people in the jungle hut are not fools. No matter how much benefit you offer, they will not agree to help you deal with Sunan. On the contrary, I think they are likely to be tempted by the benefits offered by Sunan and turn against you. As the scepter spoke, the Songjin Empire frowned deeper and deeper. Are we just going to watch the Principality of Stars rise? Anyone who knows the history of Ki's rise will be amazed at the miracle. In just 6 years, Ki has grown rapidly from an exiled nobleman to a lord of a border city, and has gone through the ranks of the Shining Baron, the Shining Marquis, and now the Grand Duke of a country. The rapid development of power and the rapid expansion of territory are not an exaggeration to describe it as a miracle. And all this is because of Sunan's support. In the future, if the new Principality of Stars is allowed to continue to develop, it may one day surpass the Songjin Empire and become the new overlord of the southeast region of the continent. By then, the Songjin Empire will be in danger. As the ruler of the Songjin Empire, he absolutely cannot tolerate such a thing. Over the years, the Songjin Empire has been suppressing the southeast region and has had many conflicts with neighboring countries, including the Principality of Stars. In fact, if the Empire had not just conquered a country not long ago and needed time to recuperate and recover its vitality, it would have sent troops when the Principality of Stars was in civil strife. No one expected that things would eventually develop like this. If he had known this would be the case, he would have intervened in the civil strife of the Principality of Stars without hesitation. Look at it more positively. The scepter advised calmly. The Principality of Stars has just ended a huge war, and it will take more than 10 years to recover. And even if Sunan supports it from behind, it will take at least dozens or hundreds of years for the Principality of Stars to grow and expand to replace the Empire. By that time, you will have turned into a pile of bones. Why worry so much? The face of the Songjin Emperor darkened. What kind of words are these? As the ruler of a country, he does not consider the long-term interests of the Empire, but only cares about his own affairs. What qualifications does he have to sit on the throne? You are also a member of the Empire, and a member of the royal family, so you are unwilling to contribute to the Empire? The scepter did not buy this at all. As a member of the royal family, I have fulfilled my responsibilities as early as 50 years ago. Since then, the Empire and I have only been in a cooperative relationship. You provide me with resources, and I solve problems for you. It's that simple. Don't put any responsibilities on me. Seeing that the Songjin Emperor was about to speak, the scepter waved his hand to interrupt him. Okay. I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you to decide what to do. If you get into any trouble, don't expect me to clean up your mess. The moment the last word fell, the scepter disappeared. The Songjin Emperor was left alone behind the desk, his face changing. The base in Flash City. In front of the task notice board, a group of apprentices were selecting tasks, and suddenly a voice came from a distance. We won. Our Flash army has entered the Starry City. A boy of 12 or 13 ran over breathlessly, waving the battle report in his hand with excitement. When they heard this, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Really? A few days ago, weren't there heavy troops gathered at the border of Hongya province? Your news is out of date. I heard that the Starry royal family surrendered on their own initiative. I see. No wonder it ended so quickly. Haha. Now the Marquis is the new Grand Duke of Starry. The seniors are here. With a clatter, the crowd parted, and Shimon, Corey and Otto walked in. I heard your shouting from a distance. Have you received any new battle reports from the front? Otto asked with a smile. An apprentice immediately handed over the battle report in a flattering manner. When Shimon and the other two took it and looked at it, they all showed joy on their faces. Sure enough, with the teacher here, the Shining Territory will definitely win. Corey smiled as expected, but then he felt a little melancholy. He was thinking about joining the war after he was promoted to a second-level wizard apprentice. But he didn't expect a war to end so quickly. Having a teacher who is too powerful can sometimes be frustrating. The war is over, and the teacher should be back soon, Otto said with a smile. And as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his shoulders sink, and Amy appeared on her shoulders. Meow. Is Sunan coming back? That's great, Amy said happily. Sunan and Yinglong both went to the front line, and only he stayed in the underground world. Although it was fun to explore everywhere in the underground world, he couldn't help but miss Sunan and Yinglong after a long time. I found a lot of treasures recently, and I give them to Sunan when he comes back. The teacher will definitely like the gift from Amy. Otto smiled and touched Amy's head. The kitten squinted happily. Amy, has the human-faced lion in Yohu City done anything unusual recently? Corey asked suddenly. Sudan made a rule that no apprentice could enter Yohu City unless he allowed it. Among all the apprentices present, only Shimon, Corey and Otto had been allowed by Sunan to enter Yohu City to handle some chores. Therefore, the three of them had seen Carolina. Thinking of the first time he entered the underground world, Shimon now felt amazed. It was the first time he saw such a strange and magnificent world. Before that, he had never thought that there was such a huge world hidden under the surface. No meow. Amy tilted her head and thought for a while. Carolina has been very well behaved recently, and occasionally helps me drive away some monsters guarding the treasure. Shimon came back to his senses and said with a smile, Carolina is restricted by the teacher's soul contract. So there is no need to worry that she will do something irrational. That's hard to say. Corey snorted coldly. The human-faced sphinx is an evil and cunning creature. When the teacher is not in Yohu City, she may do some tricks. Atur smiled and touched Amy's head, saying, Don't worry. With Master Amy watching, nothing will happen. Amy immediately raised her head and chest, patted her chest with her paws, and said triumphantly, That's right. Meow. I'm here. You can rest assured. I will keep an eye on Carolina when I go back. Master Amy is so powerful. Atur praised. Shimon and Corey on the side saw it, and their mouths twitched at the same time. It felt like Amy had been completely controlled by Otto. Okay, let's go and continue to do our own things. Otto turned to the apprentices and said, The teacher has been out for such a long time this time. He may assess our learning progress when he comes back. Everyone should work harder recently, so as not to make mistakes and be scolded by the teacher. Yes, senior sister. Everyone did as he was told and dispersed. You still have a way. You are becoming more and more prestigious as a senior sister, Shimon said with a smile. Otto rolled his eyes at him and said softly, That's because you and Corey have been obsessed with learning and practicing. I don't have as good a talent as you, nor do I work as hard as you do. I have more time to communicate with my juniors, so they listen to me more. Okay, are you going to take the task? Go quickly. Seeing that Otto didn't want to talk more about this topic, Shimon and Corey kept silent and walked towards the notice board. Not far away, Miss Gurley was leaning on a recliner, watching what had just happened, with an intriguing smile on her face. Humans are really interesting. Chapter 129 Strength is built with money. Yohu City. Returning to this island city again, Sudan was surprised to find that there seemed to be a lot more slaves in the lower city. On the way through the lower city, he saw 5 groups of dog-headed people and lizard men with pickaxes, led by the human-faced lion, rushing out of the city. Sudan was thoughtful. Not long after returning to the study room of base number 2, Carolina hurried over. Master, you are back. Carolina saluted respectfully. Sudan waved his hand casually and asked, What's going on with those slaves outside? Carolina hurriedly said, I was about to report to the master. Casham bugs have been out frequently recently, hunting small tribes around. Those small tribes couldn't survive, so they migrated to our side. I thought there were still 3 mines to be developed, so I caught those guys and stuffed them into the mining area to mine. Carolina said, as a matter of course. In the underground world, it is normal for the strong to capture the weak as slaves. In the past, we had to consider the issue of food, but now there is the Flash City on the surface to deliver food. And there is no worry. Carolina is even more ruthless in capturing slaves. Sudan nodded. It seems that he needs to ask base number 1 to refine more clay golems, and get the remaining 3 mines on track as soon as possible. So, the insect plague is coming soon? It should be almost there. Carolina looked solemn. Based on the past situation, it is estimated that it will not exceed half a year at the latest. After a pause, she hesitated, but couldn't help but say, Master, do you want to contact Matu and Orson? Wouldn't it be too difficult for us to deal with the insect plague alone? No hurry. Let's see how Matu and Orson react. Sudan waved his hand nonchalantly and asked about other things. How much mithril is in the warehouse now? A little over 3 kilograms. Carolina answered without hesitation. As a deputy, she is still very qualified. She knows what Sudan cares about most, and has memorized all the relevant information. 3 kilograms? Sudan frowned slightly. It takes at least 16 kilograms of mithril to refine a secret doll. Even if the accumulation of the acquisitions in base number 1 during this period is added, it is only 1/3 at most, which is still a long way off. Are there any other silver veins nearby? Carolina thought for a while and said, there are only 2 silver veins that have been explored within 100 kilometers of Yohu City. We are developing one now, and the other is in the hands of Matu. Matu? Sudan's eyes flashed slightly. Continue to collect mithril. By the way, where is Amy? Carolina was stunned and looked around with a strange look. I don't know if it's her illusion. Carolina always feels that Amy seems to be secretly paying attention to her during this period. Although Amy's space travel ability is elusive, as a human-faced lion noble who is good at illusion, Carolina can still sense Amy's presence. If it were someone else, she might think that the other party was here to monitor her. But Amy is a silly and stupid magical pet, so it is reasonable that she would not have such thoughts. Who is behind Amy to do this? It can't be the master. The master doesn't have to do this. Is it the apprentices in the base? It seems that only they can persuade Amy. The thoughts in her mind drifted away, but Carolina didn't show it on her face. She whispered, Ms. Amy was here just now. As soon as the voice fell, Amy suddenly appeared and landed on Sunan's shoulder. Meow. Sunan, you're back. Why did you take so long? I missed you so much. There were a lot of things to do, so I was delayed for a while. Sunan smiled and touched Amy's head, making the latter squint her eyes in enjoyment. But there's nothing to do on the surface next. I stay here for a while. That's great. Meow. Amy cheered, and then seemed to remember something, and disappeared with a whoosh, and reappeared after a few seconds, holding a cloth bag in her mouth. Meow. This is a gift. A treasure I collected recently, Amy said vaguely. Thank you. Sunan took the cloth bag with a smile and opened it on the spot to check. There were more than a dozen scattered items inside. Magic flower, extreme cold wood, eagle eye agate, all of which are special products unique to the underground world. And without exception, they are all very rare and precious materials. Sunan secretly sighed that Amy's energy particle perception ability is really unique in the underground world, and she can easily find rare materials that are rarely seen outside. How is it? Amy's eyes widened in anticipation, and she looked like she was about to praise me. Sunan smiled and said, I like the gift very much. Thank you. I will give you some ice mint later. Amy's eyes lit up and her mouth was almost watering. Of all the ice mints it had tasted in its life, the one given by Sunan was the most delicious. It was simply the supreme delicacy, as if many ice mints were condensed together to form the ultimate taste. It could enjoy it for a whole day by inhaling one. Then hurry up. I wait for you here, Amy urged excitedly. Sunan responded with a smile, gave Carolina a look, and signaled her to prepare some ice mint. Carolina glanced at Amy with resentment, feeling that she was not as good as a cat. After synthesizing some ice mint and comforting Amy, Sunan came to the puppet factory and released the elite double-edged spider. In several battles with the Spark cult, this elite double-edged spider played a significant role. In terms of combat effectiveness, it was not much inferior to the hidden dragon whose subdragon blood concentration had reached 28%. With the improvement of strength, Sunan is now gradually exposed to more and more secrets, and the opponents he meets are becoming more and more powerful. Ordinary puppets, like stone golems and double-edged spiders, are okay against ordinary knights, but they are not even qualified to be cannon fodder against stronger enemies. Even the first-ring legendary puppets, such as elite stone golems and steel golems, are gradually struggling. So considering the future, Sunan feels that he needs to make more higher-level golem puppets. He has 3 options in this regard. The first is naturally the elite double-edged spider. The elite double-edged spider has proven its combat effectiveness. This kind of extremely fast puppet is very useful when dealing with some flexible enemies. According to his instructions before leaving, a large amount of tungsten steel has been accumulated in the warehouses of base number 1 and base number 2, which can be used to refine double-edged spiders. Sunan estimates that it is enough for him to synthesize 3 to 4 elite double-edged spiders. The second is to synthesize a higher-level stone golem. Since refining steel golems requires the consumption of micro-soul crystals, steel golems cannot be refined in large quantities before there is a stable source of micro-soul crystals. So the method of using steel golems to synthesize high-level golems is not advisable. The only option is to use stone golems for synthesis. At least Sunan now has a stable source of gems. Before coming to Yohu City, he went to base number 1 to take a look at the insect nest. During the time he was away, Carolina regularly sent the collected fission catalytic nutrients to base number 1 and handed them over to the apprentices to feed the gem bugs. Now the number of gem bugs has grown to 18. And the annual output of gems has also increased to more than 600. In addition, there are gems regularly purchased from the Firefox Chamber of Commerce. There is no need to worry about the shortage of materials in this regard. Moreover, the cost of synthesizing a second-ring legendary stone golem is not high. Nearly 20,000 gold coins. Even if the magic weapon technology is added, like the high-level double-blade spider, the cost is only a little over 20,000 gold coins, which is less than the high-level double-blade spider. Relatively speaking, the combat effectiveness is slightly inferior to that of the high-level double-blade spider, which means that it can play a more significant role in battles that require frontal attacks. The third way is naturally to refine a higher-level golem. In Avigny's experimental notes, there is a design of the adamantium golem. The adamantium golem is a 3-ring legendary golem, and its combat power is stronger than many third-level wizard apprentices. At the beginning, Qiongwei was helpless against the adamantium golem, and had to find Sunan to cooperate, and then it was successfully solved. Even Sunan, at that time, had to use the full power of the magic pattern core to barely injure the adamantium golem. Today, his strength has increased a lot, but it still takes a lot of effort to kill an adamantium golem. If he had 50 or 60 adamantium golems in his hands, Sunan felt that he could walk sideways on the Starlight Continent. But this thing is very difficult to refine. Even among the many types of golems, the adamantium golem is enough to be listed in the middle. And the difficulty of refining is quite high. Level 4 puppet refining. It can only be said to be barely passable. And level 5 is considered normal. Sunan opened the panel and took a look. Because of the long-term and large-scale refining of golems, his puppet refining progress bar is now close to 2/3. And he only needs more than 3,000 proficiency points to upgrade to level 5. The skill requirements are not a problem, and they will be met soon. The key is still the materials. The main material of the adamantium golem is magic adamantium, a product of adamantium enchanted. One adamantium golem requires about 14 or 15 tons of magic adamantium, adding other various gems, rare materials, silver and gold, etc. The total cost is estimated to be around 50,000 gold coins. It just so happens that I have made a lot of money from the Spark Church recently, which is enough for me to refine an adamantium golem. Sunan estimated that if he refined 14 or 15 tons of magic adamantium by himself, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete it. However, if it is issued as a task and handed over to the apprentices in base number 1, it should be completed in 2 or 3 months. The difficulty of refining magic adamantium is not high, which is about the same as that of enchanted weapons. There are already many apprentices in the base who can complete this work independently. After secretly noting this, Sunan prepared to implement it when he returned to base number 1, and then began to refine the double-edged spider. It took him more than half a month to refine all the tungsten steel in the 2 bases into double-edged spiders, and finally synthesized 4 elite double-edged spiders, including the previous one. Sunan now has 5 second-ring legendary puppets. However, he did not stop there, but began to try further. Although the double-edged spider is flexible, it also has obvious weaknesses, such as not being able to fly. It's okay to deal with legendary knights, but once it faces a wizard apprentice who has mastered levitation or possesses flying magic items, it will become a passive target. In order to eliminate this weakness, Sunan finally came up with a solution, which is to give the double-edged spider permanent levitation. This idea was inspired by the design of the secret puppet. According to this idea, any puppet can permanently fix spells, thereby gaining the ability to cast spells. However, the secret puppet can do this because its main constituent materials contain a large amount of gems and mithril. Sunan was naturally reluctant to consume mithril at this time, so he had to settle for the next best thing and came up with another solution, which was to use the method of making magic items to its spellcasting ability to the double-edged spider. It was equivalent to adding a magic item of magic storage in the body of the double-edged spider. However, since the double-edged spider had no mental power, another energy had to be used to replace mental power to activate the magic item to achieve the spellcasting effect. Sunan finally chose the magic stone. The elite double-edged spider finally may gain the ability to fly after performing the levitation technique, but the cost was about 1 lower-level magic stone per hour. For other wizard apprentices, this was undoubtedly an astonishing consumption. Just to make the puppet gain the ability to fly, a large amount of precious magic stones had to be consumed, which was obviously a very extravagant and irrational approach. However, Sudan didn't have much else in his hands, but a lot of magic stones, which could be manufactured in large quantities at low cost at any time. For other wizard apprentices, magic stones are very valuable resources, but for him, they are just a cheap energy source. On the contrary, the cost of the constant second ring spell is higher. The cost of the constant levitation spell alone increased by nearly 300 gold coins. Considering that he might have to deal with a swarm of Kasham next, Sunan added a large-scale damaging crushing sound wave, a light spirit spell to improve flexibility, a toughness spell to strengthen the body, and a brute force spell to enhance strength to the elite double-edged spider. In the end, the cost of an elite double-edged spider has exceeded more than 23,000 gold coins. The total cost of 5 is as high as more than 110,000 gold coins. This does not include the consumption of magic stones during combat. The strength of a third-level wizard apprentice ranges from the first ring to the fourth ring. The combat power of the elite double-edged spider is roughly equivalent to that of a mid-level third-level wizard apprentice. 110,000 gold coins for the combat power of 5 third-level wizard apprentices is also very cost-effective. Sunan nodded secretly. He plans to synthesize a few more second-ring legendary high-level stone golems next, just in case. In addition, he will also make a batch of extreme protection rings and disaster rings for self-defense. The golem puppets costing more than 20,000 gold coins have been refined, and there is no shortage of a batch of glimmer-level magic items. But if you calculate it this way, all the mining income of Yohu City in the next few months will be invested in this bottomless pit. It is also fortunate that 3 new mines have been developed recently. Otherwise he really can't afford to spend so lavishly. Strength is built up with money. Sunan couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 130 Life is short, so you need to seize every moment. Astral Calendar 1255. Winter Qin Month, January. On the first day of the new year, an unprecedented celebration kicked off. This year's celebration was even grander than in previous years, and the reason was well known. Naturally, to celebrate the ascension of the new Grand Duke. What surprised the general public was that the new Grand Duke finally set the capital in Flash City instead of Star City. He even spent a huge amount of money to rebuild the palace. Only those who have reached a certain level of status know why the new Grand Duke did this. It's just because that person's base is near Flash City. No matter from which aspect, the new Grand Duke's residence cannot be far away from that person's base. This is reasonable. In fact, from the proposal of moving the capital to the start of building the palace, no noble raised any objection without a long eye. Everyone agreed to this proposal without hesitation. Winter Qin month passed in celebration and busyness. And in a blink of an eye it was the recovery month, February. There were still small snowflakes floating in the sky. In previous years, the snow had already begun to melt at this time. But this year the weather was still cold. However, Sunan, who was in Yohu City, could not feel this. The temperature change in the underground world was much smaller than that on the surface, and it was damp and cold all year round. It took more than half a month for Sunan to finally complete the first high-level stone golem. The high-level stone golem was synthesized from a total of 460 stone golems. Like the elite double-bladed spider, Sunan also gave the high-level stone golem constant levitation, lightness, brute force, and tenacity. A total of 4 second ring spells. In addition, Sunan also used the magic weapon technology to enchant the body of the high-level stone golem with the black steel feature. And the 2 fists were enchanted with weak thunder element damage and weak ice element damage, respectively, mainly to reduce the enemy movement speed, paralysis, and freezing. It was also thanks to the high-level stone golem's body being large enough, and Sunan current magic item manufacturing level being improved, that 3 features could be added at the same time. In the end, the cost of a high-level stone golem is as high as more than 22,000 gold coins. It is only about 1,000 gold coins less than the elite double-blade spider. Even with the 7 mines currently controlled by Yohu City, the profit income in a month can only produce 1 high-level stone golem or 1 elite double-blade spider. It is a bit expensive, but it is worth the money. It is worth mentioning that Sunan tried to use elite double-blade spiders to synthesize 3-ring legendary high-level double-blade spiders. However, after putting 5 elite double-blade spiders into the magic cube, it is still impossible to synthesize a high-level double-blade spider. In other words, the cost of a 3-ring legendary high-level double-blade spider has exceeded 100,000 gold coins, which is much higher than the adamantium golem. In this case, if you want to get a 3-ring legendary puppet, it is undoubtedly more cost-effective to refine the adamantium golem. If there is a design, it will be more cost-effective to refine a high-level puppet. Unless there is no design or key materials, you can only get a high-level puppet through synthesis. In fact, there is already a precedent for this. For example, the cost of refining an iron golem is only 1,500 gold coins. However, the cost of synthesizing an elite stone golem is as high as more than 7,000 gold coins. Both of them are 1-ring legends. Even if the iron golem is slightly stronger than the elite stone golem, this increase in strength is far from worth such a huge cost difference. The reason is that the number of micro soul crystals is too small to mass-produce iron golems. To obtain enough 1-ring legendary combat power, Sudan can only achieve his goal by consuming more resources. The same is true for potions and magic items. For example, if the resources consumed by the 3rd level transcendent potion are converted into materials of equal value, it is more than enough to make 4 or 5 bottles of 3rd level potions. It's just that the corresponding materials cannot be found in the current Starlight continent. So 3rd level potions can only be made through synthesis. For a 3-ring legendary puppet, it's better to refine a fine gold golem. Sudan had a plan in mind. Unfortunately, the almighty golem that we encountered last time was almost destroyed by the magic pattern core. Only a small amount of magic almighty gold can be obtained after decomposition, which is far from enough to refine a new one. We still have to issue tasks to let the apprentices in the base refine magic almighty gold. In terms of practice, Sudan has now mastered all the 2nd level spells in his hands, with a number of more than 20. Before getting a new 2nd level spell, he returned to a state where he could not practice any spells. In terms of super magic skills, the progress of spell instantaneous casting is very rapid, and the training progress has exceeded half. Sudan expects that in about a year, he should be able to master spell instantaneous casting. Unfortunately, training super magic skills requires casting spells to consume mental power, and when the mental power is used up, meditation must be restored, which greatly slows down the speed of practice. Otherwise, he can completely increase the practice time, or practice multiple super magic skills at the same time. It's a pity that there is no potion to restore mental strength. Time passed, and it was the middle of the recovery month in a blink of an eye. Sudan took the time to hold an assessment at base number 1 to examine the learning progress of all apprentices. After more than 4 years of development, the number of students in the base has now increased to 42, and a new round of qualification tests have been held throughout the Principality of Stars. The scale of this test is unprecedentedly large, covering the 6 provinces except Jinyan province. It is initially estimated that the number of eligible people participating in the test will exceed 100,000. It can be foreseen that after this round of qualification tests, the number of students in the base will definitely usher in a surge, and it is very likely to break through 3 digits. In addition, Sudan has also discussed with Key and plans to establish a Knight Academy in each province to establish a more complete and huge talent reserve system for the future Knight Guards. In view of this, the development of the new magic plantation has become imperative. After all, more dragon blood fruits and silver moon flowers are needed. The Knight Academy's affairs were fine. Sudan didn't have to take care of them himself. He could just let Key arrange for people to take charge. He only needed to take time out to pay attention to them occasionally. The only thing he needed to do personally was to open up the magic plant garden. But I guess it will only be busy for another 1 or 2 years. Shimon and Cole's meditation went smoothly. It's estimated that they will be promoted to level 2 wizard apprentices soon. By then, the matter of opening up the magic plant garden can be handed over to them. Level 2 wizard apprentices can basically take charge of their own affairs. Sudan can let them do many things without having to do everything himself. By then, he can free up his hands to do more things. For example, explore the underground world and look for the descendants of ancient beasts. For example, research more powerful puppets. Okay, that's all for today. After finishing the last spell assessment, Sudan announced the end of the inspection. He glanced at the more than 40 students in front of him. He didn't say much, just encouraged them and turned away. He would not scold students for not working hard. After all, this was their choice. He provided a platform for equal exchange. so that students' efforts would be rewarded. As for whether to work hard or not, it all depends on their choice. As long as they abide by the rules of the base, and do not do things that harm the interests of the base, Sunan will generally not interfere too much with the behavior of students. This is also the commonality of many wizard academies. Even the Black Wizard Academy, which adheres to the principle of cruel competition, respects students' autonomy in some aspects. Of course, in the Black Wizard Academy, the consequences of not working hard are often more miserable. When Sunan figure disappeared at the door of the spell training room, the students seemed to unload the burden and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, some people showed a happy look, and some people were depressed as if they had lost their parents. It's over. I just failed to cast spells 3 times in a row. The teacher must think I'm stupid now. Me too. I made mistakes in the first step of the 2 potions. It's so embarrassing. Ethan is still amazing. He successfully made the brute force potion in 1 go. I'm just lucky. Ethan smiled modestly, turned his head and looked at Shimon and Corey, with a flash of envy in his eyes. I'm still not as good as Senior Shimon and Senior Corey. The teacher said in person that the 2 seniors will be able to build the 3rd star ring soon. When mentioning this, everyone looked at Shimon and Corey with envy and admiration. Once the 3rd star ring is successfully built, they can be promoted to the 2nd level wizard apprentice. Only when they reach this level can they be truly qualified apprentices. It's a pity that most of them have just built the 1st star ring not long ago, and they are still a long way from the 2nd level wizard apprentice. The crowd was in a commotion when a cloud of smoke half a person's height suddenly floated in from outside. After a short pause, it flew toward Sherman in the crowd. It's a fog monster, a student said. A fog monster is a semi-virtual creature with a smoke-like body. They are messengers in the base. As long as you spend a little mental energy, you can ask them to help deliver messages or transport light items, which is very convenient. This is naturally the helper from another world summoned by Sunan. The fog monster flew lightly to Sherman's side, extending a wisp of gray fog, which wrapped around Sherman's ears and made a slight humming sound. This is the unique fog language of the Fog Monster clan, after being translated by the magic item that Sherman carried with him, which had the effect of understanding language. It quickly became a language that he could understand and passed into his ears. The next moment, Sherman's face suddenly changed, and he turned around and ran out of the spell training room quickly, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion. Old Roger still couldn't survive this winter after all. He died at the age of 65. In this era, this is considered a rare old age. In fact, Old Roger's health has never been very good. The illness he had when he was young made him become much weaker after he turned 50. It was not until Sherman entered the base and sent back a lot of gold coins every month that Roger didn't have to work anymore and retired to take care of his body. Sherman later exchanged a bottle of secondary dragon blood potion, diluted it, and gave it to Roger to take regularly, which made his body a little stronger. Otherwise, with Roger's illness, he might not live to be 60 years old. Even so, Roger still couldn't survive the winter of 65. Fortunately, he passed away peacefully. He fell asleep and didn't wake up the next day. It wasn't until the servants found something wrong and went into the room to check that Roger had passed away, and hurried to inform Sherman. Knowing that Roger didn't like extravagance, Sherman didn't make a fuss, but just held a simple funeral and buried Roger. Standing in front of Roger's tombstone, Sherman looked dazed and silent. If he were the old him, he would have cried his eyes out by now. But after 5 years in the base, he is no longer the crybaby who cries at the slightest thing. Just because he doesn't cry doesn't mean the sadness in his chest will be reduced. Shimon, standing behind, Otto hesitated to speak, looking at Shimon with sad eyes. She had never seen Shimon like this. Shimon usually had a smile on his face. Even if he encountered any difficulties, he would laugh bitterly at himself, and then work hard again. He had never been like this. With a deep sense of sadness, "My condolences." Cole came at some point and stood behind Shimon. Shimon let out a long breath and looked back at the two of them. His face was calm, and his mood could not be seen. "Don't worry. I'm fine." He glanced at the gloomy sky and said in a low voice, "I just suddenly felt that human life is very short, and decades of time pass in the blink of an eye. Will we die one day and lie quietly in the tomb like old Roger?" "Everyone will die," Otto asked in confusion. "What about the teacher?" Otto's expression froze, and he was speechless. In their eyes, Sudan is the most powerful person in the world. He is powerful, knowledgeable, and has a huge force and abundant resources. If it is a teacher, maybe he can really live forever. Corey said calmly. People will die sooner or later. But powerful wizards will not. Didn't the teacher say that the lifespan of a formal wizard is thousands of years? And a true spirit wizard can live for tens of thousands of years without dying, which is almost the same as immortality. Atur smiled bitterly. Do you think we can become formal wizards? Just be determined and work towards the goal. Why think so much? Corey looked forward with a determined look. No matter how long it takes. I must become a formal wizard. Corey walked to Shimon and said calmly, It is understandable to be sad for the deceased. But you have to cheer up as soon as possible. If you want to continue on the path of wizards in the future, such things will only become more and more. And you have to learn to get used to it. Shimon looked at Corey in surprise. Are you comforting me? You can think so. I thought you always hated me. I just don't like you. And I still don't. But your efforts and strength are worthy of my respect. Having you as a competitor is more conducive to urging me to work hard. I don't want you to be depressed like this. After saying this, Corey looked at Shimon deeply and turned away. It was not until Corey's figure disappeared from the field of vision that Otto reacted and said with surprise, This is the first time I have seen Corey like this. It turns out that he can also say comforting words. Shimon laughed dumbly and looked at the direction where Corey left with complicated eyes. You're right. Although that guy has a bit of a weird personality, he's not a bad person by nature. I used to think that we don't need to rush to improve our strength. We just need to study step by step. But now I think what Corey said makes sense. Life is short. Even a third-level wizard apprentice only has a lifespan of 100 or 200 years. In such a short time. If you want to become a formal wizard, you really have to race against time and do your best. Shimon sighed. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of urgency in his heart. He wanted to become stronger faster.